101. Ch 101 Protego Sanctum. The rest of the school year itself was calm in all honesty. The only extra problems occurring this year were mostly worries from the deranged murderer on the loose and the gloomy atmosphere Dementors brought to the castle. Both were completely understandable from an objective point of view. This is how humans will react instinctively when a threat to their lives and safety is introduced. They experience heightened tension in their bodies to ready themselves for potential dangers, burden their minds to keep constant vigilance. Small events can lead to mistrusts, increased number of conflicts due to bravado, dick measuring or tense emotions, and weariness because of the constant strain people are under from the above. The Dementors seem to constantly suck the warmth from the air and from people, with their growing numbers around the school affecting teens and kids alike. This sense of emptiness has been a constant struggle for students and has become more obvious as people are trying to combat the feeling through various means such as the cheering charm, dreamless sleep potions and binging on chocolate to mitigate the effects. Luckily enough for some though, my patroness class has been helping spread some positivity to Hogwarts as my friends, successful students and even some professors join in to stave the tide of oppression. You could now catch glimpses of a variety of silvery animals flying through the castle to lift the spirit of others, making for a truly magical sight. The rules were even specifically adjusted to allow for the charm to be used within the castle due to its positive effects on the student body. The club was in full swing as many were having official duels to blow off steam, resolve conflict, or just to better themselves and feel like they can at least put up a fight against Black. Although the pre-owl students were more affected by the happening of the year, it helped that they had a place like this, filled with skilled duelers. The exchange was basically self-running now, with many older students helping the younger ones and each other, plenty of people trying to practice difficult spells and using my study guides to improve themselves. Cedric has been going from strength to strength under my tutelage, having a qualitative improvement in his abilities to guide others. He saw a rise in all of his grades, his practical abilities and he felt more sure of himself in almost all areas. He actually told me that it was an intoxicating feeling to have such rapid improvements in himself. I have also let him be in charge of the exchange completely at least once a month to gradually help him feel comfortable with the responsibility. In the meantime, the canon was pretty much just happening. After his talk with me, Harry broke out of his immature actions towards Hermione and made up with her, losing any reason to be mad at her when the broom was returned before the kid had to play a proper match. The problem was with Ron. So although he has improved significantly compared to the weak, jealous, and cowardly version, he is still quite upset at his pet's disappearance/death at the hands of Hermione's cat. So although he isn't mad at her for the broom, he's still upset over how things are going on that front. But at least Harry is acting as a mediator this time around and helping the girl not hurt so much, with Ron giving the silent treatment instead of full-on avoiding her. Harry's brain was filled with Quidditch because of his captain, unable to worry about pretty much anything else. Now I sorta understand why Oliver is acting like this. It's his last year, because of me and my friends. Ravenclaw has been at the top ever since he took charge. They have a good team but have never won, so he worries about his plans to go pro. But this is wrecking the other aspects of his teammates' personal lives at the moment and he's mixing his person goals too much. I just worry that the boy who is supposed to face fucking Voldemort should probably not be forced to give so much of a shit over a sport, but what do I know about preparing a kid for his future? Anyway, although the Gryffindor team has excellent chasers and great teamwork between the twin beaters, Christian could fly circles around them still and kept the score as close as possible. They were unable to pull away from the back and forth score, making it so that Harry has to delay our new secret show from getting the snitch. It came to the point where Oliver had to give up on winning by a large margin and focus on the next game instead since they couldn't pull ahead no matter what they did, so Harry now went after the snitch actively. Then the idiots from Slytherin in the form of Draco, Crabbe, Goyle, and Trollface tried to sabotage the kid by dressing as Dementors, making him shoot off a nice-looking patroness for a third year, then catching the snitch to secure victory. That night however, Sirius made another visit to the Gryffindor dorms and got to the third-year rooms in search of Peter. Unfortunately he had already hid himself somewhere in the castle to avoid Black, since he knew Sirius knew he was Ron's pet. This resulted in a pretty scared Ron as he woke up to find a deranged murderer slashing his bed curtains in frustration, a severely punished Neville for losing the entire week's passwords and having them fall into Black's hands, and the fat lady returning to her post with new guards to protect her after the crazy night replacement was fired. This event set off another school-wide search involving me, with Snape once again suspecting Lupin, but nothing came of it. Time went on. I'm sure that Professor Lupin now has the Marauders map and knows Pettigrew might still be alive. The kids learned that I was properly keeping Buckbeak safe, when Malfoy was taunting them about its impending execution, but Hagrid told them that this was no longer the case because of an official notice from the Ministry. I might have had the people in charge of the disposal of dangerous creatures write a false statement of guilt and sent it myself to a certain noble house, whilst having further notices of the changes in the case temporarily lost. The receiver of said false statement never even checked with those who wrote it as he simply believed this was obvious with him holding them by the nuts. It just brings a smile to my face when he was dancing to my tune. Hermione still punched the little wimp in the face though, which just made my little fan heart smile a bit. Anyway, the last game Quidditch game of the year happened and by some divine intervention, I blame she who must not be named or I might get in trouble, Gryffindor beat Slytherin with just enough points to win the cup this year. Aside from basically watching a combination of the movies and books come to life, while managing my own editions and helping my friends, I've had tremendous success in developing one of my final 2 mastery projects. The spell's name is Protego Sanctum, my defense against the dark arts project. This is the only existing defense purely against the dark arts. It is the complete opposite of Protego Diabolica, which is designed to stop the physical body of one's enemies. By its nature, the spell is the closest thing in existence to holy magic besides the Patroness. Its duty is to stop dark magic, repel dark creatures such as Dementors, and provide strong resistance against those steeped into the dark arts. I designed it to work as a quick combat barrier or as a longer-lasting protective defense. Its spell motion should require close combat users to mark the space by pointing the wand and basically drawing it in the air, then using the necessary magic and intent to form the barrier. It has high requirements from the user, as no one who hasn't gone through a second magical maturation will be able to use the spell, and no one who has practiced dark arts enough to have a trace of it on their souls can use this either. The second requirement is the intent behind the spell, strong desires to protect, intense memory when one wished to protect others, desire to repel the dark arts completely and the need to care when casting the barrier. But with the strict requirements comes the rewards. From what I've tested, this is now the only known spell in existence that can protect you from and dispel the 3 unforgivables. That's right. I figured out a way to stop the killing curse through pure spell casting. I mean, I had about half a dozen surefire ways of doing it, by conjuring something to take the hit, transfiguring the environment to act as a shield, summon an object to take the hit, etc. The notion that it's unstoppable was always overrated in my mind. Yes, it was the deadliest spell in existence, still is too. You get hit and you're done, but it's perfectly defendable when you have some skills. Although this spell can't purify tainted or dark objects like Horcruxes, it will not permit them within its bounds either and force them out. And due to the intense emotional requirements, it has a degree of sentience imparted by the caster to fulfill its role. If you wondered how I tested this, well, it's pretty simple. I still have a certain vanishing cabinet pair linked to Michael Falster's home and I invited Oliver over, since pretty much all senior Aurors know some of the dark arts to defend against them properly, and had him shoot the killing curse on the shield erected around a dummy. The results were that nothing he tried from what he knew worked. We even got Scott to help us with the Imperious curse and that's how we saw that it washes that away too. Unfortunately, because Oliver has used these kinds of spells a bit too much, the barrier offers slight resistance against him and telling me he will likely never be able to cast the spell itself. But surprisingly, Scott was actually able to get a feel for it, meaning he's never used the dark arts and has the qualifications to learn the spell. The Golden Trio doesn't have anyone with a particularly strong magic core amongst them, Harry being the closest to it, but the Bloodwards are using a lot of it. So teaching them will have to wait. My friends should be able to do it be next year or the year after that. Tori has sworn she's never used any dark arts, finding it the tool of the weak-willed and lazy. James and Christian find them abhorrent in general, so they also avoid it. The only other requirement would be their cores, and after going through my special training for years, Tori will experience hers on her birthday and my 2 mates will probably feel it by the time we graduate. I thought to myself, has I figured out who I should let in on this? Oh well, that's for later. For now I just have to finish my exams like I usually do and then it's time for me to mess with Lucius face to face. I thought to myself with a great big smile. I can't wait. I said with my face transforming into a devilish smile. 102, ch 102 Lucius bad day. The day of the trial, some ass's house. Today was a good day for Lucius Malfoy. He woke up to his wife being pleasantly occupied with some things and not harassing him about their son or declining businesses. I will one day find that Mudblood and torture him slowly. He thinks he is worthy to stand besides his betters? Humph. He thought as it gave him some amusement to imagine. He neatly arranged his long platinum blonde hair, dressed himself in a proper noble robe and looked into his own cold grey eyes. Ever since that filthy disgrace of a slave was freed by that conniving little Potter, I've had to do all of these mundane tasks. I really must talk to Narcissa about getting a proper one. He thought to himself. But this wouldn't put him off his day. Today was good. He would show Dumbledore once again that he is able to control him even now. The senile old fool thinks I cannot interfere now that I am no longer a governor. I'll show him by getting rid of his filthy half-giant pet. First the overgrown chicken which Narcissa insisted died due to injuring our son, then the incompetent buffoon they now call a professor. He continued to think to himself, making an cocky smile appear on his face. So he walked down the halls of his manor, to find a proper breakfast waiting for him in the dining hall. His wife already sat in her chair at one end of the table, eating in a prim and proper manner. Without a word he did the same. Do make sure that filthy beast that hurt my Draco gets its head properly removed, Lucius, or you will hear plenty from me. Then coldly announces his wife as she finished her meal and stood up. Do not worry, Narcissa. I have everything under control. Those old fools in the committee for disposal of dangerous creatures were easy to get a hold of. Even Dumbledore and that oaf didn't try to save the beast. It is as good as dead. He calmly reassured her of his impending success with a small smile. Good. Was her only response as she left with an emotionless face. With a sigh at how used to this married life he is, the man finished his meal and left as well. He then met up with an old colleague of his, you would say. Back during the old days, the days of the Dark Lord, Walden McNair and himself used to work together. He is a respected lieutenant and McNair is muscle. The man had a penchant for killing. He enjoyed killing those lowly muggles and made it slow, while also hunting muggleborns furiously as the Lord's old executioner. McNair had even been one of the Death Eaters Lucius helped get out of charges to stop them from bringing more evidence against himself and get them in his debt. And now he would be the axeman used to kill the oaf's beast. He was dressed in a black executioner's garb and hood, with his axe on his shoulder. An axe made to kill creatures, not humans. McNair. Lucius simply greeted as he looked at the man. Mr. Malfoy. Killing the beast today are we? He asked in a gravely voice laced with excitement. Yes. Let us depart. The floor should be open to old fool's office. He answered as he guided the man in his home. He went to his connected fireplace and tested to see if he could reach the old man's own, but he was rejected. With a scowl on his face he decided to use it to order him to open it. Dumbledore, why is your floor not open to me? Are you trying to impede me? You know I will bring hell on you if you did this one purpose. Venomously spoke Lucius through the fire. Ah! Lucius, to what do I how the pleasure? Suddenly appeared the aged face of the Hogwarts headmaster. You know perfectly why. Now let us through. Was the sneered reply. Oh, you wish to talk about today's events? Very well then. He answered with a smile. Lucius paused at how welcoming the old man was being, but then thought it was a matter of course. He was Lucius Malfoy and had legitimate cause to being there. Both men then used the flue and reached the headmaster's office. He stood proudly before the man he considered a senile fool. This is a pleasant surprise, Lucius, but I did not think you would bring a guest. Dumbledore calmly said to the two men. Lemon drop. Stop your nonsense, Dumbledore. We are here for the beast. So either guide us to it or we will find it ourselves, then put in a complaint for the obstruction of the killing of a beast whose execution was ordered. Spat out Lucius with a glare, but feeling proud for ordering the old man. I have no idea what you mean, Lucius. I thought you wished to discuss something about your own trial today. I am confused as to why you believe Buckbeak is to be executed as well, those charges were dropped months ago. Did you not know? Kindly replied Dumbledore, not fazed in the slightest by the way Lucius threatened him. What did you say, Dumbledore? My trial? Dropped charges? Asked Lucius in a frigid voice. Yes, dear Hagrid received a notice from the Ministry. But do you truly not know? As head warlock I've sent you letters about your trial in front of the Wizengamot today. In fact I was writing you reminder when you wished to see me, since I never received a response. Calmly explained the headmaster. Do you take me for a fool, Dumbledore? I have a letter declaring the execution of the beast right here. Viciously shouted Lucius as he slammed the letter on the desk. The headmaster read the letter before quietly putting it down and bringing out his own. Your letter seems to be missing the 3 stamps to approve the letter properly, Lucius. It seems you are not aware of the proper proceedings for that committee, but mine seems to have all required stamps. It looks like you accidentally received a copy of the draft which was written before your own charges were brought up. Calmly said the old man after reading the letters over. Preposterous. Replied Lucius as he looked over the stamped letter. With his face losing any signs of emotions, the man took both letters and walked back into the fireplace. If this is a trick, Dumbledore, I will have you out of this school and before a trial by the end of the summer. He venomously spoke as a confused Walden watched him flew away. The man rushed through the halls of the Ministry, heading towards the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. He blew past anyone who tried to stop him. Those blasted old geezers think they can pull one over me. They seem to forget their place beneath my feet. Groveling in the hopes and don't tell everyone of their dirty secrets. Thought a furious Malfoy. As he reached the department, he immediately walked past the receptionist and burst through the door of the committee's office. He stood in front of a few elderly members and slammed the 2 letters in front of them. What is the meaning of this? He asked with a voice that brought chills to the hearers. Reading the 2 documents, the old men gave the same response as Dumbledore, that this seems to have been a mistake on someone's part. And why exactly is the beast not being executed? Lucius asked with narrowed eyes. We well USSC Lord Malfoy, the beast is property of another noble FF family and this was done without going through them. This case should have never been in our department in the first place. Answered a very scared man. What did you say? Which family? The man asked, almost ready to kill the bumbling fool right this moment. The BBB Bones family. The completely pale man answered. Lucius' face went cold, he didn't move but was thinking, until someone ran into the room from behind him. There you are, Lord Malfoy. Why are you here? Your trial started 3 minutes ago, and if you don't hurry you'll be forced to be responsible for every charge. The worst possible punishments too! Exclaimed a heavily breathing young man. Lucius' body twitched as he heard what was said. What is happening? First the beast isn't to be executed. Then I'm told it is owned by that irritating woman's family. And now someone has the gall to push charges on me. Thought the very angry lord. Which room? He answered while trying not to kill everybody in the room. Room 5. Answered the nervous messenger. And as he came, Lucius left storming as well. In courtroom number 5, level 10 of the Ministry of Magic. Aiden POV. I stood there, waiting patiently in one of the 2 chairs placed behind matching desks, with 17 members of the Wizengamot. Each of whom dislike Malfoy, were chosen by me and are very much in favor of my actions. Aside from the chairs and desks, the rest of the room was basically identical to the courtroom shown during the movies, except a bit smaller due to this place being used for less important cases. Since Lord Malfoy has decided not to appear on time, I can only start without him. Declared the old man in charge of the case. He really resembled a turtle in man form. Long, narrow and wrinkly neck, soft-looking jaw, no visible hair anywhere on his head except for the eyebrows and thin body. Now, Air Bones, you are accusing Lord Lucius Malfoy of defamation and false accusation against your name, unlawfully trying to seize and destroy your property, bribing and blackmailing ministry officials. Is this correct? Listed and asked the turtle. Yes, sir. I calmly answered. And has your client chosen to debate these charges? He then asked as he looked over to the barrister supposedly in charge of Lucius' case. I chose to represent myself, due to my status and approval by the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, thank you Auntie, making it possible. It means I don't have to have an idiot in front of me. My client has repeatedly ignored my attempts at contacting him and has refused to divulge his opinions on the matter. But he should be here any moment now. Answered a sweaty and overweight man in brown robes. Just as he said that, a very angry and heavily breathing Lucius burst into the room. Far from looking his immaculately groomed self, his hair now had loose strands on his face or sticking to him due to his sweat, his robes were covered in ash because of his triple fluid travel done in haste, his eyes looked around almost savagely and his face was turning red due to his fury. Oh Lord Malfoy, you made it! I am so happy we don't have to resort to harsh punishments over what I am sure is a horrible misunderstanding. Quickly, come and sit. We shall discuss this like proper gentlemen. I happily said to the man with a bright smile on my face. To anyone not involved, this would have sounded very honest and sincere, but to everyone present it was me teasing the crap out of the man. And boy did it work. I've used the exact same way of talking every time I fucked with the man and he remembers vividly. This is your doing, you little half-blood whelp. Was the man's response, almost hearing his desire to attack here and now. I had to defend myself and my property, Lord Malfoy. You of all people should understand a noble's pride. You slander me, try to kill my property, and then I found that you supposedly did some less than legal things to stop me from hearing about all this. I was greatly worried when I heard this from my hired caretaker. But I could not truly believe such an upstanding member of our community could do such things. I tried to contact you, but it was to no avail, hence this trial being my only recourse to deal with such actions. I hope this doesn't affect our wonderful relationship. I said so sincerely that all of the Wizengamot members were looking at me in awe for my acting, or were trying to hold in their laughter at how much I'm playing around. Lucius on the other looked like he was about to murder me. You damnable little, started to swear Malfoy, but was interrupted by a gavel smacking sound. Lord Malfoy! We have waited for your arrival and continue to do so. Please find your seat so that we may continue this hearing. Strictly informed the turtle man. Wow, he's got more balls than I would have thought. Not many people are actually brave enough to talk to the man like that. Should tell Auntie, she'll probably give him a promotion for this. I thought with a smile. Lucius harumphed angrily and joined his barrister. The charges were then repeated and the man's expression continued to drop as he then turned to glare at me murderously, to which I gave him a bright smile. I plead not guilty to all charges. The beast nearly killed my son and I want it dead. This child has no reason nor evidence for any of this. He shouted angrily. Actually, Lord Malfoy, the evidence against you is frankly staggering. And you have not given any sort of counter-evidence nor testimony to fight any of the charges laid against you. Plainly stated the turtle. That is because I was never notified of this farce. I learned of these ridiculous charges today and demand that this trial be dismissed on the grounds of not following proper procedures and failing to notify me in the first place. He angrily responded. I smiled really deeply for a very fun reason. But Lord Malfoy, we have a signed and certified acknowledgement of this trial with your signature and signet stamp. The answer came, making the man burst out. That is preposterous. I've learned of these proceedings this morning. I've never received such a letter, much less signed it. He yelled out. Which is true, but I got a certain little ex-Malfoy house elf currently working in Hogwarts to help me a little with that. It took a bit of convincing, but he was quite happy to do this and get back at the horrid man. Paid him properly for his work, and I am even thinking about hiring the excited little house elf for me in Tori's place once we graduate. I am afraid your words hold little merit at the moment, Lord Malfoy. This is more than enough proof that you acquiesced to the trial and were ready to defend yourself. Was the calm reply, shutting the man up immediately. I still claim not guilty on all charges. Let me hear this drivel I am accused of then. He coldly said after a pause. On the charges of defamation and false accusations, Heir Aidan Bones claims that you have attempted to hold his hippogriff accountable for the actions of your own son and that you have put forth false claims to do so. Mr. Bones has stated that these claims are purposefully harmful to his reputation as a responsible and upstanding businessman. What say you? Asked my rapidly liked turtle man. My son was nearly killed by his dangerous beast. I demand justice. He simply answered. But it seems like the evidence collected stated that your own son rushed towards a hippogriff and tried to mount it, after seeing one Harry Potter doing so with proper instruction from the new Care of Magical Creatures professor. We have 16 eyewitness accounts of the event in the school report. Clearly your son is at fault for recklessly approaching a triple X-rated creature. The man cited against the Lucius. It is simply a beast. It has nearly killed a noble heir and deserves death. Plain and simple. He responded back. That argument also appears to be false. The medical record, account of the school matron, her apprentice, and Heir Bones were all recorded saying that the wound itself was smaller than an injury students get from some pranks. He was healed within seconds and cleared from the school infirmary. What's more is that the boy then decided to wrap his own arm and make himself a sling, then complained in the Great Hall that he was nearly killed for weeks. We have over 200 reports of that. But absolutely no evidence of any near-fatal injuries. Was the counter-argument, leading to the turtle having a small smile and chuckling to be heard across the room. You brat! How dare you! Then said Lucius as he looked at me with rage. That is simple evidence to clear myself of wrongdoing, Lord Malfoy. You can't blame me for protecting my interests. I said with a calm smile on my face. With no counter-evidence or argument, the charges of defamation and false accusations are found to be guilty, with proper compensation to be determined at the end of the hearing. On the charges of unlawful seizure of property, you are accused of using the previous accusations to try and kill said hippogriff through the improper channels, without alerting the owner and without trying to find the proper solutions to your grievances. Your argument? Said the head turtle. It was owned by that bumbling half-giant fool they now call a professor, not the whelp. Nothing was wrong there. He replied with great certainty this time. According to the ownership at the time of the incident, the hippogriff known as Buckbeak belonged to one Aidan Michael Bones, and was on loan as a creature to excite newcomers to Care of Magical Creatures, since the designated caretaker was the current professor for the class. Read out the old man. Impossible! Yelled out Lucius. We have the certificate of purchase, loan request, and permission given by Heir Bones right here. So unless you have anything to disprove these legally binding and official documents, you are to be found guilty. Stated the man in response. Hearing nothing coming out of the stone-faced man, the man in charge simply banged his gavel again to announce his guilt. And now the most serious charges of the evening, bribery and blackmail. You are accused of avoiding the proper steps to handle this minor incident involving your son, by bribing officials in the Committee for Disposal of Dangerous Creatures and blackmailing those unwilling to follow. We have the records of the money exchange, as well as letters signed by both participants, and witnesses to the threats. The accusations you were found guilty of last year, removing you and several of your former colleagues from Hogwarts Board of Governors, are also setting a clear precedence for such actions. Your counter-argument? Finally asked the turtle man. There was now tension in the room. Lucius stared at everyone present with an expression devoid of any emotions, and his cold grey eyes then landing on me. Lord Malfoy, I truly don't want this to come between our splendid relationship. So how about this? Instead of compensating me, we have you fund the Care of Magical Creatures course at Hogwarts. You could help further the education of young magi zoologists and atone for these inappropriate actions. After all, you were simply too distraught over your child's injury, so what better way is there to make sure he is properly taught in the field? Maybe next time he can avoid such a reckless mistake. As for the other charges, we can simply let it rest as a warning and say, if in the next 5 years such a thing occurs then severe punishment can be given. Fair. I say with a bright smile. Are you sure, Heir Bones? These are serious accusations and you could receive much in terms of compensations. Asked the cool turtle Gramps. Yes, it's fine, sir. Lord Lucius and I are such good friends. I would hate to sour our relationship by such things between us, and I love to help others learn. A win-win. I answered happily. If that is the compensation you deem agreeable as the plaintiff. Responded the judge. That's good. So what do you say, Lord Malfoy? Shall we shake on it and keep our friendship going strong? I say brightly to the man in front of me. If looks could kill, I would have probably died a few dozen times right now. I'm dragging his and his son's name through the mud, making him basically apologize for Buckbeak hurting the idiot by funding a being he despises, who works under a man he hates, and he now has to thank me for letting things end here and shake my hand to say we are friends. Everything I'm doing is to his advantage, but I'm doing it in a manner that would make any blood purist, Death Eater, Muggle supremacist pureblood want to vomit blood in anger. It's great. Of course we are still friends. Thank you for candor, Air Bones. He said through gritted teeth. Then since both parties agree, the charges will now be settled. You will both sign the contracts provided and the case will conclude here. The turtle declared with a bang of his gavel. After everything was done, Lucius couldn't have left faster if he tried. The man ran past everyone trying to stop him and flew away in a flash of green. Malfoy Manor. Feeling his magical energy going completely wild with rage, Lucius was breathing heavily as he came out of the fireplace, finding his wife sitting there. Is the beast dead then? She offhandedly asked. Lucius just snapped at that moment. I will murder that filthy half-blood bastard for today humiliation. He roared as fragile objects in the room cracked under his wild magic. Lucius! Exclaimed the surprised Narcissa. But then suddenly, her husband coughed up some blood and passed out in his anger. Lucius! 103, CH 103 Controlling Events PT1. The day after the trial, I received an interesting bit of news. Lucius Malfoy was confined to his bed due to vomiting blood yesterday. Ha 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 ha. I didn't know that could happen in real life. I think I might have found my new hobby, I said to myself, I a happy mood at how angry I must have made him. So with the good news and exams done for everyone, I invited the Golden Trio to celebrate with Hagrid. Ha ha ha. Ya really got a slimy bastard to pay. Laughed Hagrid, ecstatic that Buckbeak is really going to be okay and that his job is safe. It's actually more than safe with me, Christian and Hermione helping the man plan interesting lessons for him and the students. His feedback has been good and he's been improving as a teacher the more he really takes in our advice. That's brilliant. That posh kid is also going to have to pay for the class he wanted to shut down. Agreed Ron as he remembered the look on Draco's face when he found out. But are you sure you're going to be okay, Aiden? He is still a very influential man, and you humiliated him. Asked a nervous Hermione. I played the man like a fiddle and if he steps out of line in the next 5 years he risks Azkaban itself. That's not even counting the magical contract, my ever-growing financial status, widening range of contacts and the fact that I'm inheriting the lordship from my aunt after my birthday. If the man even tries to start something it will make my day. I answer excitedly, letting the girl relax and sigh in relief. It makes it extra relieving that it's me saying this and because of my track record too. So Malfoy has to pay for whatever Hagrid wants to do in class? Asked Harry with a bit of schadenfreude. Yup. So we are going to be able to show a lot more to students next year, Hagrid. Might even be able to bring in a dragon like you dreamed of to show the 7th years. I say happily. What? You'd really do that FO me? He half-giant asked feeling touched. We'd have to be careful, but with one of the richest men in Britain fully funding it, why not take advantage? I said grinning wildly. With laughter and good cheer spreading through the hut, the 5 of us celebrated well for the success of my intervention. Then a Hagrid who was crying out of happiness suddenly remembered something and started to look around. He took something out of a container and handed it to Ron. There you go, Ron, found I'm in my pumpkins a few days ago. He said, showing Scabbers in his massive hands. Scabbers! You're alive! He shouted out happily. Looks like you owe someone an apology. I say to the boy, hinting towards Hermione. But it looks like he did grow more than I thought, since he wasn't being a sarcastic ass about this. I'm sorry, Hermione. I shouldn't have taken it out on you. He apologized properly, although still slightly reluctantly. Thank you for saying so, Ron. Replied a slightly surprised Hermione. It is good that you've done so properly, Ron. You have shown great growth in character for being able to admit fault honestly. 5 points to Gryffindor, I announce, getting smiles all around. Can you do that? Asked Hermione. Of course I can, I'm head boy. Plus I let others have biases, I'm sure the headmaster won't mind my little favor. I reply with a happy and carefree smile. With that settled, the party continued until it was near curfew. Yelp, I think that's enough fun for today. Although I'm head boy, I can't let the 3 of you stay out past curfew with Black still on the loose. So up everyone goes. I announce with a smile on my face. He's right, you know. Better get going. No use gettin' into trouble for my sake. Agreed a slightly tipsy Hagrid. So the 4 of us quickly left, but halfway to the castle Scabbers wriggled out of Ron's grasp, bolted in the direction of the Whomping Willow. So the final act of the year begins. I thought to myself as the kids run after it in haste. I follow behind them and see the rat being caught right as they reached the violent tree. Harry and Hermione finally notice exactly where they are, but Ron notices the Grim behind them, the three of them warning each other. The situation becomes worst for the trio as Sirius drags Ron under the tree and towards the shrieking shack. The stunned Harry and Hermione try to follow but I then join them. You know approaching this willow recklessly is not the best solution. I say from behind them. But the Grim took Ron. Nervously shouted Harry. We have to save him. Agrees a very high pitch Hermione. Never said we won't. But I'll show you the proper method to handle the big guy. Christian and I explored pretty much everywhere by our third year and we both like herbology, so we played with him a lot. I say with a calm smile as I approach the tree and pull out my wand. The whomping willow notices my approach and readies itself to strike with its branches. Aiden, look out! Was the scream I heard from behind as I pointed my wand at the particular knot the tree has, causing it to freeze in place. Having the two kids stunned at how easy I made it look, I turn and smile at them. Now come on you two. Didn't you want to save Ron? I say in my smooth and calm voice. Snapping out of their stupor, they finally run after me and join up. We walked through the long and narrow underground passageway. Where is this heading? Curiously asked Hermione. I think I've pretty good idea. Responded Harry as we reached the shrieking shack. Isn't this? Started asking a now pawing Hermione. Yup. I simply answered. The shrieking shack. Said Harry grimly. From the slight blood marks and mud stains, I'd say Ron was dragged upstairs. I simply stated. The two kids nodded and took out their wands as we walked up to the same room as I had met Sirius before the holidays. As they enter, they found Ron with a bleeding leg holding onto his rat like his life depended on it. His two friends rushed towards him, but then I watched the cannon unfold from the door. The reveal Sirius was an animagus, his admitting that his actions led to the death of Harry's parents and the kids wanting to protect Harry. Well, I think that's enough of that. I say as I finally decide to interfere. From the looks on the kids' faces, it seemed like they kind of forgot I was there, and Sirius being extra surprised. You're here? He asked. Yes, hello again Mr. Black. I'm sure you won't mind if I have a look at Ron's leg, I'm a proper healer after all. I say with a calm smile. Please. I have gone too far on the boy. I lost some control when I thought of him. He said with some guilt and anger. Aiden. What are you doing? He's Sirius Black. He killed my parents. Shouted Harry in disbelief. No, but he certainly feels like he did. He loved your father far too much to ever want to cause him or your mother harm. He just placed his trust in the wrong man is all. I answered the emotional boy gently as I approached Ron. What? They exclaimed in unison as I examined Ron's leg. Could have been gentler. Broke the bone and your fangs weren't exactly easy on his leg itself. I critiqued the big dog. I usually have a gentle disposition as a dog, in fact James more than once suggested I make the change permanent. Nostalgically answered Sirius. Aiden, what's going on? If you knew about him before, why didn't you tell anyone? Why didn't you tell me? Asked a hurt Harry. Because I didn't have any actual proof that the man was innocent until now. And I know what you would have done, Harry. You would have recklessly tried to confront the man, forced him to fight you, making you hurt one of the only people in this world who truly wishes for your well-being above all else, resulted in an innocent man's death with no one ever knowing the truth, and the escape of your parents' true betrayer. I answered gently as I fix Ron's leg. I. Harry wanted to deny any of what I said, but it's true. If he had heard anything from me then he would have rushed off head first into the grasp of someone considered to be the most dangerous criminal alive at the moment. You said true betrayer. And that you had evidence now. What and who is it? Then asked Hermione cautiously. Well, for that answer, might I borrow your rat Ron? I asked as I put my hand out. The trio was shocked as Sirius let me do it. He saw the trust they had in me, plus I was getting him what he wanted whilst letting Harry stay calm. What's Scabbers have to do with this? Questioned Ron. I mean, it's a pretty reasonable question. Everything, Ron. He has everything to do with this. Answered the calm voice of Professor Lupin. Professor Remus. My old friend. I found him. We can finally avenge James and Lily. Excitedly shouted Sirius as the two old friends hugged one another. Hello Professor, if you could just give me a second. The rat is trying to escape. And since Professor Snape has been suspicious of you for a while, he most likely followed you here since you came as well. He knows about everything after all and he would very much love to hand Mr. Black over to the Dementors. I then say to the man. Aiden? Why are you here? I thought you would have apprehended the man on the spot. Questioned Remus. Oh, I knew the man was innocent since after maybe a month of his escape, visited him during the holidays, but I just didn't have any conclusive evidence yet. So, Ron, I just need to show you why a rat, something meant to only live for 3 to 5 years on average, has lived for over 12. Why it is missing a toe. And why it is that it has been very scared and nervous ever since the end of the summer. I explained smoothly. This was actually enough for Hermione to understand my hidden meaning. You don't mean? Oh my god! She said in realization. Hermione? What is it? What am I not getting? Questioned Harry in confusion. Professor, Snape is coming up. Be ready. I suddenly interrupted, getting the two older men ready themselves as the door opens once again. Well. What do we have here? I told Dumbledore you were helping an old friend into the castle, and now I have the evidence to prove it. Sneered the vindicative potion master. Severus. Do not make things worse for yourself, Lupin. Sneered Snape. Let him be, Remus, Snivilius won't listen. He's too stupid to understand what is really going on. So if you'll excuse us, we have grown-up matter to attend to. Sirius condescendingly said to his former bullying victim. Try me, Black. The Dementors have also been longing to meet you. The kiss. A punishment so horrible one is said to almost lose their own souls by watching, but I'll do my best to see it through to the end. Responded Snap in a triumphant smile as Sirius' face paled and fear could be seen. Now, you three can get back to not letting go of all of your stupidity from your school years, or we can actually show who is responsible for Lily's death, Professor. I interrupt the trio. Black backs down as he remembers his goal, Lupin relaxes, but Snape stiffens at the mention of her name. Bones. Explain yourself, or it appears you will also have to broaden for questioning about helping Black. Coldly said Severus. Of course, Professor. So Ron, I really need to have your rat now. I say calmly to the man. You won't hurt him, right? He hesitantly asked. Honestly, after this you might want to hurt him yourself. I answer with a sigh. He looks at me questioningly, but still hands it over as it fights desperately to escape. Now little rat. Look at me and still yourself, or you shall live through what you fear the most. I gently said as I grasped it, making it look directly into my glowing eyes. The rat immediately stops moving and shivers in fear. Good little rat, now become the big rat you really are. I say with a wave of my wand, and a small flash of light envelopes the rat. Its body begins to convulse as it quickly grows, its arms and legs changing into human equivalents, tail receding, head becoming human, until a short man stood before everyone in shock. He was same height as the current Harry, since the boy was growing up a lot better under me. His thin, almost colorless hair was unkempt with a large bald spot on top of it, grubby skin, signs of former plumpness, rat-like features on his face, and his breathing quick and nervous as his watery eyes looked around at everyone in fear. Professors, kids, Mr. Black, I present to you Peter Pettigrew. The rat. The betrayer. The agent of the Dark Lord. The reason for his falls and the reason for the deaths of Lily and James Potter. I say evenly, not showing any true emotions as Black looked at the man with absolute hatred. Lupin was in pain at his former friend's betrayal, Snape was a bit lost at the moment, while Ron was freaking out over the implications, Hermione was horrified her guess was right, and Harry looked at the man in disbelief. Incarcerus. I calmly say as I bind the man completely, making slam down onto the floor when he lost balance. Now I believe we can all discuss this like proper adults, gentlemen. Mr. Black, please refrain from insulting Professor Snape habitually. Professor Lupin, please make sure the man that doesn't do anything, and Professor Snape, please try to listen to the true happenings of 12 years ago with a cool head. Harry, this will be good for you as well, you can get all the answers you wish for tonight. I say calmly, but with authority. Harry nods a bit absent-mindedly, Snape glares at Sirius as he glares back, Lupin looks at me in an impressed manner, Pettigrew is shivering on the floor in fear, Hermione is really shocked, and poor Ron is slightly traumatized by the fact some balding middle-aged criminal was sleeping in the same bed as him for years now. Let us begin the tale of the prisoner of Azkaban. I declare. 104, CH 104 Controlling Events PT2. With Peter completely immobilized, Sirius was finally able to explain everything that had happened 12 years ago. How he wanted to be clever by acting as an obvious target, wanting to make everyone, even Dumbledore, believe he was the secret keeper when it was in fact Peter. He explained how he had cornered the rat seeking revenge, but he cleverly blasted everything and everyone while screaming about Sirius' betrayal, cut his finger and transformed into his rat form, completely fooling even himself. He told them he had only found out about him when Fudge went to visit Azkaban and he saw a picture of the Weasleys with Rat Peter in it. So he used his transformation to escape from Azkaban. He did keep his encounter with Michael Falster a secret though, but he did mention his attempts during the year, his meeting with me and the help Crookshanks had been giving him. Then through intimidation from his former friends and Snape, after he tried to beg the Golden Trio for mercy, the rat spilled his guts in his cowardice. I made sure to get the recording and pictures done, can never be too safe. Snape even used his legilimancy on the man to make sure. So although he was reluctant to let Sirius go, he was convinced on this matter and making the wrong man suffer for her death was illogical. He would still hate Sirius himself, but not for this. Harry had his questions answered as well. Hermione was quieter as she listened to all the explanations and Ron had his leg fixed but still wasn't over the whole Scabbers/Peter thing. But overall, this helped Harry tremendously as he found the truth and now had someone who was the closest to family near him. With this resolved, we started making our way back to the school with a chained Pettigrew being levitated by me. We got outside of the passage and distanced ourselves from the Whomping Willow. Lupin and Snape were discussing with each other how to handle things. Ron and Hermione were with me as I guarded Peter, letting Harry and Sirius have their own little talk about the man being his godfather and awkwardly trying to offer Harry a place to live as his guardian. I always liked that scene. Simple but heartwarming. But now it was time to deal a naughty wolf who skipped his potion. I mean, it's not like I didn't get him the advanced formula, but he still skipped one of the only 2 potions he had to freaking drink. It's ridiculous that it also happens to be the full moon. But there he was, Lupin getting hit by the moon's rays and starting his transformation. Snape backed away and readied his wand, whilst Sirius ran and hugged his friend to try and let him regain his sanity. Good thing I have backup plans. I thought as I bolted straight towards the transforming man. As he was growing and struggling against his friend's embrace, I jumped and landed a picture-perfect flying sidekick in his face, causing him to fall and skid on the ground in pain. Everyone was just stunned as a student just flying kicked a transforming werewolf in the face, but I rushed him as I took out Goblin-made injector, filled with my werewolf vaccine. We had done a lot of tests and found something interesting. It can be used to suppress the virus even after it is fully activated. That's right, it can stop a rampaging werewolf. If you can inject it anyway. But that's why I had a dozen of the unbreakable injectors made. So with my Goblin-made needle, I jammed it right into his heart and pressed the button to inject the vaccine as I pinned his arms with my legs. This is the fastest way for it to spread, once again properly tested in a controlled manner. I am very thorough about this. With that done, I quickly push off of the transforming Lupin and somersault away from the man-beast. Even Snape was slack-jawed at what I just did. What did you do to Remus, kid? If he gets hurt I'm going to teach you a proper lesson. Yelled out Sirius in worry and anger. He will probably be the most grateful you've ever seen him in about 30 seconds. I answered with a smile. What do you mean? He asked with narrowed eyes. But before he continued, Snape noticed the shrinking Lupin, changing back into human form. How? That isn't possible. He whispered to himself in shock. Sirius heard him speak and turned his attention back to his friend as well. That's impossible. He also said as he looked up to the moon to check it was indeed full. Explain yourself, Bones. Now. Glared Snape. Vaccine-blocking werewolf transformation. I've been working on it for a long time and this one has been spectacular during testing. 100% success rate, with over 500 willing volunteers. This is quite literally the closest to a cure it is possible to make at the moment. For 18 months after receiving the injection, one is no longer affected by lycanthropy. The recipients are normal until it is time for the next injection. I explained simply. How is this possible? For millennia the closest we've come to was the Wolfsbane potion, which you somehow improved exponentially. But you want me to believe you created a vaccine? Said Snape in disbelief. Look, I can show you my data, facilities, contracts, and recipes later, but let us get the good professor some clothing. Most people here are underaged. I say as I bring out a fresh set of Hogwarts robes. You just carry sets of clothing with you? Questioned Sirius weirdly. That's the weirdest thing to you tonight? I just showed you a solution to lycanthropy and ridiculous physical prowess, but you think me preparing extra clothes is weird? I asked back, shutting him up in agreement. I walk up to the skinny and scarred professor, as he wakes up very confused at what just happened. What? How? Where? He just kept asking. Clothes first, professor, then questions. Although I do respect you, I'm not a fan of men's nude bodies. I say as I throw the clothes to the man. Everyone turns their eyes away to let him dress himself, well except Snape, but that's because he doesn't believe he's actually safe. Can anyone explain to me how this is possible? Lupin then asked as he realizes his transformation didn't happen. Ask Bones. Snape simply answered as he observed the man. Remus, are you really okay? Asked Sirius as he worried for his last true friend. Yes, Sirius. More than okay actually. I feel strangely peaceful, relaxed and a bit weary. He answered as he was surprised about his own condition. That is just your body not having to constantly fight against the virus in your body. They are common effects of it being completely suppressed by the vaccine. Congratulations on being the first to receive it outside of the testing center, professor, but we will have to discuss this later. I will answer your questions, but Pettigrew must be handled immediately. We must also protect Mr. Black from the Dementors and clear up his charges with the Ministry. I say to the man. Yes, you're right. Some things are more urgent, but I must still thank you, Aiden. You have at the very least stopped me from harming others tonight. So thank you. Remus sincerely said to me. No problem, Professor, I am planning on revealing the vaccine next summer anyway. I answered politely. How touching. Now we must go see the headmaster at once. Sneeringly said Snape. Right, you are Severus. Now let us all go. This is turning out to be quite the roller coaster of an evening. Happily agreed Lupin. I levitated Pettigrew as he was trying to crawl away like a worm on the ground and started walking with the trio of men. The kids finally snapped out of it and followed. Aiden, is that really a cure for lycanthropy? I thought that was impossible. Asked Hermione with immense curiosity and respect. Blimey, Lupin is a werewolf. But he's the best defense professor we've ever got, he's going to have to leave if this gets out. Worriedly said Ron. What's so bad about being a werewolf though? It's not like it's illegal, right? Asked Harry, a bit nervous for Lupin. In order asked, it is not a cure but more of a complete suppressant. Yes, the professor could very well lose his job, and being a werewolf isn't strictly illegal. The problem is that for hundreds of years, werewolves have been dangerous, infectious, and incurable. They will turn wizards through scratches and bites, killing most humans before the change can happen. They lose all control of themselves during full moons. And are classified between magical beings and creatures. And with that new anti-werewolf legislation, it's all but illegal to be one. I explained to the trio calmly. But why? You told me you pretty much hired every werewolf who wanted to work for your business. Why is Professor Lupin treated so harshly? Asked Harry in confusion and feeling it was unfair. Well, because my new version of the Wolfsbane's potion just really started being put in circulation, but that just lets them transform and keep their rationality. The problem is also how they are viewed in our society. I have actually faced a good amount of criticism for my actions. The only thing stopping the ministry from trying to shut me down are my contracts, my results, and track record. Unfortunately, the professor was hired after the legislation and is around many children susceptible to lycanthropy. So one news article and it might even lead to the headmaster getting into trouble. I explained to the kids with a sigh. It plunged them into silence as we all made our way to the headmaster's office. We made our way through the castle, which luckily was silent due to curfew, and upon reaching the old man's office, we all found the slightly surprised headmaster at his desk. Severus, Remus, Aiden, Harry, Mr. Weasley, Ms. Granger, are those two men behind you who I think they are? Asked the old man. Black and Pettigrew, headmaster. Simply answered Severus. Oh dear. An explanation of events if you will, Remus, Severus, Aiden. He simply said. The golden trio waited quietly as the story was told, everyone in the room keeping an eye on Pettigrew. The most cowardly man in the canon was currently having a panic attack from being in front of everyone he betrayed and Albus fucking Dumbledore. I see. This means I owe you a sincere apology, Sirius. It was my own fault for never investigating the truth of the matter. Please let me know how I can make amends for this horrible mistake. Said the now weary-looking old man after he heard everything. Headmaster, please remember that not all burdens lie on you. The choices of others will always make them responsible for their results. This time a man managed to fool the world, not just you. All we can do is make sure proper justice is done. I intervened to stop the headmaster's bad habit. He right, Dumbledore, I never blamed you. Only myself. As long as the rat gets what's coming to him, then it's fine. Agreed Sirius. Thank you. To both of you. I shall contact Cornelius immediately. He will want to know about this development. Dumbledore said seriously. I'll get in touch with my aunt immediately. I want to make sure no one tries to weasel their way out of this. I'll also call a trusted reporter to put some pressure on the ministry. I want to force them to admit Sirius is innocent. He's suffered enough and Harry deserves a loving home. I added in as well. That would be good. You have my permission for both, Aiden. I trust you know what you're doing. Severus, Remus, I want you to gather the rest of the heads of houses and inform them of tonight's happenings. We will lock Peter in the West Tower, make sure he is guarded and that he cannot escape before others arrive. The headmaster ordered, getting his commanding aura flowing this time. It will be my pleasure, headmaster. Said Remus with an excited smile. I will take him to the tower. Answered Snape plainly, but with hate in his eyes for the rat. What about us, Professor? Asked Harry, as the trio waited as they were unsure of what to do. If you three could stay here, that would be lovely. You are after all witnesses and very much involved. Sirius and I shall also wait here with you. It will be better that way. Answered Dumbledore with a kind smile, letting the trio relax a bit. As everyone got busy with their tasks, I got confirmation from Aunt Amelia. She was very surprised, but chose to believe me. She also listened to my advice to prepare every disguise and transformation detection / cancelling tools, potions, and devices she could get. I don't want any fuck-ups. I have set the stage, the first and second act are through. Let the final act begin. I thought to myself as a flash of green occurred in the headmaster's office. 105, CH 105 Controlling Events PT3. What nonsense are you telling me, Dumbledore? Sirius Black is innocent? Have you gone mad? Roared a furious Fudge as he rushed into the office. Here is the second biggest coward in the canon. I thought to myself with a smile. Aside from a better outfit, the man looked the same as I remembered. But this time his face was quite red. I am afraid this is the truth. We have young Harry as a witness to events himself. Young Mr. Bones, 2 Hogwarts professors, an additional 2 children and myself as eyewitnesses to the actual culprit. A confession, evidence, and the true culprit is currently under guard in the West Tower. Calmly informed Dumbledore. What did you say? True culprit? Evidence? What are you on about? He raised his voice again in irritation. That's very simple, Minister. I suddenly interjected with a calm and smooth voice from right behind the man. Ah. Who? Fudge asked, clearly startled at the fact that someone was behind him without his noticing. He turned around hastily as he wanted to stare down the one who spoke, but then, I am quite a lot taller than the man. He stands at about 5'9", whilst I am 6'3" at the moment. I am a head taller than him, well-muscled, sharply tailored school robes and the aura of a ruler. I can be quite intimidating for a man like Fudge, and well many others. So he can only look up to me. It is so good to see you, Minister. I was sad that we couldn't greet each other yesterday before or after my trial. But I understand completely. Who would want to see his 2 friends fighting in court? I am sure you just did what you thought was right to not lose a friend. I say with a bright smile towards the man, as he backs away trembling slightly. Young Bones, what a pleasure to see you again. He struggled to say to me. I still don't know why he's so scared of me, but whatever. It's fun to see him like this. It truly is, sir. But as the headmaster said, we have found the true culprit behind the betrayal of James and Lily Potter, as well as the man responsible for the killing of the Muggles the night of Black's arrest. We are just waiting on my aunt to come with the proper equipment to be 100% certain. I said to the shivering man with a bright smile. At this time Professors McGonagall, Flitwick and Sprout came into the office, letting the minister back away from me. Is it true, Albus? Pettigrew is alive? Hurriedly asked Minerva, without her usual hat. And he framed Mr. Black all those years ago. Added the worried Pomona. Yes, it seems to be the case. We are just waiting on Madame Bones to come and verify if that it is indeed the case. She should be here at any moment. He calmly answered his colleagues. By Merlin. How? Asked Phileas in astonishment. He is apparently an illegal rat animagus, and has hidden himself during the last 12 years as a pet of the Weasley family. Now I want everyone to be clear, this is not in any way their faults. No one could have possibly known that any man would be willing and able to live as a rat for 12 years. It is only because of this fact that we know of the danger that lurked right next to us. Seriously, said the headmaster. It has been pretty unlucky for that family in the last 2 years. First their daughter gets possessed by a Horcrux, and now a traitorous Death Eater has apparently been living in their home for over a decade. Not the best of times. You mean, the man who was blown apart by Black, leaving only a finger? He's alive. Realized Fudge. Yes. It would seem he removed it himself while exploding everything around him, then transformed, to make it look like all that was left was his finger. The exact same finger the captured man seems to be missing. Gravely informed Dumbledore. Fudge was about to try and disprove his words, but Auntie appeared with 5 auras in a series of green flashes, with an additional flash at the end letting Martha Cromwell pop in. Where is he? Where is our supposed Pettigrew? And where is my nephew? She asked strictly. I'm right here, Auntie. You don't have to worry or be upset. I am completely fine, the man was a joke to handle. Pettigrew is in the West Tower, waiting for you to check him over. I am sure it would reassure the minister to no end, known it is truly the right man. I say brightly. I will have a word with you when you get home, young man, but I know your skills, so my worries were minimal. Now show me to the supposed rat. She commanded with a serious expression. We shall all go. Everybody, follow me. Simply said the headmaster with a friendly smile as he stood up. As we were walking, the headmaster guided us and asked me in a low voice. Aiden, why is Cornelius so afraid of you? He whispered. I have no idea. He was like that the very first time I met him at a ball. He's avoided me ever since. I answered truthfully. Curious then. Said Dumbledore to himself mostly. Yeah, but funny to watch the Minister of Magic fear a teenager who's actually been helping his popularity. I say with a little grin. I get a little chuckle of agreement and we press forward. We arrive at the tower cell, currently guarded by Snape and Lupin. Auntie immediately gets to work. She uses everything in the book, Polyjuice Reversal, disguise detection, blood matching tests, wand check, confiscated earlier naturally, forcing his animagus transformation, and was even granted the permission to use Verita serum due to the sensitivity of the issue. And the killing blow was also the dark mark on his arms. Everything matched with Peter Pettigrew, supposedly dead, who had received the Order of Merlin First Class posthumously. The man who supposedly exposed the betrayal of Sirius Black to the world. Martha was furiously writing as we speak, whilst recording everything. The minister just got as pale as possible, Auntie had a fire in her eyes for having a Death Eater, and everyone else had a variety of expressions ranging from disbelief to vindication. Minister Fudge, this is Peter Pettigrew. And if he is not, then I can only say that this is beyond any magic we have ever seen. We must bring him in immediately. Gravely said Amelia. You really believe this? Asked a disbelieving Fudge. We have done everything in and out of the book. If you continue to refuse to accept the answer before you, I will be forced to cast a vote of no confidence and move to prosecute without your approval. Sternly stated Auntie. Surely the minister praised for his fairness and justice would not let a guilty man roam free while an innocent rots. This is your chance to show to everyone that you truly stand for justice. You would even rectify the mistakes of the old administration when they are presented to you. Imagine the confidence people would feel about you, minister. It would be a brilliant move. I smoothly add, gently coaxing the man with his desires to remain in power. Painting the scene he wishes to see. Yes, yes, of course I stand for justice. Madam Bones, we will transport this man immediately. I will want him in Azkaban by next week. We will show everyone what fairness is. He stuttered a bit but managed to say with a straight face. Minister, I do believe the Dementors have also done their purpose. I see no need for them to remain on the grounds now that Sirius Black is innocent and that you have your culprit. Added Dumbledore with a slightly jovial tone. Why yes, of course. They will be gone by tomorrow. Let us go. We will need to go through Hogsmeade. Don't want the man to pull anything by using the flu. Agreed the minister and then ordered. The minister, Auntie, and her 5 Aurors swiftly restrained Pettigrew and took him away. They wanted to make sure nothing wrong would happen. Martha had everything she could get from tonight. She then decided to leave through the still open flue in Dumbledore's office. After that, we were left with only Hogwarts staff and students. It would seem everything shall be solved soon and Sirius will be a free man. For the time being I will let him rest in the infirmary while having Poppy give him a thorough check. Aiden and Harry, I wish to see you two in my office tomorrow to discuss a few things. Tonight though, I will talk to Severus and Remus. There are a few things I wish to ask. That will be all everyone, dismissed. He calmly stated to those present. All nodded and proceeded to head back to their respective sleeping areas. I went back to the Ravenclaw Tower and sat at the highest seat offered, looking in the direction of Hogsmeade, just in time to see a few barriers getting erected and flashes of lights occurring. Looks like things are going as planned. I am really sorry Auntie, but I need Pettigrew free for everything to occur as I know it. I need to be in control until next year at least. I thought to myself with some guilt. 3rd person POV, Hogsmeade Village. As the minister was rushing to get back to the ministry, hoping to end this nightmare of his as quickly as possible, he was followed by Amelia and her men escorting Pettigrew. The 7 of them were able to drag the begging and whimpering traitor to reach outside the barrier of Hogwarts, and as they reached Hogsmeade, a barrier suddenly appeared around them. Ambush, yelled one of the Aurors before a shower of spells erupted everywhere. One of the Aurors was down in the first volley and the rest were now struggling. The minister has been hit by a light severing charms, just to make him hurt and bleed, followed by a stunner before he could even react. Amelia was completely protecting herself and ruthlessly striking back against the unknown foes. The 6 standing were desperately fighting back against such a well-organized assault. Master's aunt really lives up to the hype, thought the leader of this group as she witnessed a few closed calls amongst her men. 2 more Aurors were no longer able to defend themselves against the 360-degree attacks and lost consciousness as well. At this time, a knockback jinx hit Pettigrew and a severing charm accidentally cut through his bonds, giving him his freedom. Before Amelia could do anything about it, the rat scrambled to one of the downed Auror's wand and tapped his head, transforming him back into his animagus form and running away. Damn it, you whore sons! Show yourselves and face me like men, you cowardly bastards! Shouted an enraged Amelia. We are not here to kill anyone, Madam Bones, but you have earned our respect for your skills. We were simply sent to teach someone that his betters are still there, as the employer put it. We were simply the messengers. With the message delivered, we are done here, said one of the attackers using a spell to his their true voice. The barrier disappeared and cracks indicating the escape of the attackers surrounding them leaving through apparition. Damn it! Spat out Amelia as she began checking her men and the sorry excuse for a minister on the ground. Back to Aiden. I received a message from Jerry that her special assignment was completed perfectly. Peter escaped and a false trail was laid. Looks like everything went properly. If everything goes perfectly, they'll think a pureblood family hired someone to scare Fudge. If not, they'll think some Death Eaters somehow got wind of their movements and targeted Peter. Nothing can be traced back to me anyway, and with Harry confirming Trelawney had her second prediction, I'm almost certain little Wormtail will find his old master. I thought with some satisfaction at how everything went tonight. Now all that is left for me is tomorrow's talk, which I think I know what it's going to be about, and next year. I then thought with a little sigh. It will soon begin. Let's see how you handle me, Voldemort, because I will pay you back for what I was put through. I will slowly grind you and your lapdogs to dust. I declared to tonight's full moon as my eyes glowed intensely. 106, ch 106 Harry's future. The last day of my 6th year came. Last night was eventful to say the least, but it ended well. Now just gotta figure out the serious situation. I thought as I headed towards the headmaster's office. I reached the old man's office and simply walked in to find him and Sirius there. Sirius looked a bit better now that he wasn't on the run and had hope. Looks like he cut his mangy hair to be just below his ears, bathed enough to get rid of the dirt and grime, his grey eyes held happiness but also hints of nervousness, his facial hair trimmed like in the movies and his outfit replaced with some simple black robes and pants. Ah, Aiden, you've come. Good, now we just need to wait on young Harry. Kindly welcomed the headmaster with a happy smile. Of course I came, headmaster, you asked for me. I simply reply with a little eye roll and give a nod in greeting to Sirius, which he gives back. Yes, I know, but it is still good, said the chuckling man. But I am honestly surprised you wanted me here at the same time as Harry and Mr. Black. I thought you would want a private discussion over matters, for them and me. I honestly said to the old professor. That would usually be the case, yes. But, today's discussions will involve you in a not so insignificant manner, so I thought it appropriate for you to come as well. We will have our own discussion another time, answered the old man with a kindly smile on his face. So it's going to be about that situation, is it? I just asked plainly. Yes, it is about it. He simply nods in acknowledgement. Why does it feel like you two are on the same level and I'm just a spectator? Suddenly asked Sirius as he watched the exchange. My apologies, Sirius, young Aiden and I simply have a favorable rapport between us, making us used to each other, said the headmaster as he realized we were being a bit rude. I am sorry as well, Mr. Black, just understanding the situation I find myself in at the moment. I also apologized calmly. I'm not insulted, it was just surprising to see you, headmaster, interacting with a student like that. You usually just act mysterious or kindly lead them towards something. Casually responded Sirius with a dismissive wave of his hand. Well, young Aiden is the most gifted student to ever walk these halls. And he also has particular views on life and the world which I find quite engaging. Happily replied the headmaster. Thank you for the compliments, sir. I do gain a lot from your experience myself. Always good to discuss ideas with a gifted mind. I reply with a smile on my face. Most gifted ever yet? I saw that article about you and your friends. Did they really make a new grade just for you? Sounds a bit much, questioned Padfoot skeptically. If you had seen my owls you would understand. I even spent most of my time teaching the examiner during the Muggle Studies 1. I answered with a chuckle myself. I heard it was quite the sight. I was told you had a most interesting piece for your charms exam as well. An entire musical song and dance routine, was it? Asked the joyful headmaster. Yes, I was inspired by a Muggle musical and thought it would be fun to reenact it using the apples provided. I answered with a happy smile at the memory of everyone's faces. You did that? Sounds like a right laugh. You ever thought about going into pranking? I bet you'd be unrivaled. Tried to tempt Sirius with a surprised laugh. Do try not to make our best student follow your example, Sirius. Besides, you already have a pair more than willing enough to take up the mantle. Lightly scolded the headmaster. Yes, I do believe Fred and George are more than enough when it comes to pranks at Hogwarts. I think I've even heard them talking about opening up a joke shop. Those two being brilliant as they are have tempted me into investing. I add on joyfully. Oh ho! I would like to meet those two then if they have both of your recommendations, said a now curious Sirius. With some small talk between the three of us, a knock finally came on the door. Come in, Harry. Come in. Welcomed the jovial Dumbledore as the teenage Harry walks in. Hello, Professor, you wanted me to come, said a slightly nervous Harry. Yes. I think we will need to have a discussion amongst all those present, he answered with a gentle smile. All right. The kid just nodded. As I told you last night, I was made your godfather by James and Lily, making me your legal guardian as soon as my innocence is restored. So with that, a few things need to be decided. The slightly nervous Sirius. He seemed to really be hoping to be able to look over Harry, but he's still scared of rejection due to guilt. Even after the discussion last night. Is this about living with you? Asked an excited Harry. Yes, Harry. This is about your living arrangements and some things which need to be said. answered Dumbledore with a bit of a sigh. Alright. But if that's the case, why is Aiden here? I mean, I'm really grateful and happy that you helped me so much during the last 2 summers. They've been the best I've ever had, but it doesn't seem like this involves him much. Asked a confused Harry. That is because young Aiden has a more objective view on this matter. He knows my reasons, as well as your circumstances and both of your desires, so a perfect moderating influence. Explained Dumbledore. What do you mean, Dumbledore? Asked a now cautious Sirius. Well, this has to do with why even though my family and I were more than willing to shelter Harry during his summers, I had to bring him back to those horrid muggles. I decided to answer for the headmaster. You said it's because I needed to, for me to be safe. But you never explained properly. Then came in Harry, remembering my words on the topic. What do you mean? Asked Sirius with narrowing eyes. When Lily sacrificed herself on that night all those years ago, she also activated a very old form of magic. Her powerful love and desire to protect Harry formed a protection on him which allowed him to survive Voldemort's visit, leading to his scar. This protection is still there, and will continue to be there until he has become a man. But he needs to be around his family's blood and home for it to work. Explained the headmaster. Basically, as long as Harry's home is the one with his only living blood relative, Voldemort or his fools can't touch him. He's safe. But he needs to live there. I summarized quickly. What? That's why I had to live with them. That's why I never knew anything. Exclaimed the hurt boy for not knowing. Yes, Harry. I could offer no better protection than the love of your mother. I could not risk it. So I left you with your aunt's family. I am truly sorry for the pain this has put you through, and that is why we are here. To discuss the future. Said a truly apologetic Dumbledore. You left him with her? She hated Lily and James. She didn't even go to her own sister's wedding. Lily was so distraught over it we had to comfort her for days. Roared an angry Sirius. You have every right to not approve of my decision, Sirius, but what could I have done? The boy needed to be with his family. He needed to at least grow up normally. And with Remus unwilling to raise Harry due to his condition and you in Azkaban, I could not leave him to anyone I could trust. Explained the old man. Aiden, you knew? Asked a blindsided Harry. Yes, I figured most of it out after I checked you over in your first year. I confronted the headmaster and he agreed that things could not go on as they had, so I did everything I could to give you a proper place for you to feel welcomed. But I also promised that this conversation would be for the headmaster to decide on when it should be held, so I did what I could. That's the reason why I had you return to the Dursleys even though I hate them, and why I could never let you go out on your own. I explained clearly to the boy. Although he did feel a bit hurt that I hid these things from him, he can't be angry at me because I have done everything I could really. So although it was a slightly bitter pill to swallow, he understood. Yes, I saw that in my way of keeping you protected, Harry, I forgot to keep you safe. I am sorry for almost wasting James and Lily's sacrifices. Apologized the old man again. So what now, Dumbledore? You can't seriously think I'll be letting Harry live with those people, do you? Asked Sirius after calming down a bit. This is what we are all here to discuss. My hope is that Harry can truly be safe. And even though it is the most unpleasant option, living with his aunt is still the best protection I can think of, unfortunately. Answered Dumbledore with a weary frown. I can keep him safer than any ward can, plus the black properties are all heavily protected. Countered Sirius with passion. You mean I get to choose? Asked Harry in between the two men. Yes, Harry, you get the choice. But I would like to hear your voice in the matter, Aiden. You know my reasons, Sirius as well, and know Harry well. What is the best in your opinion? Asked the headmaster, making everyone look at me with a variety of gazes. I believe that I could actually help secure Harry's safety away from his blood now, headmaster, but this would have to happen after some things were done. I answered calmly and with certainty. Oh? What do you mean? You found a stronger defense? Asked the headmaster with true curiosity. I managed to create a new form of protection. It is the purest defense spell ever made, rejecting all forms of dark magic and creatures. I believe that with a little tinkering, I could make it into a self-sustaining ward to stop him and his followers. I'll give you my notes on this later, sir. I answered simply. How marvelous! A completely new spell. Said the man in a jovial tone. Yes, it can even stop the 3 unforgivables. I say with a grin. Impossible! Yelled out Sirius, also leaving the headmaster stunned. Unforgivables? Asked Harry in confusion. They are the vilest of the curses one can cast at another. The Imperious Curse, the Cruciatus Curse, and the Killing Curse. The last of which is impossible to block. Answered Sirius at the question. You can try it yourself later. But it has very strict requirements. I add in. Remarkable. But you mentioned other things would need to be done. Asked the headmaster, getting things back on topic. Yes, sir. First is that Mr. Black would need to undergo extensive physical rehabilitation. 12 years of Azkaban will not disappear overnight, with Madame Pomfrey informing me of your physical condition making me certain of this. The second is that a proper living space needs to be secured for the two of you. All Black properties you are likely to have access to have been nearly abandoned since the war. You will also need to have proper finances and/or employment to ensure you can support Harry. And I will need to have someone else ensuring you are raising Harry, not the image of his father. You are too emotionally compromised in this area, Mr. Black, and it would be detrimental to Harry's own development if you constantly pressure him to be the man. I say as I explain my own conditions and requirements. If these conditions can be met, I see no issues letting Harry live with you. But until then, his life would be in a constant state of danger with you. I plainly state, letting my own logic ring in their heads. I do believe these are more than reasonable conditions to ensure Harry has the best possible arrangements. And I am more than certain Remus would be willing to help you raise him, cooling your passion a bit. Nodded the headmaster. But Harry will still have to deal with those muggles. Sirius said as he tried to deny my words. Honestly, hasn't been that much of an issue due to me taking Harry to my place for most days. But we certainly need to have a talk with them because of last year's incident. Don't we, headmaster? I countered, whilst also asking the old man. That we do, Aiden. But I think we should ask young Harry what he thinks. He has heard all of our opinions on the situation and should be allowed to decide for himself the way he would like to live. Agreed Dumbledore, but threw the decision to Harry. Sirius, are you really okay? I know Aiden, he's helped me recover too. But do you need time to heal? Seriously asked Harry. Of course I don't need any. He tried to deny, but looking in the kid's eyes he faltered. Oh, all right, yes. I do admit I probably should see a healer, but it's nothing. I can easily make do. He admitted but still tried to look strong. And you have a place for us to stay? Asked Harry once more. House Black has many places to stay in, so of course I have one. They might need a bit of fixing and I should get my wand back to get in, but apart from that I'm sure we'll be fine. Tried to reassure Sirius. I won't be a burden on you, right? The kid then asked shyly. Never. And even if you were, I would gladly carry that burden for you. I couldn't do it before, but I'll sure as hell do it now. Answered a determined Sirius. All right. Then get healed up and ready, then you come take me away from my aunt and uncle. I'll be fine for one more summer as long as I know you'll be taking me away after that. Declared a determined Harry. Harry, are you sure? I can more than take care of you now. You don't have to worry about me. Sirius attempted to persuade the kid by saying. No, Sirius. I don't want to only be a burden. And if I am, I want it to be as light as possible, so get yourself fixed up and then help me. I'll be counting on you. He said with a brave smile, stunning the passionate man. I am proud of you for making such a mature decision, Harry. I'll make sure your summer will be just as good as the last. Plus, the Quidditch World Cup is happening this summer and as a major sponsor of the national teams I have tickets for any game I desire. I say with a large grin on my face. Really? Exclaimed a now starry-eyed Harry, getting a chuckle from the headmaster. I can easily take him to the cup myself. Mumbled Sirius as he saw the excitement Harry felt. Then Mr. Black, I sincerely hope you can recover physically and economically so you can take Harry yourself. I know he would love to share this event with you. I say with a gentle smile. Then I guess that shall settle things quite well. I am happy we could come to an arrangement. Aiden, I will like to see this new spell of yours to understand your confidence in its abilities. Sirius, I shall be helping you clear your name and have you admitted to St. Mungo's for treatment as soon as possible. And Harry, you have done good, thank you for not holding everything against me, and I believe Mr. Weasley and Ms. Granger should be eagerly waiting for you in the Gryffindor common room. Declared the headmaster, letting the three of us know that this meeting was officially over. Well then, headmaster, I will prepare everything on my end and see you on my birthday as agreed. Mr. Black, I hope for your speedy recovery. And I'll see you in a few days as usual, Harry. I say as I excuse myself from the office. That was easier than I thought. Now to prepare for next year's events and my ritual. I thought as I made down the castle halls. 107, ch 107 Summer Reports. After my talk with the headmaster, I walked back to meet up with my friends before the end-of-year feast. Unfortunately for me, that led me to getting grilled for a while by grumpy guys and an angry girlfriend. How could you go ahead and do all that without us, mate? I would have totally been there to catch that rat-fucking traitor. Shouted Christian, upset I didn't take him along. You could have told us, Aiden. Although we aren't as strong as you, we are by far the best combatants outside the professors. Agreed James, not enjoying the feeling of being sidelined. Humph. Mighty Raven thinks he's all that because he got called our leader, does he? Glare Victoria, actually being angry at me this time. You guys, this wasn't a moment when I could get anyone. We were celebrating my win at Hagrid's hut, which I had invited you all for, but rejected. Might I remind you? Christian, you said you wanted to test out something against Professor Flitwick. James, you said that something was happening in the Charm Club, and you Tori just didn't really like the idea of celebrating there, so you made me promise to take you out another time. So don't blame me that you missed out on the dramatic reveals. I defended myself. You should have still told us. Argued back Christian. I didn't have the time. Ron got dragged away by Sirius, his leg was broken and bleeding, the two other kids were going to try and get past the Whomping Willow through sheer recklessness, and then things just kept happening. I didn't have time to sit down and write something for you guys and wait for you to show up. I countered again, this time making all of them stop and sigh. Look, we know that. But we also know you, Aiden. We just want you to trust us with your ideas and theories on the situation. You obviously figured out some things before then, but you didn't tell us. I believe that is mostly where our anger is coming from. Said James with a sigh. That one struck a chord of guilt. Yeah, mate. I know we aren't close to you in skill yet, but we're friends. You should trust us. Agreed Christian, looking a bit deflated. Second hit. I thought we were close enough for you to tell us these things, Aiden. Even if it's you, things could have gone wrong, or you could have gotten hurt, or you could have missed something. We worry about you even if we have faith in you. Said Victoria, looking a bit hurt compared to my two guy friends. And those eyes of hers just finished off any logical defense I wanted to say. The third hit resulted in a KO. You're right. I admit with shame. I haven't been treating you guys like you deserve. The three of you are all strong, skilled, and brilliant, but I've been treating you guys like people I want to protect, so I've avoided getting the three of you into danger. I said with my head down. I've unconsciously been thinking that because I'm still far ahead, that they would all be in a lot of danger and should be protected. But that doesn't solve anything. It stops them from experiencing growth and improving themselves through the trials. I've been sheltering them for too long and dismissed them from my plans. All right. How about this? I start off seriously. If I deem that all of your occlumency levels are sufficient after our break, then I will try to tell you everything I know and have been doing so far. But if even one of you can't reach the mark, I will continue to focus on your trainings as I've done now. Deal? Why do we need to meet such a requirement, Aiden? Why are you not trusting us with this information now? Asked James as the others look at me. Because this is dangerous knowledge. It could threaten your lives if anyone got a hint of it, and occlumency will keep everything within your minds, protected from legilimency and Veritaserum. You three are some of the people I trust the most in this world, but I will not endanger you foolishly. So this is my condition. You have all made remarkable progress in the art, but you need to strive further for it to be a true defense of your mind. I reply without any room for negotiation. That's it. I'll be done by August, no need to wait till September. Declared Christian as he pumped himself up. If you leave even a little bit out after the break, I'll make you dream about your aunt's scoldings when I'm through with you. Said Victoria with a glare. That is quite the threat. You have no idea how bad it is to be chewed out by the former Aura and current head of the DMLE. It's horrifying. Yes ma'am. I immediately answer. Good. She simply nodded and let me off the hook for now. As long as you are willing to truly trust us, then I am fine with this condition as well. Decided James with a nod as well. I have always trusted you guys, I just don't want to be the reason you get hurt. I reply softly. That isn't for you to decide for us, Aiden. You always said that our choices shape our path, and that others can only show us a path to take. We appreciate you trying to give the three of us the best paths possible, but don't hide the ones that might lead to the best path for all of us. Said Victoria as she squeezed my hand and looking into my red gold eyes with her emerald ones, filled with care and support. You're right, Tori. I'm sorry for doing that to you guys. I should have trusted you more. I admitted, finding it hard to argue against my own words at this point. Then that's good. I just hope you can truly trust us once our last year begins. She said with a gentle smile and hugged me. I felt her embrace and without a thought I returned the favor, simply feeling her in my arms. My two guy friends felt a little awkward, but they simply looked away and let things happen. After that hug, we all went down to the feast together and found it decorated in blue this year, even if the Lions had won the Quidditch Cup. Everything else was as usual. We went to the Hogwarts Express once again, patrolled its compartments, made sure nothing too wild was happening and just talked to a few people we'd gotten to know through our years. We arrived at King's Cross, with everyone disembarking the train excitedly, but when the four of us came out we were bombarded by flashes of light. Shit, I forgot about the articles. Some must be pretty hungry for details about us. I thought as I saw them all rush towards us. Separate and head for different exit points. Do not stop moving and do not react to anything they say. Meet up with your families and just get out before catching. I quickly order my friends as they nod in acknowledgement. It took about 15 minutes to be able to push our way through the crowd, separating to draw away their attention and to successfully make it to our families. Well, that was a mess, was all I could say as I sat with Susan and Amelia in a ministry car, getting the two ladies to agree with me. Fortunately we were able to get home without any issues. Nobody being crazy enough to try and harass Madame Amelia Bones just for a picture. So with everyone settling in, Tilly was preparing all our favorites like she does every time we come back, and on to having made all her preparations to pass down the lordship to me left the office for me to use, so I started getting my work done. Breaking Grounds was rapidly expanding its reach in Africa as students and customers spread word of it in their tribes, settlements, and villages. The branch in France basically steamrolled over the major players there, snatching contracts to supply the magical hospitals and some ministry departments due to our quality products and supply chain. The results being that my business now has a solid position in 2 important magical countries and 1 continent. The next step being to open new branches in Europe. Natural cultivation has stabilized most of its major projects such as the aquatic farms and its mainstays in Britain. There has been an increase in interactions between us, the Mer people tribes and Centaur tribes. The Herbalist's Paradise project has been developing a lot quicker after the introduction of the fauna there. We have also started to look into opening new farms in different climates and countries to increase our variety of plants even further. Fortress protection has become the force dark wizards and creatures fear in Bulgaria. Our new recruits from the area are the most driven we've ever had as well. There have been 3 unfortunate deaths amongst our ranks so far thought, with 5 more losing pieces of themselves in combat, and many more returning with scars. So although we do our best, it is painful to lose good men and women. But at least they experience it now, letting them learn from the horrible events and letting them push themselves to stop it from happening next time. Sherry reported that the minister hospitalized himself under heavy guard after his warning, and that in the chaos that ensued she managed to get even more people to join her web of information. We now have people even in the Department of Mystery. Although we can't get any knowledge due to all of them taking strict magical oaths, we can get day-to-day activity reports. Firm has actually taken this chance to push for some legislations to protect Muggleborns and those with magical being blood in Britain. Using their current influence on the British magical economy and the positions we've been slowly obtaining through the years, an official proposal was finally introduced in the ministry. It was simply to grant equal right to all witches and wizards, whether they be pure blood, half-blood, Muggleborn, or half-being in the eyes of the law and ministry. Everybody should be on equal footing. Basically starting a civil rights movement that would make Martin Luther King, Jr. proud. Even though I added some orders on Jerry to let Pettigrew escape, she has still continued to remove my designated targets. Both Averys were now dead and gone, with no evidence of anything weird happening. But later today, one Walden McNair would be found dead in his favorite tavern after a drunken brawl will be taken too far. Everything was in place for his accident. Selwyn has proven to be too slippery to pin down as of now, leaving only the Carrows to be dealt with after tonight. Elaine has gotten a bit too successful lately, so we are currently having her fame cool down a bit. We do not want to paint too big a target on the lady and leading her to her death. So her team has decided to switch out with others in the handling of the chaotic situation in the underworld, which has been reducing criminals quickly. The Herald has had an interesting time lately, as someone found out Lupin was a werewolf and leaked it to the Daily Prophet. Although I felt bad for the man, I was the one to do it. I need Moody to be there and make sure it's Crouch Jr. That's actually one of the main reasons I'm going to the World Cup even if I'm not a big fan. I want to see if after all those Death Eaters disappearing some will still attack, and I want to see if the man will still escape to his master. I thought as I read the report. But back on the papers, they had engaged in a back and forth over this. The Prophet fanning the fear in people and the Herald trying to be reasonable. The Herald lost that exchange. But they got back at the Prophet by getting 2 pieces of news before they were even aware of them happening. Sirius Black innocent, the true rat revealed. Attack on Minister Fudge. Escape of true culprit from 12 years ago. These pieces we causing a storm across Britain. The man they spat at for more than a decade was apparently innocent. With evidence and witnesses to support the facts, a trial was to be held to clear the man of all charges and figure out the reparation fees. Aside from that, Bones Works had its contracts figured out for our new branches in Magical Europe. We made a deal with Ireland and England to provide them with a full set of brooms as a kind of rental, and to appear nationalistic I offered that if one of our 2 representing teams won they'd get to keep the brooms. Not only that, I would personally engrave it with their names, numbers, and year of victory to immortalize the achievement. And finally the vaccine was still going strong, but with everyone being tested to understand if any changes occurred after a second round, nothing much happened. The only exciting and worrying thing happening at the moment was that one of our volunteers has gotten pregnant with her husband who is also undergoing the tests. This has caused her to be under intensive observations as we do not want the vaccine to cause any adverse effect on the fetus. This is both a tremendous opportunity and a precarious situation. Successful birth means it can be a viable long-term solution, harmful effects might scarp the entire thing. So it is a bit nerve-wracking. But with all my projects still under control, the only thing left for me to worry about this summer were Sirius, Harry, Lupin, and my own ritual. The last of whom I am very happy that everything is ready and set. I was even able to get 4 samples of the strongest known dragon flames in existence, flames from an alpha Swedish short snout. These are so powerful they turned blue in color and were close to white due to the heat. Even my boxes had trouble containing them and more than a few people were injured to get me these. But with this I had a perfect setup. The day approaches. Soul is ready to face this with me and Dumbledore will protect me as it happens. Now I just have to survive. I thought to myself as my spirit rose to the challenge. I will live. And I will let the world see my rise. I said to myself with pure determination on my face as I finished everything needing to be done and leaving the office. 108, CH 108 Ritual. 6th of July 1994, my 17th birthday was just around the corner. My ritual would take place at the stroke of midnight, signifying the change to the day of my birth. The 17th year of life for a body that was born on the 7th day, of the 7th month, in the 77th year of a century. Everything was ready, but I had to do one thing before I left. I had to tell my aunt. She deserved to know what I would be doing at least. In case the worst happens. Knock knock. Come in. I heard her say from her room. I come in and see her reading in her nightgown before really sleeping. Aiden? Why do you need to see me? She asked calmly as she put her book down and reading glasses away. Auntie, I'm going out and I might not be back for a few days depending on how things go. I say to her after I take a deep breath. Out? Aiden, it's already dark. Why in the world do you need to go out now? She asked slightly incredulously. Well, I need to fix a problem. I said a bit awkwardly. Aiden. What are you going to fix? She asked as her eyes narrowed in suspicion and her voice become more stern. I need to fix me auntie. I forced out nervously. What? Aiden, what's wrong? Why would you need to fix yourself? She suddenly asked feeling nervous herself now. Well, this has to do with what happened when I was young. I answered her with some difficulty. Tell me what's wrong right now young man. I will not let you go out and do Merlin knows what, and hope you are okay. She declared with a lot of worry in her voice. My beast parts are losing balance as I get older auntie. I've been getting more aggressive and dangerous urges as time passes. The only reason nothing bad has happened is because I've been keeping myself under strict control and no one has challenged me. I answered truthfully. How long have you known about this? She carefully asked. 2 years ago when I snapped at an older prefect for challenging my position as head boy. I answered with my head down. Why did you not tell me Aiden? Do you not think I could help? Did you believe I would lock you up? Stop you from going to school? Why wouldn't you tell me you were struggling? Asked my emotional aunt. Because I already have my solution auntie. I answered quietly at her questions. And what did my genius nephew decide and hid from me? She then asked. A ritual. I have to do one last ritual to bring my body back into an equilibrium. It's the only way. I say, feeling guilty for never telling her. I will never allow that. You suffered for almost a year because of rituals and now you want to risk your life to go through another one. Do you think I'll allow this? Burst out Amelia in outrage. Auntie, this is my only way. And tonight is my best and probably only chance. If I don't, I might lose myself in my predatory instinct and fall. I can't let myself do that. I need to do this for myself and everything I believe in. I say sadly, but there is conviction in my voice. You're serious? You want to go through with this and risk your life? Leaving Susan and me even more alone in this world? She questioned, with a voice loaded with emotions. Looking like she would break if I left. I just couldn't take seeing my aunt so fragile, so I rushed forward and hugged her. I used my large frame to hold my aunt, my mother in this world. I will never leave you two. I will fix myself. I will come back. And I will never let you two suffer. You two are my beloved sister and mother. And I will do anything to protect you both. I declare as I speak softly to my aunt. She was speechless when she heard me call her my mother. She simply hugged me back and let some silent tears of reluctance, happiness, and fear slide down her usually stoic face. I won't be alone tonight. Soul will be with me. So will Dumbledore. And even if you have mixed feelings about the man, it cannot be denied how powerful and intelligent the man is. We've both triple-checked everything about the ritual. So please just believe in me. Believe in the son you've raised. The son that you have, who already stands shoulder to shoulder with genius of the past. If you can do that, I will always come back. I comforted her as we hugged. We stood there in silence as my mother composed herself. A few minutes later she lightly pushed me back to separate. Then go. If I don't believe in this crazy son of mine, who will? She said as she wiped her wet eyes. Thank you Mom. I will make sure to make you proud. I stated with confidence. You and Susan have always made me proud. But I just want you two to be happy. So please don't disappear, you are too important for everyone's happiness. Amelia responded, filling my heart with the love I could feel from her. And you two are part of mine. I'll never let you feel that sadness. So I guess I just have another reason to come back, don't I? I said with a little grin. Yes you do. Now go. Go and come back. Then show the world that my son beat the odds and will continue to shine like he has. She gently said to me as we looked into each other's eyes. You got it, Mom. I say with a little nod and a gentle smile. Soul. I then call, resulting in the both of us to flame away. You can do it, my beloved child. Quietly said Amelia as she stood in the now lonely room. Special open-air ritual area, private site on the Skellig Islands. They exist. I appeared on the prepared area for my ritual. The floor was pure white marble, laid in a circle 20 meters in diameter, with 7 Corinthian columns surrounding the edge of the marble flooring. The floor itself was reinforced to be able to withstand tremendous force and heat, while still being magic conductive. The columns were designed to form a protective barrier to not let the flames escape, conceal any light or sound coming from the ritual, and act as a focus for the ley lines this place was built on. Yes, I had researched quite a lot to give myself every possible edge I could, and my search led to here, the Skellig Isles. Sites of very old magic, which I managed to purchase and set up as a World Heritage Site. It cost a lot, but I am not playing with my life. So I removed the ruins on this spot left by the ancient wizards of the time and created my own. I then incorporated the ley lines into my ritual and this site perfectly, letting me have the most ideal environment for tonight. I then began to set up my ritual. It mainly revolves around the concept of a pyramid to channel the flames into myself and soul. She will be the tip, I will be the base, the 4 flames will be the sides, and the marking and support items will be the foundations to reach the top. The drawing of the ritual was done in a mixture of my blood and souls. Slowly collected during the last year and a half, used to empower and link the magic. I started with a square shape on the inner layer, surrounding it with 2 circles within which I wrote in my own runic language to set this layer's purpose. The middle layer was diamond-shaped, following the same procedure. Finishing with the outer layer being back to a standard square encompassing everything prior and that itself having a circle to dictate its purpose. On the 4 corners of the outer square, I placed the boxes contained the Alpha Swedish Short Snouts flames. On the diamond's corners, I gently lay Soul's tail feathers. And on the inner square's corners, I place and suspend vials of her tears. With everything ready for the ritual, and only the stroke of midnight left to signal the beginning, I wait. During my wait I turn and look at the stars shining brightly above me, looking even more sparkling tonight because of the moon's absence. A beautiful sight to behold. The new moon makes this night even more perfect for me. But aside from that, I think I'll build mine and Tori's real house on an island like this. A place where we can just look up as we sit, and gaze at the heavens together. Just us, away from trouble, stress, duties, and worries. Only the 2 of us and the stars. I thought with a gentle smile on my face. I was only broken out of my thoughts by a flash of light and the appearance of the headmaster and his own phoenix. Hello Aiden, it looks like I pulled you out of some pleasant thoughts. Said the headmaster as he saw my smile. Just another of many reasons for me to succeed. I answer with determination. Indeed. It looks like everything is ready as well. Truly a meticulous setup you've made. More than perfect in every aspect. In fact, I have never seen, read, or heard of any ritual coming anywhere close to how you've made yours. Said the impressed Dumbledore. One tends to not take chances when one's life is on the line. I simply said as I stared at the stars. Yes, that is a human instinct, isn't it? Agreed the man with a chuckle. With a bit of chatting to pass the time, and to not let each other get tense as we wait for the moment, until midnight was finally upon us. We both know what should happen, and you know your role, headmaster. But thank you, for everything. I say sincerely. Just make sure you succeed, my boy. I wish you fate's blessing on you tonight. Gently said the old man as he readied himself. I nod and walk to the centermost position, where I am meant to stand. Soul flies up and sits on her suspended perch directly above me. Are you ready, girl? This will be hard. I asked my closest companion. I simply received a determined chirp in response. Then let's do this. I declare as I draw my wand and ceremonial dagger. Time came and went, with it came a child of 7's advent. My magic-filled voice hummed in the air as I began. Bonded through flames, living as fire. I stand on this night, becoming a pyre. I rhythmically continue as I slice my wrists with the blade, letting my blood flow out. At the same time Soul nips her own body to let her blood flow. I ask the flames which bind me, love me, and freed me. Rise again at my word to cleanse me. The vials containing her tears start to glow as the magic flows through the circles, the feathers start to float and rotate along their own circles lines. Primordial flames, pure and strong, you are called to test my bond. The whitish-blue flames erupt from their seals in a torrent of destruction, but are gently guided to flow in a circle by the ritual markings. Through life purity, through death nihility. Strike and test me, the bond that saved me. Soul starts to ignite her own flames, the blue fire picks up speed as the feathers rotate with it as well, and the tears float out of their vials. So let the cleansing flame rise again and try to burn me. I shout as the last verse on my chant is spoken, letting the flames rush towards me and soul. The ritual lines act like the guide, the feathers are the filters and the tears are the pacifiers. Together they moderate the extreme violence of the flames to a tolerable degree. But that tolerable degree, well, it is only for people who have suffered to horrible levels of pain and come out of it stronger. Unfortunately, even for someone like me, the feeling of having such powerful flames come into me was unimaginable. I couldn't even scream as I focused every inch of my mind, magic, and soul to properly guide the flames. The blue flames also flowed upward towards soul, slowly but surely forming a pyramid of fire surrounding the both of us as we madly refined the flames. Soul herself was undergoing continuous rebirths as she experienced too much power and burst into flames, only for her strength to be filled to the brim and grow again. Starting a cycle of life and death. My experience was quite different, but it was also very similar to something I experienced a long time ago, soul's forceful bonding to me. It was different since I wasn't being forced to absorb the soul of the beast which blew these flames, but something similar was happening in my mindscape. So I sat down and focused everything on what was going on within me, letting the energy flow freely in and out of me. I was even receiving so much energy that I started to float in my seated position. Without any conscious effort on my side, I was floating. In my mind and cores, however, chaos was ensuing. Blue fire filled my mind as it did with soul, but this time I didn't fight it, I slowly refined it. I used it to illuminate the deepest parts of my being as I searched within myself, looking for my target. Soon enough I could see it. A piece of a beast's soul. It was shaped like a great big cat, with 6 legs and burning eyes, but its body was dark like a shadow. It was hiding in the depths of my being, biding its time as it fed off of my strong energy, hoping to strike like the hunter it was. Instead of attacking it directly, I did something else, I looked for my bond with soul. This was the key to this whole thing. I didn't just need to get rid of the Wampus cat's spirit, I needed to strengthen myself and soul in the process to end this once and for all. It only took a moment to find the constantly brightening and dimming bird within me. So what I did was strengthen her through me. Letting feed off of my refined energy to acclimatize herself to all this fire. Slowly but surely I nursed her spirit with the flame. As the process was ongoing, her spirit was changing from the gold and red to white and blue like the dragon's fire. As the change happened, she grew stronger and stronger, capable of withstanding more every time, until I could see our bond stabilizing. With the first step done, it was now time to deal with the annoyance in my soul. Together, my spirit and souls began to attack the cats. It furiously tried to dodge our combined assault, while trying to swipe at soul whenever she dove towards it and bite at me when I was pinning it. But it was at a severe disadvantage. We kept getting stronger and had a constant supply of energy, whilst it was a fragment sneakily trying to gain strength based on its instincts. Its struggle was fierce like any beast, but in the end it could do nothing against such empowered foes. The result was the spirit being consumed by souls, causing her to undergo even further of an evolution as she strengthened herself through the dragon fire. I on the other hand cleansed my soul and body of anything undesirable. I vaporized the waste within my body, further perfected it by letting soak in the flames, bathed my own soul gently in it, strengthening it as well as purifying it to a perfect degree. I even helped my mind in a very careful manner, improving my thinking speed, calculative abilities, memory, and brain capacity. I would most likely have the best human body in existence as a result. That's even when I'm comparing to how I was before. With all of that done, it was time for the final objective, third maturation. I had already planned out how to achieve this theoretically after experiencing my second, and I'm sure this will be even harder. So I entered the depth of myself, the core of my magic, where a rotating orb divided into a silver and gold yin and yang was. I looked at it calmly one last time and began to let the refined flames envelop the orb. It began to rotate at crazy speed as it received the fire's stimulation, until it finally started absorbing some of the blue flame. Gradually both sides became fuller, and their colors were changing to match the overabundant amount of energy in the fire. At the exact moment both sides were filled with the same energy, I collapsed the last barrier between the two, finally letting them become one. The two sides still had a small percentage of their original energy, so instead of letting them clash, I forced everything to rotate once again. I mixed everything together and make them become one slowly but surely. Speeding up gradually as everything became more stable, until only a shining and shimmering blue liquid filled the large orb completely. Analyzing my core for a moment, I determined that this was as pure and strong as it was possible to have during one's second maturation, hence it was time to start my third. Using the blue energy, I started condensing everything further. I pushed and pressured the orb into shrinking while keeping the exact same amount of liquid inside of it. And with the continued pressure, it started to solidify. I gradually shaped the formerly round core almost double the size of a basketball, to an octahedron the size of a baseball. I slowly smoothened on all sides, polished it to leave no flaws, and let it absorb everything I had to give it. I could feel the density of the magic this much smaller core had. It was impossible to even compare the previous state to this one. It was also no wonder Dumbledore and Voldemort could be so far ahead of everyone, it's just ridiculous. I feel like my new core could cast magic at least twice the speed and ease, with between a 1/3 or 1/4 of the cost, whilst also having a big boost in any spell's power and opening up your options by letting to manipulate magic in a more direct manner. It just felt fantastic. I could now stand on the same level as those two monsters. With all my own goals done, I decide to use everything else to solidify my foundations even further, not wanting my efforts to go to waste. I also decided to assist Soul with her own transformation now that she had completely stopped her constant cycle of rebirth. Letting myself simply lose track of anything outside of the flow of energy, I decide to let it flow through me freely and relaxedly. It would follow the paths of least resistance and I would learn from it, understanding how magic itself wanted to flow, losing myself in it until the constant stream of energy finally stopped. I focused on my body, feeling the forces keeping it afloat loosening, making me slowly descend upon the floor. And as I sat there, feeling all the changes within myself, I could hear the headmaster approach me in a hurry. Aiden! Are you all right? I need a response quickly or I will assume something went wrong. He quickly said as he reached for me. It's all right, sir. I am feeling my changes. It just feels amazing. I say in an excited voice. That's good. Everything went as planned then? No more pieces interfering with you? He asked to confirm the original goals were met. Yes. My soul is now pristine and only Soul's link remains outside of my own. It will never be an issue again. I confirmed with a smile. That is a relief to hear. Are you ready to go then? It has been over 9 hours that we have been here. I am sure Amelia will be worried sick by now. Informed the headmaster to my great surprise. 9 hours. I exclaimed in shock as I opened my eyes to see the bright sun in the sky. Aiden, your eyes. They've changed. Said the headmaster with his own surprise. I quickly take out a mirror to understand what he meant and he was right. My eyes were no longer their usual mix of red and gold which made them look like a burning flame. They were now a flickering electric blue and white, resembling the torrent of flames I had absorbed with Soul. I also notices that my little golden streaks in my hair were gone, replaced by pure white ones as they weaved into my silver, making it even more ethereal than before. Wait, if I changed, what about Soul? I thought as I looked up to the flying phoenix. As if she felt my thoughts about her, she descended and landed on my outstretched arm. What Dumbledore and I saw was shocking. Soul had actually grown to be 1.5 times the size of a normal phoenix, but the most shocking was that her feathers were now royal blue, with white and silver interwoven amongst them to accentuate her new regal aura. Her eyes were near identical to mine and I could feel that she now had legilimantic abilities and heightened spell resistance, making her a completely new breed of phoenix compared to others. Marvelous. Even she has changed so much. Softly said the headmaster. Yes, but unfortunately testing and recording will have to wait for another time, sir. I am very grateful that you were willing to protect and aid me during this time. But like you said, sir, my aunt must be worried sick so I have to leave. It is my birthday after all. I said with a small grin on my face. That is true. We will have plenty of time to speak at a later time. But do enjoy your time with your family and give my best regards. He said with a knowing smile. I will. Thank you again. I will have people come and clean up this site as soon as possible, so you won't have to worry about it, headmaster. Now goodbye and I'll talk to you soon. I say with a quick explanation as Soul envelopes us in a now blue flame and flashes me away. Third maturation at 17 years old. Truly monstrous. I hope he will help when Tom returns. It would be invaluable help. What am I saying? He is already more than willing to do so. Dumbledore quietly said to himself before he left as well. 109, ch 109 Lord Bones. I appeared in my room through Soul's now blue flash and quickly changed my clothes into something without any blood stains or burn marks. What I wasn't expecting was when I wanted to get rid of the ruined robes I had worn for the ritual, I emitted blue fire which burnt all my clothes to a crisp. Bloody hell! I'm going to need to learn what the hell that was or I'm going to end up strutting around naked. I thought in my surprise. Well, it at least saved me some time be removing the need to get undressed. So I snapped out of it and put on a new pair of underwear, plain black t-shirt and a pair of comfortable jeans, then bolted downstairs. There was only a small problem with that, I didn't take any time to get used to my new strength, so I may have ripped the door off of its hinges. I just looked at the door in me hand a bit lost, but deciding to gently lean it against the wall, I'd fix it later. Then learning from that little mishap, I carefully made my way down the stairs. When I came down, an atmosphere of sadness and gloominess was evident. No one was smiling, I could see redness in my family's eyes, and they were all listless. Why is it so gloomy in here? Shouldn't we be celebrating? I asked awkwardly, making everyone's head spin to look at where they heard the voice from. Brother! Susan yelled out as she bolted into my chest, tears flowing down her face as she cried. Whoa! There, sus, it's okay. I told you that your brother is never going anywhere. And intend to keep that promise. I say as I pat the growing girl clinging to me. Welcome back Aiden, said Amelia as she approached him while wiping her moist eyes. I'm back safe and sound like I promised Mom, I said with a gentle smile on my face, as I calmed Susan with some head pats. It is good to see you safe and sound, dear. But it looks like you've had a few changes. You'll have to explain everything properly later. The woman I consider my mother said with a calm expression. I will. I nod back in answer. It's true. Your eyes are blue now. And your hair's different, exclaimed Susan as she just now got a good look at me. All right, I'll tell you both while we eat. It is my birthday and I've had a long night so I'm starving, I said with a happy smile on my face. Yes, can't have the birthday boy go hungry now. Tilly, prepare a brunch for everyone. Aiden's back, Amelia ordered as everyone headed towards the dining room. Ooh. The young master is back. Tilly will make sure to make all his favorites for such a special day, excitedly said the little house elf. So with the atmosphere in the house being relieved of its gloominess, a small celebration occurred as I explain what I did during the night. You're better now, right bro? Asked a hopeful Susan. Yes, I'm all better. Probably the best I've ever been in all honesty. Care to explain, Aiden? Asked Tante with some curiosity. I've gone through my third maturation, so with a little bit of time I'll be as strong, if not stronger, than the headmaster, I said with a proud smile on my face. But he's the strongest in the world, shouted Susan in shock. Yes, and your big brother is going to be better than him very soon, I reply with a cocky grin. Is that why you changed physically? Asked Amelia with some suspicions. Yeah, it has to do with the fire I used in my bond with solution, I nod and explain as the bird herself flames in majestically. Whoa, she's even prettier now. She's blue. And bigger, said Susan as she rushed over to her favorite cuddle buddy and starts petting her. Something I know Soul secretly really likes. They're both such good girls. Blue flames? Asked Mother to herself. Yeah, and it looks like she isn't the only one. My damaged clothes got burnt by my own flames when I wanted to get rid of them. I think it's because of the insane amount and strength of the fire we got, letting us bond even deeper and strengthening Soul beyond her species' limit. She even absorbed some abilities of the Hawampus cat, pushing her far above any other phoenix, I explained with a smile as I looked at Susan playing with the big bird. Do you still have them yourself? Amelia asked in curiosity. Yep. I have made it better. My eyes are a lot more subtle now, but they've also increased in power. I am without a doubt, the best Legilimens in existence. My body got stronger, faster, tougher, more flexible, and my spell resistance went up another level. I can also feel myself think quicker, my reflexes are insane now, my other senses were heightened, and my memorization speed and capacity have also gotten a boost. Add to my new core and fire, I'm pretty sure I am the most effective wizard in the last millennium, I say proudly to my mother. You will promise me to never tell others this, Aiden? I could not stand to have others fear you for what you are. It would be even worse if others try to emulate what you've been through. There is a very good reason ritual magic was outlawed, seriously said Amelia as she worried about me. I know. The only people who know about me are those I trust to keep the secret. My friends and Tori know, you two know, and Dumbledore and Moody know. That's it. And I trust everyone or know their characters enough to know they will never leak it, I reassure the woman. I mean, even when Crouch will replace the man, I am sure he will conceal that information from the man. He knows how dangerous it is, Dumbledore probably warned him already, and if they ask for information about me he can just say what he knows from my current activities. So although it is a risk, I believe in the man's spirit and abilities. The meal ended on a good note, even if Amelia was still feeling upset at me for hiding things from her for so long. Luckily I came back fixed and stronger than ever, because I can't imagine what would happen if I had hurt myself. We relaxed as a family for a while before my aunt informed me that we were going to head to Gringotts after a light lunch. She had decided to hand the lordship of the house down as planned and that I should at least look presentable for the occasion. So before we left I decided to do just that. I tied up my hair in a tight ponytail, letting the long river of shimmering silver flow down my back, while leaving some to frame my face and complement my eyes. I then went and got a more casual Muggle business suit this time, with a black jacket and white dress shirt. But unlike the suits of the 90s, I had this suit properly fitted to show my physique. It was shaped to my impressively muscled body, emphasizing my wide shoulders, strong back, developed arms and my sculpted front, whilst the pants were comfortably loose but not baggy/boxy like today's fashion. When I ordered the suits, the designer looked at me weirdly because of how different from the trends it was, but once he saw in it he almost drooled. He's apparently been using the idea to help his career and has offered me a percentage of his profits. But anyway, if I didn't look presentable now, then wizards would just have to eat their hearts out at what they would need to do to be considered as such. As I went downstairs calmly and with confidence, Amelia gave me a quick glance to check on me but quickly did a double take in shock. Susan also got a good look and stared with an open jaw, until she ran up to me with starry eyes. "Brother, you're so good looking. You're ruining other men for me," she jokingly complained. "Mom did say to look presentable, didn't she?" I said with a chuckle as I ruffled her hair. "Where did you get such an outfit, Aiden?" asked the still dazed Amelia. "I went to a Muggle tailor shop going by the name of Kingsman, and told them what I wanted. Everything else was just so loose and baggy, but I thought a sleek and tailored suit would look great on me. So here's the result," I say with a light spin to show off a bit. "I can't argue with the results now, can I?" simply said Amelia with a smile and a shake of her head. "Be careful not to let Tori get jealous," lightly teased Susan. "I make sure she knows she's the only one, don't you worry about that," I say to the little teaser. "Let us depart then. We will be back in about an hour. You know how to apparate properly, yes? I saw you were properly certified," she said to the both of us. And yup, my friends and I got our certification for that during the year. It was so easy for us due to our magic control, strength and will that we just did it. So with my birthday today, I can now legally apparate as a means of travel. And apparently, being bonded to a phoenix really helps when it comes to things related to fire and space, boosting my affinity with both tremendously, probably even more so now. So with 2 cracks, Mother and I disappeared from our home and reappeared in the area designated for such a means to travel to Diagon Alley. We walked together through the alley, catching a lot of attention. Her for being Amelia Bones, head of the DMLE and one of the famous witches in Britain. Whilst I am the mysterious Aiden Bones, the reclusive heir to the family, businessman extraordinaire, inventor, philanthropist, rights activist, record breaker, declared the most handsome wizard by a bunch of magazines and a powerful wizard in my own right. I feel like I'm Lockhart when I think about all my titles. Except I actually earned all of them, I thought as I walked through the alley. Most people were just unconsciously making a path for us, as they felt my presence and yielded instinctively. They knew the young man in front of them was a born ruler and they acknowledged it by stepping aside for him. We reached the Goblin Bank without any issues and entered the familiar halls. Everything was the same as usual except for a few members of Fortress added to the security of the place and some new goblins working in the open. We stride confidently as we approached the head teller Ragnok. "Amelia Bones here to pass the lordship of Noble House Bones down to Aiden Michael Bones," she declared as she stood in front of the goblin. "Ah! Madam Bones, an honor it is for you to visit our bank. We have received your notice and the full paperwork has been filled already," Ragnok said as his eyes shifted to me. "Greetings to you, Bones Crusher. May your fists sunder your enemies and the river of gold flow in your favor." He traditionally greeted me with respect. "Greeting to you as well, Ragnok. Let your armor defend each blow and gold protect your kin evermore," I responded calmly. "Thank you for your request, Madam Bones. It can be easily done due to the proper handling of the succession, clear and legitimate heir, as well as your willingness to step down. But I have a few items requested by Heir Bones Crusher which our king commanded be given this day. And so I must ask you to come to my office," he explained quickly and with some excitement in his voice. "Aiden? What is he talking about?" asked Amelia with narrowed eyes. "I ordered 2 things to be made for me and it looks like they're done. A wonderful addition to celebrate my 17th and lordship, no," I answered simply. "You asked for something ridiculous again, didn't you?" she asked with a sigh. "One is unique, but both are pretty reasonable," I answered simply. With another sigh and a shake of her head, we both follow Ragnok to his office. We simply sit on the chairs in front of the desk as he bring out 2 beautifully crafted wooden chests. "I will get to these in a bit, but let us first transfer the lordship. Do you, Amelia Bones, with sound mind, of your own will, and true desire, wish to pass the title of Lord on to Aiden Michael Bones?" He started with his mother raises her own wand. "I do," she declared as her wand lit up. "And do you, Aiden Michael Bones, with sound mind, readied heart and true desire, wish to accept the burden and responsibilities becoming of the title of Lord?" he asked me as I raise my own wand. "I do," I declare as my wand lights up as well. With both parties swearing and my witnessing of the acknowledgement, hand down the ring crowning one as Lord. Ragnok said with authority. Amelia slides off the ring from her finger, looks at it with some sadness and nostalgia, then passes it on to me. Ragnok takes out the same box my air ring came from and opened. Place the Lord's ring above your own. If it accepts you, the air ring shall be replaced and appear here. If not, the Lord ring shall do so instead. He instructed calmly. I place the Lord ring above my own as instructed, and only a moment later a white light glows from the two rings as one disappears from my finger. The light disappeared. On my ring finger was now a more intricate golden ring, with the family crest and motto of break, but never bow. My former ring now in the box once again. Congratulations Lord Bones. You are now the head of Noble House Bones, with all the rights, duties and privileges it entails. But from what we know, nothing much will change except you officially being Lord. Said Ragnok with a sharp-toothed grin. Thank you Ragnok. And thank you for the trust you have placed in me. I will continue to uphold it. I said to the goblin, then my mother. I know you'll do brilliantly Aiden. She said with a warm smile, looking like a horrible burden was finally lifted from her shoulders. And now, the orders. Announced the goblin as he opened the two boxes. On the left we have the bracers personally crafted by our king. As requested they are capable of shifting from the bracer form to a fitted bracelet around your wrists. They are capable of deflecting almost any spells and blocking many. Made of the purest goblin silver, the symbol of your house protected by a phoenix was engraved onto both bracers. A slot your friend can fill once you have decided on your own final touches, only requiring the fitting of a prepared jewel. On the right is the basilisk and dragon hide coat. Made according to your design and by our finest leather workers. The coat is made to be unassuming, but provides an impressive resistance to spells and physical attacks. Once again, the enchanting has been left to your own devices due to your prowess in the field. Both items are self-reparable, cleaning and adjusting. The gauntlets will be bonded to you, but the coat could not support such a function, so be cautious. Ragnok said as he finished his explanation of both orders. Amelia is just stunned at what she just heard. Aiden, are you preparing for a battle I don't know about? She asked with narrowing eyes. Not at all. I just believe that I am a very appealing target and want to be prepared in any way I can be. I hurriedly answered. Haha. Bones Crusher is still scared of his aunt. The king always gets a laugh at that one. Said Ragnok as he burst out laughing. Yes I know. I've resigned to my fate at that one. But thank you for all these. I'll send a proper token in response and I'm sure he will be incredibly pleased with it. I answered with a wry smile. I then approach and pick up the gauntlets, putting them on one at a time. They then activated, perfectly fitting to my hand and forearm, letting my knife and wand sheaths meld with them perfectly. The design was beautiful, the bracers comfortable, and I had no doubts about their strength. It would probably be heavy for a normal person, but to me it was barely noticeable. With but a thought the bracers quickly collapsed and transformed into two matching skin tights, but still flexible and comfortable, metal bands around my wrists. Both still weighted the same, but they were easy to conceal in this form. I then picked up the sleek black leather car coat as they would be known. The black leather adjusted to my body, fitting itself properly. The coat itself ended halfway to my knee, was nicely made and felt like it was almost a part of me. Combined with my complementing suit, contrasting hair, and new accessories, I looked like a boss. Thanking Ragnok for everything, Mother and I took our leave, but I stopped at the exit. I can sense a lot of people outside. I say to Amelia calmly. They wish to see my grown boy, not surprising considering your current achievements. I am sure they'll learn about me passing down the ring within the week. Mom replied with a little bit of pride in her voice. Was just warning you. Shall we? I ask as I offer an arm to act like a proper escort. We shall. Lord Bones. Teased Mother a bit, with some playfulness in her eyes. 110, ch 110 Werewolf and Fire. They really like to make a big deal out of everything, don't they? Harry said aloud, putting the Prophet and Harold to the side. Yes, they do tend to do that. I chuckled a bit at his disbelief. But why? Shouldn't they have better things to write about? I mean, the World Cup is going to start soon, Sirius is recovering and is preparing for a trial to determine stuff, Pettigrew escaped and there was an attack on the Minister of Magic. So why in the world is the news about you? He asked, totally not getting it. 2 reasons mostly, I am fresh news, and there is almost nothing known about me. Doesn't help that I've experienced a few changes in my appearance as well. I mean, have you seen the comparison in Witch Weekly? It's scary how women get into those debates. I say to the growing teen. Yeah, Susan showed me cause she thought it was good for a laugh. Harry agreed with a grin. Some of those comments were ridiculous. I nodded in agreement. Oh right. You said Professor Lupin was going to visit you soon, right? Do you know when and why? Asked the green-eyed teen. Should be soon. I hope he comes before he tries to go into hiding again, or decides that the new Lord Bones would look bad if he met a werewolf. I'm sure the thought crossed his head even if I've probably hung out with more werewolves than he has. But he would see me about what I injected him with and. Oh, speak of the werewolf. It looks like we have a guest. I explained until I sensed someone coming from my wards. Since I am the head of the house, I took the liberty to upgrade the house's wards and protections to a ridiculous degree to protect my family. And a sensory ward is just an outer layer of this upgrade. He's here? Really? Asked the excited Harry. Yup. Tilly, we are having a guest, prepare some tea and snacks please. I call out as I rise from my seat in the common room. Harry happily follows me as well, and helps me welcome the shaggy man. Professor, it's good to see you. The kid greeted. Hello Mr. Lupin, I was expecting you to come soon. Welcome to Bones' house. I say with a calm and polite tone. Hello Harry, and thank you for welcoming me, it's Lord Bones now isn't it? He said with a smile at Harry and a bit of hesitation towards me. That is only for formal occasions and time where it is necessary for me to act as such, at all other times I'm just Aiden. I answer with a smile. Aiden it is then. I'm sure you know why I'm here. He nodded and said. Of course, please come in. Tea and snacks will be ready soon. I say as I welcome the man into the house. We all head to the common room, where Tilly finished setting a small table for everyone to have tea. Thank you very much Tilly, I'll call you if there's anything else okay. I say to the little house elf with a smile. Of course young Master Aiden. Always Tilly's honor to serve. She quickly replied and popped away. Please sit down, relax. I'm sure Harry has a lot he wants to talk to you about as well and I am currently having a little bit of a break myself, hence no paperwork. I say with a grin. Harry immediately started bombarding the man about his life, time at school, his father, what he's done after school, the war, and how he knew how to teach so well. But after some time passed, Lupin finally looked at me. I guess I have to start somewhere, so how did you stop my transformation? I haven't been feeling any of the cravings, instincts, or even desires I have felt for almost my entire life. The moon doesn't affect me. I feel better than I have in decades. And I haven't felt anything wrong, just me feeling normal. He asked hopefully. That was a vaccine that has been in its testing phase for 2 years now. It is a culmination of a lot of research and ingenuity. It can deactivate the virus responsible for lycanthropy in a werewolf's body for a full 18 months. By that I mean no transformations, no bestial instincts or traits, no transmission, and so far no side effects have been found either. I inform the man. You mean, I won't transform for over an entire year? Remus whispered in shock. That is right. We currently have 100 werewolves of various age, sex, physique, and race, undergoing voluntary testing on this vaccine's second round of injection, with 200 more on their first. None have had any rejection, no issues, or negative effects. We are currently testing to see if potions could affect it, sickness, spells, health conditions, and a variety of other tests. We even have one of our volunteers currently pregnant as we closely monitor everything. Say to him proudly. You have over 300 werewolves together. Shouted Remus at the thought. Mr. Lupin, you really seem to not have researched me at all. I have hired pretty much every willing werewolf in Europe and no incidents have occurred since. They all have proper jobs and support system too. I say with a shake of my head. But what about the anti-werewolf legislation? He asked almost desperately. You mean the piece of paper which exemplifies the cowardly and bigoted? Why should I give a fuck what those bastards even think? My results speak for themselves. If they have a problem they can step up, if not they can shut up. I say with a sneer at the very thought of that piece of paper controlling me. Lupin and Harry were a bit stunned at my reaction. So, Mr. Lupin. I would like for you to take part in the testing program at least, so we can make sure nothing wrong happens with you as well. We only have so many examples of injection during a transformation and I would like to make nothing went wrong. And if you wish, I can hire you as an educator for the children whose parents I have employed or are without a family. It could do a lot of good for them. I say with a gentle smile. You'd hire me? He asked almost to himself. Of course. What better interview could there be than having learned under you personally? I say with a chuckle. That's brilliant Aiden. You wouldn't have to live like a criminal anymore Professor. Happily exclaimed Harry. I wouldn't have to hide anymore. The man asked as he started to understand the implications. No. I won't have to fear harming anyone. No. I'll be able to have a real job. Yes. And you're willing to pay me properly? Of course. And you offer housing. All included, but it does reduce your pay. Who in their right mind wouldn't accept such an offer? But what's in it for you? Why are you doing this? He asked as this was the final question holding him back. I saw a problem in this world I thought I could help with and I did. I won't stand back and watch as our world slowly kills itself out of bigotry and stupidity. I will help make the magical world a place of wonder for everyone. And that includes werewolves. I answered seriously as he looks at me. The man contemplates my answer for some time as I enjoy my tea and Harry fidgets under the suspense. You've convinced me. I guess you'll be my employer then. It feels odd to be such for a student though. Lupin finally said as he came to a decision. If it makes you feel better, the business is under house bones, so you can also consider yourself an employee of my aunt. I say with a little grin. No need. I am not ashamed, but I am thankful for all this, Aiden. Thank you. He sincerely said in response. Many have suffered for far too long like you, Mr. Lupin, they deserve to be happy. Thank you for trusting me and I hope I live up to that trust. I say as I offer him my hand. The man stands up and takes it with a bright smile on his face, sealing the deal. After that we talk for some time as I give him more information about the place and his future duties, but he leaves content. I also escorted Harry back to his place afterward, leaving me to continue my training. Ever since I went through the ritual I've been focusing on understanding myself. I went through every spell I knew a dozen times. I took my time to understand my new limits when it comes to transfiguration, I pushed my body beyond its limits to know it inside and out, I've tested my eyes continuously in tandem with my mind arts, and most importantly I have been understanding my own fire. At first I was only able to make my entire body burst into flames. It was interesting, but I was always distracted by my clothes getting burnt to a crisp. So my first goal was control. I started at lighting one finger on fire by channeling my energy to it, then 2, 3, 4, 5, then my entire hand. The next step was to quicken the process to make it near instant, then deciding exactly where and how strong the flame would appear. Only after that could I properly start studying it. I found that it was a mix of the destructive force of the dragon fire and the restorative abilities of phoenix flames. I could burn everything I willed with ease, but I could also gently nourish a small sprout. But it took a lot of time to get it up to this point. Destruction is such an easy thing to channel through a flame that it always needs to be properly restrained. It was fantastic training for my control and my intent for when I use magic, the blue flames training aiding me there as well, resulting in my wandless magic prowess to take leaps forward after having stagnated for so long. After 2 weeks of constant training, I finally had good enough control to not burn anything I didn't wish to. I could make animals out of fire and have them move away from me. I figured out how to make fire come out of any part of my body at will. It was almost instinctive in all honesty. I was pretty sure that if I spent more time on it, I could figure out how to flame around like phoenixes. So summer marched forward and the World Cup finally began in full, and with it my promise to take Harry and Susan to it. I then had to slow my progress in that field significantly and prepare for the event. 111, ch 111 summer all around. I wasn't the only busy one amongst my friends. Christian told me he was spending his entire summer under the apprenticeship of Newt Scamander, continuing from last year. The man apparently knew beasts like no other alive and Christian was loving every minute of it. According to my friend, Mr. Scamander was also very experienced and creative when it comes to combat. When he learned of Christian's affinity in the field, he also started pushing him further along. This was happening as the elderly man dragged my friend around the world to experience its hidden wonders, while also throwing him into some unpredictable situations along the way. From what I could tell, Mr. Scamander was shaping my friend into something akin to a successor of his will and skills, something incredibly fortunate for Christian. I even wondered if I would see the guy with the famous suitcase soon. James was planning on immersing himself wholly in the smithing arts. His parents were very supportive of his choices and proud of their hard-working son, even if he spent less time with them. He wanted to catch up to any missed progress that occurred during the school year and then some. According to some of my goblin friends, James was monstrously talented in the field. He was going through everything they could teach him as if he was born for it. Apparently he had already become skilled enough in jewelry to start making weapons. He was supposed to have a grasp of how magic flowed into the metal to empower it, and a creativity and drive in the subject to dwarf true goblin smiths. Even if he was a human, the masters just couldn't leave the guy be. He was hardworking, respectful, and absorbed their teachings like a sponge. The only thing they would change was his kindness, but it was really growing on them, even as they kept teaching him how to fight with his body. I even heard some rumors that the king might take him as an apprentice. Meaning the best goblin smith alive might end up teaching my friend. They even gave him a goblin name out of respect for his growing skills and personality, Gentle Gold. Tori was focusing intensely on her medical knowledge. I actually believe that her theoretical understanding of the human body, mind, and spirit, have long surpassed any healer one could find. She was using a mixture of occlumency and custom spells to boost her abilities to learn massively, while sneaking into medical facilities and education centers to find everything she could. From there, she started theorizing an ever-increasing amount of possible treatments for diseases and illnesses, as well as injuries from the Muggle and magical worlds. She also did some slightly illegal things by questioning some noted professors and doctors of various expertise, after which she modified their memories to not remember their encounters with the brilliant and driven young woman. She was the best at the mind arts amongst my friends. Her understanding of how it works allowed her to gain true skill in the fields of occlumency and legilimency, as well as memory charms and injuries. As a result of all of this, she became extremely proficient in stealth operations, gained a staggering amount of medical knowledge and was becoming a master of the mind in all its aspects. The most unfortunate thing for her, was that she has confirmed that it truly wasn't a curse which caused her mother to slip into her coma. From what she told me, it was the prolonged abuse through physical and magical means, psychological torture akin to brainwashing, and most likely many potions and poisons forced on her for reasons she hasn't understood yet. The most likely suspects are her own father or his old friends. Both would have at least some degree of guilt for his actions or inactions, almost driving her to murder the bastard in cold blood. She only managed to restrain herself with some slight hopes that it wasn't the case. I even took some time to comfort her and sent Soul to let her feel like I was there when I couldn't be. She had some surprise at mine and Soul's changes, but after a proper explanation, a few punches, then some snogging, she was able to grow fond of my new look. She was also very excited about my third maturation, feeling very proud of her man as she put it. It was great to hear my friends and girlfriend were improving so quickly and finding their paths. Christian was turning into some kind of beast tamer / warrior, James was becoming a smith / tank, and Victoria was becoming a healer / assassin. That was if you would classify them in gaming classes anyway. They had skills in all areas, but these were their specializations so far. Outside of my friends, I had gotten reports of a few developments with important people. Remus was integrating into the werewolf communities under me splendidly. The man marveled at how the place was for his people. Proper homes, with plumbing, lighting, furniture, spaces to transform safely and nature to help others feel comfortable. Child care centers in place for young werewolves whose parents are working or whom are homeless. Proper shops run by inhabitants to sell clothes, potions, food, equipment, and leisure items. A fully stocked library for any wishing to learn. And the education center he would now be working in. We did have lycanthropes capable of teaching others, but it wasn't nearly enough and many lacked proper foundations like Remus had. They never experienced a systematized education, hence the man actually being a very important addition. After some time, I was planning on making him the equivalent of the headmaster there if he was willing. I received a letter from the man saying that he was incredibly impressed by the place and that it felt like a paradise for those suffering under the same curse as himself. And why wouldn't he? It was literally an entire town built for werewolves to inhabit in peace. If it wasn't for the ministry's and general populace's opinion on werewolves, it would have probably become the second purely magical town in Britain, only with a more modern look. Sirius on the other hand had been cleared from St. Mungo's, having physically recovered enough of his strength and rested enough to be able to think properly. His trial was a mixed affair. Some were unwilling to admit a past mistake of the ministry, while others didn't like the man and tried to make life difficult for him. Unfortunately for them, we had eyewitnesses involving the Minister of Magic, the head of the DMLE, the current Chief Warlock, the boy who lived, the new Lord Bones, Hogwarts faculty, 5 Aurors and other students, combined with evidence and the true culprit's own recorded admission of guilt, there was not much they could do. In the end Sirius Black was cleared of all charges and awarded 4,000 galleons for every year he was imprisoned, which although kind of pathetic, the man himself didn't care because of the inheritance his uncle Alphard Black. He was now attempting to see if he could gain access to the Black family properties due to being the last member of the direct line, even if he was disowned. He also put in an application to become an Auror, which Amelia was torn about. On one hand, the man was a brilliant wizard with grades and abilities to back up his attitude in life, but on the other he was a die-hard supporter of Dumbledore. But there was one problem with her ability to make the final call, one article. Sirius Black innocent. Silent hero of the war revealed. Yes, the Herald got an interview with the man and his story spread like wildfire. Now those who spat and feared his name sent him letters of condolences and declarations of undying belief. And Fudge being the glory hound he was, ordered his acceptance into the department. So within the month Sirius was cleared of his charges and found a job. Now all he had to do was get a proper place to live and Harry would be able to live with the man. Lupin had already agreed to help take care of the kid too, since his illness was now completely managed with my help, and it would serve as his home as well in all likelihood. I have already figured out how to turn Protego Sanctum into a proper defensive spell on a house, my own already having it. I created the spell, so turning it into my rune language and setting it up as a ward was just a matter of working out the differences. The only tricky bit was to let Harry be protected by it, since he did have a piece of one of the darkest existences in the world stuck to him. I basically had to bind his bloodline to the ward of the house he will live in, letting the barrier protect him no matter what. I just brought the barrier down at my house when he visited because I don't want to leave such a loophole for later. During this time however, Sirius was always making time to visit and talk with Harry. He wanted to make up for all the time he wasn't able to be there, which although an admirable sentiment, it had to be a gradual process. What did help though, was the World Cup. The two were avid lovers of the sport. Sirius because it reminded him of his school days, James' own time as a player, and Harry because it was part of his freedom, it also brought him closer to his father and let him fit in more in the magical world. And although Sirius was a bit jealous I could get them better seats for some contrived reason, the two of them very much enjoyed the best view in the stadium due to my sponsoring of the cup this year. Our seats were on the opposite side of the commentator's box, in an exclusive box capable of holding about 20 other people. Luckily for us, no one else could come, hence we could do as we pleased during the whole event. Sirius bought a few souvenirs from each game, whilst Harry was awed by the level of skill involved at the professional level. Unfortunately, England almost suffered the biggest defeat in a long time against Transylvania, losing 350-40, even with the bold series they had. It actually insulted my ego as the maker of one of them that they were used so poorly. I couldn't really care all that much when Scotland and Wales lost as well, since they only had one black bolt each, but I was happy to see Ireland do them justice as they steamrolled their opponents. All in all, it's been an eventful summer all around for me and those I know. 112, ch 112 before finals. The summer was coming to a close, and with it the World Cup. Like the canon, Ireland and Bulgaria are the topic of the hour. The only difference is that although Victor Krum is still the youngest and best seeker of the tournament, many believe that Ireland has the better chances. This is no longer a game where one speculates who is going to win. It is now one about how the Bulgarian team will pull off an upset. The addition of my Broom and company has pushed Ireland's abilities that much further. The Firebolt was there in the canon, but it's being sold through my company alongside its twin, and what better advertisement is there than those two wiping the floor with everyone? As I was readying myself for the finals, a letter came for me. Dear Aiden. This summer has been a blast. The World Cup was great and I can't wait to go to the finals with you and Sirius. The Dursleys have been treating me as usual, like I'm not there, thanks to you two as well. Aunt Petunia tried to get me on that horrid diet of Dudley's, but your name stopped her in her tracks. Thanks for sending Tilly to give me food. But, something weird happened this morning. My scar hurt again. Last time that happened it was because Voldemort was at Hogwarts. But I don't reckon he can be anywhere near me now, can he? Do you know if curse scars sometimes hurt years afterward? I'd like to talk with you and Sirius about it, and I don't want to worry Ron and Hermione about this, or bother Professor Dumbledore in case this is nothing. If you can send Artemis over soon that would be great, Hedwig missed her sometimes. Harry. P.S. I'll be heading over with the Weasleys for the finals, so I'll see you and Sirius there. Still excited for the finals. It was interesting to see Harry come to me about this. I'm guessing it is because he doesn't really have to send Sirius any letters anymore due to his actual presence in Harry's life, and the fact that I have been like a big brother to the kid on top of a sort of mentor figure. It helps that I also know about the Voldicunt events and helped him during the last 2 years. Thank you for the letter Hedwig. How about you play with Artemis for a bit while I write a reply? She misses you too sometimes. I say to the snowy white owl. With an excited chirp, she flew towards the backyard. She had spent enough time here to know her way around. With a little chuckle, I wrote my reply. Dear Harry. Although I myself am not the biggest Quidditch fan in the world, I am happy I could help you escape those people for the summer. If your friends and their families are coming I would be more than happy to invite them to our booth as well. I received a message from Cedric that he would be attending and he would be joining in on the match too. We have more than enough room and the seats couldn't be any better. Now, about your scar. From what you've told me about it, you probably have a form of connection with him due to the events of the past. I do not know what or how exactly, but it is possible that when he feels intense emotions you will be able to sense it. My only solution would be occlumency at the moment, but I know at your age that it is a difficult art to properly train in. Too many emotions and worries in a teenager and child's mind, that being the main reason such a useful art is so disused. The headmaster would probably like to know of this and my own conjectures if you decide to contact him. No need to worry too much about it. Although his renown is great, he still cares deeply for his students, and does worry about you as well. I hope the display of skills and the excitement of the finals can alleviate some of your troubles. If not, Sirius, Remus and I are always here to help. Aiden. I couldn't tell the kid straight away about his situation. He just wasn't ready to accept such a revelation. If he had always known, then maybe I could help him with it, but he has his own ideas and is too emotional about his own past and present. Telling him now would destroy his own psychological evaluation of himself and might lead to intense self-denial. Not a good path to go down on, hence why I mostly agree with how the headmaster goes about letting Harry figure it out. Never teaching him anything was a stupid decision, but this was the best way for Harry to come to terms with the truth. With my little interlude with the kid, I worked on inviting my friends. Christian would just go crazy for the cup and has been writing his intense jealousy at my being able to go. James would find it nice that a broom he worked on was being used at the highest level of the sport. And Tori would mostly be doing it to spend some more time together, and it also helped that I could show off a bit of my wealth and influence. No girl doesn't like being treated with the best from time to time. Speaking of girls, Susan and Amelia would also be coming along for the finals. Susan would be with me, as her older brother I will never let her go unpampered, and taking her to the cup is obviously going to happen. Mother is going to be in charge of the security for the foreign dignitaries present at the event, whilst managing the Aurors and hit wizards on site. Even if trouble does happen, I am now more than strong enough to protect them both. Now, let's see if the little Death Eater wannabes still attack or not. I thought to myself as I prepared to leave for the event with Susan. This is so exciting. Ireland is going to wipe the sky with Bulgaria. No way they'll be able to catch up to your broom. Said the very excited and very green Susan. Haha. Thanks sis. Now grab onto my arm, we will be there in a flash and mother will come check on us when she can. I say to the girl, while ruffling her now green hair. Hee. Operating with you is so much better than with anyone else. You make it so comfortable. Said a slightly giggling and huggy sus. That's because your brother has the best partner in the world and is a genius. I declared in an exaggerated manner. With some smiling and joking, I operated the both of us away, landing in the designated area for VIPs. The sight that welcomed us was interesting to be sure. I have been here a lot over the last month, but it was like everything got cranked up to 11 for the finals. Rows after rows of modified and wacky tents lined the grass surrounding the stadium. One could see wizard firecrackers and fireworks going off, young ones on brooms and their toy versions for toddlers, floating laundry, levitating tents, some ridiculous multi-story tents, weirdly dressed people walking all over the place, some charmed muggles and incredibly busy ministry officials. I only had one thought about this debacle. This is just so like wizards. No common sense, lack of true organization, improper use of resources, incapable of properly implementing effective security measures, and just the fact this is happening at the present location is mind-boggling. But at least it has wonder and fun. Was my second thought as a smile spreads across my face due to the merriment happening all around. Although it would bring tears to the eyes of the Germans and Chinese, to see such an organized chaos, I couldn't bring myself to want to truly change it. What I would want to do is let these men and women do their magic, but figure out a way to hide the fun properly. Pretty sure I could figure out a way to do it by mixing a downgraded version of the Fidelius charm, Muggle repelling charms, notice me nots, and a modified apparition/port K award. Now that I think about it, I only have the one project left, maybe that's something to work on after it. I thought when I saw this problem in action and how I could help fix it. I walked around as Susan looks at everything with excitement. It was interesting thinking about how the two of us looked. Susan looks like a hardcore Ireland fan, with green hair, team jersey, leprechaun accessories, and Ireland flags in her hands as she runs around and greets other fans with the same excitement she has at the moment. While I walk alongside her in one of my new suits, green tie and 4-leaf clover in my front pocket, watching my little sister being so happy with a warm smile. Like I've said before, I'm not the biggest Quidditch fan. But I have to show my support for one of our national teams in some way, even if I have to maintain my image as Lord Bones. In the excitement I managed to get Susan over to my friends. Hey mate! How come you look like such a bore? You're like Tori. Sus, and I look so much better. Yelled out Christian with some laughter. The guy was ridiculously dressed. The leprechaun hat, shirt, green hair, clover glasses, full face paint, green shorts, white and green jersey with ripped sleeves showing his muscled arms painted with clovers. Oh, speak for yourself, beast boy. You can support a team and still look proper. Said the dismissive Tori as she shook her head. Unlike my wild friend, Victoria was wearing a nicely made emerald green dress. It matched her eyes and supported Ireland as a 2-for-1. The dress exposed most of her shoulders, had proper sleeves, went all the way down to her black heels, but the dress hugged her body as her curves were emphasized by it, while wearing a green and white scarf of Ireland around her exposed shoulders. She looked beautiful to me, and she could still show who she supported. Although I do appreciate your efforts, Christian, it is a bit much for me as well. It is very nice to see you as well, Susan. I hope you had a pleasant summer so far. Then said my calm friend. Unlike Christian, James had a jersey and a flag to show who he was supporting, coupled with green pants, but he didn't paint or turn any of his body green. Senior James. Sis Tori. It's so cool to see you too. I am happy we all get to watch the game together. Exclaimed the excited Susan as she went up to the two. Hey! What about me? Why do I get ignored? Complained the green Christian. Because you're rude and have never done anything nice for me. Said the girl as she turned her attention back to those she liked. Haha. That's my little sister. Laughed the happy Tori. Sorry Christian. No luck for you on this front. Maybe all those clovers will help the team instead. Added a sorry-looking James. Maybe after you both geek out about the game she'll like you more. I say in a comforting voice, pity in my eyes and a pat on the shoulder. Nuhu. Said the crestfallen guy as he exaggeratedly kneeled on the ground. Well, he'll snap out of it soon. Let's get going, the rest of the people will join us after they're done setting up. I say with a chuckle at my explosive friend. I then proceed to guide everyone in as Christian runs to catch up to us, trying to get his excitement levels back as he talked to Susan. 113, ch 113 chumps. With my 3 friends keeping an eye out on Susan, I stayed out of our seats to wait for Harry, Sirius, Hermione, the Weasleys, and the Diggories. Luckily enough, it didn't take very long for them to show up as a group. I could hear the Weasleys being fussily herded by Molly, Amos Diggory bragging about his son, and the Golden Trio excitedly talking about this and past games. Then I saw one Lucius Malfoy approach the group, looking for trouble alongside the Minister of Magic of Bulgaria and Fudge. It's honestly funny watching himself feel like he's better than others. Good Lord Arthur! He said softly. What did you have to sell to get seats in the top box? Surely your house wouldn't have fetched so much. The man was mocking Arthur Weasley again and was about to turn his attention to Hermione before he heard a voice and froze. Ah, Lord Lucius! I called out with enthusiasm and a bright smile. I am so happy to hear you're doing so well. I was so worried when I heard you had to be admitted to St. Mungo's, but I was delighted when we were able to fully prepare for next year's care of magical creatures and that you had donated so much to the hospital. The man's face couldn't get colder if he tried. He was looking at me with barely concealed rage with his grey eyes. Ah! It would seem that you are still a bit under the weather. I can think of no other reasons for why such a good friend would be unhappy about to speak to another about his injury. I follow up with concern and pity. Lucius simply turned and left as the ministers were left a bit stunned at the situation. Dober den na vas minister. I say to the Bulgarian minister with a smile, getting a slightly surprised expression and a nod in response. Didn't have the exact accents for the U's, but that's Bulgarian in our alphabet. Have a pleasant game as well, minister. I followed up with as I spoke to Fudge. Ah? Yes, thank you. Wait. You speak Bulgarian? Then come help translate for me. I can't find Barty anywhere and I don't know the language. Loudly said Fudge slightly desperately, while I saw a smirk on the Bulgarian minister's face. I am sorry sir, but I have to play the host to all my guests and cannot do so. I answered with an apologetic look on my face. Then I spotted Winky, Barty Crouch's house elf. Ah! But I'll have his little elf save his seat in my booth, hence when he comes I'll direct him to you. How is that? I asked with a big smile at my brilliant solution. Well, why yes, I mean the man tried to stutter as he was thinking. Splendid. Now if you could follow everyone little Winky, I'm sure your master would be pleased to be in my box. It has a much better view than from the top and you won't have to look down as much. Plus he will be near the minister and the accommodations are better. I say as I slightly manipulate the height-fearing house elf. You would to this for the master. How kind the young master is. How generous he is. Winky would be honored. She exclaimed with a flurry of ear twitches. Unfortunately for her, I had already noticed the invisible man following her. I simply needed to have Crouch Jr. steal Harry's wand like the original and it should go well. If the Death Eaters don't come I'll simply find him through a little tracking spell I have on him now and get it back, so no worries. I wish I could just end the man though. He was there when I was captured. He was there when my parents were murdered. But I must wait. Just one more year and then I will take my revenge slowly on the twitchy bastard. With everyone assembled in my VIP box, it was very lively. James was talking to Cedric and Bill Weasley about their own experiences in magic, Christian was having a blast talking to the twins and Charlie about dragons, pranks, and Quidditch. Sirius has also joined us after a while and hopped into the conversation with the adults. Ginny was having a good chat with Susan and Victoria about girl stuff, while the Golden Trio and I were talking about some of their opinions on the upcoming match and school year. Percy was just being a twit in the corner as he tried to participate amongst the adults, but looked very uncomfortable. Soon enough the game started and the masked creatures were introduced. The Irish team sent out their leprechauns, dancing amongst the rainbows produced and showering the entire stadium with their fake gold, making the audience roar in delight since they didn't know the stuff disappeared within a few hours. Ron tried to pay back Harry for the omnioculars he had bought for him, but I told the kid about how the gold worked and he got a bit disappointed. Bulgaria sent out the Velas. Now although they aren't unique to the country, one could not deny their appeal as mascots. When the targets are men anyway. The seductive beings are made to attract males as prey or mates, making it very hard to resist. They possess their own abilities with fire and illusions as weapons, and can live for very long times. Pretty much all male eyes were on them as they ogled the enchanting beings, whilst women were either glaring at them or hitting their own partners for falling for their charms. Victoria on the other hand was surprised and very happy to see me staring at only her with a gentle gaze, getting her to blush a bit as she quickly turned away satisfied. With the mascots out of the way, the players could now join in. Ireland was cheered for with immense fervour as a home team and likely champions. Bulgaria on the other hand had a more subdued reaction, but the entire stadium erupted in cheers as Victor Krum was introduced to the field. His cheers shook the air as people celebrated the guy's skill on a broom and his excellent performances so far in the tournament. The game began with great energy. Unfortunately, it was immediately obvious that although Crumb was beyond top class as a seeker, the rest of the team just couldn't keep up at the peak of the sport. The Irish team was better in everything and the new brooms just made things a lot worse. The score kept climbing higher and higher until it was so bad that it was 160-00. That's right, they were completely crushing the competition, and if they couldn't score even one goal they would lose no matter what. But at this level, the opposing team would not let you have it easy because they just kept scoring until it was now 210-10. It was only at this moment that Crumb caught sight of the snitch and went after it as fast as possible. He wanted to end this on his terms and save some manner of honor for his motherland. Such a crushing defeat was unacceptable after coming this far, and this was the best option at this point due to the skill, equipment and teamwork gap between the two teams. Even with his skills, by the time he caught the snitch, Ireland had the chance to score once again, ending the match with 220-160 for Ireland. The match was short, but the skills on display were the real deal. It left many in an ecstatic mood. Some Bulgaria/Crumb fans were down at the defeat, but the celebratory mood overpowered such reactions as almost the entire stadium started celebrating at their tents. The parties were in full swing, and in the black tent, where we had decided to congregate in, was no exception. The twins danced and sang to victory, the adults were drinking quite the considerable amount of beverages, the kids were mostly joining in on the twins' lead, whilst the trio was enjoying themselves as they talked and snacked. My three friends and I were all legally adults in the magical world, allowing us to drink as well. But all of us weren't actually fans. Victoria had every reason to hate the stuff, I just didn't get the appeal. James was against drinking in general, whilst our most likely to drink Christian actually didn't like losing his sharp mind, body and instincts for the temporary buzz. It was drilled into him by his parents that such actions may lead to death while in the wild and was to be avoided as much as possible. But, something slightly surprised me all of a sudden. I felt attack magic being used, heard people screaming, sensed people fleeing, and fear was in the air. I was ready for it, but who could it be under those robes aside from Lucius? Everyone but Selwyn and the Caros were now dead or imprisoned. The only option was younger potential members fed that garbage they believe in so much that they joined in. I thought with a slight frown. Tori, James, Christian. We've got company. You wanted some real combat and now's your chance. Everyone under 17 is not to leave this tent. If danger comes your way, I want you to head to the forest and hide. If forced, I will permit the use of force. All adults not hammered right now will protect the kids while we check things out. Is everything clear? I yelled out my command as I let my ruler's aura flow out of me and making everyone respond to me instinctively. Yes. They cried in unison. I saw Sirius wanting you argue, but I looked at him intensely. Sirius, I know your skills and abilities, but you have a responsibility towards Harry now and can't be so reckless. You are the most skilled here and trust you to look after them. I said sternly to the man. He only hesitated for a second before nodding and getting to it. All right, let's go. I yelled to my now excited friends. We quickly run through the fleeing witches and wizards, making our way to the fires, screams and spells. Our arrival at the scene allowed us to see 8 men in heavy black robes, wearing metallic skull masks, while chanting and attacking some of the muggles in charge of the land we are on and burning tents for the hell of it. I am not going to interfere unless something really wrong happens, so go wild on these assholes for ruining everybody's good times. I say with a sinister smile. You're the best, babe. Simply responded Tori with a predatory smile. I'll be on defense as usual. Declared the calm James. I'm going to wreck those Murtlap fuckers. Said the excited Christian. The three of them took out their wands and started attacking with practiced ease and skill. Christian started with a blasting curse to shock and disperse the group, following up with magically growing the grass to attack and restrain some of their opponents. Tori followed him up by attacking one of the loose opponents with a double knockback jinx and launching the guy flying as he screamed, then quickly sending severing charms to 3 hooded cunts and forcing them to drop their wand in pain. James focused on using the muddy ground to block spells as he manipulated it like it was a fluid, letting Christian and Victoria focus on the offense completely as he blocked 4 spells from the sloppy idiots. With half incapacitated already, the rest started to get more desperate as they casted curse after curse, trying to break through James' defense. Unfortunately for these idiots, his skills were honed by studying me. And after he made it his own, his defensive style will just make his opponents will slowly suffocate. He was actually the one to start the counter-attack this round by solidifying the mud wall and turning the ground beneath the Deathwonkers' feet into swamps. With their movements hindered, Victoria jumped in with debilitating hexes to cause them to be drowsy and jinxes to hamper their visions and reaction speed, resulting in a clear path for Christian to let it rip with a quartet of disarming charms so quick, one couldn't see when one ended and another began. Result so far was 7 disarmed idiots, 4 tied up in magical grass and cut dominant arms, 3 disarmed and unable to move much due to the swamp they are standing in and their near blindness, and 1 guy sent flying Team Rocket style. Fantastic result and teamwork, guys. You wiped the floor with these chumps, letting you have a good enough practice run for the future. I sincerely announced with a smile. The three looked at me with pleased expressions until they looked up and their smiles faded. I turned around quickly and see. The dark fucking mark. 114, ch 114 culprits in blood. Aiden. What are you doing here? Yelled out a very familiar voice as it arrived with others. Mother. I answered back in a bit of a surprise. What happened here? She asked as her eyes widened at the scene of 7 disabled and wounded men. Hi, we took care of the idiots. I said with an awkward chuckle. Fine. I'll talk to you when we get home. For now we have a bigger problem. 2 of you secure the area, the rest to the mark. She quickly ordered as she looked at her men. You guys head back to the tent for this one. You won't be able to do anything about the situation. It can't feel any fighting from the origin point, so I guess someone casted it and ran away. I tell my friends as they were watching the scene. Well, that was short. Said Christian as he put his hands on the back of his head. Less conflict is always a better thing, Christian. Chided James with a shake of his head. But they were so pathetic. Not even a true challenge. They had more than twice our number and still barely put up a fight. Snorted Victoria. This was only one of the groups. I'm guessing they split up. Informed Amelia as everyone ran towards the dark mark, and I split away from my friends. I'll go on ahead. I'm faster. I informed Mother as I burst out, my muscles exploding with power as I almost disappear from my previous spot. Leaving behind a blur and some stunned wizards. That boy, always rushing ahead. Simply said Amelia with a slightly amused look on her face. I could feel the wind rush through my hair and whistle in my ears as I blew past burning tents and panicking people. All of those present feared the mark in the sky as they ran from it. I could feel Crouch Jr. fleeing the place as he dropped Harry's wand, and by extension the trio near it. Unfortunately I could also feel almost 24 wizards surrounding them and shooting spells at the kids. So with a great jump, I made the ground sink from under me as I flew through the air for a few moments, landing in front of the kids gracefully through the use of a wandless arresto momentum. With looks of shock and awe from those present, I let my passive aura leak out of me as I spoke. It seems the Ministry is incapable of confirming who exactly they are trying to take down. I said in a cold voice. Move out of the way, child. These are the culprits behind this damnable mark. Yelled out a man with unnaturally neat, short grey hair, with a narrow toothbrush mustache, wearing a black suit and highly polished shoes, making him look like a Muggle businessman. You will address me properly, Mr. Crouch. And you will do well to understand exactly who you are accusing. I spoke out as he suddenly felt the pressure sobering his emotions quickly. Fine then. Lord Bones, you will move out of the way and we will detain the culprits behind the dark mark as is our duty. He responded after taking a breath, but with an emotionless tone. So you want me to believe 3 soon-to-be 4th years, one being a Muggleborn, another being the son of the head of the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts office in the Ministry of Magic, and the third being Harry freaking Potter, shot the dark mark into the sky? I will once again ask for you to understand. Who exactly are you accusing here? I said as I let my eyes glow with power, making them look like blue flames. All those present felt my strength this time, as the pressure forced them to almost unconsciously submit. Then where is the culprit? Only they were here and no others were found. Crouch tried to argue. We saw someone over there cast a spell as they pointed a wand towards the sky right before that thing appeared. They fled right after though. Interjected Harry as he was trying to prove his innocence and help out. Thank you, Harry. Now if anyone can check the area. I am thinking your reckless attacks may have done unintentional good. I said to the surrounding people. A witch quickly took the initiative to head over with a duo following right behind her as I stared down Bartmeus Crouch Sr. A few moments of tension later, with the kids behind me and the rest in front of me, the group came back holding a little body and a wand. We found this house elf unconscious beside this wand. She was directly under the mark. Informed the witch. My wand. I thought I forgot it in the tent. Harry blurted out. So you admit your wand was used to cast the mark. Clearly you have some involvement in this. Said Crouch as he rushed to accuse Harry. Mr. Crouch. My ice-cold voice resounded, making everyone freeze at the danger they now felt. You will remain quiet or I will incapacitate you while we have a proper investigation. You are lucky I am not killing you where you stand for what your son was responsible for putting me through and the murder of my parents. So you will shut up or I will no longer tolerate your presence. I was no longer presenting my ruler's aura, it was now pure bloodlust assaulting the man as he started shivering at my threat, making him unable to even try and respond. Harry, go and pick up your wand. We will cast Prior Incantato on it to see if the culprit used your wand to cast the mark. And with the only witness present, Winky here will then be reanimated. I said as everyone dared not disagree. Plus it was the logical thing to do instead of rashly pointing fingers before any facts were determined. The kid got his wand and came back under the gaze of everyone, whilst I motioned first him to pass it over for a second. I casted the reverse charm aloud, so that no one doubted it was what was casted, and with it came out the small image of the dark mark. At that moment Amelia finally came and saw what was happening. Aiden, what have you found? She asked in her head of the DMLE voice. Someone took Harry's wand to cast the mark. These men and women thought the trio were responsible. They fired stunners, hit Mr. Crouch's house elf which was found fainted next to said wand. I may have lost a bit of control and let my emotions get the better of me, so I will turn everything over to you mother. I explained calmly to the woman as I hand the wand back to Harry. Please do cooperate Mr. Crouch. I am sure Madam Bones would love to hear your opinions while I take these kids back where they belong. I added with a polite smile which didn't reach my eyes. Without waiting for anyone's agreement, I guided the stunned kids away from the scene and head back for the black tent. I waited until we were far enough before asking them a question. Why are you three in the forest? I thought I told everyone to stay together in the tent. I asked the quiet teenagers. Well. Sirius and Mr. Weasley told us to go hide here when they found out more than one group was attacking muggles. So they told everyone who wasn't an adult yet to go and hide while they helped take care of things. Answered a slightly nervous Harry. Great, more idiots with delusions of grandeur. I say to no one in particular. We also saw that Git Draco while we were hiding. He basically threatened Hermione and all but said his dad was participating. Added in Ron. Lucius really can't change. I had hoped my little playing around with him would rein him in a bit, but if he continues this way only ruin awaits him. I sigh in response to the Malfoy family's actions. What do you mean? Cautiously asked the curious girl. Blood supremacy is a dead end leading to worsening magic, loss of bloodline gifts, genetic abnormalities, decreasing number of members in each subsequent generation, dying traditions, loss of family lines and knowledge, and lowering of intelligence as time passes. The implementation of the ideal would kill the magical world within 4 generations at most, unless they involve half-bloods. I explain plainly as we walk. What? Really? Asked a surprised Ron. Yet. This is all based on evidence. Doesn't remotely help their case that the most powerful and famous wizards of the modern age are all half-bloods. I answered the redhead. Wait. Is that really true? Then who are they? Excitedly asked Hermione. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, Tom Marvolo Riddle, Harry James Potter and Aiden Michael Bones. I answered with a little smile. The headmasters, Harry's and my mother were all muggle-born witches, while Tom's father was a muggle. The 3 were slack-jawed at the revelation. They had never thought about that common factor between the 4 of us. But that can't be the reason why all of you are strong. Said Hermione after thinking for a bit. No, it certainly isn't. We all had a drive to improve and gain more power, for various reasons and goals of course, but it is hard to dismiss the theory that introducing new magical blood into the old lines helps ignite latent potential hidden within. I explained to the curious girl. And why is that? She asked as the 2 guys listened. I believe it is because Muggle-born have purer magical blood in all honesty. To me they represent a new line, devoid of any advantages or disadvantages. They are blanks if you will. They can help ignite a dying bloodline, or if generations of Muggle-born marry into a new line exclusively as some purebloods try to do. I believe new magical gifts and affinities would rise up from that now pureblood wizard family. That is actually my theory on how Metamorph Magi and Parcel Tonguis came to be in the first place, with the possibility of old rituals or spells, but still a solid possibility. I answered the young witch. Then doesn't that mean you are on the complete opposite side of Death Eaters? Asked Ron with a sudden realization. Of course I am. What kind of person do you take me for? I scoffed as I over-exaggeratedly responded, getting a few chuckles. We were getting closer to the tent field as we chatted when Harry suddenly spoke up about something that had been bugging him. Aiden, I know this isn't really a proper thing to ask, but why were you so mad at Mr. Crouch? Said the kid hesitantly. Harry. You shouldn't ask that. It's personal. Chided a high-pitched Hermione. Yeah mate, not sure this is the best time either. Ron surprisingly said as he agreed with the girl. It's alright you two. The answer is simple. I say to them with a calm look. His son was an extremely devoted follower of Voldemort. He, along with several of his stronger followers, attacked my family and wiped out pretty much everyone except for myself, my aunt and Susan. Although he was sent to Azkaban, I cannot stop my loathing for the man who raised the bastard who killed my parents. I answered to the now stunned trio. I'm sorry. I really shouldn't have asked that. I know how bad it feels when people ask those types of questions and I just did it to you. Said a very guilty-looking Harry as he realized how bad I must feel. It's all right Harry. I know what you went through, so it's only fair you get a bit of my past as well. I said with a small sigh as I look up to the stars. I hope I've at least made my presence in their son acceptable through my actions and accomplishments. I suddenly thought as I remembered whose body this should have truly been. I dropped the trio over to their guardians, then head over to my own friends as they questioned me about what had happened after they separated. After being grilled for answers, everyone finally went to bed as some of the parents were running around trying to help, making it an interesting finale for the Quidditch World Cup. 115, ch 115 Depth of Friendship. The next morning came, and with it the rushing ministry officials and members running around like crazy. You four take care of Susan and go back home. I need to head directly to the ministry and take care of this mess. That damn Rita Skeeter had write that article. Now we have people complaining about ineptitude. Amelia said in an annoyed manner. The article she's talking about has to do with the fact that aside from the 7 captured because of us, Skeeter basically slandered the ministry by saying they were so bad that children were more effective in the apprehension of the rioters. The prophet jumped on the opportunity to run her trash talk. They needed any kind of attention-grabbing news they could get with the domination the Herald had achieved in the news. I received a report that she wanted to publish her article through us, but we don't publish any pure slander without having a true understanding of the situation. She didn't want to not have her article published at all, since she knew if we looked into it and her arguments would fall apart. Thus she went to the prophet for a lower bar. No worries, mother. Go show those fools how it's done. I said with a small smile on my face. Yeah, no worries. Bro and his friends can take down anyone. Agreed Susan with certainty. Of course. If anyone tries to harm my little sister they will have to bring an army. I declared with my chest puffed out. That's not funny when you're the one saying it, said Christian with a little chuckle. He's not wrong though. From what Aiden has told us about his current power, it might really take an army to bring him down properly. James added as he gave the comment serious thought. Like he will even get a chance. I am more than enough to beat down any punk with ideas on Susan. Victoria said as she hugged Sus from behind. I am glad you made such reliable friends, dear. Mother gently said as she calmed down a bit from our behavior. Hee, I helped make them reliable. They were just loners and geeks before. I say while chuckling. Hey! They responded in unison. Prove me wrong. I simply shouted as I dodged some fists and feet while laughing. Stop dodging, you git. I'll get you. Shouted Christian as he wildly tried to hit me. Well, it's not exactly an erroneous statement. But I still wish to hit you for that. Calmly said James as he was using his goblin hand-to-hand combat training. You mentioned my dark past. As my man, that is an even more unforgivable crime. Darkly murmured Victoria as she kept trying to get sneak attacks in. Ha 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 ha. You guys are so close to each other, it warms an old lady's heart. Laughed Mother sincerely as she watched how we interacted. That laughter actually stopped everyone in their tracks because it has never happened before. Ha ha ha. It has been a long time since I had such a true laugh. Thank you for that, you all. I hope my son doesn't cause you too many headaches and you can all keep being together like this. She followed up as she wiped little tears of laughter in her eyes. He's not getting rid of us that easy. Proudly declared Christian after a moment and with a bright smile, but not forgetting to get a free hit on my ABS. James simply nodded in agreement with a determined look on his face, getting my arm with a punch. He's my man, of course I'm not leaving. Simply stated Tori as she hugged my arm with her ample assets, after she pinched my side. Such good people you've all grown up to be. Alright, I'll be off. She simply said with a warm smile and lighter heart. With a rowdy and energetic farewell, we also headed back to our homes in order for all of us to prepare for our final year at Hogwarts. During the time up to our departure, I heard 2 pieces of news which reassured me. Although I felt bad about this, Bertha Hawkins has disappeared and the ministry was taking fire for that one as well. This most likely meant Moldy and his rat knew about little Barty being alive and loyal, but under his father's control. It also meant that the Crouch family member under the Imperius would change very soon. Unfortunately for Elder Crouch, I have a grudge against his family and I have no obligation to help the man who released that animal from Azkaban. I don't give a shit about his wife's last request. He murdered my family. Kidnapped me, hence is responsible for me suffering all that pain. Broke my mother's heart. And he tortured and killed dozens more. They will both die by the end of the year. So don't lose control. You've waited this long and a little more will do no difference. I thought to myself as was pondering their situations and trying to keep a cool head. The second piece of news being the attack on Mad-Eye Moody's home and subsequent increase in twitchiness a few days later. This should mean little Crouch has started to really acclimatize to his role. This would be verified when Moody shows up as the new Dada professor for the year. If he tries that same crap like in the canon, I will show him what someone with real willpower and mental strength can achieve. I declared to myself as I remembered his first lessons on the Unforgivables. Aside from that, Susan and I got ready for the year, preparations which now include getting dress robes for men and dresses for the ladies. Susan was going for a red full skirt gown, to match of reddening hair which has been changing as she matured, almost matching the family trait now. It was nice and I praised my little sister for hitting it out of the park. Although I am protective and love her a lot, I am not overprotective. I will not stop her from finding her happiness or dating. Some things are only learned through experiencing such them. But if someone really wrongs her or tries to, they will not have a pleasant time. Back to the fancy wizard wear, I ordered a hybrid of magic and muggle design. I knew I would be dancing with a lady who loves green, during the Yule Ball decorated with a winter theme, coupled with my white skin and silver/white hair and striking blue eyes. These facts resulted in my idea for my dress robe. The outer robe would be pure white, with some green elven patterns embroidered across the robe, like delicate vines embracing me. The inner robe would be a white tux to complement the robe and me, to result in my matching Tori but also showing off my own strong points. It did feel a little Chiyuni to be honest. Kinda like I was doing some cosplay of an elf version of Aishite Tsukasa from Shokuchiki no Soma, but manlier. Oh well. With that taken care of, it was time to begin our trip to Hogwarts once again. This year Melia was a bit more rushed due to the ministry still trying to put out its fires, but she still took the time to see us off. At least fewer reporters were trying to get pictures and interviews this year. I think it's mostly due to me not releasing anything this summer. But by the winter, my name would resound across the magical world for new reasons, so I should prepare for that. Why do you ask? It's not only because I will most likely be the Hogwarts champion, but also because I submitted the data we have collected on my vaccine against lycanthropy to the ministry for proper licensing, registration and approval. The reason we decided to go through with it is because of an extraordinary result we received during the last week. The baby of our volunteer couple, 2 full werewolves, didn't have the disease. That's right. The baby was perfectly healthy by all standards and did not inherit his parents' burden. We actually ran some tests and found that he should possess a resistance towards the virus naturally. Meaning he is now very unlikely to become a werewolf, even if scratched or bitten. It's not immunity, but it has pushed the curing of lycanthropy another dozen steps further with just him existing. And because of this, we've started preparing to give the vaccine to all of our affiliated werewolves, letting them live completely normal lives. The only difference is the additional shot. I will probably reveal my original spell at some point before the end of my 7th year, but I'm hoping to get my second one completed before then. That front actually had some progress. A flash of inspiration hit me when I was studying my own flame and trying to properly transform it into its arithmetic equivalent. I succeeded in isolating the helpful, pure, healing and protective properties of the phoenix flames from the destructive dragon ones, giving me that flash. The idea was to merge some of these isolated properties with the concepts for my Protego Sanctum and the Patroness. The goal was to form an advanced form of the Patroness charm, changing it from a supportive and somewhat limited spell, to an offensive magic capable of harming and or killing those from / with the dark side of magic. The study of my flame also led me to an interesting accidental discovery as well. I found out that the healing properties of the fire could be harnessed and used to increase the power of one's healing spells as a whole, like Paraceltung would do. I also theorized that if I can properly change this element to a spell, I would be able to start a revolution in the field of healing. This one I've decided to work on with Victoria, in the hopes of giving her inspiration and another tool to develop her new treatments. As I was thinking about my current projects and future actions, my friends started to arrive in the cabin I had occupied. First was Victoria as always, letting us have a proper greeting between the both of us. Meaning snogging of the highest order, with lots of roaming hands in our concealed cabin. Then my 2 other friends joined us one after the other, quickly getting settled in as we talked about the odd addition to this year's list of required materials. Aside from that, nothing much was new since we saw each other less than a week ago and right between ourselves on our private boxes. But the time had come. So, I'll speak for the 3 of us and say that it's time for you to check our progress and hopefully keep your end of the deal from before the summer. Said Tori seriously as she looked directly into my eyes with determination. I steel my own resolve and look at my 2 guy friends sporting similar expressions on their faces, letting me know they were all ready for this. Very well. But be warned that I will truly be encroaching into your minds this time. It will not be the gentle surface probes I usually use. I will pry open your minds and you might not even know, or it might be a near violent event. This will not be fun nor easy. It will be something which might even make you fear what I can do. I explained to the 3 of them with utmost seriousness. I trust and respect you too much, my raven. Answered Tori with a gentle but unwavering voice. You're my friend, mentor, and a rival. Bring it. Declared Christian with fire in his eyes as his passion roared. You showed me so much light in this world. I believe I can also handle some of its darkness. So test us and we shall overcome it. Stated James with his will powering his words. All right. I will do it one at a time. I say in response to their wills. Prepare yourselves. I declare as my eyes glow with power. 116, ch 116 Clever Defenses. My gaze first landed on Christian. My blazing blue eyes meeting his electric blue ones. In that instant I entered his mind, but it was surprising to find how he made his defenses. Unlike mine, which are set defenses with reactive counterattacks depending on the intruder's methods and abilities, Christian created a defensive world around his mind. What made me admire the setup was that it seemed to be made up of an untamed jungle made up of magical plants and trees. These were part of his defenses as every plant was aggressive, poisonous, venomous, lethal, or constrictive. One would constantly be assaulted by them as you tried to push further into his mind. It was a completely hostile world. Which unfortunately, was completely crushed by my flames as I copied the same principle I used during my ritual and what happened during my bonding with Soul, burning the place to the ground as I moved forward. Then the second part of Christian's defenses kicked in as hordes of magical creatures and beings started to charge through the forest. I could see dragons, griffins, hippogriffs, nundus, chimeras, trolls, giants, velas, acromantulas, lethofolds, dementors and even some basilisks. It was something any wizard would just give up in despair upon seeing. This was more difficult not only because of how well made these were, but the teamwork they could exhibit between each other and the plants was extremely difficult to counter. It was the accumulation of Christian's knowledge, understanding, and creativity in action. He replicated every single one of the most dangerous creatures and plants he knew, then added teamwork and strategy to their behavior, resulting in a deadly defense. This is if you are able to breach through his preliminary defenses, which consists of the standard wall, fake memories, and junk images. Only then can you tackle the real defenses. But I just blasted through those to reach this place. In all honesty, these defenses were incredible. I could only see someone getting through if they are so sneaky his mind didn't notice them. Something I believe only I am capable of. Or burst through with sheer power. Which I believe only Vol, Dumble, and myself should be able to achieve due to Christian's magical strength, his will, and mental abilities. The onslaught of the horde only ended once I had almost scorched the entire jungle world which had been created. All that surrounded me was ash and bones as I stared into the hole leading to Christian's core. I could also feel a very real threat of death coming from that hole. My only explanation being that I theorized that this hole was actually the Charybdis, blocking the true entrance as a whole. But since I had a thorough understanding of my friend's level of occlumency, I decided to end the incursion here and retreat. As I returned to the real world, I could see a panting and sweating Christian struggling to stay upright. Your defenses were very well thought out and creative, Christian. I could only offer to improve it through more variety within your jungle. Maybe adding mountainous, swamp or water domains to help strengthen it. Aside from that, it is powerful. I say as I give out my evaluation. Merlin Sagatit's mate. That was 10 times worse than what Master's Commander ever got me into. Declared the guy as his breathing stabilized. That bad? Asked a slightly curious James. I could barely slow him down. It felt like he was peeling away layers of myself and stopped right before exposing me completely. Not something one experiences for fun. Christian explained with a shake of his head. James, ready yourself. You shall be next. I declare to my peaceful friend. I am ready. Come. He answered with a nod. Good, then look into my eyes. I ordered to begin. I broke through the standard defenses with a bit more effort than with Christian, James having made it more flexible than our friend. Once I was in his true defensive core, I was welcomed by the sight of great fortress walls, with soldiers manning the ramparts and throwing rocks, shooting arrows, dumping burning oil and shooting crossbow bolts at me. Looks like James made a castle to defend himself, but I doesn't feel like I am close to the center of his mind at all. I'm used as I understood the structure in front of me. I decided to bust through the front on this one, using pure power. I wanted to see what would happen when I broke this castle of his. After erasing it from existence, the area changed into another type of battlefield. This time I was on a mountain, as I was being besieged this time. I was alone facing an entire army this time. I set them all aflame, but then the scenario changed again. One battlefield or fortress after another was created as I rampaged through them without stopping. I then gained an understanding of how my usually peaceful and gentle friend developed his defenses. He used his ideals on combat, his goblin training and his education to create an unending series of battles to wear down the intruder until they can't sustain their presence. It is made to slowly whittle down the strength and endurance of the enemy. This is very James-like in all honesty. If he has to fight, he will do it in the most secure fashion to protect himself and others. He doesn't aggressively attack others, but he lets them exhaust themselves in the face of his absolute defense. What was interesting was his ideology for an absolute defense in occlumency. He didn't need it to stop any and all intruders immediately. He just needed to gradually stop them bit by bit. After some time barreling through the scenarios like the Juggernaut, I finally reached the last line of defense James had designed. I could feel him beyond it. And living up to its importance, the place was impressive. It was like seeing an even deadlier Death Star floating above you whilst all of its cannons pointed at you. It was impressive because I'm guessing it also has a variety of troops within, Probably some spaceships to stop me from entering, some ground forces and maybe even forces waiting above it. Feeling satisfied from the effort it took to make it here, I smiled and retreated. Now seeing the drenched James trying to stay conscious, giving him some time to recover and a bit of magic and potion to help, I waited for him to be okay. Christian was right, not a pleasant time. He simply said with a depreciating smile. This is a good experience for you as well. Your setup is very in keeping with your style, but you need to make it more difficult for stronger people to wipe the slate. I think giving self-destruct commands or more powerful troops could help you along the way. I informed my blonde friend. I'll do what I can. He said resolutely. Good. Now you're next, Tori. Are you ready? I asked with no emotions in my voice. Do it. Do not insult me by going easy on me or faking it. She answered without any hesitation. All right. Then look into my eyes. I simply say afterwards. As I met her emerald gaze, I entered her mind. What surprised me was that she employed a modified version of systematic occlumency defenses. Usually it involves forming a barrier in front of your mind to keep others out, then forming fake memories to fool those who try to come in. What Tori did was use false and some real memories as a form of emotional traps. She made the intruder feel intense emotions and wanted them to lose themselves in it. These traps centered around anger, sadness, pain, loss, jealousy, and greed, but you could also find happiness, contentment, acceptance, success, love, and peace. It was a trap made to appeal to human desires of every kind. Breaking through the surface traps only led to a defense I would call a wizard killer. Unless one used overwhelming power to break through the obstacles, they had to answer questions on every topic of magic and science Victoria knew. You either had to be so powerful you could dominate her, or you had to be smarter than her. It was simple in concept, but with her strength and intelligence, it was a near impregnable defense. It followed the same logic Snape used to protect the Philosopher's Stone a few years ago, knowledge and common sense. That is what wizards lack the most and what I wish to help them get. She used that concept without knowing it, and pushed it to its limits as an occlumency defense. I had to admit that Tori's efforts in Muggle science and psychology have paid off phenomenally. She even had barriers which could stump me, leaving me impressed at my girl's progress in the field of medicine. It made me want to help her become the goddess of her field, simply because I believed she could revolutionize it. I had similar beliefs for Christian when it comes to helping nature thrive and towards James' potential to create things which will blow the minds of witches and wizards. Back in Tori's mind, I found an interesting pattern emerging from the questions and problems. There was an increase in the fields where more time was taken or the obstacle was overpowered. This meant her defenses had a pattern recognition ability and adjusted the questions to make things more and more difficult for the intruder. In my case, an increase in Muggle medicine from all over the world and human psychology questions. It was like her defenses were mocking people's lack of knowledge. Oh well, the door explodes. As I reached the core, the final question was revealed to me. It was surprising to see that it wasn't a straightforward question, but a riddle. I am a star guiding the lost. I am a child full of wonder. I am the bird who knows all. I am the key to your questions. I can shine the brightest light. I know the darkest shadows. I welcome those at my door. I heal the wounded before me. Who am I? With a warm smile, I ended my intrusion and returned to the cabin, finding a slightly sweating Victoria with signs of fatigue. But when she saw my warm gaze she responded with her own sense she understood. Your defenses are brilliant, Tori. Difficult, clever, and adaptive. The only improvement would be something similar to what I advised James earlier. I say to her with a smile. Told you boys mine were the best. She gloated to the guys with a cocky smile. Yeah. The Queen has proved her skills. Said Christian with a teasing voice. I would love to workshop some improvements with you two after this as well. We've mostly worked alone on this homework of ours. Added James with a calm smile. I do agree that everyone could improve through sharing their own experience. Even I got a few inspirations from your executions. I agreed with a bright smile. Yes. Always learning and improving. Victoria dismissively said. Now. You uphold your end of the deal. You said we all had great defenses, so talk. She impatiently added. My three friends were looking at me intensely, hoping to finally know my secrets. A deal is a deal. I agree calmly as a small smile hangs on my lips. 117, ch 117 Q&A session. Ask the questions you have about me. I simply said to my friends after securing the cabin to insane levels. What have you been doing that we don't know? Quickly asked Christian. You'll have to be more specific about that. I have been doing a lot of things no one knows about. I answered calmly. What do you mean? James asked in response. You will have to ask about what I do in school and out of it. I answered swiftly. Fine then. What have you been up to outside of school? Christian asked after correcting himself. Well, Everything started when I bought some stocks in Muggle World. I gained massive profits from those since I was young. But my activities only really started when I released 2 books under a pseudonym. I answered by going back to the root of my activities. I'm going to skip over the stocks, but what books? I didn't know you publish more than your books from last summer. Asked James in response. Well, that's pretty simple. I made a little guide and an information book about a particular affliction, making my pseudonym a little infamous. So I never took credit for them. I explained with a little smile on my lips. You can't be serious. You can't be him. Suddenly exclaimed Victoria as she looked at me in complete shock. What do you mean, girl? What did you figure out? Asked Christian, surprised at his friend's sudden outburst. Wait a second. No, it can't be. You're really him. Carefully asked James as his eyes widened in disbelief. Not you too, James. Tell me what you two realized. Complained Christian as he was left out of the loop. If he's not lying, Aiden just admitted to being Michael Falster, the mysterious and infamous founder of Firm, author of the Muggleborn Guide and Blinded to Facts about Werewolves. Explained James quietly as Christian's mouth opened. Well, I am also the founder and owner of Breaking Grounds Apothecary, Natural Cultivation Farms, the Herald, Fortress Protections, the Muggle Toy Box, a variety of creature preserves, some material farms, and probably the owner of the best information network in the country. I corrected plainly, looking at their reactions. Silence filled the cabin as they tried to process what I just told them. Even Victoria, who had been quietly listening, had her lips parted in utter shock. After a few minutes of computing, Tori finally started the questions again. Wouldn't this mean you are the richest and most influential person in the world right now? She asked seriously. I don't know about the world, but I sincerely doubt anyone could come close to me in the UK. But if people knew the depths of my influence, I doubt they'd feel safe. It is just too much power for any single person to wield. I answered after a bit of thought. I can sorta understand that. I've read about Fortress and natural cultivation. They are leagues above everyone else. Not many people realize this, but Fortress probably has better forces, equipment and facilities than the Ministry itself right now. Just that is dangerous enough. But you also have a near monopoly in the herb market as well. I can see why now. If they've had your ideas and training put into action, then no one stood a chance. Suddenly commented Christian this time. And with you also holding the field of potions in the palm of your hands, coupled with your contracts to multiple hospitals giving you immense pull. Then you add your self-proclaimed information network, which includes the Herald itself, probably spies in the Ministry, Fortress and whatever other means you've concocted. Added Victoria thoughtfully. Not forgetting your relationship with goblins, centaurs, merpeople, velas, werewolves and Muggle/Muggleborns. Your obvious wealth, the control you have over materials from plants and animals, the innovations you have a complete monopoly over and personal strength also bring in other factors. Also added James this time. All, this makes us see why you would say that. Concludes Tori with a sigh. Honestly makes me glad I am your friend mate. How did no one ever notice that you basically took control of everything? Asked the shaken Christian. It is because I am not directly involved in any of this. I selected the official creators of each of those businesses, gave them resources, information, ideas, training and opportunities, but the rest was their own results. They took what I offered them and built the giants standing today. And even if they had to contact me, it was all through my aides. I explained to my friends as I make them start thinking again. And that is who Scott Cross is, I assume. The only man known to be in direct contact with Michael Falster. The only man the wizarding world has seen when it comes to his affairs. But you mentioned aides, as in more than one. Who are the others? My calm friend asked this time. That would be Jerry. She is a werewolf who approached me to help her people. We had a rocky beginning, but I brought her in and trained her to be my left hand. She is the one responsible for the underworld of the wizarding community. And so, her duties are completely different from Scott's, making her unknown to anyone. I answered with a summarized explanation. It's a woman, is it? Suddenly asked Tori in a suspicious voice. Don't you worry. She and Scott like each other. I'm quite excited to see when those two will hook up for real. I am guessing when she hears the effects of my vaccine, she'll jump for it. I said to the young woman with a chuckle, relaxing her. There was a breakthrough. Curiously asked Christian this time. Not a breakthrough, just a wonderful secondary result. I'll give you the report another time since that part is known to you guys. I say, satisfying his momentary curiosity. And how long have you been managing all of this? And why? Asked Victoria, trying to get to the heart of the matter. Because it is the path towards my dream and my true desire in life. I answer without any hesitation. You mentioned that when you confessed. You saw me beside you as you saw your desire come true. But what is it? She followed up to ask. I want to make magic something wonderful again. I want people to think, create, improve, innovate, revolutionize, preserve, and be better. I started firm to stop outdated thinking, breaking grounds to stimulate innovations and encourage the trading of knowledge, natural cultivation to give new options to the world, fortress to protect those afraid of being oppressed by existing powers and combat evil, the herald to develop critical thought and free people from chains called mob mentality, the toy box to make people understand the world they really live in, and Bones Works to push magic further in any way I could. Everything else is secondary. The money is useful to fund more projects and help others improve their conditions. The power is a byproduct obtained through the innovative ideas, products made by embracing new ideas properly and quality products/services. And my influence is a necessary evil because I need something to have other follow these steps toward progress. It won't just happen, but I hope I can make it happen through all of these. I explain with a fervor this time, once again reducing the cabin to silence. How can I even be worthy of standing next to you at this point? Victoria asked with a tired look on her face this time. It's simple, because I can already see you revolutionize the way healing is done. I know you will be a queen amongst them. You will open the doors to new knowledge and ideas, forming the path forward to the future. You, Christian and James are the very manifestation of my dream. You three stand beyond the forefront of what our generation is capable of doing. You are the proof that my desire can become reality. People driven to improve and innovate, resulting in magic taking strides forward. That is why I've always been proud of being friends and loving you. I answered passionately, with a smile of my face. This answer turned Victoria's expression of near despair into a blossoming smile, whilst Christian and James looked touched at my level of belief in them. The three never really heard about what I believe their potentials are. But they needed to know now. My achievements were too dazzling in general, and could ruin their self-esteem. I just reminded them of the path they are walking on to strengthen them. You're right. Why am I moping around? I already have my research and I am almost ready to knock the socks off those old ladies at St. Mungo's. I'll show them how healing is done. Tori declared with her fire back. Haha. You just lit a fire in me, mate. Just you wait, I'll show you something truly spectacular I've been planning with the help of Mr. Scamander, my parents, and Hagrid. It'll blow your mind when you hear it. Said Christian as his spirit was blazing. Give me another few years and I will show you enchanting unseen in the wizarding world. My work will resonate for ages. James said in his low voice, but it was showing his quiet spirit. I know you three will do great. So what other questions do you have? I asked with a smile. You said you wanted to divide the things you've done but not told us in two, in and out of school. So what have you not told us about the happenings of Hogwarts? Asked James after giving it some thought. The first 3 years were completely honest except for two things, my knife and my time turner. I answered honestly. You have a time turner? How'd you get one? The ministry really regulates those things like crazy. Asked Christian in shock. I found it in the room of lost things. After I found the place, the idea came to mind. It took me quite a while, finding a few broken ones I didn't want to mess with due to not knowing how they truly worked, but I persevered until I found this bad boy. I answered as I took out the silver pocket watch from my pouch. It's how I was able to make so much progress in my research while still attending class. It's also why I rejected the one they offered me for third year. I added quickly. You has this the whole time and didn't share? Asked Tori with narrowed eyes this time. Too dangerous to mess with time too much. I was not going to risk it. Even I limit myself strictly when using it and I didn't want any unforeseen problems. But you three are strong and intelligent wizards in which, so I will actually be letting the three of you use it under strict conditions this year. I answered seriously this time, not letting any opportunity for debate on the issue. You said you also had a knife? Is that the phoenix dagger that my teacher was so proud of? He said it was the best he's ever made. Asked James with excitement in his eyes. Instead of taking it out normally, I let it fly out of its sheath to the surprise of everyone. It is probably my deadliest weapon. Insane speed, durability, sharpness, control, and stealth. No one except you three and some goblins know it exists, and it is one of my trump cards. I explain as I marveled at the beauty of the silver knife. I am going to ask you to let me study it. Your enchantments are simple but brutally efficient. I feel like it could really inspire me. James responded with an artisan's passion. Mate, how could you never get me one of these? It looks so fucking awesome. Asked Christian with a look in his eyes almost showing him wanting to steal it here and now. Why did you keep such a useful toy to yourself, babe? Now I won't want anything else for Christmas. Victoria added with a pout. Haha. No worries. James will be able to make some pretty soon I believe, so it won't be a problem to get more. I said with a hearty laugh, getting James to shake his head a bit at his predicted orders. Yes, I'll make knives for the both of you. It'll have to wait a bit for me to really master everything, but it'll happen. He said with a wry smile. But Aiden, you said that was for the first 3 years, so what happened after? He also asked. You guys remember how Professor Quirrell disappeared during our 4th year, right? And how Gryffindor got awarded a bunch of points to get the house cup? I asked in return. Of course, was the unified answer. Well, that was because the idiot got possessed by Voldemort and kept trying to steal the Philosopher's Stone the headmaster was asked to protect by Nicholas Flamel. And some way or another, Harry and his friends stopped him. I say to summarize the first-year canon. What? The 3 of them suddenly shouted. That manipulating piece of dragon dung isn't dead yet? Asked Victoria in a venomous voice. How is that possible? He should be dead because of Harry. Asked James in a thoughtful tone. If that sorry excuse for a troll testicule isn't dead, he'll wish to be if he tries to touch my mum. Christian declared as he punched his hand's palm. The answer for that lies with what happened during our 5th year actually. I answered calmly. Wait. You mean during the basilisk fiasco? How was that related to the egghead? Asked Christian, making me really want to write down his names for the cunt. Because he was the one responsible for the chamber to open 50 years ago as well. At the time his name was Tom Riddle and he has the blood of the Gaunt family running through. This being a family that had always claimed to be descendant of Salazar Slytherin. I start off by explaining. I've heard of them. They were thorough believers of blood supremacy. They married their own family members, avoid Hogwarts, supposedly had the gift of Parseltongue running in the family, but their last descendant should be in Azkaban or dead by now. I heard the line went all but extinct, but you're saying this Tom Riddle who became the Dark Lord is one of them? Asked Victoria as she remembered what her father had taught her. Yes. And that is why he calls himself the heir of Slytherin. I actually believe the statement is actually true, even if they twisted his ideologies beyond recognition. I answered her. But how did he do it 2 years ago? You said he possessed Quirrell, so did the same thing happen again? Christian asked this time. That is an answer I found when I killed the basilisk using my little trump card here. I said whilst tapping my knife. Wait, you killed it? But Potter, Weasley, and Granger were the ones who got the award. How does that make sense? My wild friend immediately asked. Because I didn't want anyone knowing I was capable of doing so. Hence no one outside the trio and the headmaster know of my involvement. I simply answered. So what is this reason for his survival you found down there? Asked Victoria. A very dark piece of magic. One of the evilest out there. A means to technically reach a state of immortality, but with an enormous price. I found a Horcrux. I answered very somberly this time. I've never heard of such a thing. Have either of you? James asked to the cabin. No. It's not my field of study, mate. Tori. Christian answered as he passed the baton over. I've read every book I could find in the library, my family collection and Aiden's collection, but I've never even seen the name. She admitted with a shake of her head. That is a good thing. A Horcrux is simply put, a piece of your soul stored in an object to keep you tethered to the world of the living. Meaning that as long as it is intact, your spirit will never move on to the next world nor turn into a ghost. You will exist in the broadest sense of the word and have a chance to return, if you know how, of course. I explained to my 3 friends. Then what is the price you mentioned? Asked the thoughtful James. To store a piece of your soul you must first break a off piece of it. And the only known way of accomplishing this is by brutally and inhumanly killing a number of people, hence breaking the soul. I answered seriously, as their eyes widened at the revelation. But there is another problem. The body cannot truly function without the soul, so having a tainted and broken soul will inevitably affect the mind and body. Giving us a very likely reason as to why the man looks so far from human and acts like a madman. I add on, giving my friends food for thought once again. But you said the problem was solved in 5th year. You were there, so that means you stopped it and he should be dead, right? Asked a hopeful Christian. Yes, that one was destroyed and the troubles of the year were truly solved. The only issue is that it seems he did something thought as impossible and completely beyond mad, he split his soul even more. I answered truthfully. That's insane. How could anyone even do such twisted things? James exclaimed in disgust this time. That is who he is. He is a man so scared of death he would rather pervert his own existence and soul, ruining his afterlife, naming himself after it, giving everything up in the pursuit of power to avoid it, and naming his followers after it. I state with my own distaste in my voice. That statement actually made Victoria smile a little and move closer to me. Probably because I changed the image of the demon in her mind to such a ridiculously pathetic man. But unfortunately, it is hard to know how many were made and are left. Moving on from this dark topic, any other questions? I asked to my friends. There was a pause at my query, as they thought of what could possibly be unknown to them, until Christian spoke up. Oh yeah. Mr. Scamander said that this year would be quite exciting, but wouldn't tell me why that is. Do you have any clues? He asked hopefully. That is very simple. The Ministry of Magic and the international community have decided to bring back an old event of the wizarding world. This event involves the participation of the three most influential magical schools in Europe, Beauxbatons, Durmstrang, and Hogwarts. This event being the Tri-Wizard Tournament, and Hogwarts has been chosen to be its host. They're really bringing back that tournament? That's surprising due to the high death toll it had back in the day, said Victoria as she knew her history well. Really? Then why in the world would they bring it back? Sounds a bit mad to me, asked James as his face scrunched up. That sounds exciting. A real challenge of life and death. I am so participating, declared a pumped-up Christian. Yes, they said it was to promote international interactions and communication. They also guaranteed a safer event, but you never know with wizards lacking so much common sense. I explained to them to the best of my abilities. Not sure how I really feel about it. But I guess I'll wait to understand how it'll work before making my decision, said James with a slight nod to himself. It would be an interesting challenge, and even then I could challenge my medical skills due to the mortality and injury rate, Victoria said to herself in contemplation. Hee. I really want to see what they'll come up with, chuckled Christian excitedly. Well, if that's the end of the questioning, I think it's time for us to do our duties as prefects and head boy/girl. Any other details can be asked during the school year, so shall we go? I asked the three who nod in agreement. I didn't tell you guys that Victoria had become head girl this year, right? Well, that mostly because it literally couldn't have been anyone else. She is the most respected and responsible young woman in Hogwarts, plus her grades and extracurricular activities make her perfect for it. And so with the Q&A over with, we head to the prefect carriage and begin our last time overseeing the train ride to Hogwarts. 118, CH 118 Tri-Wizard Cup. The train ride itself was very standard for my friends and I. We all headed to the prefect compartment, reconnected with returning members and introduced ourselves to the 8 new prefects joining us. I gave the same warning about not going too far and that favoritism was simply a natural product of Hogwarts, hence some was to be tolerated speech as usual. After that we patrolled the carriages and monitored students. I saw the twins messing with a new prefect until I gave them a shout. Students of every year were admiring us with different levels of obviousness, letting us know our popularity hadn't gotten any lower. I even checked in on the Golden Trio and found Draco with Crabbe and Goyle, taunting the kids with his knowledge on the cup. Now that I think about them, their dads should be released this winter. Wonder how they feel and what their parents will do. I thought to myself as I watched his petty act. Malfoy, stop being such a prat like your father and leave. Do something useful besides trying to make others jealous. You are giving real nobles a bad name, harshly said Victoria. The kid finally noticed us and paled at the sight of us before running away, only stopping dead on the spot when he heard my smooth voice resound the compartment. Draco, when will you stop these childish acts and try to actually prove you are better through some effort? You bought your way into a team out of jealousy instead of polishing the talent you actually have for the sport. You rely on Professor Snape's bias and private tutoring for classes instead of using the intelligence you could have easily cultivated. You simply believe yourself above others when in fact your grades are worse than Harry and Hermione, your dueling skills are worse than Ron and Harry, you aren't even the best in your year for your house, that goes to Daphne Greengrass, and you always try to take the easy way out of everything. If you idolize your father, then I suggest you stop. The only reason he is not in Azkaban is because I took mercy on him and to not ruin your own future. His methods are foolish and simple to break, letting me have the ability to send him to prison whenever I wish. So I implore you to smarten up and think for yourself before all your decisions are made for you. Because if not, there will come a day when you realize you are but a puppet, and that day will make you realize you never truly had anything. I say to the platinum blonde teen. He doesn't turn around, but I can see his internal struggle before he walks away in silence. Aiden, did you say Ron and I could beat Malfoy? Suddenly asked Harry, focusing on that bit. Yes. I know how good you two have become as duelers. Even if you haven't been able to participate in the club, I still teach you during the summer. Whilst Ron has shown fantastic improvement all around. His fitness has improved dramatically, his confidence in himself has stabilized, he has learned to respect his opponents and learn from defeat, his skills have become very good as well. If he continues to work like he has, I have no doubt he could become an expert dueler and you could become a good fighter. I answered Harry without even having to think about it much. You really believe that? That I can get that good? Asked Ron from the cabin, feeling warm inside at my words. Of course. Wouldn't have chosen you as one of the future club leaders if I didn't think you would improve even further. Just don't tell anyone until the first meet. I say to the kids with a grin, getting all of them to open their mouths in shock. You actually chose him, huh? Well, I do have to admit he's no longer a little prat like Malfoy, so good on you, Weasley. Victoria added as we continued our rounds. The rest of our time was uneventful, but our arrival showed us a heavy rainstorm with lightning flashing through the sky. I pity those first years this time. It's crazy weather to sail on those little boats," said Christian as he joined up with Tori and I. "Yeah, do kind of feel bad." I agreed with a slight nod. "It'll build some character. But anyway, shouldn't you be out protecting your little bunny from the rain?" teased Victoria as she turned to Christian. "I called her that one time. When are you going to let it go?" he bemoaned in response. "When you man up and actually start making some progress. Now go," she answered as she basically gave him a kick in the butt. "Ha ha ha. You really are very direct," I say with a laugh. "You're lucky you weren't a pussy when you asked me, or you would have gotten a lot worse." She harumphed at my laughter. "Why should I hesitate when I know what I want?" I asked with a bright smile, making her blush this time. "Let's just do our check and head to the castle. I want to get indoors as soon as possible," she said as she abruptly changed the subject. "Of course, my queen," I say with a soft tone next to her ear, almost turning her tomato red as she tried to keep a straight face. With Tori trying to finish everything as quickly as possible to hide her embarrassment, we finished our last check and headed to the castle soon after. During the ride back, I used some magic to make a little bubble to repel the rain and used my fire to keep us warm, so with some hand-holding and meaningful gazes, we had a pleasant time. We separated before we got too close to the castle and found ourselves seeing an upset Professor McGonagall trying to get rid of all the water at the school's entrance. "Do you wish for a little help, Professor? I'm sure 3 will have the job done faster than 1. I offered to our deputy headmistress. "Ah, Mr. Bones. That would be very appreciated," she said in response. So with a few waves of my wand I collect all the water from the area into one great globe of water, making the professor's eyes widen at the sight, and threw it outside with a splash. "That takes care of that. Victoria and I will head on in now, Professor. Hope we have some promising first years," I say with a bright smile as I sheath my wand. "That was wonderful spell work, Mr. Bones, 10 points for Ravenclaw. I believe you just broke a record in that area as well now," McGonagall said with a small smile. "My pleasure, Professor." I respond with a slight bow and take my leave. Tori and I separated as we entered the Great Hall to sit at our house tables, then the wait for the feast began. I honestly wasn't too invested in this batch at this point since only one of them was truly mentioned in the canon, and that was Colin Creevy's younger brother. He was basically a mini version of his elder brother and went to Gryffindor, so not really involved with him. All I could do is observe the kids and see which ones have potential in certain areas. So I just spent my time waiting for the new students, chatting with peers, some juniors and people I've mentored about their summers and whatnot. At this point the first years came into the Great Hall under the professor's lead, looking almost like drowned rats in all honesty. McGonagall did her best, but it wasn't nearly enough. Then the routine happened. The hat came and sang its yearly song, the sorting was done in a proper manner, the headmaster gave us our food with a 2-word welcome and everyone pigged our over the sumptuous food. I noticed that Hermione had a heavy frown on her face after some time passed and stopped eating. It would seem this was the year she learned about the house elves in Hogwarts. I hope she will take a more moderate stance when it comes to them. I believe that they are very much worth more than what they have, but the problem is their symbiotic nature and the generations of slavery ingraining the status into their very souls. The best they could be at this point in time would be servants. Not because of my views, but theirs. These things take time. Anyway, the feast was done and with a wave of the headmaster's hand the food vanished. He then began his usual speech about the Forbidden Forest, Hogsmeade visits, Filch's ever-increasing list of banned goods, making the older students zone out a bit until his last announcement. "It is also my painful duty to inform you that the Inter-House Quidditch Cup will not take place this year," the old man said with some regret, but also excitement for his follow-up. Although he was excited, he waited for the students to digest the news a bit before explaining the situation. "This is due to an event that will be starting in October, and continuing throughout the school year, taking up much of the teachers' time and energy, but I am sure you will all enjoy it immensely. I have great pleasure in announcing that this year at Hogwarts," he started to explain, but at that moment, there was a deafening rumble of thunder and the doors of the Great Hall banged open. The great noise attracted the attention of everyone in the Great Hall, making them look at a single man standing beyond the doors, Alastor Mad-Eye Moody. The man then proceeded to limp his way to the front of the hall under the curious gazes of all Hogwarts students. His mostly scarred face, artificial leg, enchanted prosthetic eye and constant observation of his surroundings were certainly attention-grabbing enough to succeed in this level of attention. He reached the headmaster at his podium and the two spoke to each other briefly before the old man turned his attention back to us. "May I introduce our new defense against the dark arts teacher?" said Dumbledore brightly into the silence. "Professor Moody." It was usual for new staff members to be greeted with applause, but none of the staff or students clapped except Dumbledore, Hagrid, myself and my friends, but the sound echoed dismally into the silence, and it stopped fairly quickly. Everyone else seemed too transfixed by Moody's bizarre appearance to do more than stare at him. The situation is understandable. It is not every day one sees the most experienced, successful, and still alive, aura in Britain. The man filled more than half the cells in Azkaban and killed more dark witches and wizards than we could know. He is certainly worthy of the attention for these gossip-mongering kids who have never really fought before. As I was saying, the headmaster said, smiling at the sea of students before him, all of whom were still gazing transfixed at Mad Eye Moody, we are to have the honor of hosting a very exciting event over the coming months, an event that has not been held for over a century. It is my very great pleasure to inform you that the Triwizard Tournament will be taking place at Hogwarts this year. You're joking! Shouted Weasley Twin A loudly as he made the hall break out in chuckles. I am not joking, Mr. Weasley, responded Dumbledore, though now that you mention it, I did hear an excellent one over the summer about a troll, a hag, and a leprechaun who all go into a bar. Unfortunately the headmaster was not allowed to finish his joke due to his deputy forcing him to continue with his explanation. Said explanation was basically what I had said. A brief history of the tournament, its death toll, subsequent dismissal, current reintroduction, and how it works. He also told everyone about Beauxbatons and Durmstrang's arrivals, the selection date, the impartial judge, and finished off by telling everyone of the eternal glory victory will bring and the 1,000 galleon paycheck. His words made many starry-eyed students dream of the riches and glory they could win, but there was another reaction among the student body. They looked in the directions of the Beast, the Saint, the Queen, and me, the Raven. They were looking at those they saw as the true champions of Hogwarts. Eager though I know all of you will be to bring the Triwizard Cup to Hogwarts, he said, the heads of the participating schools, along with the Ministry of Magic, have agreed to impose an age restriction on contenders this year. Only students who are of age, that is to say, 17 years or older, will be allowed to put forward their names for consideration. This Dumbledore raised his voice slightly, for several people had made noises of outrage at these words, and the Weasley twins were suddenly looking furious, is a measure we feel is necessary, given that the tournament tasks will still be difficult and dangerous, whatever precautions we take, and it is highly unlikely that students below 6th and 7th year will be able to cope with them. I will personally be ensuring that no underage student hoodwinks our impartial judge into making them Hogwarts champion. His light blue eyes twinkled as they flickered over Fred's and George's mutinous faces. I therefore beg you not to waste your time submitting yourself if you are under 17. The delegations from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang will be arriving in October and remaining with us for the greater part of this year. I know that you will all extend every courtesy to our foreign guests while they are with us, and will give your wholehearted support to the Hogwarts champion when he or she is selected. And now, it is late, and I know how important it is to you all to be alert and rested as you enter your lessons tomorrow morning. Bedtime. Chop chop. He said as he finished this exciting piece of news. There were many 6th year students genuinely upset at the age restriction, like the twins, but they will have to deal with that. As for me, I had my duties as head boy to fulfill and I have been ready for the Triwizard Cup for years now, so not really a big deal for me. But it did make me smile a bit. It has begun. I wonder how everything will turn out. I already have multiple mirrors in the little Hangleton cemetery, so now I wait and most likely participate in the tournament. I thought to myself as I headed back to Ravenclaw Tower once again. 119, CH 119 7th year goals. Having finally reached my room, I could now start my yearly tradition of listing out my goals. 1. Finish up my last mastery project. With ancient runes, arithmancy, defense against the dark arts, herbology, healing, potions and warding done, only my charms project was left. I believe that finishing my calculations for the blue flame is the key to the completion of my spell, as well as what will unlock many new paths for me. But my offshoot of the Patroness charm has made great progress forward and I firmly believe it will be completed by the winter break. 2. Goblet of Fire Cannon. If I am chosen as champion I will need to prepare just in case they changed things up due to my presence. I doubt that they would since I already received a few notices from my dragon reserves that the ministry requested some nesting mothers. This means the first task should at least be the same as in the canon at least. If I am not chosen, I'll have to find an excuse for me to show up to Little Hangleton Cemetery. Shouldn't be too hard with my abilities since I could probably ask the headmaster to be involved with the security details. He knows how strong I am now, he appreciates my intelligence and creativity as well, so it should be doable. 3. Fake Moody has been confirmed. This also means the real Moody is currently imprisoned in the school. My goal for him is simply to not kill him. I can't blow my cover. I will also have to see if I can peek inside his mind and find out what he knows about me. I trust in the original's abilities and mental strength, but you never know what might slip over long periods of time. I also can't just drown him in homework like I did Quirrellmurt because he should actually have some interesting things to say and I don't want to draw negative attention from Junior. 4. Train my successors. I've been training Cedric as the next person in charge of the exchange and he has shown great progress. From what he told me, none of his owls were below exceed expectations and he had more outstandings than EEs. I think Hermione would be the only person to top his scores after my friends and I are gone, but Cedric is much better than her in the practical aspects. In short, I trained him in academics and practicality, forming an incredibly well-rounded wizard. The dueling club successors will be divided among 4 fourth years who will take over as a council. Each house will have a representative to remove the possibility of exclusion, and it should also stop one house from dominating for now at least. Like I mentioned on the train, the Gryffindor rep will be Ron, Slytherin will be Daphne Greengrass, Ravenclaw will be Padma Patil, and Hufflepuff head Hannah Abbott. I have my reasons for all of these kids, none of them were emotional. Ron has genuinely improved phenomenally as a dueler, even if his grades are still mediocre, he has put constant effort and diligently trained in this aspect of magic. He has followed my guide and then some in all honesty. He has been training with Christian since last year and was able to almost keep up with the guy in pure endurance, something pretty much no one else aside from my friends could do. He's worked on his reflexes and spell casting until he could fight without even having to think. And although his fighting can't be called elegant nor complex, it is efficient and polished. His time at the club also let him recognize how narrow-minded his views were when it comes to the houses, and he's also found a place for himself to shine, removing a lot of his inferiority complex. What really cemented his position was when he had dueled against another Slytherin and they started to compare notes after the bout, showing his improved mentality. Daphne Greengrass was an unexpected addition to the club. She comes from a sacred 28 family, but unlike those half-wits who boast about superior blood and lack any actual ability, she is actually more of a mini Victoria if anything. She is called the Icy Maiden due to her constant emotionless face, which I know hides her own struggles and masks her opinions for political reasons. She is the best Slytherin in Harry's year, both in class and out of it. Even if her family has pride in their heritage, I've found zero evidence of them participating as Death Eaters or supporting the idiotic egg. She treats everyone impartially, meaning coldly. Her skills are very real and show constant improvement. And like I said, mini Tory, meaning she can properly crack the whip on some of those idiots. Padma Patil was an interesting case. It seems like she was expecting to be with her twin in Ravenclaw, but from what I could see, the hat made the right choice in separating them. Padma is a very focused and driven girl. She has an enthusiasm for learning and improving herself, whilst Pavarti is a more freedom-oriented girl hoping for love, mystery, and adventures instead of studying. Although the two girls are still very good sisters, Padma was the only one who wished to join the club and work hard to prove herself a great witch in all aspects. She has the desire many Ravenclaws lack, to put what she learns in action. Too many feel that theoretical knowledge makes them superior, but this means jack shit when you never learned how to use it. What's the point of knowing 4 different spells to do one job, when you can't use any of them properly? Padma though, is smart, disciplined and hardworking. I can see her being a leading figure in the house once Christian and I are gone. My final choice of Hannah Abbott was actually a bit of a surprise. I didn't choose the girl because she is Susan's friend or anything like that. It because she actually could wipe the floor with any other Hufflepuffs from 1st to 5th year. In the canon she was supposed to end with Neville and like herbology like he did, but it seems that my appearance changed her too. Being friends with Susan exposed her to magic and ideas she never thought possible before, and this led her to join the dueling club when I started it with the good Professor Flitwick. I honestly have not seen many people so hungry for new spells and have such drive to perfect them. Her attitude reminds me of a cross between James' love of charms, Christian's views on combat magic, and Tori's hunger for knowledge. She was hardworking and very loyal, like a true Hufflepuff, but she also avoided the dangerous mob mentality which came from the house. I think having examples of a few exceptional members such as James, Cedric, and Susan, helped show her that you can still be brilliant even if you're a puff. So all I need to do is announce it on our first meet and start their specialized training. Thankfully the tournament hasn't cancelled anything other than the Quidditch Cup. We even received a notice that the professors wish for the clubs to include our guests as much as possible. 5 get registered as Animagi along with my friends. I did say I would do it in my final year and when they had all achieved their own transformations. It would serve as a demonstration of all of our skills in the subject, as well as serve for another point in my favor when I go for the Transfiguration Mastery. 6 If I finish my last Mastery project, I'll look into a few things I wanted to try ever since my ritual. Christian and I wanted to see if my flame could have a nurturing effect of plants and if it was possible to cause some kind of mutation. With James the first want to see how it interacts with metals during forging. And I want to test things with Victoria when it comes to the applicability of the flame as a healing spell booster, whilst also testing its effects during the brewing of potions. I also want to look into that proper concealment barrier I thought of when I went to the World Cup. I believe that if I could make such a warding system, I would be helping magical communities everywhere thrive. It would help create more pure magical settlements, cities, and towns. We could hold more festivals, events, and gatherings. We could even develop more institutes of learning in future. My study into transferring some of the holy attributes of my original spell into my new gauntlets is a fun path as well. I believe that if I achieve success in this area, I could create the first piece of defensive equipment capable of defending against the killing curse. It would become one of my most important defensive tools, and probably revolutionize the field of Dada even more than my spell will. That is when I decide to release either of them anyway. And I might look into Rowena Ravenclaw's diadem. I know most of the Horcruxes almost inside and out. From their enchantments to their protections. The locket, the cup, the ring, the diary, the diadem, and Harry. Nagini will come later, but for now the diary is already taken care of. Dumbledore will find the ring in less than 2 years. I don't have a solution for Harry since he was unintentional and some studying would have to be done. And I can't just say a Horcrux is in the Black Ancestral Home without any evidence, that would give rise to too many questions. The cup would be tricky since it is in Gringotts. Fortunately I might be able to convince them due to my relation with them and the reason for why I would need to get into the Lestrange vault. But I should be able to play with the diadem. I would need to make extremely thorough preparations for it, but it should be very doable for me. A few points in my favor already are that I more than equal the bald freak in power, my knowledge far surpasses his in everything but the dark arts, my soul is far more powerful than any should be, much less his twisted and broken one, my occlumency and legilimency are nearly in a league of their own, and as I've said, I know them inside and out. Thank you VTV. Having thought through everything I believe I was going to have to do this year or in the near future, I could finally turn in for the night. So with a wave of my hand all lights in the room vanished and I laid down in my comfortable bed in preparations for another busy year. 120, ch 120 Moody Hogwarts. With Dumbledore's announcement at the feast, the next weeks at Hogwarts were filled with excitement. Students would walk the halls speculating on possible tasks. Some would declare their intents to participate in the event. Others would be workshopping ways around the age restriction, like the twins. Many were actually discussing who would be the most likely candidates for the school champion, with myself and my friends being obvious choices. I even had a talk with Cedric about his own intention to enter the tournament. I've also gotten some news that Draco still got turned into a ferret not too long ago. Apparently he couldn't take anyone insulting his mommy after he started insulting Ron's father and Harry responded, which led to the kid trying to sneak attack instead of even thinking of a formal duel. Truly a disappointment, but if he believed my words it could make me think that it is why he didn't do so. But now it is unfortunate because such actions are heavily punished since the emergence of the dueling club and its facilities. Other than that, during the first week of classes, news of Professor Moody's extreme Dada class has spread throughout the castle. The man really started using the Imperius Curse on kids. I thought with a frown. I could generally understand the logic in of itself, but as a practical matter letting anyone under 6th year experience it is completely pointless. The only way to fix that would be for students to undergo rigorous training, or be extremely stubborn like Harry. There were some surprises that came from this though. Harry was able to resist more of the curse without collapsing, even if he had to take a knee afterwards. Ron showed a great amount of resistance, making Moody put in considerable effort to make him move. Members of the dueling club were showing considerably better results in resisting than other students as well. I even had a conversation with the kids about this event. I can't believe that they are allowing this. An unforgivable use on students, honestly. Huffed Hermione. Although I do agree with you Hermione, it is still an important lesson for many to learn. The problem is the application and the fact that it might give some of the less moral students stupid ideas. I say to the growing girl. What do you mean Aiden? Curiously asked Harry. It's because students under the general ages of 16 to 17 just don't usually have the mental fortitude to even resist the curse, much less defeat it. It can even leave some damages in a person if used too often on them. That is why I am very proud of you and Ron of doing so well in the face of it. As for you Hermione, it shows that although you are brilliant, your mentality isn't there yet I'm afraid. I explained to the trio. Hermione looked disappointed in herself, but Ron caught on to something I had said. It can hurt people? Moody didn't mention that. The redhead asked a bit shocked. It's not a type of physical damage if that is what you're afraid of. You see, the more it is used on a person, the more they become susceptible to the curse unless they can defeat themselves and prove their mental strength is superior. So having kids undergoing this repeatedly might actually make their defenses becoming weaker when it comes to it. I explained carefully to the kids, whose faces paled at the revelation. That just makes it even more unacceptable. Shouted Hermione in outrage. True, but like I said, this is still a valuable experience in terms of Dada. The only things I know can help against the Imperius Curse are occlumency, Thief's Downfall, my original spell Protego Sanctum, and a strong will. One is too difficult for most adolescents undergoing puberty, the next is a Goblin Secret, my spell just has too strenuous of requirements, and willpower varies depending on the person. So unless you can somehow get one of these to be teachable, experiencing the curse more than once is pointless. I concluded with a serious look on my face. Aiden, you told me you have a certain mastery in occlumency when you tried to teach me. Are you able to resist the curse? Asked a now curious Harry, getting the other two to look at me. No one is able to enforce their will onto me. Any who try are overconfident fools who will learn why they should stop while they are ahead. I declare with absolute certainty. With that conversation in mind, this brings me to my own Dada class with the Death Eater. Put those blasted books away. You won't be needing them with me. The man growled as he looked around the modest number of 7th years. Just to give a quick explanation for why I said modest number, it's due to the nature of Newt level classes. You see, at this level of education, most students will decide to focus on what they would need for their future jobs. If one wants to work in the ministry, one needs to know the requirements for the department one had aimed for. For example, the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures obviously needs a person to have at least studied care of magical creature at the Newt level. The principle is the same for defense against the dark arts. The only thing is, from what I know, aurors and healers are the only careers which strictly need Newt level education, with hit wizards having some requirements when one wants specific promotions. The lack of future opportunities one gets from completing the class, with the subpar/inconsistent education in the field, add in the homework and practical practice one needs to do, and the fact that most people generally aren't interested because they believe they are safe, reduces the number of students greatly. All of this is why, even with every house members in my year, we have less than 10 people in 7th year Dada. And just to make it worst, 4 of those are me, Tori, James and Christian. I'm doing it because I wish to have the Newt level certification for all my classes. Victoria is doing it because she wants to be a healer. James decided to keep with it because of the study of spells and dangers of the world. While Christian is studying it because he likes the practical side of magic the most. The rest were here because they were good enough in the field, but they did not specifically want to continue along with after graduating. Now, you lot will be graduating from this cozy place, full of warm beds and a cushy lifestyle, into the real world. You're going to need to know how to survive out there, and that's what I'm here to teach you. The grizzly man said to us with a slight look of disapproval. Hey! I know you're a great auror, but I'm not going to take someone calling me soft. Christian protested. What's your name, boy? Was Moody's response as both his eyes focused on my friend. Christian Ward. He announced proudly. Ah, one of the Wonder Kids. No surprise you wouldn't agree. Too used to excellence. No true experience. The professor said with a look of realization. Oh please. I've fought in the wild and in the underworld. Master's Commander also taught me a lot. So I won't just let you insult what I've been through. Christian said as he stood defiantly. Scamander at? Too lost in his beasts. Too old now. But he was good. Fine then, boy. I guess we'll see just how much you learned during this little class of mine. Said our teacher after a bit of thinking, letting a dark smile rise on his scarred face. Bring it. My wild friend responded, while the rest of us just shook our heads at his passionate behavior. All right, sit down, mighty beast. You've caused enough of a commotion and I'd like for Professor Moody to get on with the class. I say to my friend as he realizes that he might have gone too far against such a little comment. You, silver hair, you're Amelia's brat, right? Heard you are supposed to be the best to ever walk these halls. Said the impostor as I grabbed his attention. Yes, that is something I've been called. I answered calmly as I looked into his eye. Another one who needs to taste some of what the world really has to offer, my lucky day. He responded with an excited smirk. I simply smiled at his acting and sat down to let him continue with his class. You have had what is basically a shit education from every professor before me aside from Lupin. He at least got you caught up to speed on the creatures and beings your level requires, but his curse studies are very lacking. And so, I will be going over true curses and spells you lot will face when in front of actual dark wizards, not those pickpockets you'll see in Nocturne Alley. The battered man said as he turned around and grabbed a piece of chalk. Without any hesitation or word, he simply wrote down one word, unforgivables. There are 3 curses banned by the ministry. Using even one will lead you straight to Azkaban, he said as he paced back and forth in front of the chalkboard. The ministry doesn't want you to know what these can truly do, but I spoke to Dumbledore about this and he agreed to a little demonstration. Moody then reached into a box he had prepared and took out 3 jars with 1 live tarantula in each. Now all of you are old enough, and most likely not stupid, so you know what these 3 are. He continued as he took out one of the spiders. The Imperious Curse. Capable of controlling a person completely. I could force any of you to kill your best friends and you wouldn't be able to do anything about it. No one would know except the caster and the target. That's why there was so much trouble during the war. He explained with a slightly malicious smile as he pointed his wand at the spider in his hand. Imperio. The spider then began to dance across the man's palm, completely controlled. He could make it do anything he wished at this point. No way a spider would be able to resist the will of an expert of this curse. So he played with it until he had enough fun and sealed it back into the jar. Most of the students in the room had somber expressions at the sight, making the room very quiet. The second is the Cruciatus Curse, also known as the Torture Curse. It makes one's target feel immense pain, said to be beyond what any man can bear. It leaves no traces on the body, but can break the mind. I doubt that any of you could even tickle me with this one. You need to feel true negative emotions towards the target for it to work. The man said as he took out the second spider from its jar and pointed his wand again. Crucio. This time the spider began to squirm and writhe in agony, twitching in the man's palm as it felt the horrible pain. A pain I remembered very well. A memory I had to suppress to not kill the man where he stood. And it wasn't until he had stopped that my clenched fists relaxed. Luckily I was able to keep a calm look on my face or people might have gotten worried. Even luckier was that I didn't let any of my magic leak out. And lastly the killing curse. A curse which is impossible to defend against or survive. With the only one known example which broke this rule, living in this castle at this very moment. You lot might give me a little cut when you use this spell, but many dark wizards have this one as a favorite. He said as he took out his last spider and let it down on his desk. Avada Kedavra. A green flash erupted from his wand and the spider simply died. The sight of the three unforgivables was still too much for many students. Even Tori, James, and Christian were uncomfortable with this demonstration, even if they had studied it and started to learn my defense against it since they had reached the requirements. This is good for them. Although I don't agree with what he'll do next, this is something students need to know. I thought with an emotionless face. Now, although you cannot cast these curses, the headmaster has given me permission to let each and every one of you experience what it feels like to have the Imperious curse casted on you. The scarred professor declared with a slight rise in the corner of his lips at the nervous energy that just spiked. I'll start with you and end with the Wonder Group over there. I'm sure it will help you all understand a few things. He said as he pointed to a Gryffindor. What followed was both embarrassing and horrifying for the 5 other students of the class. Moody forced them to dance stupidly, do some stunts, sing, say embarrassing things and some guys even striped a bit. But they now understood just how strong this curse was. They could barely slow it down for a second before they did everything the man ordered. But then it was finally my group's turn. Ward. You're up. Let's see if you can back up your words. The imposter growled. Let's see if you can back up your tough talk. I want to see what Mad Moody can do. He challenged with a wild smile. Imperio. Was the response as the man pointed his wand. Strip and run around the room. The professor ordered with a smirk. Unfortunately, after only a twitch of his body, Christian didn't move until he just looked at the man and opened his mouth. Yeah right. Aiden was 1,000 times tougher than this. You think you can just order me to do that shit? My wild friend mocked to the shock of the other students and juniors, while my friends and I smiled at his attitude. Stop trying to piss off the professor you impulsive idiot. Victoria scolded this time, making the guy back down with a victorious grin. I will volunteer to be next then. I can't let him be the only one to succeed. He'd become intolerable. Calmly stated James as he stepped forward. I am ready for your curse, Professor. His actions actually caused the imposter to freeze for a second. He had never seen someone so willing and calm about the fact that he would be put under the Imperious. With a shake of his head to erase the dazed look on his face, pointed his wand once again and spoke with even greater determination than before. Imperio. James just stood there and was looking around, giving a gentle smile to a worried Hufflepuff student even after the curse was cast. That's impossible. Not even a moment of effect. The professor said as he stood there in shock this time. Haha. Who said you were the weak-willed one? They're going to have to be wary of our quiet and polite friend now. Laughed Christian as Tori and I simply chuckled. It seems that my efforts have not been in vain. Thank you for testing my will. James said politely as he preformed a little bow and walked back to us. Guess it's my turn then. I certainly won't let myself twitch like our beast. That would be humiliating. Victoria said domineeringly, causing several people to shake their heads a bit with wry smiles aimed at themselves. Bring it, Queenie. If you twitch you'll have to write this week's homework. Christian said with gusto. When I win you'll have to wear the same outfit as Peeves for the rest of the week. She simply responded with absolute confidence. This is not going to end well for you, Christian. She is the best Clueman besides Aiden. Reminded James with a little smile of amusement. Oh shut up you saintly bastard. Whose side are you on? Bemoaned my wild friend. It is not about sides. I just don't want you to embarrass yourself too much. James responded with a chuckle. The two continued their little exchange to the amusement of our classmates, while Junior was feeling very conflicted right now. He failed twice in a row to control students and they weren't even trying. This was a blow to his delicate psyche. Even he was considered a genius when he went to Hogwarts, with 12 owls. But he is certain that he could control his younger self after being guided by the Dark Lord he served. And now he was already surpassed by 2 kids already, with 2 even better ones to come. So he did the only thing he could, readied himself to try once again. Imperio. He growled in a low voice. Unfortunately for him, it was an even worse result for the man. Arg! He yelled out as he stumbled backwards in pain, clutching his head for some form of release. Humph! Trying to come into my mind with such a weak will and so little power, who do you think you are? She questioned venomously, causing the class to open their mouths in shock. I told you that you shouldn't have bet, said James in a sagely voice. Well fuck. Still kinda worth it though. But if Tori can do that, what's going to happen when Aiden goes forward? He asked with a smile on his face as he turned towards me. And he wasn't the only curious one. Every head turned towards me wondering the same thing now. What exactly would happen when the best Hogwarts student in history was challenging the Imperius Curse? To answer this, I simply stepped forward with a calm smile on my face. If you are still up for it, Professor, I await your curse. I state with confidence. It actually took a bit of time before Junior was able to stabilize himself properly. But I could see the irrationality in his eyes. He no longer thought about this situation as an undercover agent. He was driven to a cliff edge right now. 3 defeats in a row, and each worse than the previous one. He was a hand of his lord, but he still couldn't force mere students to submit to him. So he looked at me with an almost crazed look in his eye, looking determined to redeem himself through breaking the strongest one. It was laughable. Imperio! He bellowed. I felt the curse wash over my mind, but instead of rejecting it, I welcomed it. I let him come in deeper and deeper. Until he would feel certain he had control. Like a fish, not even suspecting that the worm was only bait. But at the very last moment I trapped him within my mind and infiltrated his in return. I entered his mind and took full control. Placing him under the very effect he tried to impart onto me. Well, Professor, since you are from Scotland, I would like to see a traditional Cayley dance if possible. I asked with a smile. Immediately after my request, his body tried to accommodate it. But due to his prosthetic leg he was forced to basically hop around as he did so. Luckily for him, the bell soon rang to signify the end of class and me freeing him from his curse. I think that is enough of a demonstration. I wish you a pleasant evening, Professor. I say with a bright smile and take my leave with my excited friends. As we left, the other 5 students stared in dismay at the result before them. Their professor cast an unforgivable and it got turned on him, but when they thought about who just achieved such result they accepted it. This was simply because I was Aiden Bones, the Raven of Hogwarts. 121, ch 121 Meaning of Courage. The news of our complete victory over the Imperius Curse sent shockwaves throughout the school. This was felt mostly by those students in their 5th year and below, because they had all experienced the dreadfulness of the curse. Defense against the dark arts being a core subject until one becomes a Newt-level student. They now had a clear understanding of just how far ahead my friends and I were besides our insane grades, which were actually getting even better as time went on. They were completely subjugated by the curse, whilst one twitched, the next ignored it, the third punished the caster, and the last turned it around. The only others who showed better results than the general student body were Harry, Ron, Cedric and the better duelists in the club. Hence, Hogwarts was buzzing about us once again. In all honesty, this happens whenever one of us does something others see as impossible or unreachable. It happened when Christian took on the 4 best duelers in the club at once, when James successfully created a self-aware puzzle which could configure itself and fight back a bit, or when Victoria squashed the entire potions club with her own research. We are at the center of a lot of gossip. I usually get gossiped about at least 3 times a week and I still sometimes see girls reading certain types of books with a passion. Books I really wished I didn't know existed, but still kinda flattered about. Didn't know Hogwarts could have a doujinshi/fanfic culture of its own. But anyway, there was actually something many people overlooked after Moody held his class. There were certainly many who showed their strength of will, but there were also some affected by this event in a very different way. 2 of these individuals were unsurprisingly Harry and Neville, so I arranged a little meeting with the both of them in the exchange. I actually believe that the 2 of them should be able to support each other. They have suffered a lot in their lives due to the Unforgivables and Voldemort. They can understand each other's pain. Aiden, how come you wanted to see me without Ron or Hermione? And how come you wanted me to bring Neville? Harry asked me curiously as Neville stood behind him looking very nervous. Although I've invited the kid to the exchange, and I've spent some time trying to help him, he tends to have a self-depreciating point of view. He believes he would get in the way of the people who come and won't believe that everyone who comes is welcomed, no matter the reason. That is because both of you are the people who need to talk about Professor Moody's class the most. And I am probably one of the only people in this school who could understand some of what you've been through. I answered in a very gentle voice. Why would you want to talk to me about that? Neville asked as his face paled. Because I know about your situation as well, Neville. In all honesty, I am pretty much the middle ground between what happened to the both of you. I answered with a sigh, but keeping a compassionate look on my face. What do you mean by you're the middle ground? Suddenly asked Harry, cautious about this subject due to some of what he knows about me. The kid knows that, like him, I lost both of my parents. The only difference being that my aunt truly cared for me and my cousin like her own children, and we care for her as a mother. Well Harry, like you know very well, we both lost our parents to similar circumstances. But what you don't know is what I've experienced and by whose hand. That is something Neville would understand a lot better than you. I answer the growing Harry gently as I look at Neville. What do you mean? The clumsy kid asked cautiously. Well, the culprits were the same as the ones responsible for your parents, and they also did it to me. I answered the nervous teen. You mean, her? He asked with fear this time. Who's her? What are you talking about? Interrupted Harry. Neville, if I talk about my own experience, would you be willing to tell Harry and myself about your own? I firmly believe we can support each other in this area. I asked the boy with a very gentle and supportive voice. The teen was very hesitant. It's understandable since it is a very painful thing when his own parents can't even recognize him due to their insanity. But after struggling with his thoughts, he gave me a nod of confirmation. Thank you Neville. I say with a gentle smile as I began my own tale. As I've said, my own parents were killed by Death Eaters about 6 months before Harry's were. The difference between us, and by extension the similarity between Neville and I, is that this was done mainly by 2 very devout followers, Bellatrix Lestrange, currently in Azkaban, and Bartmeus Crouch Jr., died during his incarceration. Bellatrix Lestrange is actually the cousin Sirius hates the most Harry. Pure blood maniac. Dark arts fanatic. And arguably the most fervent follower of Voldy Kuntz. It would be an undebatable fact if not for Barty Crouch Jr., one of the only other Death Eater to seek out his master after his fall on that fateful night. He was also the son of the current head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation. I explained to the two with a calm and steady tone. Harry was shocked that Sirius had such a cousin, which made sense since he hadn't spent that much time with the man yet. They had arranged for him to start living together this Christmas actually, so Harry hadn't been introduced to the infamous Black family yet. Neville was pale and almost trembling as he remembered the names of the 2 who broke his parents. These 2 decided to erase the Bones family for not being true nobles apparently. They were upset that my parents, much like both of yours, had actively fought against their master. So on that very night, they attacked and wiped out every member of my family except for my aunt, who was working at the ministry, and my cousin who miraculously survived. I on the other hand, was found by those 2 twisted souls and tortured for behaving defiantly. Bellatrix found it amusing as she watched me writhe on the floor, but was infuriated when I only glared at them in response. Was my next bit of explanation as I look at the 2 teens. How did you escape? And how do you even remember it was them? You had to be 4 years old. Harry asked in astonishment, getting Neville to look at me with the same question in his eyes. I didn't, was my simple answer, and it is not always a good thing to be able to remember everything Harry. The 2 had very somber looks on their faces. It was mostly likely due to the fact that although they had suffered a lot in their lives, in very different ways, but they couldn't truly remember what had happened on those nights. So what happened after that? Asked Neville as he picked up his courage. They decided to keep me alive and bring me to another devout follower by the name of Ignatius Avery, uncle of 2 other Death Eaters, currently in Azkaban. He is less famous than the other 2, but he is nearly as loyal. The difference lies in their expertise. Bellatrix and Junior are good fighters and lieutenants, but Ignatius was an expert in dark rituals. This led him to being a researcher instead of a frontline fighter. I still don't know if this was fortunate or unfortunate, but I was a perfect test subject for him. So I spent the next 8 months imprisoned in a cell, alone, having rituals tested on me, being tortured in the name of his progress, until his master was defeated and he started doing reckless things to find him. Luckily this led to Aurors tracking him down, rescuing me and having me reunited with my aunt. I say as I finish my summary of my experience with Death Eaters. Harry and Neville were just speechless. Aiden Bones, the strongest and brightest of their generation, had such a dark past. It just couldn't compute. It was already a miracle that he was alive, much less sane and so capable in their eyes. How can you be so? Harry tried to find the words to describe my attitude towards my past, how I am in life, and what I do. It is very simple, my past is there for me to learn from it. I learned that I needed strength to protect those I care about, so I started studying everything I could about magic. I learned that the conflict about blood purity is idiotic, outdated, and self-destructive, so I found my moral compass. I then learned that our world has been stagnant for too long, leading to it crumbling from the inside, so I aim to spark a renaissance. And I don't dwell on it, but improve because of it. I say with a confident smile on my face. Now Harry, I would also like for you to share how your life has truly been. Too many only see the glory of your achievement and never realize that you had basically disappeared until you came to Hogwarts. It will do you good to have some else to talk with. I follow up as I gently ask the kid. He hesitated a bit, but he started to tell the both of us how his life had truly been at the Disley's. It always makes me want to have those animals arrested and slashed or butchered for what they had done to the kid. Until Harry was forced to go to school, he didn't even know his own name. They treated him like a servant. He was conditioned to never surpass his moronic cousin. They tried to insult and beat any traces of magic out of him. Stuffed him in a cupboard. Never gave him anything. Used any money Dumbledore arranged to take care of the kid on themselves. Ruined any chances of him making friends by blaming every act of bullying, theft or wrongdoing Dudley had done on him. Insulted his parents and caused serious psychological harm on him. And this is all when you gloss over the little things. Yeah, I'm having them arrested on child abuse in terms of physical, psychological, and financial abuse, and I'm adding child neglect charges. This is happening as soon as Harry is properly set up with Sirius. I thought as Harry finished recounting his past. He then looked at myself and Neville, fearing being judged or being looked down on. Thank you Harry for sharing with the both of us. It proves you are healing the harm down to your psyche when you are able to properly discuss this. I say to encourage the teen gently. Now that we've shared, would you be willing to as well Neville? I asked kindly. It took him a few minutes before he could really talk. Half of it was because of our stories and the other was because of his own, but he powered through. He still couldn't believe that the famous Harry Potter, the youngest Quidditch player in a century, had suffered through so much. While I had such a past as well. But he was eventually able to talk about what happened to his parents. How they've been in St. Mungo's for a long time and couldn't even recognize him. How he had to live with his grandmother's constant disapproval and being compared to his excellent father. He simply got everything off of his shoulders and told the two people close to his age about his problems. After he was done, he looked at the both of us very nervously. That was very brave of you Neville. Thank you for being able to tell your story. I say to the guy, making relax the tension in his body a lot. I'm not brave. I can't even fly or do anything right. Heck, my biggest fear is one of our professors. He said as his confidence dropped again. You know Neville, I've never understood why people always think that being courageous is the same as being fearless. I said aloud. What? The two said in surprise. You see, having courage is not to say one doesn't fear anything. To charge forward without fearing anything is recklessness, but to be able to face what your fears and keep moving forward, that is true courage. This is why I believe you are among the most fitting Gryffindors I have ever met. You fear so many things Neville, but you always step up and face them. In first year the headmaster recognized it, so he gave you points. Every potions class, you face your own biggest fear. Every time you go to the hospital, you face your fears again. But here you are, moving forward through it all. You are brave Neville. And never forget you are. I say to the kid with absolute confidence. It took a moment for what I just said to sink in, but once it had, it hit hard. Thank you. The kid said as his eyes started to water and as he kept on thanking me while I tried to calm him down gently. It took some time, but he was able to finally calm down with mine and Harry's support. I just wanted the both of you to know you weren't alone. There are others who have suffered a lot as well and that we can help each other. I gently explained to the two growing teens. Of course everything we just said will stay between us, but if you two ever have any problems in this department, you at least know you can talk to someone. But I also think this is enough for tonight. A good night's rest will do wonders now, and I hope you will feel lighter in the morning. I say in conclusion as I stand up from my own chairs. The two boys agreed, saying their thanks and good nights before taking their leave. I hope this will help Neville. The guy needs a little boost. I thought to myself as I head back to my own dorm. 122, ch 122 Durmstrang and Bose Batons. My talk with the two boys ended up giving me what I had expected in general. Harry and Neville were able to become closer than before, not close enough to be a member of the trio, but closer. I could see the kids looking out for him more. It did also let Neville know he was very much welcomed in the exchange. With Cedric taking on more of the responsibilities in the help center, I was free enough to help more people. Hence when Neville was here, I took my time to patiently guide the young man. Although his potion scores were horrible, it was mostly due to Snape being such an atrocious teacher. The man didn't teach at varying levels, help students gradually build up the proper skills. He taught it more like he was teaching masters or PhD students. He gave you a project, you do it, he tells you what you did wrong. He doesn't try to make people understand how or why things work as they do. He just lets people do mistakes as a way to try and force the correct way of doing things into students. This method only really working on talented or hard-working students, something very rare. Although most of my time helping him was in potions, we had many animated discussions about herbology. Neville has actually bought and thoroughly read my Hebologist's Guide to Growing Wild Plants. The kid thought it was a work of art and desperately wanted its contents to be taught by Professor Sprout. Unfortunately it would take a few years before my books were truly integrated into any curriculums. But fortunately for him, he had the author of said books in front of him and willing to discuss things with him. This let me deepen our relationship using common interests, and I also used the subject to help and understand potions and care of magical creatures. But it will still take some time before I can bring up the wand issue. On a side note, Hagrid still very much tried to have his blast-ended Skrewts added to his COMC class. It still boggles mine and Christian's minds when we think about how the half-giant managed to make a manticore fuck a fire crab, or vice versa. The things were a nightmare and it would ruin Hagrid's previous results as a professor. It took a long time to convince the man that this type of project was perfectly acceptable as a private venture, but to force it on students would end extremely bad. So we just used the money dear old Lucius would be forced to reimburse us for, and brought in a batch of Neasel kittens and fire crabs instead. They both had interesting magical properties, one being very attractive to girls, while the other can prove challenging enough for 4th years. Aside from helping these two unique individuals, I had also announced the next generation leaders for the dueling club. The 4 chosen for the role were quite shocked, even Ron was happy to see I didn't lie or change my mind about my decision. So Hogwarts now knew that the club would be a joint project between the 4 houses. It would become a place where all students could test their skills in combat, forming the second side to my coin so to speak. One of my legacies would further the path of academics, whilst the other would push the martial forces in magic. 2 sides of the same coin you could say. My announcement also saw the beginning of the 4 successors' true training under me. They would receive a completely revamped training designed by me. It would be somewhat similar to Ron's guidebook, but this would introduce modified spells into the mix as well. I am also giving each of them a book for their house, with spells and tactics emblematic of their beliefs. It has been bound to the positions of club president and successor. Meaning that only the 4 and myself could read from these, and in the future only they and their own successors would be privy to the knowledge in them. I also personally drilled them in more advanced combat, meaning I wiped the floor with them in order to shatter their egos and light a fire in them. They needed to see just how far dueling could take them. Obviously I restricted myself to peak human standards during the match. I didn't use any of what I would classify as super-level abilities, so no super strength, speed, reflexes, or legilimency. I also limited my magical strength to be within second maturation ranges and used fewer original/modified spells in combat. This set the standard way time passed for me in Hogwarts. Classes were basically useless for me now since I could teach them with no issues if needed. So instead, I spent time working on mastering my new flame, working on my original spell, helping my friends in their personal projects, teaching my successors, managing the club and exchange, and generally enjoying my last year at Hogwarts. And so, a week before the end of October a notice was posted in the entrance hall of the castle. Triwizard Tournament. The delegations from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang will be arriving at 6 o'clock on Friday the 30th of October. Lessons will end half an hour early. Students will return their bags and books to their dormitories and assemble in front of the castle to greet our guests before the welcoming feast. The notice had set the official countdown for when this year's events would truly begin. It let every student remember once again just what would happen this year and renewed the gossip flowing through the castle. It wasn't only the students who were in a frenzy, but the staff and house elves as well. The castle was undergoing the most thorough cleaning it had probably received in decades. The floors were being scrubbed daily, every visible piece of decorative metal was shining, banners were put in place to demonstrate the prestige and history of all 4 houses, the armors were polished and the grimy portraits were wiped clean, much to some of the inhabitants' displeasure. Filch was basically a roaming predator at this point too. He appeared from everywhere to yell and punish students who dirted the castle during this time period. The man was on a mission to remove every spot of dirt in the castle, and if you hinder him it would not end well. And the professors were trying extra hard to whip the students into shape. They constantly yelled at students to not do stupid things, stopped them from looking like slobs, pushed them to not be failing their classes, and they tried very hard to rein in the twins for the next week. Luckily for them, the twins were too busy trying to come up with a variety of plans to fool the impartial judge, and attempting to contact one Ludo Bagman for their bet winnings. That actually reminded me, I should tell them about the head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports reputation and financial troubles. I also want to invest in their joke shop. It'd be idiotic to not do so. But the week passed quickly for everyone as their excitement mounted. And it was on the designated date of the 30th when everything was reaching its crescendo. Every student was gathered outside to welcome the delegations from both schools, waiting in anticipation for their arrivals. Apparently the headmaster wanted to show off a bit as well, since he asked Victoria and I to be with his welcoming committee. He said that since we were head boy and girl, as well as the most accomplished students Hogwarts has ever had, it would make perfect sense to have us welcome the best and brightest of both schools. He's not wrong though, so we ended up watching around the place as we all waited for their arrivals. I then noticed an approaching shadow coming from the direction of the Forbidden Forest. Headmaster, I believe that should be Beauxbatons coming from over there. I say as I point towards the incoming flying carriage. Ha! So it is. Your vision seems to have improved since last we discussed it. The old man agreed with a jolly smile. We looked at the giant, powder blue, carriage flying towards us at impressive speed as it was pulled by a team of Abraxans. Just a quick explanation I thought to the readers at home as a chibi version of myself appeared. Abraxans are one of the closest official relatives to the now extinct Pegasus. They are usually pale gold or a tanned color, with white hair and pale blue feathers. They are said to mostly sustain themselves on whiskey, which is surprising since they are the size of freaking elephants. And they used these things to fly a small house-sized carriage around. Honestly, how have we never been exposed? I thought as I concluded my chibi explanation time. Good timing too, since the half-giantess and headmistress of Beauxbatons Academy of Magic, Olympe Maxime, had appeared in all her glory. The woman was certainly impressive. Her nearly 12-foot frame was wrapped from nearly head to toe in black satin, decorated in opal-accented jewelry, shining black high heels and nothing else to protect her from this chilly weather. Her looks seemed to be like every character I had seen, a mix of movie and book description. Although she was tall and looked fairly strong, she wasn't bulky. She was basically an enlarged ex-movie actress. Her brown hair pulled back in knob style, a more handsome face than seen in the movies, and her beaky nose not as prominent as I thought it would be. The headmaster and headmistress took their time to greet each other warmly, as Madame Maxime introduced her students. But unfortunately for them, they seemed to have picked a very light uniform, as we could see them shivering from the cold. I could immediately spot the famous Fleur Delacour and her little sister Gabrielle. True to their heritage, both truly stood out from the crowd. Whilst Gabrielle had a cute little sister vibe reminding me of Susan, Fleur was a blooming flower capable of bringing most men to their knees. She was tall, willowy, with long blonde hair, a faint silvery aura due to her bloodline, deep blue eyes, fair skin, and athletic figure. But for me, it mattered not. I knew who I loved and her unconscious appeal held no sway whatsoever on me. Without a word, I simply whipped out my wand and conjured up some warm coats for the dozen or so students. With a few waves and a calm smile, the situation was handled. My word dumbly Dort, the madam exclaimed in surprise, that was quite shocking. Yes, young Mr. Bones is the pride of our school, I dare say. The headmaster said with a chuckle, resulting in Maxime to have a serious look on her face. It is nothing, headmistress, I said in a humble manner, I just couldn't let our guests suffer from a climate they aren't accustomed to. This would be very rude as a host. Would you wish for a coat yourself? I didn't conjure one for you since you did not seem bothered by the cold. No need, child. She answered in her heavy French accent. I simply lightly bowed and returned to my position. The group from Beauxbatons was then escorted inside, while their horses were to be tended by Hagrid. Who was able to be here, but was shocked by the revelation that another half-giant existed in the world. With a few minutes of excitement over the arrival of one of our guests, the students then started to look in the sky for our second group. It looks like Durmstrang has chosen to use their old ship this time, headmaster. I say as I turn my head towards the Black Lake. Indeed they have. How nostalgic. He agreed with a smile. Students finally realized that a noise was coming from the lake a few moments later, excitedly announcing the appearance of Durmstrang Institute's ship. A ship reminiscent of what a ghost ship would be, or maybe the Flying Dutchman of legends as it appeared from under the water. They moored themselves on the edges of the lake, disembarked and marched as one towards us. Death Eater traitor and current headmaster, Igor Karkaroff, enthusiastically greeted Dumbledore as his students followed along, with Victor Krum in the lead. The young man was tall and thin, with hawk-like features. He was quite literally made to fly. Especially with his uncomfortable appearance as he moved on land, but his dancing in the sky. Since there was no need for any extravagance, they were quickly ushered inside as well after the quick greetings. But the students of Hogwarts, especially the Quidditch fans, were thrilled to have such a famous player staying at the school. This made people even more excited than they were before as everyone headed back towards the Great Hall for the feast. It's almost time. One more day and then my course of action will be clear. I thought to myself as I followed behind the headmaster. 123, ch 123 Goblet of Fire. Everyone was gathered into the Great Hall for the welcoming feast. Although many were excited to be in the same place as a world-renowned Quidditch player, others were busy comparing our new guests to the students of Hogwarts. I on the other hand, simply compared how the two most likely champions felt. Not in a weird way, just their magical energy. Fleur was more interesting because of her Veela blood. Her magic core was nearing her second maturity, but it would probably take a few more years for it to change. This should show her a great amount of talent, unfortunately it seemed like a good amount was wasted. Veelas have a natural inclination towards fire and illusions, making them dangerous magical beings. Fleur inherited this disposition, but she also maintained a more balanced magical energy. It seems like she wasn't overwhelmingly skilled in those traits, hence stopping her from becoming too specialized. But she didn't capitalize on her gifts and most likely treats them as curses. I could understand that though, having Veela blood would make any child's life horrible while growing up. So many people looking at you with lust ever since you were young would mess with any child's psychology. Her attitude towards others is actually totally understandable when you think about this point. Crumb was kind of weird to be honest. His magic core was above average, nothing truly special. From my calculations, it would take him at least a decade for him to reach his second maturity. And that is if he continually trains his magic and body. If not, it will most likely take him over 20 years before he can become anything really decent. But he did seem thoroughly trained. His magic was neat and orderly, with almost no fluctuations in his core, proving his stability and his possible skills in combat. The problem is that I can feel that he already learned some basic dark arts from his soul. It isn't much, probably because of Durmstrang's education system, but it is still there. What was interesting about Crumb was that his body seemed to basically be experiencing land sickness, a phenomenon in which sailors returning from prolonged stays at sea have their equilibrium thrown off by the overly stable ground under their feet. The difference being that he is most likely to have his body's equilibrium too adapted to the sky instead of the sea, explaining his unstable/uncomfortable movements. In summary, Fleur has much more potential than Crumb, but he has honed his skills more than her. After analyzing the best the other schools had to offer, I simply smiled and began to eat the feast in front of me. The great thing about today was that they added food from other countries this time, which is something they really should do more often. In all honesty, the UK isn't really known for its culinary arts. I even tried the famous bouillabaisse, a rich and spicy soup/stew with a variety of seafood mixed in it, and it was pretty good. As one of the representatives of our school, along with Victoria, I was also responsible to welcome and guide our student guests during their stay. Interestingly, Bosbaton sat with Ravenclaw and Durmstrang was with Slytherin. I had completely forgotten about this fact and found it an amusing coincidence that they would sit at the tables of the head boy and girl. This is actually an easy task for me since I've learned a few languages I deem to be important in the magical world. By important, I mean places with famous magical schools or important practices, just in case I would ever have to visit their countries. This means I know French, Bulgarian, Japanese, Portuguese, Arabic, Swahili, Hindi, and Russian. I don't really have any information about the lesser-known schools of magic, but I've done my best to prepare. So I used my preparations to entertain our guests, which at the moment meant one Gabrielle Delacour. The 8-year-old sister and mini version F.O. Fleur, excitedly talking to me in French. I could write this in actual French, but that's a pain for any reader who doesn't read it. So if you want a genuine experience, Google Translate is your friend. You're Aiden Bones. I just love your books. They are so exciting to read. Can you sign my copy of Potions Beyond Potions? How about Practical Arithmancy? The little girl asked with stars in her eyes. It would be my pleasure. It's great to hear someone likes my books so much, I just hope it can inspire you and make them your starting point, not your goal. I say with a gentle smile. Yay! Sister is going to be so jealous. Gabrielle said as she hopped a little in her seat. I am surprised that both of you enjoyed my books. How did you even hear about them? From what I remember of the Bonesworks report, France isn't too thrilled about my business there because of my origins. I then asked the cute little girl. Monsieur Flamel was so thrilled when he read your works that he bragged about it to his alchemy preparations class. He said that he felt 100 years younger due to his excitement. I think most of the school read your books after that. She happily informed me. I am honored a man like Mr. Flamel would read my books. I say with a satisfied smile on my face. Oh. I have a question for you. Can I ask it? It might be personal. The energetic little girl asked carefully. I'll answer the best I can. I replied with a reassuring smile. Are part Vila? She curiously asked. That question threw me off a bit. Didn't expect it. No, I am not part Vila. I said with a little cough. But you don't look pure human. Too pretty. She murmured in response. Well, not really pure human. Unfortunately, that's not something I am willing to talk about. So better luck next time. I answer with a bemused smirk. Ah. Can't you tell me? Pretty please. She then asked as she subconsciously started blasting her Vila aura. The unfortunate side effect of this was that every guy was now looking at her. They wanted to do anything to fulfill her request. The little angel was to be protected and pampered in their eyes. I saw Fleur hurriedly returning from another table and aiming to interrupt her sister's actions before something wrong happened, but it was unnecessary. Gabrielle, I say as my own majestic and authoritative aura appears, completely crushing her own, when one has specific gifts, one must strive to control them. Restrain yourself please. I could see the little girl realizing what she had just done after she looked around for a bit. She saw the guys looking at her with worry and her sister frozen in shock. I am sorry. I didn't do it on purpose. The little girl said as her head hung low and tears started to form in her eyes. There is no reason to be so down, Gabrielle. What you have is a gift. One which could be very powerful if you learn how to use it properly. You just have to learn, okay? I said to the girl with a calm and gentle voice, as my majestic aura changed to a warm and protective one. She looked at me with wide open eyes, still moist from her tears, full of hope. Really? You thinks I can? She asked. Of course. I can even try and help if you want. I said with a warm smile, while I automatically rubbed her little head. Then can you? The puppy-eyed girl asked. My door is always open to help others. I gently answered. But now I believe your sister will want to talk to you. Seeing that her sister was okay and nothing wrong happened, Fleur finally continued to rush towards her little sister. We will take about this latter, Gabrielle. You are lucky he didn't fall for you. Fleur said as she started to chastise Gabrielle. I let her do her thing as I turned my attention to the front, where the interesting things were happening. It seemed that Ludo Bagman and Barty Crouch had finally arrived. The two men were seated next to the headmasters and headmistress, as they would all be the judges of the tournament. I had noticed that Fleur had finished berating her sister and turned towards me to say something, but she was interrupted by Dumbledore stepping forward and ending the feast. Next, Miss Delacour. I say with a polite smile, only to receive a determined nod as she returned to her seat. Our dear headmaster then began his explanation of how the tournament would operate. Like in the canon, the 5 men and women would be the judges of the competition. They would mark the 3 chosen champions on their magical abilities, their courage, their wit, and their ability to cope with danger. He then requested that the casket containing the goblet to be brought in. The casket was a great wooden chest encrusted with jewels, looking extremely old. The next part of his speech involved the 3 tasks which would be held during the upcoming months. They will be marked on how well they perform each of the tournament tasks, and the champion with the highest total after task 3 will win the Triwizard Cup. The champions will be chosen by an impartial selector, the Goblet of Fire. Dumbledore said as he dramatically revealed the artifact. He then took out his wand and tapped 3 times upon the top of the casket. The lid creaked slowly open. Dumbledore reached inside it and pulled out a large, roughly hewn wooden cup. It would have been entirely unremarkable had it not been full to the brim with dancing blue-white flames. He placed the cup on top of the bow-closed casket, presenting it to all present. Then continued his speech. Anybody wishing to submit themselves as champion must write their name and school clearly upon a slip of parchment and drop it into the goblet, said Dumbledore. Aspiring champions have 24 hours in which to put their names forward. Tomorrow night, Halloween, the goblet will return the names of the 3 it has judged most worthy to represent their schools. The goblet will be placed in the entrance hall tonight, where it will be freely accessible to all those wishing to compete. To ensure that no underage student yields to temptation, said Dumbledore, I will be drawing an age line around the Goblet of Fire once it has been placed in the entrance hall. Nobody under the age of 17 will be able to cross this line. Finally, I wish to impress upon any of you wishing to compete that this tournament is not to be entered into lightly. Once a champion has been selected by the Goblet of Fire, he or she is obliged to see the tournament through to the end. The placing of your name in the goblet constitutes a binding, magical contract. There can be no change of heart once you have become a champion. Please be very sure, therefore, that you are wholeheartedly prepared to play before you drop your name into the goblet. Now, I think it is time for bed. Good night to you all. And with his words resounding in the hearts of all young men and women present, the reveal was over. The students immediately started to excitedly talk amongst themselves after everything was revealed, whilst heading back to their dorms. This is certainly interesting. I thought with a smile as I helped guide everyone to their lodgings. 124, CH 124 champions. This Halloween, like everyone since Harry had arrived at Hogwarts, was filled with activity. First a troll, then the first basilisk attack, then Sirius infiltrates the castle, and now the champion selection. The madam whose name rhymes with growling had a real hard-on for the date, didn't she? On this day, my friends and I had gathered in the exchange before heading to the entrance hall. I will be entering the tournament. It seems to be an interesting test of skill and ingenuity, as well as being a source of practical experience. Plus it would be a good way to end my time here with a bang. I say to my friends as we discuss the topic. Damn you! You couldn't let others have a chance. Christian complained dramatically. Doesn't matter, I'm still entering and I'm going to be the champion. After Master's Commander's lessons it'll easy. Humph. Like you'll even get the chance. If Aiden isn't chosen it'll be me. Tori said in response with a smug smile at Christian. Oh yeah. He challenged, bring it on then, high and mighty queen. I'll show you just what I can do. Can barely match me in a duel. My grades are better and honestly, you act like a wild boar sometimes. Teased Victoria. Baited by her words, my wild friend roared out, ha! I've got way more wins against you in dueling and who cares about grades? I'm clearly the most suited in these types of situations. Oh please! That record is from last year and then some. She dismissed without any care. Remind me, How many times have you won since our 7th year started? Christian was stuck there and made a gag sound after hearing her words. Simply because my lady is saying the truth. She has overtaken Christian as the second best combatant amongst us and has been showing immense progress after she had gotten some more experience. She is also the person who's learned the most mod spells and is the closest to learning Protego Sanctum. So her words do have merit. So as the two bickered, I turned to James. How about you? Will you try and represent our school? We are the most likely to hold the title of Hogwarts champion. I say to him. It is a difficult decision for myself. He answered with a thoughtful look before continuing. I believe that the three of you are much more suited to this type of task. I am simply not aggressive enough. It has nothing to do with that. I just think it's about the courage to step forward. I say with a smile and a shake of my head. Just gotta decide if you'll retreat in the face of the challenge or not. No need to worry about anything else simply because, you already answered the challenge. No one can question your will and you will not have to doubt yourself or ask what would happen if. Sometimes you just have to be willing to jump. My friend took some time to think about what I had said. It's just how he is. He is willing to stand in front of others and be a shield, but he doesn't act for himself much. He will calmly think his options through before deciding the best course of action for everyone. The only things he usually does for himself are when he peruses knowledge on magic and enchanting. Such is the case for learning the goblin smithing arts. Alright. There is no harm in being willing to jump as you said. Plus, I can't let my junior enter while I sit and watch. He finally said with a slight jab at himself. But then, a wild Christian appeared. It doesn't matter, you saintly bastard. I'm going to be the champion. He roared as if challenged. Felt like he is channeling Bakugo. Now Christian. I only said I would enter, the goblet will let us know who has been chosen. He calmly said as he disarmed my friend's passion. Tori then suddenly appeared from behind him and smacked him on the head, causing Christian to shout in pain. Damn woman! What was that for? He yelled as he rubbed his head. Stop acting like a child. We're all entering the tournament and the goblet will decide, so stop shouting at everyone. She said coldly as she glared at him. Yes ma'am. Christian answered as he saluted in a military manner. Yeah, she has him trained pretty well. He knows what will happen if he continues to act like an idiot. I thought to myself with a chuckle. It's all well and good to say we will be the champion, but we should probably enter our names to make that a possibility. I say loud enough to get everyone's attention. Then let's go. Christian excitedly yelled. Stop shouting like an idiot. Victoria said with another smack. I am rather curious how the artifact works. Do you think they'd let me study it for a bit? Suddenly asked James. I doubt they'll let anyone mess with it until at least tomorrow, but you can always ask. I answered for him. True, they wouldn't want anyone to mess with our impartial judge right before the selection. He agreed with a nod. With a good amount of excitement and energy, we exit the exchange and head towards the entrance hall. We arrived just in time to see one very peculiar, two old men in school uniform fighting each other on the ground. What the bloody hell is this? Asked a bewildered Christian. It would seem that this is the result of someone trying to fool the goblet. Interesting phenomenon. James analyzed as he looked at the situation with great interest. Looks like it boosted the effect of an aging potion. I heard that the punishment depends on the means you use to try to fool our wooden judge. I even heard there was a girl that grew a beard because of this. Victoria said with a quick glance. It seems this was the path the twins decided to tread. Foolhardy, but creative. I can see why they can create so many products. Unfortunately, everyone severely underestimated the cup and the age line. The line has several loopholes in it, such as getting others to enter for you or levitating the paper to the fire. But the cup would need considerably powerful magic to be fooled. You'd need to be around a professor or auror level of power at least to succeed. It is a sentient artifact after all. I say as I chuckle at the twins wrestling. Really? Doesn't look that special to me. Christian said as he looked at the goblet suspiciously. That is because you have to feel the magic, Christian. These types of artifacts have different kinds of magical energies, hence they feel unique. James said as he reminded our friend. I don't have enough experience in that field to really tell the specifics, but it does have an interesting feeling to it. He responded after taking a second. Aiden, should we help the two idiots on the floor? They've been like that for long enough. Victoria interrupted as she brought our attention back to the young old men. I suppose we should. Unfortunately, I do not have the specific potion to cure them at this moment. A de-aging potion isn't really something one needs on a day-to-day basis. What about you? I asked to make sure. None as well. They'll have to go to Poppy, she'll have it brewed in no time. She said as she shook her head. That's what I thought. I agreed as I turned my attention to the twins. With a flick of my wrist, my wand shoots to my hand, and with a single movement of it, both tumbling boys are now floating in the air. That got everyone's attention very quickly. Fred, George, although this is very entertaining to watch, I suggest heading over to Madame Pomfrey. A potion or two and you'll be back to your red hair and smooth faces. Also, if you ever want to talk about some future business, do come and talk to me. You'd make a wonderful investment. I say as I let them down. I could have easily done this wandless, but one needs to keep one's true strength hidden. Wait. Fred began. You want to? George continued. Invest in us. The finished in unison. Why not? I've been head boy since you've been in third year. So I've seen the progression of your pranks and inventions. They have potential and I am a businessman as well. So if you ever want a little extra support I'd be happy to help you out. I say with a chuckle. Alright Mr. Businessman, enough of that. Chastised Tori as she pushed me out of the way and narrowed her eyes at the twins. Now you two head to the infirmary and get the madam to look you over. Tell her exactly why you are like this and she'll fix you right up. Am I understood? Yes, your queenliness. They shouted in unison and ran out of the door. Well, at least I know any of your kids aren't going to end up like Christian. I said with a chuckle. Hey! What do you mean by that? The bewildered Christian asked. I will have to agree with Aiden on this one. No way Victoria will raise such a wild youth. James said with a nod of his head. Not you two. Our wild friend said as he slumped in depression a bit. Stand up straight. Stop acting like a child in public. Can't you at least look like you have any control or decorum? Nagged Tori this time, proving my point as she tried to cover over her slightly red ears. He immediately straightened his body with a conditioned yes queen. This got some chuckles from myself and James, while those looking at us stare with open mouths. Let's enter our names and head back to our own projects. No need to brag this on. I then say as the four of us take out our slips with our names on them. We quickly threw our names in and with a blue flash they were gone. It doesn't feel anywhere close to my own flame, but they also feel differently than bluebell flames. It is interesting, but oh well. I thought as I analyzed the goblet. We all left together but dispersed to take care of our own projects until the feast. It would be eventful for sure. Christian went to check up on some of the beasts in the forest, something he had gotten special permission to do. James went to the roar to continue his smithing project, which seems to be a pair of greaves. Tori went to the infirmary in order to help Madame Pomfrey with the influx of students. And I went to the exchanges practice area to work on my in-progress spell. This allowed for everyone to pass the time quickly until we headed down to the feast. During said feast, I took charge of socializing with our guests from Beaux Batons again. This entailed talking with a few members who would politely discuss things with me and mostly taking care of Gabrielle. The little girl seemed to have gotten quite attached. Apparently I felt like a stern but caring older brother. It happened quickly, but I'm fine with having another cute little sister. Susan's been becoming more distant as she's been growing, so I don't have as many chances to spoil her. During this time, I had also taken the chance to talk to Fleur. It seemed she appreciated having someone to talk to around the same age, who doesn't get even a bit influenced by her heritage. If anything, she might be influenced by mine. Her senses are far more sensitive than a normal human's, thus she can feel more of my beast side. It was during one of these conversations that Crouch and Bagman arrived as well, and that the headmaster cleared the tables. He stood in front of hundreds of expectant eyes and spoke. The goblet is almost ready to make its decision. I estimate only another minute is required. Now, when the champions are chosen, I will ask for them to come up to the head table and head to the next chamber. You will be receiving your first instructions there. He announced calmly to the impatient students. He then dimmed all sources of light in the hall and left only the shining blue flame dancing in the cup alone. It flickered and brightened, building the anticipation of all those present, until it turned red and spat out a partially burnt piece of parchment. Dumbledore caught it and announced the chosen participant in a clear, strong voice, the champion for Durmstrang will be Victor Krum. Applause erupted as the guy stood up and headed towards the next chamber, with his own headmaster being the proudest and happiest present. The hall quieted as they awaited the next champion. Not having to wait long as the red flame spat out the second name. The champion for Beaux Batons will be Fleur Delacour. The headmaster announced as the applauses rang out once again. With a triumphant smile on her face, she stood up and walked down the aisle under everyone's gazes and disappeared into the next room. Gabrielle was both very excited for her sister and very worried due to the track record of the tournament. Some other Beaux Batons students were devastated, while some girls actually started crying. Unfortunately for them, the show must go on and they were soon ignored as most of the students were now anticipating the Hogwarts champion. The flame turned red for the third time and the final parchment was revealed. The Hogwarts champion will be Aiden Bones. He announced with a smile on his face and as the hall erupted with cheers. Raven! 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 The hall chanted with a rhythm as I made my way to the next chamber. I could feel the eyes of every person in the hall on me as I gave a slight nod to the headmaster and disappeared into the chamber. As I went down the stairs I could hear the cheering going on for a while, until the noise was too muffled to notice. The room seemed to be a place for the achievements of Hogwarts and some figures of the past. It contained walls full of living portraits and trophies, with a roaring fireplace. Fleur and Krum both looked over to see their final competition. "Oh Aiden! Are you really ZE champion for Hogwarts?" Fleur asked in a stunned voice. "It would seem so, Fleur. I hope we can still hang out and learn from each other during the year. It would be a shame to miss this opportunity just because we will be competitors. We are meant to foster friendly relations as well," I happily say in response. "That would be nice," she answered with a relieved smile. "Of course, if Mr. Krum wishes to join us as well, I'd be more than happy to train with you too," I say to the brooding man in Bulgarian. "You speak my tongue?" he asked in a very surprised manner. "I have taken the time to learn many languages. I even learned some Mermish due to my friend and I's interest in magical creatures and beings," I answered with a bright smile. "Then it would be pleasant to have someone to train with. You look strong. Do you play Quidditch as well?" he asked curiously. "No, that interest belongs to one of my friends. I train for combat and health reasons. I am the founder and president of the dueling club. I run every morning with my previously mentioned friend, as well as some promising duelers who will take over the club next year. It would be great if you could join us," I responded with my smile still present. "I believe I will take you up on that offer," he said with a serious look on his face. "What are you two talking about without me?" suddenly asked Fleur in French. "I was simply offering to work out together. I train with a few other students in the morning," I answered simply in English. "Oh, then I would like to join as well," she said as if it was decided. "It would be a pleasure to have you both," I answered brightly. But at that moment, I noticed a certain messy head of black hair appear from the stairs. "Harry, what are you doing here? Are they asking for us to come up?" I asked calmly to the very nervous teen. "No. Aiden, it looks like someone put my name in the cup. And it was selected," he said as he looked at me hopefully. "That is impossible!" shouted Fleur, half in English, half in French. Krum frowned but decided not to speak. "That is worrying," I said with a serious face. "What? Why?" asked Harry as he began to worry. "It cannot be a simple coincidence. Someone tampered with the goblet, targeting you specifically, in a tournament renowned for its dangers. You will have to be careful," I said to the boy seriously. "But I don't even want to participate. Can't I just withdraw?" he then asked in a worried manner. "I don't know, Harry. But the officials for the tournament are coming. We'll see what they have to say," I answered with a shake of my head. Before he could do anything else our 5 judges ran down in a hurry, and the cannon scene began. Dumbledore calmly asked the kid if he'd put his name in. "The other heads of schools aren't happy. Snape is being a twit against Harry again." Moody explains how this could have happened and scares Karkaroff. Crouch says Harry has to participate and now they are forced to accept it. In face of the unavoidable, Crouch begins to explain how this would work. Like the cannon, the first task tests are daring in the face of the unknown. It will happen on November 24th. We are not allowed to ask for help from any teacher and we will only be allowed our wands during the tasks. We will receive information on the second task after the first has been completed and we will be exempt from end-of-year tests. Doesn't do much for me since newts are required. After that, Barty left, Ludo stayed for a drink with Dumbledore, Madame Maxime and Karkaroff led Fleur and Krum out, and the headmaster bid Harry and I good night. "Do you really think someone wants to harm me?" he asked as he had become very worried about this happening, but he was relieved I believed him about not putting his name in. "It is very likely, Harry. Prepare yourself thoroughly for anything, you'll need it. If you need help don't be afraid to come to me. I'll do everything I can to make sure you make it through this tournament," I gently say to the teen. "But what about you? You're supposed to be against me?" Harry asked in a surprised manner. "I have absolute confidence in myself already, Harry. I even invited Fleur and Mr. Krum to learn and train together. So don't worry too much. Unfortunately we will have to talk another time. I believe our houses will be celebrating our participation," I say with a chuckle as I head out first. I was very correct about that. The Ravenclaw Tower was filled with extremely excited students, proud that their house's star had been chosen. Christian happily congratulated me, saying I should wipe the floor with everyone. While Luna airily congratulated me as well. Seeing the two doing so together gave me a knowing smirk as I tell him to wait until she's an adult. He turns red as he tries to hide his embarrassment by making me chug some butterbeer someone snuck in. It was a pleasant way to end a rather exciting day. 125, ch 125 wand weighing. Time passed for everyone as they fussed over the newly crowned champions. Many in Hogwarts celebrated my obtaining the role, believing victory was at hand due to my past displays of excellence. I was seen as the Hogwarts champion. This was unfortunate for Harry as he had to deal with 3 of the houses and even some from Gryffindor slandering him. A pleasant surprise this time was Ron standing beside his friend. Ever since he had found a stable place to show that he is not just another Weasley or just the Harry Potter's friend, he has become a lot more sure of himself. So although he had doubts about his friend, having myself and Moody claim this could be the work of someone who means Harry harm was enough to convince him. To remedy this, I tried to announce that I believed someone entered Harry into the tournament in the hopes of harming. I did this in the exchange and the dueling club. I tried to give them a tiny bit of logic. Asking how a 4th year would be able to fool a powerful magical artifact which has been used for centuries. How would he have gotten past the age line? Who would even help him in good conscience? Why would he look so distraught over his participation? And even if he was the only Hogwarts champion, why would the cup choose him? This leading to the troubling theory that someone who supported his famous foe, might have done this in the hopes of at the very least injuring him. Although some started to believe Harry might not have wanted to be in the tournament, it is still a relatively small number. The Slytherin house is doing the same crap they pulled for Cedric, only this time I am the one who is supported. This is pretty much done by the process of elimination. They hate Gryffindors and Harry is particular thorn in their sides, whilst I am a more neutral Ravenclaw, a best friend of their queen, and a person who has repeatedly helped and defended members of their house. So although I have an amusing relationship with the Malfoy family, I am still respected within Salazar's cohorts. This means badges have been made to show support for me, and a lot of people are wearing them. I had actually forgotten about an event before the actual task, the weighing of the wands. It is the first time we actually see Rita Skeeter in the canon, and when she starts messing with Harry's life just to get attention. She is one of the cancers of Britain. She feeds easily digestible falsehoods to the people, causes unneeded outrages and panics, whilst never doing any actual good with her talents. The worst part about her is that she tried to slander Mother. The insect made her life harder than necessary. Should I have Jerry silence her or should I do it myself? I thought as I headed towards the classroom they set aside for the weighing. It was just a small classroom in which they pushed the desks to the sides, formed a little judges panel with a few desks, hung a drape behind it and left us some chairs to sit on. Nothing complicated for this minor event. It looked like I was the second to arrive, since Krum had already sat down on his own. I simply joined him for a little chatting about when it would be good to train together and what type of education we've received in our respective schools. Apparently Durmstrang is a lot more like a military academy than a boarding school. They have a strict code of conduct and a different teaching philosophy. From what Krum told me, it sounds like the old aristocratic officer schools. A place where noble youths would learn how to lead, fight and act in high-class society. It would have classes on what noble lines would consider important for their progenies to know. This is why dueling is still very favored in the institute, but it is also why the dark arts are still taught. There are also some rumored secret chambers left behind by Grindelwald, in a manner akin to Salazar's Chamber of Secrets, or any other number of hidden truths in the castle. He on the other hand, was against the dark arts in general. Even though he was forced to learn and practice a few, Krum saw them as a sort of gateway drug, slowly pushing you to cease being a true human being. His point of view came from the fact that Grindelwald himself murdered his grandfather, leading him and some like-minded individuals in Durmstrang to discipline those trying to follow in his footsteps. This is why his core only had an inkling of darkness compared to the rest of his schoolmates. While we were talking, Fleur arrived and decided to join in on our conversation about our schools. Her academy was centered around more magical crafting and stylish magical abilities, I would say. There is a stronger focus on the artistic aspect of magic over its utilitarian uses. And with the Flamels having supported the school as alumni for centuries, they had very strong potions and alchemy programs. There was also a special 7th-year course for those wishing to become healers, sponsored by Pernell Flamel. They have more discipline than Hogwarts, but not even close to Durmstrang. And the campus is filled with the artistic spirit of France, its visual appeal far ahead Hogwarts. Fleur was simple happy to be able to talk so openly with her peers, since she is almost isolated in the school. The boys pursue her out of lust and lose any reasoning when near her, while the girls are spiteful and jealous of it, not realizing how disgusting it is to constantly be lusted after and how hurtful it is to not have anyone to support you. This is actually the reason she is so protective of Gabrielle. She simply doesn't want the child to have to go through what she had. Although they were depicted as a dour man and overly proud woman, I can see why they had developed to act that way. They were both good people influenced by their environment. Kinda preferring Krum ending up with Hermione the more I talked to him. I thought for a moment. That thought was interrupted by the Ludo walking in as he excitedly talked to the woman I assumed to be Rita Skeeter. Her hair was set in elaborate and curiously rigid curls that contrasted oddly with her heavy-jawed face. She wore jeweled spectacles. The thick fingers clutching her crocodile skin handbag ended in 2-inch nails, painted crimson. She was wearing a bright green dress, which was odd for a witch, but it was also way too flashy. It was like the woman had to be the center of attention. Be very careful what you say or do when that woman is anywhere near you. She will use anything and everything to have gossip to write. She will twist the truth and create facts, forming a story about you which you will never be able to stop. I warned my fellow champions with a whisper. Sherman LNE put pa at si mauvaise KSA. Fleur asked in a surprised tone. She is Rita Skeeter. If you've ever seen one of her articles not ruin someone's life then I'll applaud you. I respond in a whisper. Victor simply said with a nod. The woman was very curious about our little group since I could feel her gaze on us continuously. Fortunately Bagman was blocking her with his incessant talking. A few minutes later, a head of messy black hair could be spotted coming into the room, making Ludo happily greet him. That was until Rita tried to take Harry away for an interview without his actual consent. Miss Skeeter, please let Harry go this instant or I will be forced to bring up charges for forcing an interview without his guardian's permission. I say to the flashy woman. You seem to not know how these things work, child. Now run along and let the adults do their jobs. She said dismissively without giving me a proper look. I took a second before responding as I make my magic cascade over her, forcing her to almost be unable to breathe due to the overwhelming pressure. That is an interesting way to talk to a lord of a noble house, miss. Care to repeat that sentence? I ask with a cold smile on my face. Bagman was opening and closing his mouth as he didn't know what to do, while Rita was shivering from the pressure she was under. Harry, you never have to tell anyone what you do not wish to. If these people try to force it, you can simply go to Sirius and he will be more than capable of handling it. It is part of his role as your guardian. Now come on and join us, we were talking about each of our schools. I said with a bright smile towards the teen, whilst not letting Rita off just yet. Harry couldn't get away from her fast enough, joining the three of us with a bit of a nervous smile. I will be talking to various news outlets about this behavior of yours, Miss Skeeter. If you try to paint this event in your characteristic style, I will be forced to respond with the charges of defamation. Honestly speaking, you can barely get an article out anymore due to the Herald standards and how desperate the Daily Prophet has become. So I suggest you think about your next course of action carefully. I say as I turn around and remove the pressure I had put on her. As soon as it was done, her legs gave out from under her, forcing her to catch her breath on her knees as she shivered. Are you sure you wish to do that? Asked a worried Fleur. She actually deserves much more. But it'll be fine. I am a legitimate lord. I've been offered a position in the Wiesengamot after I graduate, as well as a position on the board of governors for my work in improving the school during my studies. Add in my massive wealth and international connections, and it makes me a very dangerous person for her to try and take on. I answer with a smile. You're going to be a governor? Asked a shocked Harry. Yes. They've had trouble filling in 2 of the spots since last year, due to Lord Malfoy and the others' actions and dismissals. I was nominated because of my record, wealth, and influence, even if I am still in school. I answered calmly. That is impressive. A stunned Fleur said. Victor simply nodded again, preferring not to speak in general, but he was surprised as well. While ignoring the 2 behind us, we began talking about some future plans for a while. That was until the rest of the judges' panel and Mr. Ollivander arrived. The headmaster noticed the weird atmosphere going on with Ludo and Rita, but because of the time and place he decided to ignore it for now. The weighing of the wands was very simple as formalities go. Ollivander would look at the wand, its core, condition, and performance, then declare it fit or unfit. It is done to protect the champions from unknown defects or damages the wand might have, which could lead to failure when trying to cast spells in a key moment. Fleur went first, with her Vila hair wand. Victor showed his Gregorovich wand. I let Harry go third, letting his fate-bound wand be looked over. Then it was my turn. Ah yes, I remember this wand very well. Ebony wood, phoenix heart feather and wampus cat hair, 11.5 inches, slightly flexible. The most unique custom wand I've ever had the pleasure of making. He gleefully said as he looked over the sleek black wand. Very well maintained, extremely loyal as well. You've nearly become one with this wand, Mr. Bones, impressively done. He added after a moment. It is one of the most important things in a wizard's life after all. I humbly reply. Only giving me a knowing smile in response, he waves my wand and simply says Incendio Tria, making a small blue flame appear from my wand. Perfectly fit to wield. I hope it continues to serve you well. Ollivander said with a sagely smile as he hands it back to me. With that little interlude done, Dumbledore tried to dismiss us, only to have Bagman insist on taking photos. Fortunately my little lesson smothered Rita's passion for the moment and let the process be relatively smooth. We had individual pictures, some with all the champions, then with the judges, after that it was all champions and judges, finishing with only the judges. After which we were free to go. I bid farewell to Harry, Fleur and Victor, then headed back to my class. Let us see how the insect will retaliate. I thought as my little devil horn seemingly appeared again. 126, ch 126 Victor and Fleur. It was a pleasant November morning, with the fresh air, the dew-covered grass and rising sun. And on this morning, a small group of young men and women were running around the Black Lake. This group was obviously myself, Christian, Victor and my little successors. Christian was actually quite happy to have the chance to exchange tips with Victor about Quidditch. Although they played different positions, they were both incredibly talented flyers and appreciated each other's insights into the sport. Krum was both surprised and disappointed that Christian had rejected quite a few offers to join professional teams, and that he wouldn't be able to compete against my friend on the highest levels of the game. They did promise to organize some friendly plays during his stay here however. Ron was still fanboying over the guy and was very excited to hear that he would come and train at the club during his stay. The kid also felt justified that Fleur was actually part Veela, but I strictly told him at least try to keep focused around her since she hates when people lust after her. Although I couldn't personally duel against this new friend of mine, it would cause too much of a stir if a champion straight up bested another. Christian was quite happy to do it. Hence why I was acting as the referee, it being well within my rights as the president of the club to do so. The impromptu event gathered many students wishing to see how Victor Krum would hold up against the beast of Ravenclaw. The duel would be held on our combat arena. So instead of basically dueling on a fencing platform, which is how we teach etiquette and basic skills, this is more of a tennis court. It is about twice the size of a normal court, without any lines obviously. This gives room for both duelers to move and properly use more advanced spells, while simulating a more realistic fight environment. This will be an exhibition between the two of you. There will be no permanent damage done on either side. This means no dark arts, no explosions, and no severing. The match will end when I declare it or when both of you have decided who should be the winner. I announce before the two separate and head to their respective positions. I move away from the inside of the ring, to the referee's position. I then take a deep breath and focus some magic into my eyes and brain, letting me basically speed up my processing speed and eyesight to ridiculous levels. This will allow me to know exactly what is going on during the duel. Begin. Immediately after I yelled, Christian burst into action. He shot a standard combination of stun, disarm and stun, which had been practiced so much it had nearly become one move for 3 spells. The trio rushed towards Krum as if my friend was aiming to end the match right there. Knowing that blocking such a combo wouldn't end well, Krum dove out of the way and combat rolled back on his feet a bit unstably but well enough to begin his own attack. His volley involved mixing slight transfiguration into his spell work, starting with a jelly leg, vision dimming, then forming ankle-height walls in Christian's path as he was about to cast another series of spells. Unfortunately, my friend is called the best for a reason. Christian instantly knew he would be in trouble if he continued moving in his set direction, so he hit the brakes, tilted his body backwards to dodge the first attack, then continued his momentum as he did a backwards handspring to head in the opposite direction of the trap. What was even more impressive was that he managed to shoot a quick stunner during the handspring, using only one hand to flip himself upright, effectively stopping Victor's continued assault. This time I could see an excited grin on Christian's face as he looked at his opponent. Since Krum decided to mix transfiguration into his spells, he decided to do the same. The spell chain for his attack was interesting. He started with Torrent Legra, shot a spell behind where Krum was dodging towards, shot a Jelly Brain Jinx which hit him head-on, then did a quick S motion with his wand, causing the area he had shot a spell on before to sprout snaking vines and making them grab onto Krum's left leg. This was a very effective combination since he slowed down Victor's reaction time just enough to lock him down. Without enough time to free himself, Krum did the only thing he could at the moment, attack. Avis was his opener, using the conjured birds to blind Christian and block spells momentarily. He then started to spam the Deprimo charm, forming holes around my friend in the hopes of limiting his options, followed by a slew of stunner and disarming charms. But this only excited Christian. And it looked like the duel would end soon since his feral smile appeared. Chibi me time. Just to give a quick explanation. Each one of my friends has adapted a part of my own dueling skills and methods into themselves, turning it into a complete style, unique to themselves. James has obviously internalized my defensive abilities. Victoria has followed my flexibility and power. While Christian harnessed my dynamic and physical aspects. He now focuses on dodging and strong, targeted attacks against his opponents. And he honed his skills and instincts while fighting 3 very powerful duelers, sometimes running dodging drills with 2 of us targeting him. That is to say, his dodging alone is nearing the limits of what a human is supposed to reach. Then I taught him how to empower his body and speed up his mind using magic. That is how he really earned the title of Beast amongst us. Chibi end. I could see a dull blue glow in his eyes as he enhanced his reflexes and body. And just when the spells were about to hit, his body moved barely enough to let it slip past him. One after another, the spells continued to slip past Christian as he only moved the minimal amount to make it seem like it would hit. It was like a magic show amidst true magic. This display left Victor feeling truly stunned, even forgetting about shooting more spells as he stared at my friend. Seeing this, I decided to call the match. I think we can end it on this note. You both showed great skill and restrained yourselves properly. I say with a happy smile as I remove the vines binding Victor's leg, fix the holes in the ground and remove any signs of transfiguration on the dueling ring. Cheers erupted from outside the ring as students broke out of their looks of reverence. They had seen the skills of a Dimstrang student against one of the best, and it was very satisfying to watch. It was also an inspiring and valuable experience for many young duelers to see such a display of skill. Although Christian was a bit pouty about having his fun cut short, he knew that when he got serious the fight would end quickly. This isn't overconfidence, it's simply a fact. Outside of our group, only a few extremely skilled master duelers could stop my friend once he goes full throttle. Professor Flitwick being the only confirmed person capable of doing this so far, but Christian has been closing the gap fast. I have no doubt Professors Dumbledore, McGonagall and Snape would also give him quite the fight/beating. Victor, however, was already going to lose. Christian just wanted to go all out because of his excitement. He had already limited his power output, didn't use any mod spells, and only used a little bit of his favorite plant magics. This would have just reduced the guy's chances of winning to absolute zero. The two met up in the center and gave each other a firm handshake in acknowledgement of their skills, then they began their own bromance. Armstrong would be proud TVT. I then felt a little bug leave, making me smile a little more. This was our interesting event on Victor's side, now to Fleur. Fleur was a lot more interested in the exchange than in the club. She found the concept to be quite progressive. A student-run help center, designed to help others and foster positive growth in character and ability. Needless to say she showed a great deal of interest. But it was unfortunate her presence was basically kryptonite for the nerdy types, the slower types, and the nice guy types. It made them all short-circuit. So we set up a kind of special class for those able to resist her passive aura, in the hopes of making actual friends. It was only a few people, but it was better than nothing. I also started the training I had thought of before our crowning as champions. Like you've most likely realized from my appearance and my little scolding of Gabrielle, I possess creature blood within me. I began the lesson with, speaking in French since it's just myself, Fleur and Gabrielle at the moment. What is it? It has to be strong for it to be such a powerful aura. Excitedly asked Gabrielle as her curiosity got the better of her. Gabrielle. That is not a proper thing to ask. Her sister scolded, making the little girl's head drop down. That's quite all right. Honestly speaking, I was planning to reveal a few things after my graduation, one of them being related to your question, Gabrielle. I reply with a little chuckle. Which is true. Dumbledore already knows, so does Ollivander, Moody, Mother, Tilly, Susan, Harry, my friends, and a few trusted goblins, so making it public won't really affect me much. I have more than enough strength to protect myself and my family now. And I believe that after proving myself a few times, many will cease to have any thoughts regarding soul. So I had planned to really take charge of everything with a bang and revealing my unique girl. So what is it? Asked the sparkly-eyed little girl with great expectations. When I was little, I suffered a wound which should have killed me. But I was saved by a young phoenix after she shared her blood with me. This caused many changes within me, such as the aura you experienced and a gift for fire-related spells. I explained in a very watered-down version of events. It is not a lie, just an omittance of facts. There was no need nor reason for me to tell these two girls everything. Oh my god! Fleur gasped, you have a phoenix. Yes I do, but that is still mostly a secret. For now I want to focus on a few things for you too, you aura, fire, and illusions. To that end, I asked my friend to come and help out. He's the best charms caster besides our professor and myself, but his knowledge on them might surpass us. I say with a confident smile. One of your friends is it? Certainly not the one they call the beast. So either the one called the queen or the saint then. Fleur said as she wondered aloud. Oh well, it matters not as long as they are not swayed by me. Do not worry about that. All three of their minds are far too well defended for you to affect them. I made sure of that. I reply with a little pride in my voice. Oh? Sounds like a challenge, Monsieur Raven. She said with mischief in her eyes. You can go ahead and try, but you'll be quite disappointed. He'll be helping me when teaching about illusions, charming techniques, and the mind arts. The aura and fire will be all me since I have both of these through my bloodline as well. I explained rather simply. If you're better, then why are you asking for his help? Gabrielle curiously asked. Although I am a better caster, my friend has a deep passion for charms and enchantments. He is very likely to know many spells I have simply overlooked since I spend much of my time improving upon what I learn. I answered the little one. That is a surprise. I've heard that you are the best in everything. Commented Fleur this time. That is a difficult title to claim. If you mean in a practical sense, then the only thing I am not the best at would be flying. But my friends each have an area of expertise they go beyond me in. Christian lives herbology and care of magical creatures, James devours anything that has to do with making magic, and Victoria is the most dedicated healer I've ever heard of. I reply sincerely. Then I look forward to working with him. From what I have heard, he is a true gentleman. The young woman said with a nod. That he is. James arrived shortly after that, letting us start our first lesson. I tried to explain that since they are part Vila, this should mean that there is a representation of that within themselves. This piece is what gives them their inborn gifts. And the first step to controlling it properly lies in truly becoming one with it. They have to accept it before they can learn to use it. Can't learn how to wield a wand if you don't pick it up. Once they can achieve this, controlling their auras, flame, and illusions will be a lot easier. Since this was the first time we've met up, the progress wasn't explosive. Most of the practical improvements were in the field of charms and illusions, but it still helped. When it came to that, I was in charge of coaching Gabrielle due to my experience with Susan, while James worked with Fleur. The private lesson went well overall. Fleur is a very driven young woman, capable of earnestly accepting criticism and striving to improve herself. Gabrielle is just very excited to be able to learn actual magic ahead of her peers, since her young age makes people force her to focus on less fun things. Although it was very basic magic, I basically set it up so it would train her core properly, setting a solid foundation for her future. As we all said our goodbyes and set our next session, I once again felt a little bug leave the room. I hope she's getting enough dirt because I'm going to ruin her thoroughly. I thought with a devilish grin on my face. 127, ch 127 Prelude to the task. That was generally how time passed before the first task. Victor often came to the dueling club for spars against Christian. The two of them respected each other greatly, with one being a better dueler and the other a better flyer. I still haven't had the pleasures of dueling against the man myself, but we have had many talks on the topic. He does appear to still have a crush on Hermione in timeline. I see him head to the library and stay there for long periods of time when she is supposed to be there. I even gave him a little tip to make sure no fans make noise around him when he's there, since I remembered that it irritated her during the canon. I also tried to tell him some things she might be interested in, like the differences between Hogwarts and Durmstrang, or the situation in the magical community there, and maybe some of the things he's seen as he traveled for professional games. He is still a friend who's interested in someone I know. And it's not like Ron or Harry are actually interested in her as a girl. Not that they're aware of it anyway. So Emma be a wingman. On Fla's side, things are going rather well. Her charms have been getting better and better under mine and James' tutoring. She has a natural gift in many of them, making her a joy to teach. I've also started Gabrielle on some easy but fun spells to play with, mostly sparks and light shows one can really modify as you wish. Best way for kids to improve is to make them like what they are doing after all. Their Vila side is a little more complicated though. Fleur has a lot of issues accepting it because of all she has suffered through in the past. Her experiences have formed a light trauma which led to rejection, even if unconscious, so it will take time for her to accept herself. Fortunately her abilities to wield fire and form illusions has still improved a great deal through the passive buff from her bloodline. Gabrielle on the other hand has had a lot of progress in this area. There are a few reasons behind this success of hers, but the biggest would be her age and Fleur. Her sister protected her from a lot of the darker side of the world as she grew up, letting her be a lot freer than her in a sense. Thus she doesn't have any hate for her Vila side, only some frustrations at not being able to make many real friends. And the fact that she hasn't gone through puberty and developed her secondary sexual characteristics yet, means the influence from her heritage is still limited. From what I could feel and what she's told me, it would seem she was getting close to truly accepting her in human quarter. Harry on the hand, well I've just been putting him through the ringer as best as I can. Physical training to give him any edge he could get. Teaching him new spells and useful bits of knowledge on various plants and beasts. Giving him a mini boot camp for combat. And I've even gone so far as giving the trio my little homework quills as a way to give Harry as much time as possible to prepare, while also letting his friends help him out more. There is honestly only so much I can do for a 14-year-old. Although Harry does have talent, and I've helped his body and core stabilize immensely, it is still limited to human standards. Aside from our exchanges and training, we also decided to have a little meeting about a week and a half away from the first task. Now that the four of us are here, I would like to begin our little meeting. I start with a bright smile on my face. Aiden, not that I do not appreciate what you have done, but why the gathering? Asked the curious Fleur. That is very simple Fleur, this is about the first task and making sure everyone knows what they will be up against. Was my answer. You know? But how? I thought Fleur and Crumb would since I saw their heads of school, but I didn't get to warn you yet, so how do you know Aiden? A surprised Harry asked. The two looked at Harry with a bit of a surprise, but the curiosity they looked at me with was stronger. Would you believe me if I said they got those dragons from reserves I invested in and figured out what they were going to use them for recently? I asked with a little mischief in my eyes. That got two of them to stand up in shock, while Crumb blinked as he tried to compute my little revelation. Looks like you do. But I'm not here to interfere with anyone, I just wanted to make sure you all knew what we were up against. I said in a calm voice. They requested nesting mothers, meaning this is most likely a test to get past them or steal something from them. I will not help you or advise you in any way, simply because we all have our pride as champions. Although we are friends and can help each other improve, at the end of the day this is a challenge each must face on their own. All I can say is to focus on your strengths. Find something in which you truly excel at and incorporate it into your plan. Thank you for the warning, friend. It will help. Victor said through his heavy accent. No problem. I hope you can pull it off. I simply nod back with a smile as he departs. This will allow me to use what you and James Ave taught me. Fleur said with a determined look as she left as well. After the two of them left, I looked at the troubled Harry, who seemed to be fidgeting in his seat. What's up, Harry? I asked with a reassuring smile. Do you really think I stand a chance? I mean, it's a dragon. The messy-haired kid asked back. If it was to take down a dragon, then I would call the task moronic. But this is different. You'll only need to get past the dragon to succeed. I say to try and minimize the fear he has. But you've all had years of learning more than me. How am I even supposed to match that? Harry asked in a bit of desperation. The best advice I can give you is to not bog yourself down by only thinking of one solution. Although the rules say you can't bring anything with you, they never say you can't drink a potion before going in, or activate some kind of artifact, or even summon something you prepared beforehand. You have to be creative, Harry, and think outside the box. I'm sure you'll find your own solution to the problem quickly once you do. I gently advise the teen, as he starts to think about what I've just said. I'll go talk things through with Ron and Hermione, thanks Aiden. He said as he got up to leave with a thoughtful look on his face. With the days quickly passing by, the day of the task was swiftly upon us. All my preparations were ready. My magic was at its peak condition, my body was perfectly rested and ready, my plan was set to achieve the best score and flair possible, and my little plan to deal with a scuttling insect has been put in place. Everything was ready. I thought to myself as I walked down to the task site with my friends. As we reached the tent, each champion would wait their turn in. My friends decided to give one last bit of encouragement, even if they had absolute faith in me. You know how to handle dragons of every size and shape. Just don't forget the obvious weaknesses even if you don't plan on using them. But I can't wait to see how you are going to dominate this. Christian said with a hearty pat on my shoulders. I would assume transfiguration will be your go-to. I recommend distracting the beast before trying for the egg, but knowing you, you'll probably do something crazy. I just look forward to seeing a true aspect of your strength, my friend. James said with a rare excited expression as he gave a fist bump. Victoria gave me a firm hug since it wouldn't be out of place to do so while whispering in my ear, show them why you are the best. You are the man I am proud to love, so be confident and come back to me in one piece. I promise. With that done, my friends departed swiftly to find good seats, leaving me to wait for Harry, Fleur, and Victor, as well as the judges. As the others began to arrive one after another, I did my best to try and help them relax their nerves through some light conversation about funny events of the past or interesting bits of knowledge. They already know what they're supposed to do, and worrying about it too much will only cause mistakes instead. The judges finally arrived to see the four of us together, relaxing before the battle ahead. They quickly called us over to explain the task. Like the cannon, the test was to take the golden egg guarded by a dragon. It must be obtained because it contains a clue on what the second will entail. We will be scored according to our bravery, our cunning, the damages done and suffered, and also if one damages the other eggs the nesting mother is protecting. We were then invited to pick the order we would go in and dragon each would face. Fleur went first and got the Welsh green, with a number 2. Victor stepped up and fished out the Chinese fireball with a number 3. I was third, following the established order, as I felt inside the silk sack and pulled out the miniature version of a Swedish short snout with a number 1, feeling very mirthful by me having to fight it. I mean, it's not like I can't control an even better fire than it can breath. But anyway, Harry went and picked the last remaining dragon, the Hungarian horntail with a number 4. Well, there you are, said Bagman. You have each pulled out the dragon you will face, and the numbers refer to the order in which you are to take on the dragons, do you see? Now, I'm going to have to leave you in a moment, because I'm commentating. Mr. Bones, you're first, just go out into the enclosure when you hear a whistle, all right? The man said to me as he pulled out Harry for a moment. He's trying to help Harry in order to win his bet and try to get out of debt. What a pathetic man. It is a wonder how he was never really fired. I mean, the man was accused of helping Death Eaters through his idiocy but got out of it because of some fans in Weisengamot, like that'll make the families of people his stupidity has killed feel better. Then they make him the head of one of their fucking departments. Honestly, how has no one ever tried to blow up this governing body? We need a gunpowder plot for wizards. I thought as I walked to the entrance of the arena. Aiden, you this. Fleur then said from behind me with a slightly nervous smile. You will surely be victorious. Victor added with a stern look on his face. Yeah, you got this Aiden. Harry said as he jumped in as well. Thanks you three. I sincerely say. It's a shame we won't be able to see each other's performances, but I know you'll do everyone proud. With that, I turn around and enter the corridor leading to the arena, where I can hear Bagman starting his introduction using the sonorous spell. Witches and wizards of all ages. Today, we are proud to bring you the first task of this newly reinstated Tri-Wizard tournament. We have 4 brave champions, chosen from the best and brightest of 3 prestigious schools for magic, and today they will face our test of bravery. He announced, taking a small pause to let people yell and cheer in excitement. Each champion will need to steal a golden egg from a dragon guarding it. For in this egg a clue about the second task was left. The judges will decide the points they will give based on each champion's performance, and the higher the score, the better the advantage they will have over others in the second task. It will also contribute to the overall score and help decide the victor. The man explained with a suspenseful voice. But now, let me introduce to you the first champion to challenge this daunting task. He has been proclaimed as the best student Hogwarts has ever seen. The Lord of the Bones family. An innovator. A creator. A young man whose name has rung clearly throughout our country. Aiden Bones. Bagman shouted as he introduced me to roaring cheers and applause. I start walking towards the light as my nickname was chanted by almost all present. Raven. 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 This is where the fun begins, I thought with an excited smile and prepare my wand. 128, ch 128 first task. I could see and hear hundreds people cheering for me as they see my person appear from the entrance. The excitement, the tension, even some small amount of bloodthirst could be felt from those wanting to see some kind of gladiator match. And as I saw my foe, all of it vanished for me. I no longer heard the cheers. No longer were the gazes a factor. No one and nothing mattered other than the best coiling itself around its clutch of eggs, protecting them from the people surrounding it. Its long and sturdy body was covered in dull silver scales, protecting it from almost any blade. A strong tail wrapping itself around a small nest containing 4 dragon eggs and my prize. Its pair of powerful wings were currently folded against its body. Its 4 mighty legs bent, ready to pounce on any would-be threat against her young, and armed with claws capable of tearing steel apart. And to top everything off, the primeval magic resistance I could feel in every part of its body besides the eyes, capable of turning pretty much any spell cast by second maturation levels wizards into something near meaningless. I could feel it glaring at me with its blue eyes, nearly matching my own in color, assessing me as a threat. This time I guess it's okay to show off. I thought with a smile as I confidently walked towards the Swedish short snout. With each step I take, more of my aura is unleashed as I gradually approach. This is my challenge to the beast. Its ferociousness against my majesty. Unfortunately for her, I possessed an incredibly powerful aura. I was the amalgamation of a Wampus cat, a phoenix, and the power of an alpha of her species. I have the presence of a true warrior king. Those who could not match my level had to step aside instinctively. And as a result, I could feel my own aura pushing hers further and further back, driving the dragon away from wanting to fight me. The only issue was that this was a nesting mother. A mother from a prideful and powerful species. So even if she could not really fight me, even if she would not survive, she would fight till death in order to let her young live. This is one of the most powerful and dangerous drives within any species, a mother's love. And so, even in the face of a foe which seems unchallengeable, this dragon will fight. I could feel her magic gathering in her throat as if time was slowing down. The temperature around her rose as she prepared the deadliest weapon a dragon, and this species in particular, has, her breath. In that moment, I was so excited. I could see the whitish-blue flame come out of her gaping maw in slow motion, creeping towards my direction in full detail as everything else in the world ceased to matter. And as soon as that fire was about to truly exit her mouth, I raised my wand for the first time. For this little demonstration I simply decided to take a page out of our dear headmaster's book. I channeled my magic and affinity towards all related to fire through the dragon's own flame and start to make a circling motion above my head, guiding the blue flame as it followed the path I wished for it to take. As the short snout continued to breath out its flame, I gently guided it all around me, forming as great pillar of rotating fire reaching out into the sky. The dragon finally stopped breathing new flames into my pillar, letting me take complete control as I push most of it upwards, but as the last bits were about to go beyond me, I let out a burst of magic to cause the remnants to disperse with flare. This had the effect of leaving me standing amidst a circle of blue fire, as my silver hair tied in a high ponytail danced in the wind, and with myself sporting a confident and proud smile on my face. Seeing this, the mother immediately whipped her tail from above in an attempt to flatten me as she roared aggressively. My turn. My wand blurs as I move faster than most humans can dream of, pointing at the ground ahead of me and to the right, transfiguring it into titanium chains and manipulating them as they grab the incoming tail with a flick of my wrist in its direction, and with a third movement I perform a slamming down motion, making the chains force the tail to the ground away from me. The dragon realizes that it has been trapped and tries to use its massive strength to free itself, but with a few more flicks of my wand I change more of the ground into powerful chains, making the grab further and further up as I was getting closer to her body. Before I could lock her tail down completely, she decides to lunge towards me and try to claw me. With her right front leg raised as her weapon of choice, she attempts to strike me. Unfortunately for her, I used the same method as before to immobilize her leg. I point to the ground on my left and make more chains rise to protect me. They grab onto her mighty claws and leg, and reel it to the ground as they snake up her limb. This time I added another measure since she would have an easier time putting more strength into her legs than her tail, thus I make her leg sink into the ground as even more chains begin to grab her. As she begins to fiercely struggle against her entrapment, trying desperately to free her leg by putting more pressure on the other ones, I do the same to her left leg. Meaning chains rose from the ground as the ground itself sank. The result of her not being able to properly control her own legs was that she lost her balance and started to stumble during her struggle. I noticed that she had finally decided to try use her wings in an effort to free herself, thus I immediately confirmed that the weather was perfect for my next spell. There was a reason I shot the fire into the air earlier, was for more than just looking cool. I wanted to use the heat in order to help me stimulate the heavy clouds hanging above. With an excited smile I loudly announce my next spell for dramatic effect as I wave my wand above of my head and point towards the dragon. Tempestes. With a brilliant flash of light and the sound of an explosion setting off, a powerful bolt of lightning struck her back, slamming her into the ground and roar in pain. With her body against the ground and forgetting about my presence, I quickly make chain after chain erupt from the ground. In her daze, she doesn't even notice her wings can't unfurl anymore. She doesn't know yet that all 4 of her legs have been sunk into the ground. And in mere moments, I have the dragon in front of me almost completely immobilized. But now she knows. She realized that she could no longer move. Even with desperate tugs against all of these powerful chains, she could only move an inch. With only her head still free, mostly due to it moving around too much when she was in pain, she looked around and spotted her intact eggs, then quickly looked at me with fire in her eyes. Her will to die for her future children was burning even brighter in this moment. As her final act of defiance, she readied another blast of fire aimed at myself, who was standing a dozen meters away from her. She opened her maw one final time, trying to get rid of me, but with one upward flick on my wand the earth under her head rose, forcing her to shoot the blue fire into the sky. I then quickly changed the earth I used into more chains and force her mouth close, removing any possibility of attacks as she was now fully bound and defenseless. Keeping my guard up, I confidently walk up to my chained opponent as she looked at me with absolute hostility. I looked into her those eyes and decided to do a little something to reassure her that I mean her and her little ones no harm, so I used legilimency on her. Instantly raging thoughts of anger, sadness, determination, hatred, longing, indignation, and her own savage nature could be felt, but my mind is still extremely powerful compared to raw emotions. I use images of happiness, created memories of her with her young to calm her, show her my own memories of playing with various creatures, send positive thoughts and calming vibes her way, all to let her know I mean no harm. I even sneakily sent in my Phoenix Flame to heal the damages I have caused and the ones she endured as they brought her here or she suffered through her life. Using everything in tandem, I am letting her calm down as I show her what I wish to truly do. So I show her an image of me taking a golden egg, while leaving every other egg alone and letting her feel my desire for it and it alone. As she stopped struggling and calmed down drastically, I exited her mind and turned my attention to the nest. She looked at me with wariness as I approached her eggs, but she couldn't turn her head and lost sight of me as I walked along her massive body. I reach the nest and find the 4 eggs surrounding my goal. I calmly reach down and grab the smooth golden egg, look at it with pride and firmly take hold of it. I then walk back to the trapped dragon and show her the egg I took, letting her smell the metallic look-alike before took my leave and raise it above my head for all to see. It was at this moment which my senses let the sound around me reach me, and roaring cheers which could drown out the dragon's previous roars could be heard as I walked out of the arena victorious. I was quickly led for a checkup with Poppy by Professor Flitwick, and he was both proud and blown away by what I had done. That was simply unbelievable, Mr. Bones. The most fantastic display of spells and power a Ravenclaw has ever put up. I have no doubt your score will be fantastic. You managed to subjugate a fully grown dragon on your own. He happily said in his high-pitched voice. I did aim to show I am more than just my grades this time. It is a statement for my future as well. I replied with a confident smile. Oh ho? And what statement is that if I might ask? My head of house said with curiosity. That the new Lord Bones is not just a nerdy punk. I am strong and should not be recklessly provoked due to my age. I answered with pride in my voice. Well, I do believe that many will take that warning to heart after today. He jovially agreed. But it would seem you've been holding back on me during our spars. Now I am curious just how much you've done so. Haha. If you're talking about proper dueling, then I've shown my skills, but not my combat spells, and some unfair advantages. I awkwardly answered with a laugh. You have my curiosity, Mr. Bones, but I will leave you with Madame Pomfrey and then we can head out to hear your score. The half-goblin said to me with an excited smile. Poppy was fretting about as usual, mostly talking to herself as she basically cursed the school for having so many incidents with beasts. I mean, a basilisk, then dementors and now some dragons. Not a great deal of fun for the person who has to fix people, but she was glad that I didn't even have a scuff mark on myself, much less an actual wound. I heard you did us proud in that arena, Aiden, so although I don't approve of this, good job coming out safe and sound. She finally said with a relieved expression. Thanks, Professor. I cheekily reply as I get her to smile a bit at the title. My friends actually decided to crash in the infirmary tent before I could head out for my score as well. I had the time since although I'm not hurt, they need to get the Swedish short snout out of the task area and set up the next one. That was bloody brilliant, mate. Merlin can roll over in his grave after that. Exclaimed a very hyped Christian. I can't believe you even mastered the Tempest Jinx, you have to teach me that one. James said as he looked very determined. Well, you certainly kept your promise and then some, Victoria said as she hugged me with a visibly relieved look on her face mixed with some pride, love, and a little bit of lust as she whispered, and you were incredibly hot out there. I think you'll deserve a special reward. She quickly separated after teasing me a bit and regained her composure as we all talked about my performance. I was then called out to receive my score in front of the audience and with my egg in hand. My friends said they'd go back to their seats in order to watch the next performances and see what score I get. We also promised to celebrate a bit during our next Hogsmeade visit. I stepped out onto the arena once more and walk as cheers could be heard from everywhere. I decided to wave back and smile, causing high-pitched squeals to erupt from any direction I did so. It looked like the judges had finally decided on the score I would receive. This made the crowd go silent in anticipation. The first judge was Madame Maxime, shooting out 2 ribbons as they formed a silvery 10 in the air, causing excited applause to ring once more. Barty Crouch went second and made a second 10 appear, making the audience heat up in excitement. Either he's already under the Emperor's curse, or he values impartiality even after our little stint this summer. I thought after seeing my score from him. Our dear headmaster was next and gave me a proud look as he gave me another 10, causing everyone to cheer in response. Bagman was next, but he looked very nervous after seeing my performance and score, looking very reluctant as he shot out a 9 in the air, causing some questions in the audience but cheers still rang out. Really desperate for Harry to win, aren't you? I thought with a smirk at the score. And last was Karkaroff, the most obviously biased judge of the tournament. He looked like he had swallowed a fly at the moment, raising his wand and shooting out a 7 and causing many disagreeing voices to ring out from the audience after seeing that score. A lot of people actually booed the man for this crappy judgment. Just wow. Wonder how people will react when he gives Victor a 10 no matter what. I thought with a little chuckle after that one. But even if pretty much everyone looked at him questionably, he just tried to look like he did nothing wrong. So in the end, I finished the first task with 46/50 points and the golden egg. If I remember correctly, Harry and Victor had the highest in the canon at 40, so it's an acceptable head start. Not like I need it anyway. I thought as I left the field and headed to the tent set up for the champions which had completed the task. 129, ch 129 warning a bug. With my turn done I could relax and enjoy the next champion's performance, this being Fleur against a Welsh Green. This species is amongst the tamer ones. They tend to naturally avoid human contact, with the glaring exceptions of when one of these buggers started the Great London Fire in 1666 and the Ilfracombe incident, when one of them attacked a group of sunbathers in 1932. The second one resulted in the largest mass obliviation of the 20th century. The most distinctive features of the breed would be its grass-green colors, made to match the Welsh plains and where its name comes from, its somewhat melodious roar and narrow fire breath. They are generally around 18 feet in length, hence generally smaller than the Swedish short snout I faced which averages out at 22 feet. This would be the least dangerous species of dragons us champions would have to face today. The short snout has the most dangerous flame amongst all dragons, the Chinese fireball would be the most nimble and intelligent, and the Hungarian horntail is the deadliest and most aggressive. So Fleur does have an advantage going into this round. Fleur actually had a similar strategy from what I remember of the canon, meaning she basically hypnotized the dragon using her Vila abilities and made it fall asleep. The only difference being the strength, skill, and overall smoothness of her application. She managed to instinctively embrace her other side in a bid to confront her foe, boosting her enchanting abilities to a whole new level and letting her put the beast in a deep slumber. This did take a few minutes as the Welsh Green really didn't want to fall asleep in the middle of an enemy-infested area, but in the end it didn't matter as it fell. Her aura also had a very strong effect against the overly emotional audience, making the men all basically have nosebleeds and even forcing some of the women to join in. Atta girl. That's how you channel Avila's abilities. I pleasantly thought after seeing her success. With the dragon fast asleep, she managed to quietly approach, grab the golden egg from the nest and start walking back as the audience held any noise in to not sabotage her plan. Unfortunately, the dragon seemed to have a weird moment in its dream and let out a burst of fire from its nostrils, ultimately causing Fleur to panic a bit as she swiftly put out the burning part of her outfit with a simple water conjuration. Although her plan was well executed, that moment of carelessness did make for an awkward finish as she exited the arena, but the audience still cheered and applauded her success after she had left. She came back to receive a good score on average. Maxime, 10, Crouch, 9, Dumbledore, 9, Bagman, 8 and Karkaroff, 4, making a total of 40. Next up was Victor facing the Chinese fireball. This species is very self-explanatory as well. It originates from China and also holds the name of lion dragon due to its mane-like horns protruding from the back of its head. Like I said before, this is a more nimble and intelligent species, known to even be able to coexist with some of its own kind unlike most species. The fireball part of its name comes from its distinctive fire breath, which comes out in a burst instead of a stream and forms the characteristic shape of a ball. This dragon averages out at around 25 feet long, but are less muscular and are on the leaner side due to their quickness. They are also the most wyvern-like from the 4 species, as their front limbs are a lot smaller than other dragons, mostly due to them using their wings as additional limbs when on the ground to boost its movement speed. Victor came out with his game face today, serious and focused on this daunting task. He had decided to go with the simplest and most direct method as he confronted the beast, the Conjunctivitis Curse. It is the standard mode of attack against any dragon mainly due to the fact that it targets the eye exclusively, and eyes are the most obvious and accessible weak points on a dragon. The curse itself involves causing severe swelling of the eyelids, forcing the eyes to close. The method is certainly tried and true. Its only defect would be that this is used during team hunts or captures. When used alone it can certainly make the dragon lose you, but without any help to put it down or disable it properly, you will enrage and scare the dragon. This results in a rampaging dragon as it stomps around and shoots fireballs all over the place to intimidate its attacker. Seeing that his plan made things more chaotic, even if he had succeeded, Victor decided to dash for the nest. He ran quickly as he tried to dodge the erratic flails of the beast and neared the nest. But during this time, the mother lost track of its surrounding and sadly crushed nearly half of the eggs within the nest. The troubles didn't stop however, just as Crumb was able to grab the golden egg, the fireball's tail swung around and was heading straight for him. Luckily he managed to dodge most of it with the honed reflexes of a world-class seeker, but his left shoulder still took a grazing hit. He did hold on to the egg through the hit and decided to immediately run out of the arena to safety. As he was finally out of harm's way, the audience let out a collective sigh of relief and began to cheer and celebrate the young man's success. This had been the most daring approach so far, causing many to feel adrenaline in their veins at the sight they were shown. This was understandable since my display was more awe-inspiring and Fla's was serene and beautiful. Victor came back out after getting his shoulder checked out and the dragon was brought away with a lot more of a struggle than the first two, making everyone look at the judges for the score. Maxime, 6, Crouch, 7, Dumbledore, 9, Bagman, 8 and Karkaroff, 10, making 40/50ths. Karkaroff's obvious favoritism didn't get past the audience as murmurs were running through the audience at the score. I even heard people complaining that me subduing a dragon on my own got a worse score than someone who caused half the eggs to get smashed. Too bad for them, they couldn't change anything. So the next champion was set to arrive. The fourth, final, and youngest champion, about to show them a very difficult attempt, Harry Potter versus the Hungarian Horntail. I don't know what kind of fucked up moron decided to pick this species for a supposedly less lethal tournament, but he had to be high. The Hungarian Horntail is among, if not, the most dangerous dragon species in the world. Firstly, the things are twice as long as the Chinese fireball, averaging at 50 feet, and they are not streamlined as they pack considerable muscle. Their breath is up there with the best in terms of lethality, with only a scant few like the short snout topping it, as it can reach up to 50 feet away and melt stones. It has defensive spikes spread throughout its body, with lethal horns on its head and a tail made to kill any who comes anywhere near it. This means that anything with a 50 feet radius of the monster will face death at any moment. And this isn't counting its particularly vicious temperament in the best of time, something which becomes an absolute nightmare when it is protecting its young. Then you add its eating habits involving the regular consumption of humans when it can, its devastating fangs and claws, its flight speed which can keep up with Harry on a fucking firebolt, and you have the stupidest decision someone can make as a choice for 17s and under to face. In the face of that, the young Harry appears from the champion entrance as the entire crowd wonders how such a young boy can get past such a daunting beast. Seeing the Horntail noticing him, Harry quickly dove behind a boulder to hit himself and called out the same spell as the cannon. Oxio Firebolt! He cried out as he stayed being the stone. Unhappy at the human being too near its eggs, the mother decided to simply roast it. So a powerful jet of flames burst out of her mouth and onto Harry's only protection, causing the audience's tension to rise. But then Harry's summoned partner appeared and in a swift series of action he had grabbed, mounted, and taken off on it as he escaped the danger zone he had been in. The kid began to fly nimbly through the air as he swerved and dodged anything the dragon could shoot at him. I could see he was attempting to have the very protective mother take flight to give himself a chance at going for the egg, but she was being very stubborn about not leaving her clutch alone. Harry proved to be too annoying for the beast to not swat him however. It kept missing every time it shot out some fire, her claws could not reach and neither could her tail. So she finally decided to beat her wings as she prepared to swat away the fly annoying her in the sky. As soon as he saw her legs coming off the ground, Harry took his chance and dived straight for the eggs. Realizing this, the horntail attempted to use its characteristic tail to squash the pest aiming for her young in fury, making Harry dodge the attack with incredible reflexes and skills, letting only his clothes get torn. It seems that getting him healthy and trained had unexpected benefits in the most surprising of places. I thought with a smile as I remember the kid had gotten injured during the cannon. Having passed his last obstacle, Harry grabbed the golden egg in his arms and flew away as fast as he could in the hopes of not getting attacked again by the enraged mother. And since he had gotten the egg and left the nest area, this meant he had succeeded the task itself and the dragon handlers now had to capture the beast. As the crowd cheered for the fantastic display of flying prowess, the dragon was being subdued with immense difficulty as Harry was getting checked by Madame Pomfrey as well. The kid came back with a very excited look as his body was full of adrenaline still flowing through his veins and the cheers of the audience rang loud and clear for him. Then came the judges' score. Maxime, 9, Crouch, 9, Dumbledore, 10, Bagman, 10 and a flagrant show of bias as Karkaroff shoots out a 4, making Harry's final score 42/50, hence second place after the first task. After the final scores were compiled, all of us champions were gathered back together for the explanation which was promised to us at the beginning of the task. That was after we congratulated each other for our own abilities and success. But then our moronic head of magical sports and games interrupted our talk. "Well done, all of you," said Ludo Bagman, bouncing into the tent and looking as pleased as though he personally had just got past a dragon. "Now, just a quick few words. You've got a nice long break before the second task, which will take place at 9:30 on the morning of February the 24th, but we're giving you something to think about in the meantime. If you look down at those golden eggs you're all holding, you will see that they open, see the hinges there? You need to solve the clue inside the egg, because it will tell you what the second task is, and enable you to prepare for it. All clear? Sure? Well, off you go, then." With little else to tell us about our task, we each congratulate one another one more time and separate. Harry meets up with his friends and I meet up with mine as we all head to the castle in a group, with everyone talking about how things ended up and filling Harry with some details he missed by going last. Then a wild parasite appeared. It was Rita Skeeter. She was wearing acid green robes today and had her favorite quick quotes quill in hand, ready to make more lies. "Congratulations, Harry," she said, beaming at him, before looking at me with a smirk, "and you as well, Lord Bones. I wonder if you could give me a quick word? How you felt facing that dragon? How you feel now, about the fairness of the scoring?" "Yeah, you can have a word," said Harry savagely. "Goodbye." That made me laugh since he wanted to avoid the menace, especially after I showed him what kind of articles she writes and what she had tried to write about him after their first meeting. Yeah, with my connections I was easily able to block that fake garbage she tried to have published in the Daily Prophet and get the copy. I just had to give them a juicy piece of news, and what better thing to give than some inside info on what had been happening in the wizarding underworld. The woman looked offended and malicious after being so straightforwardly rejected by the kid. But I decided to speak up to remind her of my presence. "Miss Skeeter, it would seem you have not taken my warning to heart last time," I say with a calm smile as she spins to look at me savagely. "Ha! Try to threaten me and I'll have the entirety of Britain believing you're the next Dark Lord by next week. Try to stop me, brat. It's not like no one's thought of it. I would just be confirming that little voice in their head asking what if." She openly sneered at me, almost causing my friends to almost lash out at the woman. I simply raised my hand to stop my friends with my calm smile still on my lips. "It is you who does not seem to understand," I say with a smooth and peaceful voice. "I can destroy your life piece by piece. I can make you watch as everything you believe you have crumbles away, as everyone you think listens to you turns a deaf ear, as every bit of that pride you have shatters, and as every last drop of that pathetic power you think you have slips through your grasp." I then approach her with a near angelic smile on my face and lean next to her ear as she turns very stiff. "So do keep trying my patience, little bug, because you are already on your second warning. One more misstep and you will simply no longer matter in this world. I will turn you into what you fear becoming the most, you will be unimportant. Your voice will no longer matter. You will only be another face in the crowd. Every word you write will be considered as nothing but filth to anyone who sees it. I whisper in her ear as my smooth and gentle voice begins to sound akin to the devil's for her. I then pull away with a bright smile and signal my friends to follow me as we walk away from the frightened and angry Rita. So stop buzzing where I can see you, little bug, or I'll swat you, I said in a happy tone as I walk away and don't look back. 130, ch 130 magic in the air. The successful end of the first task was on everyone's mind for quite a while. It had power, beauty, daring, and skill as each champion approached the challenge in different ways. The most obvious change which came from the event was how people viewed Harry's participation. He faced the most dangerous beast and came out second, only behind me and securing the first and second spots for Hogwarts as a result. So now people are at least not harassing the poor kid and his house is finally backing him up, even if a good amount of girls are still fangirling over me. The only problem is that he's kind of becoming lazy after the win and does not seem to be trying to really figure out the egg or prepare for the next task properly. Fleur was getting even more attention from the boys after her display with the dragon. Her aura had so much influence on them I had to break its hold during the morning after, basically sobering them right up through sheer aura. This helped snap most people out of their daydreams, but many of the weak-minded and cock-headed guys were still drooling over her every motion. I was thankful Ron wasn't in this faction, made me feel better about him being one of my club successors. To counteract this, James actually volunteered to basically be her escort/tutor since he was already spending a good amount of time with her. And since she was able to get a proper feel for her Vila quarter, Fleur has been pretty determined to get over her rejection of it, letting her have sizable progress in that area. Victor's situation was the one which stayed the most constant. He continued to train himself every day, spar with Christian regularly and tried to approach Hermione on multiple occasions. He still had a group of fans trying to follow him everywhere, resulting in him completely ignoring them. On the egg situation, well, it's not very hard for someone who already knows the solution to figure it out. It was also very easy for me to recognize anything that has to do with mer people for a few reasons. Christian and I have a pretty good relationship with the clan in the Black Lake since first year, we are both fluent in Mermish, and with all the interactions natural cultivation has with them due to the aquatic farmstead project, I have an enormous amount of recorded data on them. So I just went to the pretty swanky prefect bathroom, which is honestly more of a heated pool instead of a bath, but it is great to soak in. It does have its perks to be the head boy, I thought as I relaxed my tense body in the warm water. After soaking for a bit, I decided to open the egg and experience the clue to be 100% sure of the task. So I simply submerged it into the warm water, opened it and went under. I could then immediately hear the eerie chorus coming from the egg. Come seek us where our voices sound. We cannot sing above the ground. And while you're searching, ponder this. We've taken what you'll sorely miss. An hour long you'll have to look. And to recover what we took. But past an hour, the prospect's black. Too late, it's gone, it won't come back. I closed the egg up and put it away after I finished up with my actual bath. It looks like it will remain the same as before for this task as well. Not a big surprise since they planned these in advance and won't just change them all because of one student. But the clan members involved in this egg were really dramatic when they made it. I wonder who it was, because now I feel like teasing them. I thought with a little smile as I dressed myself and left the bathroom. Since it was the same task, I was more than prepared for it as well. Now I just needed to wait for a while before mentioning any type of clues to the other three. Having the egg and task figured out, I then decided to dive into my own research. It had been a while since I completely did so, letting Cedric run the exchange for a bit and having Christian and Victor cover for me in the club. During this time, I was finally able to properly crack the proper spell system to combine my new fire with magic. This meant I could systematically categorize my abilities and recreate some versions of it for normal wizards to use. It would also let me deepen my understanding of my original spell Protego Sanctum. So I might have gone on a rampage of developing new spells which may or may not be classifiable as holy. I know it is kind of cringe, but I swear that's the best way I can describe these new spells of mine. They are basically either originals or pre-existing spells I enhanced to fit this system of mine. Most of the new holy spells I could come up with were healing related, or more accurately they were closer to the term purification than healing. This was basically different levels of power for the erasure of curses and their effects on the human body. This meant that one didn't need to have a complex understanding of each and every curse to hopefully figure out the cure for them. Healers would be able to learn the different levels of this spell to do the job. The invocation involved a person making a downward stroke and then an S motion back up, then saying the invocation of Mundit. The spell itself simply means cleanse, and to use the strengthened versions, one simply needs to fill the proper criteria like my other original. You need a pure core which has at least gone through a proper first maturation for the basic levels of the spells like Mundit and Mundit Fortis, which are capable of getting rid of minor and some standard curses. This is actually a basic healer spell, mostly because you still need to know about the human body to properly restore the wound after it had been cleansed. The next levels simply need an untainted core at the second maturation, which should be capable of removing even a strong curse's effect using Mundit Magna, and the last step needs at least a peak second maturation core to unleash Mundit Suprema, which is capable of cleansing pretty much any curse I could think of. But like I said, the spell does not actually heal. What it does is remove the dark magic from a person or objects without damaging them. So after they are cleansed, they need an actual healer to fix the damages done. The second holiest spell I made during my fervor was Lux, a Lumos variant basically. It has the same general conditions as Mundit when it comes to core requirements, but the wand motion is a simple circle as the wand points upward. The effect is basically what happens to movie vampires when they are exposed to the sun, but for tainted and dark beings / creatures. I made a holy light spell, so to speak. But just to be clear, exposed people or creatures won't just turn to ash, but it will burn them and cause great amounts of pain depending on the level of corruption and the strength of the spell. This is considered to be an offensive spell if you want to be technical about it, mostly because of its effects. The only difference is that Lux is for first stage cores and the stronger version, Lux Sancta, is for second and above, with the power you put into the spell corresponding with the effect. The more magic you stuff it with, the more powerful. Pretty straightforward. And it has the added benefit of having a similar effect as the Patronus on Dementors from what I theorized. Those were my two originals in the category of holy spells, which now counted 3 official spells. The rest of my results were mostly me enhancing standard healing spells with the properties of Phoenix Flames, boosting their level to near Parcel Magic Strength. And I made a few new fire spells which are pretty useless for me since I can do it naturally, but I plan on teaching them to my friends. After I came out of my isolation, I believe you can call it, I found out that the Yule Ball was officially announced by the judges panel and that all champions had to find dates since they would be opening the ball. They also scheduled proper dance lessons for everyone, in the hopes of not, in the words of our deputy headmistress, looking like a bunch of babbling bumbling band of baboons. Lucky for me, however, was that mother had my tutor's hammer every lesson a noble might need in his life deep into me. So even though I had not actually danced in a long time, I was able to shake the rust off with ease and even add grace to my steps after a while. But there was the problem of girls everywhere looking at me with almost predatory eyes. They also kept sending weird hints, love potion infused chocolate, enchanted items, and some of them were straight trying to chase me. Too bad for them, I already knew who I wanted and nothing was going to stop me from getting her. And I am not above a little romance to ask. So what I did was bring her to the Black Lake one night and form a frozen platform the two of us could ride on as I controlled it. I pushed us far enough away from the shore and waved my hand a bit to calm the water around us, then form some gentle silver lights and make the float. I know that even if Victoria is a proud young woman, she still hopes to be able to have romantic acts done for her, so I don't hesitate to do so. As the moon shined down on us and we looked at the stars, I turned and looked at her shining black hair, her beautiful face and striking eyes. "Tori, will you be my date for the Yule Ball?" I asked her in a warm voice. "Didn't you want to keep it a secret for a bit longer?" She asked, a little worried about our future plans. "I honestly can't see myself dancing with anyone else. And your own project has been getting closer and closer to completion. All you need is the permission of St. Mungo's to start the trial on the long bottoms. Plus I kind of want people to know you're mine and that I'm yours." I answered as I was trying to explain my actions. All I get was a small giggle which makes me stop talking for a moment before she answers. "Well, even the dragon subduing Aiden Bones can act like a nervous boy, that's adorable," she said with a little teasing. "But I would love to be able to dance with you." "Well, that's good, because my dress robe was basically made to match your usual style," I say with a sigh of relief. "Wait, you knew this was going to happen?" she asked with a slight surprise. "I thought it would be obvious that we would have a ball for some reason this year. Wizards don't really wear dress robes for any other occasions. So I planned ahead and made sure I could match any green dress you would wear." I answered with a half lie, but with solid enough reasoning. "Well then, I guess you really weren't planning on going with anyone else," she said with a low sultry voice. "There was never another option in my mind," I replied with no hesitation and while looking straight into her emerald eyes. "And what were you planning to do if I wasn't available anymore?" she whispered into my ears as she wrapped her arms around my neck. "Sweep you off your feet no matter the opponent," I answered with a burning gaze. "Oh yeah? And how would you do that?" she asked with her own eyes started to warm up. "Like this," I simply said as I took her into my arms and started to gently kiss her. The kiss quickly got more intense as we enjoyed each other's passion so openly and on such an occasion. Only separating so that she can catch her breath. Being superhuman does have many perks. "I don't know if that would convince me," she said as she looked at me with lustful eyes. "Then maybe this will," was my answer as I conjured blankets and pushed her down to keep our passionate exchange going. And for the next half hour we enjoyed ourselves under the clear moonlight, alone in our own little world above the lake. With me using my flames to keep us warm, not that we needed much help with that as things heated up. It was actually harder to keep the ice cold at that point. We broke apart after that 30 minutes and she looked at me with eyes full of love, lust, and passion before saying one last thing. You really wouldn't have taken no for a answer, my raven. She gently said as we laid next to each other. I told you it wasn't even an option for me not to dance with you during this ball. I answered while moving a stray strand of her black hair away from her beautiful face. We ended up enjoying ourselves nearly until the sun began to rise that night, giving us a memory to last a lifetime. 131, ch 131 December at Hogwarts. The month of December was passing by at a much faster pace than usual at Hogwarts. Romance, love, and anticipation were everywhere as confessions and invitations were happening constantly. But there was also nervousness, stress, and general unease amongst many as well, mostly because boys were wimping out and girls wanted to be asked by the one they hoped for. Most of my friends and those I was close to had their dates figured out already. Cedric was still going out with Cho Chang in this timeline and the two were excited to go together. Most of my little successor from the dueling club had dates. Hannah Abbott was going with Neville, Daphne Greengrass with Ernest Macmillan, and Ron, who had a standard dress robe thanks to yours truly, was going with Padma Patil like the standard since they had a good enough friendship through the club. The partners for the champions had to be told to our respective heads of house/schools in order to confirm everything was in order and traditions were upheld. Victor managed to properly invite Hermione with some help from your friendly neighborhood wingman, making this stony friend of mine even crack a smile. Fleur actually asked me and James due to the both of us being the only male friends she's ever had who only saw her as a normal girl with gifts, and not a sex object like so many other. I already had Victoria, but Fleur and James were more than happy to be going with each other. Plus it's not like James isn't an attractive young man, with his chin-length blonde hair, calm blue eyes, gentle features, and strong body, he was the dream of many female students in Hogwarts. Christian was actually the most annoying to convince this time. He didn't have any girls he was close to besides Tori, Luna, a bit of Hermione, Fleur through James and I, Cho from Quidditch, and maybe a few acquaintances from our house and the club. But we all knew he had special spot for Luna Lovegood, they just clicked together and if you think about it honestly, 4 years isn't much of a gap in age. They get along great, have common interests, curiosity and exploration always drives the two, he always takes time to help her out and protect her from people who don't even try to understand her, teaches her a bunch of useful things and just always looks so soft around her. So yeah, we just spent an entire week getting the knucklehead to admit that he liked her and get him to realize there is absolutely nothing wrong with that. He just needed to keep in contact and try to make time to visit during her Hogsmeade visits after we graduate, and maybe give her a vanishing box for quick messaging. Then if they felt the same when she graduated, they could decide to really be together. So long story short, we got him to ask a now very happy Luna to the ball. Her yes really sent him up to the clouds too, real fun to tease him about that one. It's kinda adorable watching my friend who can transform into a wolf, be so gentle on the innocent little bunny. I thought with a smile after he asked her out. The only person I really knew that didn't have a partner yet was Harry. The kid had an unfortunate crush on Cho Chang even in now, likely due to how she's been growing up and her skills on a broom, but she's dating Cedric so that's a no-go. So he came to me for a bit of advice. You really can't think of anyone to ask? I said to the kid with a raised eyebrow. No. Ron's already got Padma since they're both in your club, Hermione won't tell us who she's going with, the girl I wanted to ask already had a date and I can't just ask a random girl right? The kid tried to explain to me. Honestly, you pretty much could. I answered with a little chuckle. What? The surprised Harry asked. You underestimate two things about yourself right now, your fame and a woman's desire to be under the spotlight. I decided to say in response. How does that help me get a date? He exasperatedly asked as his shoulders slumped. Well, the fame thing is pretty self-explanatory, you're the boy who lived to a lot of people and are famous if you want it or not. But you being a champion and successfully completing the first task like you did bumped your popularity up quite a few notches. I started explaining to the oblivious kid. Really? How come I can't notice it then? He suspiciously asked. Well, that's because I'm also very popular so I steal some spotlight, and you tend to try and ignore or push away anything that has to do with fame, so that's the reason. Was my answer as I made him nod in agreement. Okay, so I'm more popular, but how does that help me? I still can't just ask a girl and hope she thinks I'm enough. He dejectedly said. Well, that's where my second point comes in. Pretty much any woman on this planet wants to feel special. They want to be able to be under the spotlight and shine in front of everyone, in one way or another. And right now, the biggest stage to do so is at the Yule Ball, with the spotlight on the champions. Fleur, Victor, and I all have our partners, leaving only one last chance for the spotlight and that's with you. So you have actually been prime prey for a lot of girls at the moment, you just haven't noticed because you're always stuck in your own head and miss a lot of things around you. I say as I try to explain a single facet of the great and mysterious creature known as a woman. But I still don't like when people try to be near me cause I'm famous for something I don't even remember doing. And I certainly don't want to be with them. He answered with some discomfort. Alright, if that's such a problem I think I've got 4 good candidates for you. I answer with a little sigh. Really? That's brilliant. He excitedly replied as he perked up. The first would actually be Pavarti Patil. She's in your house and year, so she knows you well enough and shouldn't be affected by your fame. Ron is going with her sister and it would make a sort of double date for the two of you. I say as I kind of feel like a certain magical mirror from a green character's movie. I didn't even think of that, said a thoughtful Harry. Second would probably be Gabrielle Delacour. I know her sister pretty well, we've all become friends and I'm sure she would much prefer having you than some random numbskull. The little girl asked me to escort her, but I already have my date so I had to reject her. I'm sure she'd be happy to go to the ball with you, even if it's just for the sake of you having a partner. I mentioned to Harry in order to give him another easy way. Yeah, she is like an energetic little sister. It wouldn't be bad if I did it. Plus it's just to dance. He murmured Harry as he gave it some thought. My third suggestion would be Susan. You've both spent enough time together during the summer to know each other pretty well. I trust you enough to not do anything stupid to her and she's a wonderful girl. She was just planning to have fun and going with some friends from her house, so I know she's free. I continued as if presenting a lovely princess. You'd let me take Susan. But I thought you wouldn't even let her stay. A surprised Harry said. I am fully in favor of her having fun and living her life, I just don't want her to make bad decisions so I can seem a bit protective. But that doesn't matter. My last option for you would be Ginny Weasley. I start off saying as I get back on topic, but Harry got very shocked. Ginny? I can't go with her. She's Ron's sister. He interrupted as he almost yelled. Honestly, I would like to see what happens if Ron even tries to stop her. The girl has had a crush on you for years, Harry, and I honestly think that Ron would feel a lot better having you taking her than some random jackass. I say that as a protective older brother myself, I answered the teen dismissively. She has a what on me? Harry said with a raised and progressively higher-pitched voice. Well yet. She had a crush on you since her first year. Everyone could tell with how she turned bright red whenever you were around. Then you went and rescued her from a basilisk and Tommy Boy, so not many young girls wouldn't fall for their rescuer. Especially if they already liked them and they weren't bad looking. I explained in an I can't believe you never noticed tone. But you were there too. He tried to counter. So? She likes you because of who you are and what you've done for her. But that's all I've got for you, Harry. I gave you the net approach to get a random girl to fill your needs, and I gave you the 4 specific options I believe would be the best for you as of now. Everything else is up to you. I say as I give the kid a pat on the shoulder and take my leave as he starts thinking about his options. But try not to think too much. Just go with what you feel is right and everything will work out. I said to the kid without turning back. Like that, the holidays approached the castle. The majority of students 4th year and up would be staying for the ball. The reason for that was 3rd years and below couldn't attend unless they had been invited by an older student like Luna had, so they went to spend the break with their families. Susan and I informed Mother that we would be staying for the ball, since I actually had to be there due to being a champion, and that we would be coming over on the 26th in order to spend time as a family. Susan, Victoria, and I would simply go to Hogsmeade and apparate to our house for the rest of the holidays. Even if I had wanted to go to the ball, I would never want to leave Mother home alone for the holidays. I loved her too much to do that, especially when I have at least 4 different ways of going back in a jiffy. So with excitement in the air, Christmas Day came to Hogwarts. I decided to have a few little parties for the groups I'm involved in the night before, just to give everyone a good holiday mood. This meant the exchange and dueling club. So I organized a warm gathering and prize giving for the former, and a sort of mini carnival game set up for the latter. They both had good feedback from the participating students. I also decided to hold a little Christmas lunch with the champions and our friends, just to make everyone feel that they weren't excluded from the Christmas atmosphere of Hogwarts. The girls didn't eat much during lunch in order to not make their dresses tighter than they wanted, which was something Fleur really worried about due to the heaviness of English cuisine, not so much a worry for Tori who carefully planned her diet and exercised daily though. Overall it was a pleasant way of spending my days at Hogwarts. I even had a few business talks with the twins, started teaching my new spells to my friends, planned with them on when to go register our Animagi forms, and we even decided to just run a bit wild in said forms as we ran through the snow-covered grounds of the school at night. Then the evening before the ball came and every girl attending went into a fervor in order to look their best. The Yule Ball was about to begin. 132, ch 132 Opening Dance. A few hours before we had to be at the ball, all the females in the castle secluded themselves in order to ready themselves. This is the only stage most of them had ever had the opportunity to show off their looks, but some of the noble progenies were a bit more used to it. It was crunch time for them, whilst all the guys were just wondering why it would even take so long since they should have prepared everything they needed to do a month ago at least. But since James and I were part of the opening dance, we also decided to get ready in advance. My style was quite simple overall, if not a bit unusual for wizards. I decided to just sleep back my hair and let it flow down my back, with some framing my face and resting on my shoulders. My dress robe was pretty much divided into two parts. The first was the inner suit style, which was composed of a modern white dress shirt, vest, and pants, all custom made and fitted. Thank you, Kingsman Tailor. The second was the robe part, which was basically a hybrid of a tuxedo jacket and a wizard robe, was mostly white as well but with green elven style patterns which would make Tolkien proud. The robe was properly fitted at the top as well and loose at bottom, allowing me to show my athletic physique while still looking mostly like a wizard. It is different than usual dress robes, but it fits me perfectly. I just think green isn't really my color, but being with Tori would make it look good. I thought with one last look at myself. Being ready for the ball, I decided to go and wait for my lovely lady at her house entrance like we agreed on. While I was walking through the halls of the castle, I passed a good number of other students going to pick up their dates or moving towards the Great Hall with them. But every time I passed a group, wide-eye stares could be felt. I think I actually heard some people worry about nosebleeds and a couple of girls who seemed to have fainted. I reached the Slytherin dungeon and find only a few other guys waiting for their dates. I'm pretty sure this is for a few reasons. First is that not many girls in Slytherin actually try and interact with other houses for a couple reasons like pure blood ideals, pressure from within the house, arrogance, and just bad behavior. Second is that there aren't that many girls in the house in general, leaving them as a mostly sausage-filled part of the school. And lastly, besides a few like Victoria, Daphne, and her little sister Astoria, there aren't many cute or good-looking Slytherin girls. So yeah, even with me trying to get all the houses to interact with each other more, not that many are trying to date into Slytherin. I do patiently wait for about 20 minutes with my eyes closed as I merely meditate a bit. I felt people going out and passing by regularly enough during this time, but I only waited for one presence I knew the best to appear. The dorm door then opened at the same time as my eyes and I was amazed by her. Her raven black hair was made to be wavy and softly rested on her left shoulder. Her green mermaid-style gown simply made her seem like a temptress sent to take my morality away. Her shoulders were bare, the dress being held by fabric just below them, letting people see her smooth and fair skin, while also emphasizing her bountiful assets. Her figure was in plain view with her dress hugging every curve of her fit and curvaceous body. And a split was made for her long and slender right leg to be free, letting her show off her silver heels as she confidently walked up to me. The emerald green perfectly matched her eyes as every movement attracted the gaze and countless glints of light made it seem like stars were adorned onto her. You really did have a dress robe made to go with my style, she said with a smile. I couldn't not put any effort in. Especially when you look even more breathtaking than I imagined. I replied with a warm voice. Haha. I'm glad you like it. You cleaned up well too, she happily said. Then shall we go, my lady? I asked with a smile as I extended my right hand to her. She gently placed her own and said, it would be my pleasure. We then walked towards the Great Hall together, arm in arm, leaving anyone we passed gasping and speechless at how we looked together. This only got magnified when we reached the doors of the hall where many were gathered together, making them whisper to each other. As it neared the scheduled time for the ball, many students began to arrive. The majority of the other Slytherins came from behind myself and Victoria, with a little twit trying to strut around like a peacock. Well, until Tori shot him a glare to make him pale, a simple warning for him not to ruin her evening or else. The Beauxbatons students were next, with Fleur and James in the lead, grabbing the attention of many of the boys as she did a fine job of dressing up, and my friend holding the attention of a good amount of the ladies as well. Fleur had decided on a silver grey satin dress which let her emphasize the natural grace and beauty she possessed, and her partner deciding to go with a fitted but traditional dress robe. The two of them were speaking to each other amicably as they approached Victoria and myself. You looked wonderful, Mademoiselle Victoria. Truly you know your charm, complimented Fleur as she excitedly greeted us. And your dress fits you perfectly. Your hair goes beautifully with it. Tori complimented back as the two started the odd tradition of women really complimenting themselves by praising others. You really went all out with your own robes, didn't you? Asked my friend as the girls started chatting about fashion, makeup, shoes, and others. Well, I wanted to give a good expression and be different from every other dress robe out there. Plus, it's a special night and I want to try my best. I answer my friend as a warmly look at Victoria. That is true. I just hope I've practiced to dance moves enough to not embarrass myself or step on Fliss' toes, James said as he nervously chuckled. No need to worry, Jamie boy. You've learned a lot harder stuff than that, so have some courage and show the lady a confident man. A loud voice said from behind us. We turned to find our wild friend dressed in his own black dress robes, accompanied by a surprisingly well-dressed Luna. I mean, she still had those dirigible plum earrings and butterbeer necklace, but she was wearing a pale blue dress gown which gave her a cute feeling as she looked around energetically. He is right, James, you just have to confidently guide her or follow her own flow. You've done much deeper levels of teamwork and you've practiced together plenty, so you should be more than capable of matching her rhythm. I said as I encouraged my more passive friend. Haha. But look at you, mate. You stand out so much I doubt even Maxime will be able to steal your spotlight. Christian said as he wrapped his arm around my shoulders. Well, one of us had to try and be fashionable. I respond with a grin as I watch the two girls drag Luna over for girl talk about their dresses and dates. The three of us just chatted for a bit as Ron and Harry arrived with their dates. Ron looked a bit off, but otherwise he looked fine with his proper dress robe and escorting Padma in a bright turquoise Indian-style dress. The look is probably because Ginny was happily walking next to Harry in a pink dress gown of a slightly older style, but still good. The girls were forming their own group as the two new ones joined Tori, Fleur, and Luna, leaving Ron and Harry to join our little trio. What's that weird look, Weasley? Can't look chuffed when you're escorting a lady or you'll ruin any enjoyment? Christian immediately asked as they joined us. It's nothing. Just a bad surprise is all. He answered as he gave a guilty-looking Harry a look. I'm pretty sure I know what the reason is, and if it is what I think then I can give a bit of advice. I say as I get their attention as well as a hopeful look from Harry. Oh yeah? Asked Ron with a raised eyebrow. You're feeling the urge to protect your cute and innocent little sister from any boy who looks at her with any interest, so you aren't happy with Harry going to the ball with her. I simply say to the kid. No. I mean yes. I mean probably. I don't know. He confusedly answered. Well, here's a little bit of help for this dilemma of yours. Would you prefer she likes some random guy or your best friend who you know and trust? I simply asked the teen. That got him really torn. And I'm sure you just want her to be happy and safe. I get that. But look how happy the girl was. Plus it's only for the night, so just let her enjoy herself. I kept on nudging. Arg. Fine. But if I hear anything about snogging, I'll tell Mum everything. He finally said in resignation towards Harry and loud enough for Ginny to hear as a serious look appeared on her face. Then it's all right, isn't? We mostly need to open the ball and then just enjoy the music, food, drinks, and company. Let's all just cut loose and have some fun. I happily say as I slap the kid's shoulder. As I said this, the doors of the castle welcomed our final champion in his school, meaning Victor in his red military-style formal wear, Karkaroff and Hermione had arrived. Champions over here, please. McGonagall's voice resounded as everyone had gathered. Later everyone. Let's go, Tori. I said as we hooked our arms together and headed for the deputy headmistress with Harry and Ginny. We got to the professor and saw her in a red tartan robe instead of her usual green ones, with a wreath of thistles around her witch hat's brim. Nice hat, Professor. Very festive. I happily said as I approached, getting a weird look from Harry. Thank you, Mr. Bones. I thought it appropriate. She simply answered with a small smile. She then told the 8 of us to wait outside while all the other were instructed to head into the Great Hall. I could see Harry and Ginny were stunned to see Hermione with Victor. Ginny knew she was really dressing up today since they helped each other, but the result was too good. There's a glimpse of everyone's favorite actress as she's growing up. I thought with a smile as I looked at Hermione resembling Emma Watson more and more. Well then, Victor, I guess that advice certainly didn't go to waste after all. I said with a hearty laugh when I see the man fidgeting in place due to his happiness, even if his face is still a bit dour. The growing girl did do a good job at taming her hair, that's for sure. Then she finally got her teeth in order after ignoring her parents' weird request to fix them as the dentists they are. I mean, it's not like wizards don't have an infinitely easier, cheaper, quicker, and less painful methods other than braces or whatever drills they have. Her floaty periwinkle blue dress fitted her nicely, but she looked quite nervous about the situation. So I decided to be a good wingman for my new friend. You have to reassure the girl and give her a compliment. She's nervous about her new look and to be in front of so many people. I whispered to the man in Bulgarian as he noticed his date's own state. That makes him turn to take care of Hermione very quickly. And although it wasn't the smoothest execution since English is his second language, I saw the girl relax at least. Harry was still kinda malfunctioning, but at least Ginny was able to snap him out of it. That's mostly why I personally never had a problem with the Harry x Ginny pairing. Harry is always getting stuck in his own head and thinking the world is trying to only punish him, but Ginny is a very driven and active person who pushes him to step forward and act properly. Also never had any problems with the Fleur x Bill pairing, but if my friend and her want to get it on, then too bad for the guy. And too bad for Luna's supposed to be future husband Rolf Scamander, because his grandparents' true successor is gonna swipe her. Still not sure if Hermione and Victor could actually be a thing, and I really don't know if I should do anything between Remus and Tonks. The last one is mostly because my presence has fundamentally changed how werewolves can live, and lycanthropy has been shown to not be passed down from properly vaccinated parents so far. The guy has also been becoming more confident and relaxed because of his newfound duties. Anyway, I got snapped out of my daze when we were called to finally enter the Great Hall in a line. We came in with excited applauses, as the 8 of us walked through the corridor of students and headed towards the dance floor. Through the students, I could see the wondrous decor of the great hall. The walls and ceiling were covered in a sliver frost, with hundreds of garlands of mistletoe and ivy crossing the starry sky of the hall. All the house tables were gone and near 100 smaller tables were placed around the dance floor, draped in silvery linen and having small lanterns on each. I also noticed a weirdly combed Hagrid, a impressively dressed Madame Maxime, a colorful bagman, a redhead with a twit-like aura representing Justice Hitler, mock moody, unsurprisingly unhappy Karkaroff, and the almost always jovial Dumbledore. We finally reached the dance floor and the 8 of us got into position. I grabbed Tori's left hand and put my right on her back, feeling the familiar soft and smooth skin as she positioned herself as well. We are both noble progenies, and even if she had a shit-eater, racist, sexist and deadbeat father, she was still trained in everything needed to be a true noble like dancing. Plus our own practice did help. It's not like we needed much, but it was just nice to spend time together, in such close proximity and just enjoy ourselves. Then the music began and the ball would officially start. In that moment I simply let everything go. No magic, no studies, no business, no lordship, no future, no care, no worry, and no one else mattered. All I saw at that moment was her. The woman I loved, in my arms and dancing with me as we looked only in each other's eyes with happy smiles. We moved as if we were one, flowing through the dance floor like we were alone and grabbing the attention of countless as we danced. Our bodies were almost touching completely as we moved in complete synchronicity. This type of close dance could give off an almost primal attraction to our partners, and we could see it in each other's eyes as the dance escalated with the music. We simply lost track of any meaning of time. Only when the crescendo neared its conclusion did I decide to make Victoria do a finale twirl and finish with her leaning backwards over my supporting arm, resulting in a photo finish and thunderous applause as people marveled at our performance. We looked around and found that many people were standing on the dance floor and applauding, so we simply looked at each other, smiled and bowed to the crowd. 133, ch 133. A bit of fun and a lot of fun. With the Yule Ball officially underway and so many young men and women eager to dance with their chosen partners, the energy levels quickly rose several degrees. The energy in the hall burst through the roof altogether after the Weird Sisters came on stage and started rocking out. The band is actually managed by the WWN, but we bought that at the same time we started other types of properly encrypted radio channels. This meant we had a well-concealed wizard radio network, an increase of activity in the music and news industry, and that I actually owned the band in front of me. So I might have given them a few ideas on music from the future, and the Muggle music I helped introduce through the toy box caused quite the musical revolution on its own. The result was a blood-pumping good time as they started rocking the Great Hall and pretty much everyone started going wild. Harry and Ron were a bit annoyed at Hermione, but some Ginny intervention, Christian bluntness, a bit of lunacy, and some senpai advice from yours truly resolved it, letting everyone just cut loose. Tori and I decided to dance around during the fun as well, dancing with some friends in and out of our group. I danced with only a handful of people since I am considered to be a bit too popular among the females of the castle. Started with one Fleur who was trying to escape the mindless drones trying to get to her, a bit of inter-school exchange if you will. She actually stayed close to James after she also danced once with Victor, Harry, Christian, and her little sister. Then I danced with the dates of the other champions, meaning Hermione and Ginny. I like James, but not like that. The latter was happy enough with how I energetically guided her through some more fun dances, enjoying this tempo a lot more than the formal ones due to her nature. Although we didn't interact much in general, she still knew I was one of her saviors, the guy helping Ron turn a completely new leaf, and I'm also the one who taught her how to duel since last year, so everything was good on that front. The former was very stiff and nervous as she danced with me. That was mostly due to me being an idol of hers because of my academic achievements and personality. My grades were her dreams basically. It also helped that I saved her from a troll, handled the Buckbeak thing, am constantly helping her improve in the exchange and always offer advice. It took some gentle and calm guidance to get her to loosen up while dancing, but I am a properly raised gentleman and I am more than capable to lead a young lady. I then danced with Cho as the first customer of the exchange, my little successor's girlfriend and someone I knew well enough. Followed with Luna since she is a unique and kind girl, who Christian and I made very clear that bullying her was not tolerated, and a person who was interesting to teach. Gabrielle was very persistent in her efforts to dance with me as well, something which I didn't mind since she was just a cute little sister type. And my tour finished up with having a dance with Susan as her older brother before returning to Victoria. The rest of the evening was spent together as we alternated from enjoying ourselves as a group and as a couple. Many people realized that something was going on between the two of us, but we simply didn't care at that point for a very good reason. Her treatment methods were green-lighted for trial. Meaning that after the holiday, the Longbottom couple would be undergoing extensive therapy and if successful her name would become firmly established as a healer and researcher. She was even preparing a book about her studies and new paths for healing, which I am more than willing to sell through my channels. On a side note, it appears all of my friends are planning on releasing a book by the time they graduate. Tori is doing hers on traumas of the mind and body, whilst also delving into my new holy magic. James is creating a new way to create complex and powerful enchantments by combing some of his goblin knowledge, traditional enchanting in my own binary language. And Christian was preparing a new book on creature ecosystems, proper management of reserves and wild territories. They also each had their own projects. The three were managing and creating them from scratch basically, with financial assistance from their good friend of course. Even if it took some convincing, all I had to say was that I knew their genius and had no doubts that their projects would pay themselves back and then some. Tori was basically going to cause a stir in the medical field through her own original potions, her learning of my holy path and solutions to age-old problems, meaning a lot of money from the sales of potions and books. James was designing his own brand of protective gear against spells, beasts, beings and weapons, using some of what he learned to start his own branch to fund his passion and help protect people. And Christian was basically designing a magical Jurassic Park in an effort to help dwindling species recover in a safe location, funding itself by selling materials which could be harvested from the creatures while alive or taken once dead. This was the most ambitious project amongst my friends, but I got my people from natural cultivation to help since we had experience in a very similar project. Anyway, back to the ball. The rest of our time that night was just fun. Good food, drinks, music, and company will make any person have a good time. We danced and sang along with the band. Took our time slow dancing under the magical lights of the hall when the right songs came on. Enjoyed mingling with students of all ages and origins as the place became a neutral area for all. But all good things must come to an end as well. Students began to leave slowly but surely. If one looked at who left carefully, you could see couples and soon-to-be couples leaving together, and everyone could tell they weren't done with their evening. My friends also started to call it a night, with Christian being the first to do so since Luna was one of the youngest among us. So he simply escorted her back to our dorm. Fleur was tired of constantly having to fight off suitors with James, so he suggested showing her some of Hogwarts' beauty at night to cap off their evening. Hermione was very tired and Victor was acting like a proper man as he escorted her back to the Gryffindor dorm. After a hint from yours truly, Ron also figured out that he should escort his own date back even if they aren't actually dating. Harry and Ginny decided to take a walk outside before turning it in as well, leaving Victoria and I to decide to find a peaceful place to relax together. We walked through the quiet corridors arm in arm, with gentle smiles on both of our faces while I guided us to the grounds, which were very well decorated. As we walked through the rose garden, by the statues, saw the couple sitting on the benches and found the fountain at the center of it all. I also felt various interesting little bits like a certain bug's presence, two little traders of Voldemoldy together, a hidden Harry, and a pair of half-giants standing near the fountain. And knowing how pretty much everything here would go, I just decided to take Victoria somewhere more private. If that cockroach writes that racist article in real life, I'm going to officially bury the women. It would basically be the honor of anyone who likes the Harry Potter series to ruin her. Especially since I need to wait until next year to end one of the most hated characters of all time. I thought as I guided my lovely lady. What I did was rather simple. I took out my personal broom, scooped up my Tori into a Princess Carrie as she did a little surprised yelp, activated the broom's enchantments to make it float, jumped on and surfed it with my girl in my arms as she looked at me with a bit of a pout. Sorry. But I want to just relax and be alone with you, so I thought finding somewhere else would be better. Plus it would be a bit hard for you to ride a broom with your dress. I said with a cheeky smile on my face. Humph. I'm going to get you back for that surprise, you know. She simply responded with a tiny glare. And I'll accept my punishment later, but I think this will be good. I answered back as I felt the wind on my face. Since I created the thing, I can play with this broom in almost any way I wish. Meaning I lowered the wind-blocking enchantment's strength temporarily and kicked the heating ones up to basically give us a mild summer breeze feeling while we fly through the Christmas sky. I then decided to take us above the few clouds in the sky, taking us closer to the half-lit moon hanging in the sky and letting us see the castle and its grounds as we also gaze at the moon. You really know how to romance a girl, don't you, my raven? Victoria whispered as she laid her head on my chest. I have to try to be the best fiancé I can when I have the chance, don't I? I say as I turned to look at the woman being caressed by the moon as she lay in my arms. That dirtbag of a sperm donor still didn't agree about that, but honestly, who cares? At this point I can't see myself with anyone else, and if he tries I'll castrate him. She replied with a bit of a sad smile. Hey! How about we just make a little place in Hogsmeade after we graduate? I asked her as I changed the subject away from her family. Why there? As far as I know, you have a few mansions under your other name, plenty of properties under your actual one, and you rebuilt the Bones family manor, even if you and Auntie have no desire to actually live there. She curiously asked this time. Well, I prefer to have a smaller and cozier place than a big empty mansion. I'd just properly set the place up. But the real reason is that if everything goes according to what I predict, I'll most likely be coming back to Hogwarts next year. I answered honestly as she looked into my eyes. Come back? Like an advisor or something? You didn't tell us about that. Tori said as she tried to understand. No, not an advisor. I think there's just a high chance of me being the next Dada professor if everything happens like I think it will. I clarified with a smile on my face. But how? Even if it's you, it would be pretty hard to convince the board to hire a fresh graduate. What makes you so sure? The girl asked as she dug into the possibility. Things are happening in the shadows and great change is coming. I just want everything to be ready for it. But about the fresh graduate thing, I'm actually planning on fixing that bit. I answered with a bit of a devil's smile this time. And how's that? She asked with a great curiosity this time. Well, you remember when I got my OWL results and they said I could test for my newts in the subjects I'd gotten O++. I asked her this time. Yeah, no need to rub it in. She answered with a roll of her eyes. I'm totally getting that grade on my newts though, just watch me. James and Christian are aiming for it too. I wholeheartedly believe in you guys, but back to the reason I'm bringing it up. It's because when we all go to get registered for our Animagi forms, I'll also do my newts at the ministry itself. I already booked the appointment. And after I finish creating enough holy spells in my second original, I'll publish the first and go test for my master certificate in a few disciplines. I explained quickly as Victoria stares at me with slightly narrowed eyes. I knew you were going to do something ridiculous again. She sighed as she shook her head. What's a few certificates then? Ancient runes, arithmancy, charms, dada, dueling, healing, herbology, potions, transfiguration and warding. I answered proudly. Of course you are. And all at once? She asked exasperatedly. Well, I have been preparing for it gradually. My books for arithmancy, ancient runes, herbology, and potions. Original spells and holy ones for charms and dada. I developed new wards for the mastery of it. Mastered the animagus transformation since I only know about 13 other ones in the century. Created the closest thing possible to a lycanthropy vaccine and reinforced healing spells for that category. And I reintroduced dueling to Hogwarts and managed to surpass a famed dueling champion in pure skill for the last one. Almost everything is ready and only the actual tests are left. I answered seriously as I explained how everything fitted together. Wait, you said 13 other animagus outside of us, but only 9 are registered. Who are the other 4? She suddenly asked in a bit of a surprise. Well, Peter Pettigrew and Sirius Black for starters. Then their former best friend and Harry's father, James was one as well. And lastly, Rita Skeeter. I answered truthfully. Rita Skeeter? The gossip-mongering insect who will fill an article with anything as long as it gets read and makes people upset. She succeeded in becoming an animagus and didn't register herself. She questioned in surprise. Funny you would call her an insect when we're talking about this subject. I say with a chuckle. No. You don't mean she is actually? She asked in realization. Yup, an actual bug. A beetle to be precise. And she uses it to spy on people and get their dirty secrets. Even after the headmaster banned her from the grounds, she still uses that to sneak in. She was actually in the gardens not long ago. I answered with a smile. And why aren't you taking advantage of this? She would be in the palm of your hands if you used this properly. She asked as her voice grew a bit louder. Because I have plans on how to handle such a woman. No worries about her. But you still didn't answer my question from earlier, would you be okay with us having a place in Hogsmeade next year, love? I answered and asked the Green Eyes Beauty. Of course I would be okay with it. As long as it's with you, I'd be okay pretty much anywhere. She answered after exhaling a long breath to move on from Rita. So would I. Now how about we make use of this situation and enjoy ourselves a bit? I asked with a warm heart and happy smile. I thought you'd never ask. Victoria answered as she pressed her soft lips on mine and began kissing me. This started a make-out session in the sky, as we simply enjoyed ourselves under the moon and stars. 134, ch 134 back on the job. After a magical evening for pretty much everyone who attended the ball, many new couples could be seen wandering the castle as they enjoyed their newfound feelings for one another. And of course many were gossiping about Victoria accompanying me in our dance, but we didn't care that much since we were already packing our stuff. Since we weren't in a rush, our departure time was set to be an hour before lunch, giving us the chance to eat as a family once we got home. I already had everything set up with the headmaster way ahead of time, making sure his office's fireplace was connected to the Flow network. It's a lot better to do things through official channels instead of unnecessarily causing a fuss by using my own methods. It's not like I couldn't fuck with the anti-apparition wards, use the vanishing cabinet or use Soul to get back home, so everyone agreed that instead of trying to stop me, it was better to just do things the easy way. Plus I'm sure it reassures Dumbledore that I care for my family that much even after my rise in strength. Even if we have a healthy relationship, I'm just too strong to overlook, and the rest of the wizarding world barely had a clue, that being my showcase against the dragon. Anyway, Susan and Victoria met up with me at the appointed time and we simply went to the headmaster's office. They were curious about the place since they don't come here much, if at all. Tori's been here a few times but Sus is experiencing it for the first time, making her look around the place in wonder whilst I chuckle a bit at her behavior and answered any questions she had about the portraits and gadgets all over the place. Dumbledore soon arrived and opened the Flow network for us, so with a quick thank you and a few flashes of green, we were back home. I arrived last and saw Mother hugging Susan and Victoria happily, talking up a bit of a storm as she checked if everyone was alright and if nothing crazy happened at Hogwarts lately. You know, besides having dragons there not too long ago. Oh Aiden, there you are. She said with a warm smile as she gave me a hug. I can see you took good care of the girls last night. I'm sure you kept Susan from doing anything foolish as well. No worries, Mom. Sus just had fun with some friends and I made sure no undesirables could do anything. I said back very seriously. Good. Now let's get you all fed. I know you all didn't eat yet and Tilly has been very excited with you all coming over. She said with a satisfied nod as she led us to the table. The food was heartwarming to eat. Even if it's not Mother's cooking, it is still the food I grew up with and love, making it the best. No food ever truly beats what you were raised on. But Mom had some things to talk about when we were eating as well. Pretty reasonable worries in general. Dragons for Merlin's sake. What was that daft imbecile even thinking? Making 17 to 18-year-olds facing bloody dragons. I'd make him go to Azkaban as he should have been after that stupid stunt. And gambling on who would win? On top of being severely in debt. How is that completely incompetent nitwit the head of a ministry department? She ranted as one could almost imagine fire being spewed. It's all right, Mother. Although the dragon thing was too much and Bagman is an idiot, I made sure everyone could pass without anything bad happening. Plus now no one will be able to question my position as Lord. I tried to placate her by saying my piece. And you think I want to see my child facing a dragon for that? It doesn't matter how strong you are, I'll have those who threaten my children in front of the Wizengamot. And anyone who has an issue with becoming the head of our house has several screws loose. She harumphed in response. I'm not gonna lie, that's nice to hear. Thanks, Mom. I appreciate it, but as soon as I'm out of Hogwarts it'll my turn to protect the two of you. I say with a smile. Ahem. Interrupted a glaring Victoria. We both know you'll try to beat me up before you let me protect you, Tori. I said to her with a cheeky smile. True, but it's still nice to hear your boyfriend say he'll protect you anyway. She hummed as she was playing around. Alright, alright. I'll make anyone who tries to hurt you go through hell as well. Good. I replied with a little eye roll. Better. She answered as Mother smiled at the two of us and Susan was holding back her giggles. So with smiles back on our faces, the meal tasted all the better. But being who I am means duty called. Meaning lots of reports and paperwork. Tori was actually curious about what Michael Falster had been up to and decided to bring the research notes she was working on to accompany her in the office. I certainly didn't mind having a beauty to look at while I worked, so no complaints there. Breaking Grounds decided to focus on the northern parts of Africa and the main hubs of Europe as it expanded and stabilized itself in the two regions. The plan was to firmly establish the shops into those important magical communities and spark some improvements in the field of potions, whilst also offering the best at reasonable prices. We don't screw anyone over and everyone is welcome to try and improve a potion. The company was built on that very ideal and sales were mostly secondary. Even if they were astronomical. Natural cultivation was seeing a good amount of activity as well, with it being my largest company in all. We had been negotiating with herb producers in the hope of bringing them under our wing so to speak, letting us expand without having to start from scratch in every region. This has had good enough results in most difficult areas such as Africa and colder countries such as Finland and Sweden, but the more prideful families in places like Spain and Italy refused. This wasn't a big deal in all honesty, we just wanted to save some time and money at the same time as we didn't want to ruin other people's businesses. They would now be competitors instead, but our stocks are far above anyone else's due to our advancements and special projects. Speaking of which, the aquatic farm project has been seeing immense increases lately, mainly due to the influx of mer people assimilating into the developing underwater city. I'd even started pitching in and sending wizards to help the construction efforts down there, with slight hopes of making a real Atlantis. Never found any records of Atlantis truly being a thing, so let a guy dream. The Herbologist Paradise project was also seeing further development as the ecosystem was starting to stabilize after the introduction of the agreed species of creatures we brought in. This was also turning the place into a herbologist's and magizoologist's paradise, since both professions were able to study and work with everything on the island. The centaur tribes present on the island have opened up a fair bit with my people as they helped build proper homes for them, while the centaurs continued exchanging knowledge with our experts. Even I had to admit I was impressed with some of the stuff I found in my reports, and Tori was ecstatic after reading about new ways to heal others. The side project for creating a reserve for endangered species to recover their population was also underway, but this was under Christian's lead so I kept my hands away from it. I provided some funding and experts to help him out, while also giving him a hand when he was trying to acquire the island he needed for the project. The rest was up to him, but I believed he would make something incredible from what I've seen of his plans. Fortress Protection was actually expanding its reach at the moment, basically making it their goal to form a sort of barrier against dark wizards and criminals. They had been very happy with the Sanctum wards I managed to send them and had started to track down a staggering number of psychopaths. I decided not to open new branches at the moment, simply because Moldy was going to rise soon and I didn't want to spread my forces out too much. I decided to authorize negotiations with the surrounding countries in order to send members there and make the branch in Bulgaria a headquarter for the area. This method only being available because it's Central Europe and countries are so close to one another. You really have your own military force of wizards? Victoria asked as she rested her head on my shoulder and wrapped her arms around me from behind. Yeah, pretty useful too. The world just doesn't have enough people capable of fighting those who would harm others for their own gains. So instead of focusing on grades too much, we train them in-house and let them gain experience with senior members, letting their own accomplishments tell us if they should stay or go. I explained to the woman as I gave her a peck on the cheek. How has no one tried to shut you down? It's a power no ministry controls. She curiously asked as she responded with a peck of her own. Well, we basically only take security jobs and help in detainment. We never refuse inspections from authorities, have strict standards, created a stellar record, and we can be hired for jobs which fit our rules. The Bulgarian ministry has even given us many benefits in the hope that we don't leave, and even in the UK my men have been getting hired by nobles, businessmen, and some department heads for additional security. I tried to answer as I thought about it for a second. Yeah, but I can't see everyone agreeing. People will also want to use your men. She seriously said in response. I know what you mean, but it's actually too late for that. I've properly spread out my men to give the illusion that we don't have enough forces to threaten ministries. We've built good relationships with many powerful and wealthy individuals, and we are impossible to spy on because of intensive countermeasures. I replied as I moved on to my next report, getting some playful nibbles on my ear in response. It seemed that Sherry was having a splendid time as her web was expanding well since Fudge's continued scares during the last 6 months. The man had to deal with a warning and a riot one after another, making him very paranoid and scared. He even hired some of my men from Fortress to move away from corrupt ministry employees, which will help him get away from every other powerful individual besides me. This gave us information about everything the man did. She was also isolating and identifying various spies and bribed individuals within the ministry and my own companies, working counterintelligence and limiting those not with us. Many people were very invested in finding out who Michael Falster truly was, making her have an interesting job of protecting someone who didn't truly exist. That actually made her job easier, and even she was amazed at how she couldn't find any real information. She was truly a great find and ally. Elaine was back on duty after taking time off to reduce the target on her back, meaning the nightmare for Britain's underworld had returned. She kicked off her return to active duty by arresting an entire drug ring operating with the help of some Ministry of Transport officials, making a high-profile case out of the whole thing by taking out people who actually helped Death Eaters in the past. She also used some of her sources, my network, to coincidentally link some annoying people to cold cases, making some people very nervous indeed. Her team was also kicking ass and taking names all over the place, working with some of my guys in our facilities to properly make criminals serve time since Azkaban would be difficult to swing for some of these crimes, usually resulting in some fines or some other wimpy punishments if these new jails weren't a thing. Wow! You even have the famous golden wand under you. How is she really? I heard she can make a dark wizard crap himself with a glare. Tori asked with some excitement in her voice. She's pretty cool. Very different when she's off duty though. Kinda like a messy aunt/older sister vibe. But she can probably beat most Aurors when it comes to a fight, and hunt down assholes like a hound once she's given the proper scent. I just help her on those fronts and she helps me keep an eye on our friendly hit wizards. I answered her as I thought about Elaine. Really? Hard to believe a witch like her could be like that. She said in doubt. Let me put it this way. First time we met she challenged me to a duel, I beat her bad, and then she offered to fuck cause I looked a wound up for a young guy. I replied with a chuckle as I remembered that day. The bitch said what now? A cold Victoria said as her aura leaked out a bit. Relax love, I was 12 and nothing was ever mentioned afterwards. About 70% sure she was joking anyway. I said as I tried to disarm the situation. Humph. Fine. She simply said as she pinched my arm to get some frustration out and I went back to my reports. The Herald was doing fantastic after we bought the WWN and started owning more and more shares of the Daily Prophet. Our new programs were being received very well, making sales for radios and music take a massive leap upwards as well. Our paper was spreading wherever one of my businesses had appeared and we were starting to look at adding more branches in various countries to increase our amount of information on everything happening. We were basically taking steps to bring news from around the world to our readers, no matter the country. And now you are the only source of news, just like the prophet used to be. She said after she decided I was punished enough for not sleeping with someone. Yes, but I want a rigorous standard. Plus I would actually be quite open to a proper paper like ours appearing. I want people to know how their world truly is, and competition will help make new things come to light. I answered as I defend myself against the implied comparison. It's still impressive. Knowing all the angles in the light and the shadows. You're even making money with it. Pretty sexy when I think about you basically being the unseen hand behind the curtain. She said as she nibbled on my earlobe a bit. Yes, but some things are dangerous to know. I have to keep my people safe. I replied as I let her do as she pleases and turned to a more light-hearted report. The Muggle toy box was doing well enough. We decided to push for various regulations and permits in order to modify some more Muggle stuff, trying to expand in the direction of cars. This is difficult since they don't want people to fuck things up and screw the statute of secrecy, but we don't really want to do anything close to that. We just want to offer properly enchanted cars by mildly basing ourselves off of the night bus. The goal was to make something similar but for private use. Meaning no flight, but it would have constant Muggle repellent/invisibility, means of avoiding detection and impact, and a variety of other bits and pieces. We'd have to see how things would turn out before putting anything out there. Scott was very excited to see that little project. Firm was getting more and more influential within the country right now, especially when more and more people started realizing just how broken the system governing them truly was. Aside from Muggle-borns, half-bloods and many beings or half-beings, some open-minded purebloods who survived the last war decided to also support our ideas. We've also been getting a lot of influential people upset over our actions since we are threatening their power. Many do not wish to lose their unfair advantages as they see them as birthrights for proper wizard families. Well, fuck those cunts. Let's see how they'll feel when some proper protest started. And you're even a political activist. Not even out of Hogwarts and you can already make the entire country dance to your tune. Do you know how hot that is to my little Slytherin heart? She whispered as grabbed my arm and made her soft assets very noticeable. Yeah, the Sorting Hat said I would do well in your house. But I'm way too brainy and love knowledge too much, so Ravenclaw. I answered with a little chuckle and then give the temptress beside me a proper kiss. You're really making me a happy little snake. She said in response as she kissed me back and started to let her hands wander across my muscled body. That made it harder to concentrate on my next report, but I'm nothing if not a talented individual. So I groped her perfect ass in response, getting a light moan as I played with it while I read my most impressive bit of progress lately. Even if the partying after the World Cup finals was ruined by the presence of those inbred kooks, the performance of my company's brooms, as well as the fact that the winning team was riding them, made Bones Works an international hit. We started negotiating with countries around the world as requests for branches were coming from the countries themselves. We received generous offers to bring our new and creative products overseas to the USA, South America, Asia, and the Middle East. We were now in the process of deciding where to begin and planning how to do it properly while setting up our supply chains to withstand the new markets. We would not go to places and not be able to supply our products to them. That would kill my company's reputation. So things were being negotiated through my aides and subordinates. And now you're also stretching your influence to overseas. I'm liking this a lot. All those inbred fools can't even really make their influence spread throughout their home ground, but you're going international through legit means. You're just perfect. She said through her heavy breathing and light moans as I continued to play with her sensitive areas. Quality products well made will always find willing buyers. But it is gratifying to see my efforts not go unrewarded. I say as she started going for my own sensitive area, which seemed to be responding quite actively to her touches and moans. Oh. If it's a reward you want, I think I can help with that. She said with an intoxicating whisper in my ear as her hands unbuttoned my pants, slid in and start caressing my member. That's making me very anxious to finish my work. Your rewards are always mind-blowing. I said with a smile as my own hand started playing with her wet slit. Then finish those reports quick, cause I'm not waiting. She said with an audible moan, making me wave my hand to seal the room completely. That actually surprised her a great deal since I don't really use my wandless skills much around people, even if I never stopped practicing it. Okay, that was just sexy. You've got to teach me how to do it. She said with fire in her eyes. Give that reward and I'll show you. I playfully said as a little bit of my predator side kicked in. You better be able to read those reports quickly cause I'm not going easy on you. She replied as she knelt between my legs and took out little Aiden. Is it just me or did you get bigger? Did I? It's hard to tell sometime. I answered with a proud smile. I mean, which guy doesn't like hearing that? Yeah, I think you might have grown a quarter inch. She said as she used her moist lips to tease my member. So I'm now 9 and 3/4. I asked a bit amused. Hee hee. All aboard. She said as she opened her mouth and swallowed my cock, starting her reward. I quickly tried to go through my next reports as I could feel her wet mouth engulfing my little friend and her tongue playing with the spots she knew excited me. All I could get was that Jerry was done with her list of targets. The Caro twins were no more, leaving the twins of the same name at Hogwarts as the most likely successors, even if their mother had run away from the house to marry her husband. She also managed to finally find Selwyn and make the little shit disappear. So Jerry was now taking a little vacation as I had promised her, before returning to manage her merc band. Definitely bigger. You're harder to get in my throat than before. I heard Tori say between breaths as she licked all over my dick. You're making this really hard, you know. I responded as she throated me, making me feel the tightness engulfing me pleasurably. After a few deep strokes she released me and looked up between my legs with a naughty smile as she got her breath back. That's good. Means it's a proper reward. But you're helping me after this cause I don't think I've been this horny before. She declared as she went back to business with renewed vigor. My last report was from the werewolf community. It indicated that everything was going fantastic. The quality of life was improving greatly through my company's trade and businesses. Many were finding proper employment. The education program was ongoing and Remus was making it form at great speed. The vaccine was showing excellent results as no cases of rejection, allergic reactions, or varied efficiency were reported. 3 more lycanthropy-resistant children had been born from couples, 1 from a couple with a werewolf and normal witch, giving us another win. The place was becoming a beacon of hope for werewolves and the vaccine was still being tested in the ministry. After that I honestly couldn't focus much more since the pleasure I felt from my girlfriend's movements was just too great. So I put my papers down and looked at the beauty whose lips were wrapped around my wand, getting her to look at me. Well, you wanted attention and now you've got. I said with an excited look on my face. She let my piece go with a little gasp and said, then claim your reward. Make me fell that bad boy. Open. I simply commanded as I grabbed her head and she obeyed. I proceeded to show her how to really use her pretty mouth and how her throat should be used when squeezing around my little brother. I kept going as she let me use her mouth for my pleasure, pumping for some time until I finally unloaded directly in her throat. Giving her no chance to reject my release. I slowly pulled out from the hole I just used, letting every bit of my friend gradually come out until it was finally free. Leaving a gasping Victoria staring at it with lust. If you don't make me come I don't think I'll be able to stop. She said through her heavy breaths. I simply pick her up and lay her on the desk as I take off her pants and panties, then spread her legs in front of me. Get ready cause you might faint from this. I said you a devil's smile as I planned out how much I'd make her come. Bring it. She simply responded as she pushed my head towards her soaked pussy. With a little chuckle, I began what would be a 2-hour-long session of Victoria coming her brains out, and with a lot of fun exchanges between the two of us. Both of us were glad I knew how to properly seal and clean a place though magic, but we were even happier with our time together. 135, ch 135 The Traverse Affair. The next few days were calm and fulfilling. I spent time with the women in my life, making sure to go out with Susan and Victoria, while also having some nice talks with Mother about school, friends, the future, and some general gossip. We all just enjoyed our time as a family in the ways we knew how. A fair amount of my time was spent between polishing the holy spells I had created so far and teaching everything I could to Victoria. She was instantly taken with this new type of magic I had created and couldn't believe she was witnessing its birth. It was a good way to have time to ourselves, diving into magic together as ideas were bounced off of each other, letting our passion and curiosity towards the art flow freely as we researched possibilities. In the end, we were able to somehow end up with what I would call an alchemical product. Neither of us even studied the field yet since I am more interested in the manipulation of magic itself, shaping it to reach beyond those before us, and Tori looks into the path of the healer. But I think this is exactly why we had this result of ours, holy water. I am not kidding about this. That is the best way I could describe our brainchild. It is a mix of my own understanding of this field I am creating and Victoria's desire to imbue its effects into potions. The result was almost a panacea. We created a crystal clear potion, devoid of any impurities as pure light and fire were used to mix willingly given unicorn blood, phoenix tear, mandrake root, a few more healing ingredients and even some thestral hair. We were trying a bunch of different recipes in theory as we did so, using our immense amount of knowledge in the fields of potions, COMC, and herbology to calculate the appropriate amounts and needs of every ingredient. But the result was just something we couldn't really call a true potion. My reasoning for the holy water to be an alchemical product instead of a potion is rather simple. It acts closer to the famous philosopher's stone or fabled panacea than a potion. The effects and abilities of this liquid are too good. The first set of effects are when they are used as a potion, i.e. drunk, as it clears any and all active potions, poisons, ingredients and even curses and jinxes from the drinker. That's right, it can completely cleanse a person from any residual effects one could have suffered from. We haven't done truly in-depth tests about the limits of the water, simply because neither of us has anything severely wrong with us. My body is beyond human and Victoria's has been in almost peak human condition after being taught by me for so long, so nothing we can test at the moment. You know, except for the fact that we did slightly poison ourselves to figure out the limits of the stuff. We only did it after we had the antidotes on hand, of course. And we might have mildly cursed each other during our testing frenzy, but that's it, and we both know how to reverse everything we do to ourselves. It might also kill those two corrupted by dark magic, thinking the taints in their souls is something to destroy. But that only a theoretical conclusion. Moving on from that little event, the secondary effects of the water are just as magical, as it is capable of cleansing a person's body of its physical and magical impurities. Yes, this sounds like a wuxia nonsense pill, but that's what it did to Victoria when she tried it in her base state to give us a proper understanding of its effects on normal wizards. I am too far from normal to serve as a proper baseline. Something beneficial or harmless for me might mean death for a normal person, so Tori is in charge of that bit. The end results were softer and cleaner skin, more flexible and durable muscles, stronger bones, improved neurological activities resulting in an increase of reflexes, strengthening of her senses and boosted thought process, a purer magical core with better replenishment rate, higher density, better flow, and overall increase of quality and quantity. It basically made her into her best self, removing all the bad in her body and helping everything shine brighter as a result. She did feel embarrassed at having to take a bath afterwards though. But the last set of effects were what really made the stuff a product of alchemy in my mind. It was the fact that it affected objects as well. We actually noticed that the water would give a sort of blessing to the tools we used to brew it. The cauldron, which was made of iron, had been nearly turned into steel as its carbon content soared and the impurities of the metal were removed and even signs of prior potions were scrubbed clean. So after noticing that, we decided to run some tests on what this stuff would do on different things and ended up with some pretty nifty results. First was the aforementioned purifying of metallic objects, but it also stretched to minerals. This means we can increase the value of natural elements by removing their flaws. Second was its ability to remove enchantments from magical items. This works in two different ways depending on the magic imbued in the item. Neutral enchantments like anti-theft, light, shrinking or detection are simply washed away, but cursed artifacts try to violently fight back against the liquid's effects and result in some more varied scenarios, even if they always lose. Lastly is an object's reaction against anything dark or truly harmful after being soaked into the water. The object no longer tolerates the contact of such things and actively removes them. When I tried to use the same tools involved in the water's brewing on something like Devil's Snare, it was burnt to a crisp. Any poison we dropped onto our tools almost instantly evaporated. We even theorized that it might actively harm any dark creatures like vampires, dementors, and acromantulas. So in the end we decided to really call it holy water due to its appearance and effects, making us laugh a bit at the fact that the Vatican can eat its heart out after a wizard and a witch created actual holy water. We also decided to announce it as our joint project at a later date. The water was basically all we could focus on for an entire week. Meaning our holiday was coming to an end soon. But before it did, two pieces of news arrived through Owl Mail, one from St. Mungo's and the other from one Traverse family. St. Mungo's was actually writing to Tori about her treatment for magical torture and the previously untreatable damages it could do to a person, and I do mean previously since I am 100% certain her ideas would work after reading them. They talked about the positive development of the Longbottom couple, mentioning improved retention, recovering memories, and increased awareness. The first steps were already completed, but they wanted her to come in person since no one knows this process better than she did. So I helped her talk to the headmaster about this, resulting in an agreement that as long as she gets permission from Snape and that her grades and homework remain consistent she would have every right to go. And although Snape is a complete git to everyone outside his house, with a particular dislike against me, for whatever reason, and Harry, he will most likely easily permit Victoria's visits to the magical hospital. The second piece was from Victoria's house, but addressed to me. To Lord Bones. Your honest and upfront attitude towards this daughter of ours has shown me the benefits of allying with you. The show of your strength has also convinced me you are a true wizard of proper descent, casting off any disadvantages your father's mistakes might have inflicted into you. Victoria shall be yours to do as you please with in-house. Bones shall be an ally of our esteemed House Traverse, ushering both of our houses to further glory. But do be warned that you will hold no claim towards any of House Traverse. The true heir is still my younger brother and he will inherit everything once his sentence in Azkaban is complete and I die. Whatever children the two of you might beget will be under your own house, receiving nothing from us but our noble blood. From your new ally, Wilhelm Traverse. That bloody fucking bastard! Shouted a pissed of Victoria after she finished reading the letter from over my shoulder. Yeah, gotta agree with you there. Basically says thanks for the money, even if you beat a dragon your mother was still a mudblood whore and your father a traitor, you can do whatever to my own daughter, and fuck anything that comes out of her because we have better blood than you. Not exactly the best in-law I have there. I said as I agree with the fuming woman. That's all he thinks of me? And he even has the gall to basically remove any of my future children from the family. This is unfucking believable. Why does he go so far against me? Because I'm a woman? I'm better than anyone other than you in our generation and I still only amount that a bargaining chip because I don't have a fucking cock. She continued to shout as she vented. And the part about your uncle being the heir is absolutely insane. This is a convicted Death Eater who's been tortured by Dementors for over a decade and he thinks the guy will properly manage House Traverse? Completely delusional. He's literally strangling his own line's future with his own hands. I add as I throw the letter on my desk. He can't see anything clearly since his head is stuck up his own ass as he looks for that superior blood of his. Snorted Victoria as she glared disdainfully at the letter. So what do you want to do, love? I know you had so reservations about doing anything against the man before, but we know he's the reason or at least part of the reason for your mother's current condition. He is obviously a blood supremacist, he'll never let you inherit anything and he basically treats you like a pawn. Even if you still don't want to do anything, I can't let such a piece of shit do whatever he wants anymore. Not when it hurts you. I declare with determination as I look at her. Humph. Like that bastard can even do anything to me anymore. He's so freaking pathetic. I'm sure I could beat him down with ease since 5th year, but the law wouldn't let me. Now that I'm going to be part of the Bones family and the Shotstain agreed, I can really start to bring him to his knees. The only thing I want to do is wait for graduation and my mother, after that I'll make sure that walking tile of dragon dung suffers. She venomously responded with fire in her eyes. If that's how you want to handle it. But as your now official fiancé and future husband, it would only be right to offer you my resources to do so, wouldn't it? I said back with a devilish smile. And how would your stuff help? I know you're pretty much the richest person in Britain, but you can't get everything done with just money. She questioned as she looked at me with some confusion. Well, I don't blame you for not remembering since you were a bit busy when I was reading my reports. I said with a sly wink, making the girl smile and blush a bit. But I have more than just businesses, my dear. You did read about my ties in law enforcement, but you didn't see the parts where I also have connections in the Aura department as well as the Hit Wizards. It seems like you also forgot the part about my own information network embedded within the ministry and in many important households and businesses. And most importantly, I have a group of less than legal problem solvers under me. You have Aurors under you. She exclaimed in surprise, mostly because it's one of the departments under my own aunt. Yup. Even got some people in the Department of Mysteries if you're ever curious. I answered with an amused smile. How in the world did you pull that one off? She asked as her eyes widened. I've got a great spy master. I simply answered. Wait, a second. Let's backtrack for a moment. What do you mean by less than legal problem solvers? She then asked as she realized something. I may or may not have a group of highly skilled mercenaries that I trained up and let loose in the wizarding underworld. And this group might have helped me get rid of some darker elements in our country. I answered with a cold smile this time. You don't mean, you've got your own assassins? Tori asked in disbelief. You could call them that. I simply answered as I looked straight into her eyes. But why? I get the information network, but why would you have your own hit squad, Aiden? This isn't like you. She asked as she looked at me like I was a different person. Because sometimes someone needs to remove the poison in society by shedding blood. Too many good people died during the last war while they actively protected the evil. Now those who would not hesitate to return to how they acted during the first war are simply free to keep on hurting and killing others simply because of whose vaginas they can out off. And I am simply not naive enough to think they will simply change their ways. They've had their chances, now it's time for someone to do something productive or wizards will have no future. I answered with determination in my voice impossible to mishear. But you always talk about wanting a better world for our kids. She tried to understand. That's why I'm the only one who will do it. Everything will be on me. But the justice system is far too broken to give true justice. They care far too much about old blood and money. Even Dumbledore protected these monsters in some naive hope that they would repent. The man forcibly locked up the person responsible for the mass killing of children through rituals and my own torturer for Merlin's sake, that tells you just how pathetic the system is. And the only reason I haven't done anything against your family and the Malfoys is because you are my love and a true noble, and I still hope Draco can at least change his path enough to not become his father. I replied with a steeled look on my face. Tori hesitates after she hears my own reasoning. She knows all too well how many Death Eaters got away and are still very much holding on to their beliefs and are trying to pass it to the next generation. She had to call a few of them uncle and aunt. I will leave a better world behind, but this clash needs to be done first or we will always be stagnating with the rest of them. No one has truly punished these people, so I will. I don't care what Dumbledore thinks, not the Ministry, and not even Mother when it comes to this. These people need to be culled or broken. They need to realize that they are nothing but some deluded fools and that the world has changed. I will always be doing what I can to better the magical world by cultivating the future, but I must also get rid of the rotting roots. Also, I was just offering you everything I have. You can just get him locked up. I simply add before I finish my explanation. After a few minutes of silence, she finally looks at me with determined eyes. I realize that the man I called a father is abhorrent. He was a Death Eater. He's a blood supremacist, a racist, and a sexist piece of trash. He beat me for a long time. You came into my life and most likely broke my mother. I hate the bastard, but I won't kill him. That's too easy. I will slowly make him lose everything he thinks is important and watch him break piece by piece. And only then will I send him to Azkaban. I don't truly agree with what you've done, but I understand and won't stop you. As long as you are you and we support each other, I will be by your side. She finally answered. You will always have my support, Tori. I softly answer as my body relaxed from its tense state. I'll give you access to my full information network. Anything you need, you'll get. Let's bring back your mother and break the bastard. I then get up from my seat and walk over to her, hugging the young woman in front of me. I am sorry for having such a side, but I promise to only use it when absolutely necessary. I am still and always will be your Raven, all right. I gently say as I envelop her in my embrace. And I will always be your queen. She answered as she hugged me back. Just don't go where I can't follow. I promise. 136, CH 136 Plotting is a couple activity. The last 2 days of our break were a bit strained after our talks of me having people assassinated, but fortunately a night of doing pretty much everything but that last step helped get it out of our systems and everything rolling properly. Just a little fun to have our gears in sync again and have her understand that nothing has changed. I just removed the worst human beings in the country. We also decided to wait before releasing any information about the holy water, if we ever do it at all. The stuff is just too valuable and can almost be considered to be in the same realm as the Philosopher's Stone. It would be far too dangerous for us and those we care about. On another note, Victoria and I have started scheming against our respective targets using my prolific network and forces. Gotta support my girl in her endeavors. Her target was obviously her father. And after her decision to bring the man to his knees, she began to plot how to do so. Her initial idea was to ruin the house itself and make everything the man seems to care about crumble in front of his eyes, but I persuaded her otherwise. My suggestion regarding this was to take everything and use it to go against everything he believes in. Blood supremacy? Help Muggle-born witches and wizards get proper tools for their education. Sadistic bastard? Donate and organize events for the support of Saint Mungos. Death Eater? Support the rights of half-beings, Muggles, Muggle-borns, magical beings and even Dumbledore or Harry Potter. Dark arts practitioner? Cleanse all of the family's prided dark objects and antiques. Sexist pig? Take control of the entire house from him. Just undo everything. She really liked the idea and started to contact my people in Firm, the Ministry and the Herald in order to get the information and evidence she would need for this. I even sent a few letters to some of my allied families in the Wisengamot to support the rise of a new Lord Traverse who would be on our side. This resulting in her quickly starting to build up evidence, her case for inheritance, forming allies and amassing support. I on the other hand, began to plot the death of one of the most hateful characters inhabiting this magical world, Fenrir Greyback. Unfortunately for Jerry, her father is utter scum. He takes joy in slaughter and cannibalism, whilst infecting young children and basically brainwashing them into hating the world. During the canon he led werewolves as part of Voldemort's enforcers and snatchers, spreading his reign of fear on Britain. But it was time to remove that stain from the surface of the earth once and for all. The first steps for my plans involved the werewolf town under my care and the leaking of news about the vaccine. This would be done in a completely controlled manner, involving Jerry's people in the town accidentally mentioning the creation of a suppressant being tested in the medical center to tag spies we would let infiltrate the place. This is after we get one of our spies near Greyback start a rumor about it, of course, making him try to figure this out. It'll enrage the dog when he sees so many werewolves not living like wild animals and having normal lives. The sight should make him be very agitated and lead him to make rash decisions. The next steps would simply be to turn the area near the medical center into a kill box for anyone he brings and ending all those who come. Simple really, but I will be there for this operation and so will Scott. I want to make sure to uphold a promise I made and my ever-trustworthy aide wishes to support the women he cares for during this event. The plan will occur between the second and third task, with me having a plethora of means to sneak out of the castle, but I will see if my friends will want to participate in this. I have hidden much from them already and this could be a very good opportunity for them to get experience. Minimized risks, actual opponents, low chances of death curses being used from anyone other than Fenrir, and my vaccine can neutralize the virus responsible for turning another into a werewolf before it can infect a person, if injected beforehand, making the operation relatively safe. Victoria ended up being quite excited about it, feeling that I had enough trust to bring them to a battle and was already thinking about what kind of spells to use during the operation. I sent private messages to both Christian and James, getting replies within a few minutes. The former was fired up to take down one of the worst people in Europe, boasting that his training would finally pay off. And the latter agreed as well, even if he was a bit more apprehensive than my other friends, but decided to make equipment to protect himself, Tori and Christian for his own prep work. I didn't need anything with my gauntlets crafted by the Goblin King, my basilisk/dragon hide coat, personally enchanted weapons and accessories, and my overwhelming personal abilities. Jerry was undoubtedly the most serious about the operation. She started preparing her men immediately, even going so far as not accepting contracts for a while in order to do so. She was also the one in charge of coordinating the town and making sure no information was leaked. And Scott was doing everything he could to help her during this time. It doesn't matter if he was a monster, a child killing her father is going to affect her even if she doesn't want it to, and the guy wants to be at her side for it. I was also coordinating with Elaine and some people from the Aura department in order to have them come after we were done with dealing with everything. Only using the elites from Fortress and the trained werewolves under my command. I decided to wait before deciding whether or not to tell Remus about everything happening for a few reasons anyone who watched the movies could guess. I didn't want him to tell Dumbledore for one thing. The headmaster would simply not agree with putting the animal down, even after everything he's done. Remus is too much of a pacifist in general, even if his skills and intellect are top-notch, he wouldn't be able to fight properly with my men. He was in an order which basically brainwashed every member into never killing their opponents, and I don't want that stupidity on my battlefield. And even if the man was turned by Greyback, I don't believe he desires revenge since he is far too accepting of everything. Plus I don't want my relationship with the man to break down when he is doing a great job running the school in town. With all the scheming happening between Victoria and I couldn't help but chuckle at the fact that we were both planning to totally screw with some bastards while helping each other figure out how we would do it. Never would have thought that plotting people's destructions would be a couple activity. But when you're dating a Slytherin, what can you expect? Let's not do it too often though, don't really want to end up as some kind of magic mafia family. The fact that we had to return to Hogwarts tomorrow did help me out in that goal, as we stopped plotting for the evening to prepare. And this time we would head back using the train, not having to go through the hassle of operating in Hogsmeade then either walking or arranging a carriage. The following day came quickly, making the entire house break out into the familiar rush to catch a train, even if we always leave very early and get on an hour ahead of departure. It's mostly because Mother has to head to work, but at least we get a smooth and comfortable ride there in Ministry cars. That reminds me of the fact that I got my Muggle driver's license done, and I also took the time to make sure I have everything properly registered on that side as well. Meaning passports, medical card, credit cards, insurance, and all that annoying Muggle crap. Doing this stuff is surprisingly useful when you want to hit a few things from the magical side of things. They just never think about a wizard hiding things in the mundane. I might have CONF-unded those in charge of my processing and bribed a few others so that me being 17 wouldn't do anything. The end result is me appearing to be 18 in the Muggle world, so no big deal. Plus I have millions in Muggle banks still, so no worries about me not being able to live as a teenager. I'm excited to play around with some of the cars Scott has been purchasing, collecting and maintaining after I got my license. They've got kick. Scott just got a 1992 Jaguar XJ220 and a 1990 Lamborghini Diablo added to the collection. Pretty sure I'm taking Tori out in one of those this summer. Maybe both. Both sounds good. It'll be a nice way to just relax and go around the country. Might even go abroad for a few weeks before things really hit the fan. Gotta get anything I can get since I'm basically going to be engaging in a shadow war for a year as I try to prepare Britain and screw over Voldy. I break away from all my thoughts as we arrive at King's Cross, unload our minimal luggage since both Victoria and Susan have the best enchanted trunks. One is my now official fiancé and the other is my little sister, and I've got more money than what I know to do with at this point, so I got them the best. They only got them after James and I modified the hell out of them. As we walk through platform 9 and 3/4, I spot a good number of people reading the Herald. More specifically, a new section of the Herald called Redemption of Redactions. It's basically a new part of the paper which looks for false, damaging or twisted articles written in the past and aims at bringing out the truth from falsehood. It is a pretty nifty little idea if I do say so myself. And the fun thing about this is that this is part of my way of slowly crushing a certain insect scuttling around the place. Nearly 90% of what she writes is lies, overblown or just dragon shit. And this will slowly crush her reputation bit by bit. I want to drive her out of any job involving her writing or speaking any kind of news or knowledge. She ignored my warnings and tried to strike at me, so I will grind her to dust. I didn't get that section just for that though, it's also to help fix past mistakes people have forgotten about, or help get some closure for others, or maybe show people a buried truth. It just so happens Rita Skeeter wrote many articles resulting in the crushing of people, businesses, and magical advances, giving us a lot of ammunition. As we pass by some loyal readers discussing the apparent truth, the three of us enter the shiny red train. Tori and I split off from Susan as she heads to find some friends from her house who didn't stay for the Yule Ball, leaving me alone with my beautiful fiancé. And lucky for us, no James or Christian will be coming on this ride. So with a few spells here and a couple runes there, I've got the cabin completely secured. And that was probably the best trip back to Hogwarts I've ever had. 137, ch 137 back for round 2. Being back at Hogwarts is always a good feeling for me in all honesty. The castle just feels in tune with me if that makes sense, and I think that's one of the reasons why so many never forget their time here. As we grow, learn, and improve, the magic permeating the place nurtures us and we give some of our own magic back to it. I believe this is the reason behind the semi-sentience of the school and the existence of Peeves. The atmosphere of the place was rather interesting after the break though. Instead of feeling emotions of reluctance, nervousness, or resignation which comes after people come back from their vacations, there was excitement mounting in the air and various pink auras could be spotted throughout the grounds. Guess the ball made a lot of new couples, hey? I said to my friends as we walked down the halls to get lunch, spotting 2 couples snogging in a courtyard. I feel like this is something we should do while we are in school. There are different types of romances depending on the age of the participants and it is good to experience the more innocent ones when we can. Added James with a calm smile as usual. Yeah right, innocent romance. Speaking of romance, when are you gonna ask out your little flower then? Asked Christian as he wanted to tease our friend. When are you going to admit to being a Lilicon then? Victoria asked as she smiled at him with slightly predator-like eyes. The hell is a Lilicon? He asked back in complete confusion. It's something Aiden taught me about when we were discussing different magical countries and had an in-depth discussion on Japan and its culture. I thought the word would suit you perfectly. She said with a light tone as she explained but didn't answer the question. Okay, so it's Japanese. What does it mean then, Mighty Witch Queen? He asked as he suddenly felt a bit of dread when he looked at her and saw her amusement. Oh, nothing bad. It is just the title for certain men of a particular preference and culture. She said as she twisted a lock of her hair around her finger. Merlin be damned woman. What does it mean? He asked again as his temper started to get worse. Just that you and certain gentlemen prefer less developed ladies is all. I am pretty grateful since it means I don't have to beat you up for ogling me all the time. She dismissively answered, resulting in Christian's face get pale, then red, and then an even deeper shade of red as he realized what she meant. I don't like little girls. He shouted a bit too loudly as some passing students gave him a look. I thought you liked Luna though. I suddenly asked as I joined the teasing, getting a sly look from Tori. I do. I mean don't. I mean, why would that make me a Lilicon? I never said I like any other girls. He desperately said as he tried to get out of this hole. But you just said you liked such a cute and innocent little girl. Barely halfway through her 3rd year. Pure as a bunny. Victoria said with a thoughtful look on her face. And you my friend are basically a big bad wolf whose fangs are hovering right above her. So how do we know if you won't just take a little bite from some other little bunny to sate your urges? I added as Victoria and I looked at each other to see the fun we were having as we messed with our friend. Seeing our teasing, James decided to finally intrude and put an end to our little fun and approached Christian kneeling on the ground in despair. I swear I could almost see the Black Depression aura from anime. I think that's enough playing around with Christian's feelings you two. He said with a little smile which he was trying to suppress before continuing, and Christian, I believe I will deepen my relationship with both Fleur and Gabrielle further before asking her. I have been studying French as well and I am making plans to go abroad after graduation if it works out. So there's you answer. Our wild friend looked up at James with hope as he stopped our merciless teasing. But yet, try not to flirt with anyone else who's under 4th year. He added with a playful look, causing Christian to wail in defeat as the 3 of us just have a hearty laugh. We do cheer him up after, since we are trying to tease him while getting him to just admit he really likes her once and for all. A few days later, I heard that our friendly neighborhood half-giant was depressed and was really showing it in class. This is definitely because he tried to confront Madame Maxime about her parentage and ended up violently rejected when he opened his heart to the woman. It's not as bad as it was in the canon though. That resulted in the man nearly losing his job because Skeeter had to write an incriminating article about 2 people's parents fucking a giant. There are more skeletons in Hagrid's closet because of the Chamber of Secret thing, but I got him a proper pardon for that, so it doesn't even matter anymore. Christian, Hermione, and myself have helped turn the man into a fairly popular teacher after last year's success. And he's been learning some more magic through some recorded lessons and books I've given him, with all those he's close to helping him out when he has some questions. What I've always found ridiculous about the situation is Maxime's reaction during this event. The woman is basically 12 feet tall and can probably crush a normal person with relative ease, but she keeps saying she's big-boned like she's a fat chick. Her excuse is pretty stupid since the tallest human to ever be properly recorded was one Robert Wadlow, who didn't even reach 9 feet since he stopped at 8 feet 11 inches. So having 2 people in the same place measuring over 11 feet and saying they are big-boned is just stupid to me. I get that the wizarding world is full of assholes, bigots, racists, and dumbasses, but she managed to become the headmistress of one of the top schools of magic in the world even when it's pretty obvious she has giant blood in her veins. She must have achieved plenty in her life to reach such a coveted position as well, but she still vehemently denies her heritage. It's pretty much just an open secret at this point anyway. She was lucky I'm having Skeeter's life slowly break piece by piece. A poetic punishment in my opinion since she's made the lives of many witches and wizards crumble in front of their own eyes. She deserves to feel the love too. But Maxime's actions make me want to tell her a fun little quote from a rather interesting character, never forget what you are. The rest of the world will not wear it like armor, and it can never be used to hurt you. As a result of her not being able to accept herself, I had to spend an evening drinking with a very mopey Hagrid. And don't look at me like I'm just a teen, I am a fully legal adult wizard. Plus it takes literal kegs of booze to even get me tipsy because my body is so high spec, so I could easily keep up with the sobbing mess. It took a few hours, a shit ton of fire whiskey, some intervention from the Golden Trio, a bit of a pep talk from Christian, a call to Sirius since they are buddies and even a promise to let him cuddle some baby dragons from one of the reserves under the Bones family in order to get him right and proper again. Honestly, it's hard to blame or feel angry at Hagrid in general since he's kinda like a big child. He never really had someone who could guide him properly or help him grow since his dad died when he was barely eligible for Hogwarts, and only Dumbledore kept him off the streets, so I do want to help the man. That's basically one of the reasons I try to help him, plus the fact that he taught Christian and I quite a bit of neat things in our younger days of running across the grounds. He was back to praising the cuddliness of dragons in no time. During the last week of January I decided to have a second meeting of champions to see if everyone was doing okay so far. I am certain Fleur has her egg figured out since Maxime would probably have given some hints. I didn't tell James to not talk about this kind of stuff and she is still a fiercely intelligent young woman. Victor would have been in a tougher spot if not for his headmaster. Although he is skilled and experienced, the guy is not exactly the greatest thinker. Luckily for him, Karkaroff is a completely biased judge and headmaster who probably just told him the clue and then started helping him prepare. I've been capable of acing this task for years now and I've talked to Tori about her being my treasured one. She was kinda happy and kind of upset at the same time. It was mostly a conflict between her pride as a strong witch and the happiness she felt at being called my most precious person, but she ultimately agreed since we did go to the ball together and we were starting to let people realize we are a thing. If she decided to not be the one I rescued, I would have simply asked the headmaster about it since I did have two other great friends available. The only one I worried about was Harry because Cedric isn't the champion this time around and that means no clue was given to him about how to deal with the egg. The kid is smarter and stronger than his original self, but he hasn't been able to overcome age groups and isn't anywhere near talented enough to truly become a powerhouse as of now. He could certainly become a skilled and dangerous man, but I cannot see him having his third maturation anytime before his 100th birthday at least. And even if Ron is better as well, he hasn't really gotten much smarter, only more open and disciplined. Hermione tends to panic too much and becomes too nervous to think properly, so even with he drive to learn she will find it difficult to help in this instance. So the four of us met up in the exchange for a little exchange. Aiden, it is a pleasure to see again. How has your visit to your family been? Asked a welcoming Fleur as we did those two cheek-to-cheek kisses, something I never really got but if it shows we're close then I'll deal with it. It was pretty relaxing once I had all the paperwork done. How was your own stay? I know you aren't a fan of our colder school and heavy food. I replied with a bright smile. Better now that you and James went to talk with the Ooze Elves. Zave been making delightful food ever since. And James has gotten me and Gabrielle wonderful winter wear for Noel, fixing that issue. She answered with a happy smile on her face, making Harry and Victor quite stunned. That's great to hear. I say with a nod as I turn towards Victor and give him a firm handshake. How about you my friend? The winter here is middle compared to Durmstrang, letting me vark out without any issues. Christian has been a good opponent. He answers with a calm expression replacing his usually dour one. I am sure he was happy with the arrangement as well. I replied with a hearty laugh. And how about you Harry? Any mischief I should know about? No, but I did see Mr. Bagman getting chased by goblins in Hogsmeade. The rest of the time was with Ron, Hermione, Neville, and Ginny. We did also try to help Hagrid feel better before you got back. He answered with a tinge of red from a specific name. Yeah, Bagman is in pretty bad debt since he keeps gambling but sucks at it. Probably why the goblins are after him. I said with a little chuckle at one of my little plans since the man won't be a department head for long. Let's just say I've got my people in all the right places and will probably have a department head under me soon. I'm also preparing the next head of international relations, hoping to be able to have two departments running properly for once. Now that pleasantries are out of the way, let's talk about our next task. I announced with a smile and a clap of my hands. Who figured out what they're gonna have to do and how? Unsurprisingly Victor and Fleur both had their hands up, leaving Harry fidgeting in his seat. That's good. Now Harry, it's not a big deal and you still have time. I can't give you any answers about this since it's part of the magical contract of a champion, but my suggestion is to read about mer people. They have a fascinating biology. I gently said to the boy, getting a slightly confused look in response. I've already got my way of completing my task, but I want to see if I can help you too a bit. So what do you have? I then asked as I turned back to my fellow champions. I believe in my charms. The bubblehead charm will do nicely. Fleur declared proudly. That is a good option for those proficient in it. But I would suggest you also think of a way to move quickly and practice casting underwater. The first task involved a dragon, so I doubt the second will be easy. I advised as I think about her current abilities. I'm sure James will be more than willing to help you out. That actually got a blush out of her, making me think that James is really smooth to have gotten that close to the prideful and defensive girl so quickly. I will rely on self-transmutation. Victor simply answered with a stern face. Yes, that is a solution for those with experience in the field. The only thing I could really think of his attacking capabilities depending on how you do it and how fast you'll be able to move. But I'll pass you a few books to help. I said to him as I took out 2 books from my pouch and passed them over. Thank you. Crumb simply said as he gave them a once-over. What about me? Harry suddenly asked as he looked very nervous about not getting any advice. We'll figure out your egg before the task and then you'll get your advice. I answered as I ruffled his messy black hair. He's not crazy about my answer, but he does realize I can't just tell him everything, so he takes my clue and what he heard the 3 of us talking about and heads out to find his friends. I also say a quick goodbye to Victor and Fleur before I lock the exchange behind us. The second task was coming soon and they all had to get ready. 138, CH 138 second task is here. The next month was interesting for a few reasons. The biggest one being the task which was approaching quickly. Everything was ready on my end since I knew exactly what the task would entail. I had no plans to do anything really showy since no one would actually see it. I mean, most people are just going to be looking at a lake from a platform, while waiting in the February temperatures of Scotland. So not the best audience for a performance. I had not plans to harm the mer people of the lake as well. My entire group is actually quite fluent in a few languages at least, and Mermish is one of them since we had a tribe on castle grounds to talk to, meaning we are friends of the tribe in the lake and I had no intentions of hurting them. We all had a few good friends down there and we've spent a good amount of time in those waters during the warmer days of spring and fall, going for swims as a method of cooling down and visiting the village while doing so. The plan was just to be in and out quickly since I knew the tribe would be guarding our hostages in or near the village, so I just had to beeline for it. To make things fairer for everyone, I decided to hold a little class on the ecosystem of the Great Lake for all champions who wished to take it. Unsurprisingly, the 3 were quite enthusiastic about it, so I started on the various species we have in there. From what we know, the lake is the mer people tribe of Selkies, their mildly domesticated Grindylows, some kelpies running around, our friendly giant squid, a few smaller crustacean and fish species and a variety of aquatic plants which may or may not try to drown you if not careful. I gave a few pieces of advice on how to properly cast spells underwater and how to fix the problems which arise from the resistance it offers. Not a problem for me due to my experience underwater, but the 3 in front of me neglected such fine detail as they are too busy either perfecting the spells they need to breath underwater for an hour, and Harry still hasn't figured out how he's going to do it yet. The reason for that being because the spells Victor, Fleur, and I will be using are way above 4th year, something which Harry has no hope in mastering in under a month since a 4th year spell like Oxio was causing him so much trouble and he doesn't study ahead much. By the end of the meeting they all had a proper idea on what they would be facing down there and plans were brewing in their heads. Well, again, except for a nervous Harry. But I gave him a list of specific books and chapters to look at for possible solutions outside of spells. I still can't give him a straight answer since it could lead to my disqualification from the tournament for breaking the contract of champions. My vague directions and roundabout help like my little lake lesson and book suggestions are still permitted, even if I feel the magical bindings push back a bit. But I'm sure that if Harry struggles too much our resident madman will blatantly help him. They need him at that graveyard after all. Speaking about that little plot, some interesting bits have made their way into my ears. Anyone remember Crabbe and Goyle Sr.? No? Yes? Well, they were finally released from Azkaban during the break after serving their time, but they simply vanished. 2 of the most rock-headed Death Eaters in existence just disappeared from everywhere and no one seems to care or notice except for me and one Lucius Malfoy apparently. I think that even after fucking them over he wants his stupid gargoyles back so he can scheme from a distance again. Most likely to get back at me, but who cares? I had my fun with these idiots already. If they stand against me and decide to serve under that hairless pussy again like good dogs, I will kill them with no mercy. That is if Voldemort doesn't get even more irrational and kills them for me first. But I doubt that'll happen soon, the reason being his need for pawns in order to gain his army of fools and bigots. Especially after I made a number of his leadership disappear. He'll need to get his fanatics out of Azkaban quickly as a result. And yet, his moves are generally predictable for me. I know his usual MO, I know his past and future plans, I possess an understanding of his psychology and I'm going to be putting a lot more pressure on him as soon as he returns and the Ministry tries to deny it. So predicting him is pretty easy for now. That will probably change when he becomes more stressed and experiences even worse mood swings and bouts of irrational behaviors. He won't even see me coming. A figure no one knows about. With power matching his at the lowest estimate and far surpasses his and Dumbledore's at best. Capable of moving the ministry without anyone being the wiser. I am what he would dream do become, but my methods and end results are the complete opposite of his. We both technically want to restore the wizarding world to its true glory. He believes it is through blood supremacy. I believe in the pursuit and sharing of knowledge. He believes only through fear and brutal tactics that this change can be made. I believe in gradually opening the minds and spirits of the people. He believes pure and noble-blooded overlords are what should rule over their inferiors. I believe those who show proper character and capabilities should lead. He leads through fear and blood. I lead through ideals and common hopes. He sees himself as the heir of Salazar Slytherin, of the noblest blood, the strongest wizard in existence and immortal. I am Aiden Bones. Lord of my family. With strength born in darkness and refined in the light. I see myself as a guide, hoping the vision of the future I saw can truly bring happiness and prosperity. But both of us will kill those in our way. Both of us surpass the masses with the help of rituals. Both of us are probably closest to what an immortal human could be. As far as I know, my lifespan is enormous. I'm gonna need to see what I can do for Tori. Both of us are half-bloods. Not the most important, but it's a commonality. It all comes down to what we want the future to look like. And I will never allow his vision to come true. He lost without a Dumbledore-level opponent before. So now I'm going to completely crush him when he comes for round 2. Speaking of crushing someone and moving away from that slightly depressing comparison, the prep work for ending Fenrir Greyback is pretty much done. From what my spies and informants have gathered, he's going to be in the country by the second week of March, coming for no other reason than to destroy our suppressor and any research or samples of it. The Ministry is waiting for our go-ahead before announcing and officially stamping their seal of approval on it. They only required a change in classification since it's not technically a vaccine. It's really not a big deal. The monster has no clue the entire werewolf community in Britain is under mine and Jerry's rule. We cleaned house ages ago and everyone is extremely loyal because of the massive improvements in living standards. I mean, who would follow someone who would make them act and live like animals when we can offer a better life than a lot of people? It is quite funny to have everyone act like the man is still a big deal instead of a dead man walking. Seeing the reports of his actions and blatant ignorance of the fact confirmed he knew nothing about the real situation. He actually thinks that only maybe 200 werewolves were with us, which is off by at least another digit. It has become the second largest magical settlement in Britain, only outdone by Hogsmeade which has near 3,000 residents. The reason for all of his misconceptions lie in the fact that we have been doing all this very carefully. We even involved all of the powers in the underworld in the hit Jerry was paid to undertake. None of them like Fenrir. He's a bastard and a menace, with some of the gangs and crime families having actually lost people to him in death or curse. They were more than happy to simply help keep things quiet without even losing any money over it. On the other side of things, my friends were very excited about this. We all agreed to use the vanishing cabinet connected to the Falster Manor in order to slip out silently. With all of us making sure we wouldn't have any prefect or head boy/girl duties that night. Sometimes having authority is very useful. I did already move the cabinet to the Roar, or more specifically the Room of Lost Things, since it would be too annoying to get James and Tori into the Ravenclaw dorm. Plus we all mastered stealth spells and movements through extensive training and practice during our years at Hogwarts, so meeting up there is easy as pie for us. Their individual preparations weren't anything to sneeze at either. Victoria made a bunch of useful potions and poisons for battle, designed to incapacitate, hinder, or kill her opponents in various fashions on top of honing her skills for battle even more. It was like seeing an alchemist from games getting ready. From what she's told me, the effects were varied and imaginative. Smoke of various densities, smells and effects, glue bombs which expand dramatically and harden to a degree after a few moments, some flashbangs, acidic solutions strong enough to down even a werewolf, various healing potions and even a poison-coated dagger. James had a fire lit under him as he began to manufacture protective equipment for the crew. The results were pretty damn impressive. And that's coming from someone who had close relations with goblins for nearly a decade now and has pieces made by their finest craftsmen alive. The guy made vambraces and shin guards in triplicate, with thigh and shoulder guards added to make for nothing could stop anyone from moving or casting. He said he had also wanted to make everyone chest protection but he didn't have nearly enough time. So he focused on making the above extremely well and concealable under proper clothing. He even made a set of cool-looking silver masks with different patterns on them. I had wings under my eyes, Tori a more feminine-shaped mask with a circlet engraved, Christian had carvings reminiscent of the wolf school from The Witcher, and James had what was basically a Buddha face. And lastly Christian was making war preparations. He had ordered numerous tools used for werewolf hunting back in the days through some connections. It included various silver tools and weapons like knives, silver dust grenades, liquid silver, and even a crossbow with silver-tipped bolts. He also got extremely strong scented brews made to harm the enhanced noses of our targets. We even got some plants he was very familiar with to be prepared throughout the town so he could use them to their full potential. Everything was ready of the town's, Jerry's, my men, and the ministry's side as well. All that was left was to kill the bastard. And with all that happening, the 23rd of February had concluded and the day of the second task was here. 139, ch 139 dive right in. It was officially the day of the second task and the castle was abuzz once again. Students were talking about what the task could really be since no one had leaked the details and the clues were kept secret by whoever heard them. This resulted in wild speculations of us having to fight the giant squid in the lake, mostly because we had to get past dragons for the first, to tricking the mer people living within somehow. The spectator area was set, domestic and foreign dignitaries were slowly coming in, the ministry was doing its checks for security and safety, and 4 people seemed to have quietly escaped from everyone's sight. From what I could tell the 4 hostages were going to be Tori for me, Gabrielle for Fleur, Hermione for Victor and Ron for Harry. Aside from the Cho and Cedric change, nothing was different. Fleur and James are barely starting to be a thing so there wasn't really a chance of him being more precious than her little sister. Victor has actually had more progress with his relationship with Hermione than in the canon, even if it's purely platonic from her end so far, so her position was actually strengthened. And Harry is incredibly dense and has a weird relationship with relationships, so his best buddy was still there. So makes sense that nothing actually changed from the canon much so far except for little old me. Since we were all friends as well, our group of champions and some of our friends decided to walk to the lake together. This formed a group of myself, Fleur, Victor, Harry, James, Christian, Cedric, a Beauxbatons girl named Marie and 2 burly teens from Dimstrang named Hans and Vako. Harry was actually on time compared to canon where he was told about and given gillyweed at the last second in it. I am guessing my hint helped the Golden Trio find their solution quicker and Neville spending more time with them aided in the acquisition of said herbs since I haven't heard about Snape's stores being raided. Unfortunately Fleur and Harry were quite nervous about the apparent disappearance of Gabrielle, Ron, and Hermione, but they could search no further since the task was upon us. Both of you must calm yourselves. Victoria has also vanished and I assume this is related to our task at hand. 2 dance partners and romantic interests, a best friend and a treasured little sister all disappear right before we are supposed to participate in a contest said to make us retrieve a lost treasure. It doesn't take much to guess what it can be when you put the pieces together. I said aloud in a calm voice in an effort to help them focus. You mean they're going to be in the lake? But that means they'll be in there for hours and it's freezing in there. Isn't that bad? Harry nervously asked. This was organized by the ministry and overseen by our own headmaster, there is absolutely no chance they'll let them get hurt while doing this. Just the political backlash from them getting hurt would be enormous, especially since international guests are involved. And Dumbledore would never let a student be in true danger, only enough to test their mettle. I answered the dark-haired teen. But didn't Zeg say our treasure would be gone after an hour? What will happen to Gabrielle after Zer? Suddenly asked a panicking Fleur. That most likely refers to the time limit for the task. They'll never risk their safety, so I'm guessing there is a penalty for failing to retrieve your assigned hostage within it. Answered James this time as he reassured the worried elder sister and gave her a reassuring smile. Good move stepping in at the right time. I thought with a smile of my own as we continued to walk. Crumb was quiet during our exchange, but he visibly relaxed the tension in his body after hearing about mine and James' deductions. We reached the judge's tent near the lake and our friends/escorts split off from us as they wished everyone good luck. As we entered the judges all looked at us with smiles, except for a Percy Weasley currently looking very pleased with himself while also trying to look like he's better than everyone for some reason. It's really hard not punching his face right now. He looks so smug about his new position that he's forgetting a few things, his boss doesn't even really know his name, he's not actually the head of international relations, pretty much everyone in the tent has a higher standing/better reputation than him, 3 headmasters, an actual head of a department, my lordship, savior boy, Quidditch superstar, and from Fleur told us, her family is very important and well connected in France, and he has no actual authority beyond giving us points. All that wasn't counting the stuff he doesn't know like his boss being imper-used, him being just a mouthpiece for Voldemort and the fact that apart from his diligence in his studies and in following the rules, he just an above average by the book wizard. His grades were great, but that means almost fuck all when you're in an actual fight. Hell, it's usually a detriment for bookworm types since they freeze or hesitate too much. Anyway, the situation was standard. Everyone gets an hour to retrieve your treasured one from somewhere in the lake. Our score will be based off of our abilities and knowledge used to achieve the task, the damage we sustained or the amount our rescue target gets, the amount of time we took and how well we handle ourselves in general. The only difference was the edge given depending on our scores in the first round. Based on our positions we get a certain amount of bonus time. Basically, first place gets to go 2 minutes before second, second gets 2 minutes before third, third gets 1 minute before fourth, and the clock would start for real after the last champion hits the water. But since Fleur and Victor tied for third during the first task with 40 points, they'll both get to start after 4 minutes. We were then guided to our starting positions, which were in the movie style instead of the book style, meaning observation platform where people could sit together to observe above the lake. Many flashback to holiday break. So I'm probably going to have to show my scars for the second task. I honestly said to Mother as we relaxed near the fireplace. Are you sure, dear? Rumors will explode and a lot of people will be asking about it. She gently asked with worry in her voice. It'll be okay. Gotta show that Lord Bones isn't just a nice-looking flower raised in a greenhouse, but that he's been tested by the elements as well. I answered with determination. I think you've more than proven that when you single-handedly restrained a dragon in public. She scoffed with an eye roll. Yeah, but it's not like I'm ashamed of my scars. People are going to find out at one point anyway, so why not control the timing for it? I'll even organize an interview afterward and give some explanations on them. I said to try to at least lessen her worries. Fine, fine. Like you said, it's not really a big deal at this point. You are more than strong and smart enough to handle it. I just don't want to have everyone make you remember about them. She said with a sigh as she looked at me. I'll be okay. Plus I've got a wonderful mother and sister right here. I'm not going to get depressed when you two are there for me. I replied with a gentle smile and a warm heart. Foo, don't forget Victoria. Mother said with a light chuckle and a bit of amusement in her eyes. I never forget the future Lady Bones. I said back with a cheeky smile, getting Mother to shake her head with a smirk on her face. End of flashback. As we all got ready for our dive into the cold water found during February in Scotland, the 4 of us began to remove our outer robes. Harry was wearing the same old-fashioned thing from the movies. Fleur and Victor decided to keep their cloaks on since they'll need to wait for a bit, but gasps were heard when I finally took off my last piece of clothing besides my swimsuit. I stood there in a competition swimming trunks for men, which are tight black shorts which end right above the knee. The trunks were enchanted to keep my important bits nice and comfortable. But because of my choice of swimwear, everyone could see my body, and there were 2 kinds of reactions: shock, pity, and thoughtful when looking at the scars, and the other was ogling, fantasizing, and drooling over my perfectly built body, which Garu from OPM would be a bit envious of. Everyone could see the numerous scars on my body from the dark magic I experienced. The ones around my wrists and shoulders. The ones on my ankles and thighs. The ones I usually kept hidden on my neck. And my back holding the most on my body, since those animals sometimes took out their frustrations during the tests. Slashes, burns and stabs. The trinity adorning my body. The scar of my chest got a universal shock though. It's just too bad a scar to have any other type of reaction when seeing. Pictures were being taken at an impressive rate as a result of this as well. But I couldn't care less at this point. Every move has some purpose behind it. The end goal is simply to solidify my position as a powerful, experienced, and righteous lord. I can't have some random jackass come along and call me the next Dark Lord for no reason besides fear or stupidity. And if someone tries that shit after I release true light magic into the world, then that will just be pathetic. I simply start stretching while Bagman starts doing his job and explains who, what, and why. He announces the rules, goal, current points, and order while I finish up and take up my starting position. If I could apparate, then I could probably finish this task in under 2 minutes, but I'm not going to reveal soul to win a contest I can already dominate. I think maybe 5 to 10 minutes will be enough to get everything done properly. No need to wait around like Cedric did in the canon either, since I've already done what I could to help everyone prepare themselves. Everything else will be up to them. I will monitor their energies just in case something goes wrong though. I thought as Ludo finished up. I heard the signal to start and immediately jumped as I drew my wand. I casted a few spells I modded just for the occasion: warmth retention, water displacement, conic barrier, and an oxygen creation rune. By the time I hit the water, I was protected from it and the cold perfectly. And with a simple wave of my wand, I used the water to propel me towards the tribe settlement at breakneck pace. Didn't even need to do anything to see well in the lake, since my eyes are already far superior to others. Being able to see in this kind of environment is child's play, and I am constantly scanning around me to feel different energy signatures. I quickly find 4 signatures near the tribe which differ from the rest, meaning my Tori was waiting for me there, and I also felt another coming from behind me as I neared the settlement. There was no need to actually go through or in the place, since the energy from our 3 ladies and Ron was coming from just outside of it. This resulted in me simply waving back towards the guards and people who spotted and recognized me. Kind of felt like a superhero for a moment while doing it, but I did also feel a bit bad cause it's been a while since I visited. Quickly making my way to the outskirts, I found the area where the 4 sleeping princesses were awaiting, alongside over a dozen guards and the chieftain of the tribe. She was a very fast and intelligent one, earning her place as chief through hunts of sea monsters and great managing of the tribe. We spent a lot of time with her when we came and taught her many ways to improve her people's quality of life, and in exchange we got some cool stuff they had collected from as far back as the founding of Hogwarts, free aquatic herbs and even membership into the clan. I saw hesitation in everyone as I approached since they recognized me, but they still had a job to do courtesy of Dumbledore and the Ministry. Hello everyone, long time no see. You don't need to worry, I'm one of the champions for the school and I'm here to get my queen back. I spoke up in Mermish as I hovered in place in front of everyone. It has truly been some time, Star Sage. Your tribe welcomes you and feels slightly uncomfortable due to not being able you nor healing current properly. Have you two been well? Asked the chieftain as she approached, letting me see her long and slender silver-scaled tail. It's good to see you again, Chief Moonlit Surge. Yes, we've all been well, but very busy as life becomes more filled with responsibilities. Your nagging about us understanding your stress later is coming true. I answered with a little chuckle. The waves always hits the biggest reef the hardest. But I am guessing you have little time for pleasantries. It is too bad that we cannot talk due to our duties and your task. Your wisdom is always appreciated. She said as she bubbled a bit. Mer people sigh. Yes, I'm here to get back what is most precious to me. I promised to not make her wait. I replied with a gentle smile. I am happy your two currents have truly mixed with one another. But you know you can only take her and no one else, yes. She said with her own smile, which is less gentle to most humans because of the sharp teeth, but I'm used to this stuff. I know. I've done what I could to prepare the other champions. Everything else is up to them. I acknowledge as I moved towards my spellbound fiancé, with all the guards simply looking at me with respect. May you make waves eclipsing the surf, Star Sage. The chief said as I took Victoria into my arms. And let the undercurrent bring you the blessings of the sea moonlit surge. I replied with a nod as I began to ascend. With Tori secured, I quickly begin my return as I dry and warm the beauty in my arms. I reached the platform after only having taken about 8 minutes of the allotted 60, breaking the surface with style as I held Victoria in a princess carry and was having the water gently place me onto the platform. Just imagine me putting Jesus and Moana's ocean buddy to shame with my entrance as I finished the second with ease. 140, ch 140 after another task. Having landed in the start/finish platform in style, I then woke Victoria from her enchanted sleep in the most fairytale manner possible, gentle kiss to the sleeping beauty in my arms as I carefully maneuvered her body to be ready to stand. I could hear the thundering cheers from Hogwarts students mixing with the going off of dozens of cameras from different news organizations and those wanting to capture the moment for personal reasons. I felt my girl stirring as she woke and her reciprocation towards my kiss was nice, then she opened her eyes filled with warmth and slowly separated our lips. Morning, my queen. Just like I promised, got you out in no time at all. I cheekily said with a smile. Did you now? How long did it take? She asked with a raised eyebrow and a smirk. 7 minutes and 51 seconds out of an hour. I answered immediately. Shouldn't have taken more than 6 minutes knowing you. She said as she looked at me with the unsaid question in her eyes. You know how Moonlight is. We haven't visited in a while and wanted to catch up a bit. She also had her own role to fulfill. I defended myself without missing a beat. All right. Now put on a shirt before every girl around us gets a nosebleed or passes out. I can handle it, but they don't have any resistance towards that. Tori said as she relented. I did take a quick look around and saw quite a few women and teenage girls looking at me with very heated gazes. Ha ha ha. Quite right. An easy fix. I say with a good laugh at the situation. With a wave of my wand I summon my bottomless bag and quickly enchant my school robes to dress me, taking only a few moments to be fully clothed again. And here come the reporters for our perfect champion. How's it feel, great and powerful Lord Bones? She then teasingly asked as we watched witches and wizards fighting to be the first to reach me. I'd much prefer going somewhere private with my lovely fiancé to show her my apology for making her wait. I whispered in her ear as I make her blush from the implication. Unfortunately, the reporters managed to make their way through the crowd and started to bombard me with questions. Lord Bones, how did you get those scars? How were you able to finish the task so quickly? How are you able to use the level of magic you used in the first and second task? What is your relationship with Miss Traverse? Are you planning on releasing anything new in your store? Do you believe in the existence of crumpled horn Snorkax? When did Mr. Lovegood get here? I thought when heard that one. Would you be willing to do a photo shoot with Incubus magazine? Isn't that an adult magazine? How did they get permission to be here? I wondered in shock when I heard that one. Please come over to Witch Weekly for an interview. Too many are sending us requests for one. They continued to ask questions without end, so I simply raised my hand and let a bit of my ruler's aura leak out to silence them. I am thankful for your desire to interview me, but I have already scheduled one with the Herald due to my own views coinciding with theirs on many issues, the professionalism they displayed during my previous interactions with them and their integrity which has been impeccable so far. Any other questions not asked during said interview shall unfortunately remain unanswered. Thank you for your attention and please do not interrupt the remainder of this task. I politely said since no one wants to be the enemy of the press for no reason. They all dejectedly walked away after that, and my friends were able to come and congratulate me for another first place, even if the scores will only be announced after everyone was done this time. But it isn't really up for debate when it comes to it. And so an atmosphere of silent excitement and nervousness returned to the stands as everyone wanted to see the moment when the next champion would return, something which was hard to maintain after 10 minutes had passed. I was just enjoying myself be writing in one of my fresh idea journals as everyone watched a peaceful lake, discussing ideas with my friends and thinking of applications for our creations in general. Christian had an idea for a type of peaceful illusion which could be applied to calm magical creatures in hopes of studying and interacting with them properly. The idea reminded me of the calm spell from Skyrim in my past life and kinda made a slew of new ideas come to me. I'll have to figure out which game spells and enchantments would be feasible with the magic system we use, but it is a fresh batch of ideas. I thought as a result. James suggested imbuing the spell into harnesses and the likes to only affect specific creatures, which really made our friends' eyes light up. As we workshopped with each other, people were giving us looks of awe and shock as we were talking about creating new magic like it was nothing. Thinking of revolutionizing magi zoology and having new magical tools available. Meanwhile, Victoria was starting to edit her own medical books regarding her own potions, Muggle medical breakthroughs, and our combined book of light magic, new healing spells and light potions. Basically the creation of a future holy book for healers. Observers couldn't possibly understand what we were doing, but the headmaster was interested in our discussions as he probably saw us as important for the war which was about to restart in earnest. Good thing we are as far from dark magic and Death Eaters as possible. Well, except for Tori, but she my wifey and is going to come out as the best healer and potion maker ever, as well as her capabilities with my new magic genre, so no problems there. Not that I really care at this point since I can take either him or Prattlemort myself, maybe both if I keep improving, while my friends should be able to take on a few senior Aurors or core Death Eaters on their own now. Not counting my private army, spy network, wealth, media control, equipment, infrastructure, and general knowledge on how both men work. Yeah, I'm going to wreck their little game real soon. Anyway, it took half an hour before Victor came out with Hermione as he undid his partial shark transmutation and people started drying her. Karkaroff was quite happy that his favorite was able to get back second. Hermione was worried about Harry after she got her bearings and came over to my group with Victor in tow. Not even 2 minutes later, Harry and Fleur popped out together with their own hostages, both also having a few scratches from underwater creatures or plants. While they were being dried and warmed up, the judges discussed between each other and listened to the report from Moonlight about how things went down there. I imagine everyone would get a better score since they made it within the time limit, but I don't know how Harry's score will go since Cedric wasn't there and Fleur made it to Gabrielle. Dumbledore then started his announcing of the scores, making everyone fall silent. Due to him being well within the time limit, finishing first, demonstrating mastery over water manipulation, rune creation, and his own knowledge of Mirmish by holding peaceful discussions with our resident tribe, Mr. Bones is awarded a perfect score of 50 points. He declared as frenzied cheers erupted from all sides, even as our two guest headmasters were having a polite smile and a scowl, whilst Percy looked smug and Bagman was sweating bullets. Mr. Crumb showed an advanced form of transmutation, which although incomplete, rescued his hostage second and within the limit. He is awarded 47 points. Dumbledore said as Durmstrang and Crumb fans cheered. Miss Delacour showed great mastery over the bubblehead charm, as well as proper capabilities at combating underwater creatures, rescuing her hostage at the same time as Mr. Potter. She is awarded 45 points. The headmaster declared as Madame Maxime smiled at her. And lastly, Mr. Potter. Your ingenious use of gillyweed, your desire to help other champions and their hostages, a fact that the Merchiftinus has told us that you were the second to reach the hostages, but refused to leave them behind and wanting to rescue all three and not merely his own. He has been granted 48 points. Announced the elderly man as he smiled proudly at the teen, and cheers resounded from Hogwarts students once again. So the order in which the champions would perform the final task was decided. I would go first with a total of 96/100 points, Harry would be second with 93, Victor would be third with 87 and Fleur would enter last due to her having 85. Our dear headmaster finished up by announcing that the final task would occur at dusk on the 24th of June and that we would informed about its contents a month prior. With that done, everyone could begin their celebration of whichever champions they supported, but I decided it was better to organize a big one to promote actual inter-school friendship as I borrowed the Great Hall and paid for a feast. Much better than having a few smaller celebrations and more memorable. I mean, with my connections and money, all I needed was permission from the headmaster to use the Great Hall and get the other champions to show up. Everyone would follow after them in an effort to hear about the task or get to know the famous people. Had butterbeer brought in by the kegs, a bunch of juices, some harder stuff for visiting adults and legal age students. Had to enchant the cup to stop anyone underaged from getting to drink the harder stuff, something which Dumbledore found quite interesting as it was a clever application of the same principle as the age line he drew earlier this year. Food and music was also brought in, making the whole affair an impromptu celebration for many, much less formal than the Yule Ball, but a different kind of fun as everyone mingled. A good night for everyone as they let loose after a kinda boring event for the spectators, and making proper memories and friends for students. Pretty much everyone went to bed with smiles that day. Well, except for people who got straight up rejected by girls they were trying to pick up or got blue-balled when they tried to take them to bed. It was hilarious watching that little bitch Malloy get straight up rejected by the Green Grass sisters. He didn't dare try anything against them too since Victoria is actually pretty protective of them. Told me it was because they were in pretty similar situations being born as women in a sexist pure-blood noble family, worrying about being married off by their own parents. She was even researching something for them, but said she couldn't tell me without their permission so I let it be and supported her however I could. 3 days passed after the second task, with the school still talking about the second task. Fortunately Ron was much better in my timeline since he has been able to achieve things through his own efforts and actually distinguish himself through the dueling club, so he wasn't making up ridiculous stories about fighting armed men. It also helped that Victoria just told everyone how it went for her so they would stop swarming her for information. But then my little interview came in and made me the subject of talks once again. Lord Bones Revealed. By Martha Cromwell. Many have questions about the new lord of the most noble house Bones. His intelligence and ingenuity have been lauded due to his creations, breakthroughs, and record-breaking grades. His business acumen is said to be as sharp as a goblin's. His demonstration of strength against an actual dragon has set him in a league akin to the second coming of Merlin himself, Albus Dumbledore. His looks are praised as perfect by nearly any witch who's seen a picture of the man. But how many truly know him? He spends his time either at Hogwarts or in his own home. He knows and interacts with many people, but only a few are actually close to him. He is a champion of the Triwizard Tournament but keeps surprising all with his performance. And so we arranged an interview with Lord Aiden Bones, to answer some of the popular questions about him. When asked about his performances in this year's reinstated tournament, the young lord has been very calm about his dominant performance. He said that he treats this as a way to make the wizarding world know that he is not just a brainiac. He didn't spend all of his time either cooped up in a library or laboratory. He informed us that he has been training extensively since a young age to achieve the results he had demonstrated and is always working towards new heights. His own words were that I am not a weak and naive lord who can be taken advantage of. My aunt did not pass the lordship over to me simply because of emotions or guilt. She passed it to me because I have shown excellence in academics, management, and magic, as well as it being something which should fall to me by birthright. And I have shown the world exactly that. Any who choose to belittle me after this will only be a fool for doing so. An answer found in absolute confidence with himself and his achievements. Only to be followed up by questions on the most recent discovery about the young lord during the newly finished task, his scars. At a young age of 17, Lord Aiden Bones seems to have more scars covering his body than most Aurors, making many worried he had been abused as a child, giving birth to accusations against his Aunt Amelia Bones, current head of the DMLE. The young man himself completely denied such accusations and gave a heavily censored reason for such scars. When my parents and the rest of my family were murdered by Death Eaters near the end of the war, I didn't miraculously escape or remained hidden. I was kidnapped and imprisoned under what I later found out was a Lestrange family manor, kept in a dark cell and later experimented on and tortured. The scars are evidence of the dark magic they used on me and said magic is also the reason behind my hair color being so different from others in my family. It was only after maybe 8 months in the fall of their lord that I was rescued by Ministry Aurors. A completely jarring answer from the young man. Especially since it means that he suffered through such events at the young age of 4. Although he is capable of calmly speaking of such traumatic events, it would be disrespectful and insensitive to continue to dig into such a topic. Hence our next few questions being light-hearted until one such question many young witches have been hoping and dreading for an answer came up: is the young Lord Bones spoken for? A question which gave the young man an amused smile and warm eyes as he simply answered it. Yes, I am. I already have a truly wonderful fiancé by my side. Simple and heartfelt, most likely breaking the hopes and dreams of countless young witches, but this is life. All princes will find their princesses, or in this case a lord found his lady. The rest of our time was spent discussing other topics or gossips about the man and his business, things which shall be found on p.10 for full details. But one last question which was asked gave us a truly shocking answer. What's next for Lord Aiden Bones? I am going to show the world what true light magic is. By the summer, the world will have an answer for dark magic. You will also see that my friends are worthy of being prodigies as well. An answer which made this reporter shiver due to the intensity he displayed, leaving us in suspense. 141, ch 141 prep work. The country was in shock after the article came out. For the next week it was all that was on the tongues of witches and wizards in Europe. The impact spread because of my status as a champion in the tournament and the fact that Bones Works was in the final phase before opening its new branches in other communities. The revelation reassured many. I am too young and powerful in all aspects for others to not have doubts about. Something which seems too perfect is seldom accepted by humans, and wizards are no different. But my experiences when it comes to blood supremacists, noble extremists, dark magic fanatics and the general cancer of our times, has made everyone understand that I would, most likely, never willingly stand on their side. I lost most of my family and was tortured under the home of the most fervent supporter of that bald cunt, so not exactly prime Death Eater candidate at this point. Plus I'm the nephew of Amelia freaking Bones, badass woman of justice extraordinaire, and after those DIP's hits who tried to hurt her position by accusing her of abusing me and by extension Susan are quietly removed from any positions of importance, I am going to make this a big boost for her career. I have two general plans regarding Mother's future. The first path is to help her become a proper minister of magic when people finally realize how pathetic Fudge is and make sure no one can touch her. The other is to help her prepare the men and women under her in every way possible to bolster the combat-ready forces when the fucking loveless pussy comes back even if she's not minister. Fuck whoever's in charge when it comes to plan 2. I would prefer her not being in harm's way, but the only way I can picture that happening is if I kidnap her and then hold her prisoner. There is just no way she would ever stay still when shit goes sideways and she is more than capable of making those cock-eaters suffer when she's in command. That's one of the main reasons the walking ballsack killed her personally. Back on the reactions that little interview received, it's been funny learning about how those bigoted pansies panic when they realized that one of the richest, they have no clue how truly insanely rich I am, and most powerful lords of modern times will never follow along with their stupidity. I mean, it's not like the chances of that were high after I was raised by the goddamn head of the DMLE, so not sure what the surprise was there. Those idiots just thought that because I'm engaged to Tori, whose father, I hope anyone could agree, is one of the most horrible fathers/husband/lord/men/dirtbag/cunt-eaters still free at the moment, that it would somehow enlighten me to the true path a noble-blooded wizard should take. It was just too easy to get every bit of their reactions from my network and how they plan to try to limit my growth. I can't wait to start really shacking things up. I already have 18 members of Wisengamot firmly in my corner as their safety has been guaranteed under me. I've supported and advised them in political maneuverings ever since my little case against Lucius last year. I've given them money to grow their influence under me and provided useful bits of information against their political enemies as well as getting rid of potential blackmail against them. Oh yes, I am not just building up my forces, I am making use of what I have to further increase my reach. And that's just those who would support me completely. I have many others who were quite partial to me as well due to my increasingly apparent capabilities. There are still a good number who will stop at nothing to not lose any of their current power, status, or feeling of superiority, but I will slowly remove those fools from power so that our country can actually improve for once. I am also the one with the most dirt and money to control those Lucius usually blackmails, but he has no clue and still thinks he can just do as he pleases. Something I am more than happy to let him believe since it is funny watching the self-important prick think he still matters. Although I am against practicing the dark arts personally, too much temptation and corruption for my liking, I am not above playing dirty. Blackmail, bribes, assassinations, anything which can cleanse this rotting world and let everyone have an actual future. Fuck the stupid way Dumbledore has been doing things. Fuck those morons at the ministry who are incapable of making hard decisions. Fuck the nobles who forgot that with nobility comes noblesse oblige. I'll work in the light and the dark to achieve true change. Got a bit too amped up about that, so let's get back to some lighter news about that article. Funnily enough, the biggest feedback the Herald got over the interview was a ton of mail from witches of all ages complaining about them crushing their dreams or demanding clarification on my actual relationship status. They sent me a picture of the mailroom and I couldn't help but feel a little schadenfreude over their situation. Besides getting my reports on the situation from either Sherry or Scott, the rest of the week was only a bit more busy for me at Hogwarts. Many students had questions about my feelings on the tournament or what I said in the article, which made a slightly bigger amount of students try to approach me. Fortunately enough, they all know how I dislike being mobbed and that such disorder is not accepted. Helps that my group of friends is almost exclusively prefects and head boy/girl. Makes people think more than once before annoying us in general. If you talk to us calmly and politely, we generally try to answer pretty much any question we feel comfortable answering, so not a problem. We have the kids behaving properly. Kinda what happens when you basically rule the school since 5th year. Aside from dealing with all that, the 4 of us have also been finishing our preparations for 2 important events, our Animagus registration/me taking the early exams for my newts in the subjects they said I could, and our operation to deal with Fenrir Greyback was also fast approaching. The first thing was pretty easy. Just had to get permission to go out during a weekend and head to the ministry to get registered, also give them a heads up that I'll take them up on their offer to test me early. So I just asked the headmaster and deputy headmistress for permission and use of one of their fireplaces to go there. Dumbledore was quite happy to have students even better than the previous marauders learning to be animagus, especially since we were actually capable and disciplined instead of being immature pranksters. McGonagall on the other hand decided that, even if we were once-in-a-century/millennium geniuses, we should not have done such a dangerous process unsupervised and should have told them about our plans. I get that she worries, but most people become animagus when adults, so who looks after them when they try this stuff? Kinda made the nagging redundant in my mind, but it's cause she cares, so let's just smile and nod. For the second part of my ministry visit I just sent to the ministry and another to mother since the registry for Anna Maggie is under her department. I took a few days to get the response from the ministry itself, but they scheduled me tests to be on the 25th of March and mother said we could drop by pretty much whenever for the registration, but shouldn't hold off on it too long since it'll be illegal after a while. With the date specified and everything ready, the four of us then proceeded to ready ourselves for the more important event, which is obviously our ambush/assassination of Greyback Sr. From everything I was able to gather and with some manipulation from my spies and informants, the animal will attack on the 16th of March, during the dead of night. He picked the date for the full moon, thinking that the werewolves of the town would be on his side if freed and his own men strengthened from the moon. The fool has no idea what he's walking into. He's taking about 50 of his men to attack the town and thinks that'll be enough. Just the forces always protecting the village would be enough to beat back that pathetic assault. The town itself has nearly surpassed Hogsmeade in terms of population, closing in on 2,000 residents. We have a properly built goblin-forged fence which is capable of expansion protecting the town and concealing it perfectly from non-magicals, and hostiles when I want. It's capable of pretty much anything Hogwarts can do but on a slightly lower scale. Can't apparate directly into or out of it, only permitted entry points like some fireplaces, portkey drop locations and the 4 physical entrances can let one legally come in and out. Well, except for me and a select few who are keyed into the wards and are free to come and go. There's a force of 98 residents trained and armed by my forces maintaining order in the town itself and supervising the entry points. Doesn't sound like a lot compared to the almost 2,000 residents, but the people there are very happy with their lives and are almost desperate to not lose what they've gained, dramatically reducing the chances of crimes. They're usually there to stop people from sneaking in, drunken fights or petty crimes and the likes, but they are more than well trained. Plus my guys from Fortress can get there in no time at all by using an emergency system we have in place. So even without my little scheme, the bastard stood next to no chances of succeeding his plan. But the thing is, he needs to die. I will not give him even a single fraction of a chance at escaping. We will kill him and his most trusted in one strike and remove that insult to all werewolves from existence. So now we have Jerry and her men added to the mix. 40 experienced and battle-hardened men and women from Fortress. Remus actually took the initiative to involve himself. Then you add little old me, a being in the same tier as Dumbledore and Voldemort. My 3 friends capable of taking on a dozen or so Aurors. Then you factor in my traps, plans and wards, and you've got yourself a dead man walking. Even then you can't underestimate the preparations my friends have been making up to the fated day. Victoria has taken the nearly mad scientist route for her prep work. She borrowed all my notes on werewolves, their genes, blood, virus, strengths, and weaknesses, studying everything I found out and researched when I was developing the suppressor and almost went into seclusion with them. She came out with an arsenal of potions and poisons designed to do things from paralyzing werewolves with them taking a whiff of the smoke the potion makes after it's thrown on the ground, something which is basically the cursed oil from The Witcher, all the way to something which is apparently capable of melting the bastards. Christian finally got all his equipment for werewolf hunting together. The most interesting things in there was the crossbow with silver tip bolts and a freaking moon dust grenade which makes silver dust burst out and burn the respiratory system of the werewolf if got used on. I decided to enchant the crossbow and bolts with James so that our friends can quickly fire and have tracking bolts for easy hits. We basically screwed over anyone wanting to be on the other side of that thing without shielding capabilities. James had finished making the equipment he had time to make, meaning my friends all had greaves and bracers which were really well enchanted against physical and magical attacks by the both of us. Managed to make the bracers capable of deflecting the killing curse too, something which is going to fuck over some overconfident little shits I tell you. The last thing that happened was my own little gift for all of them, which was a basilisk/dragon hide overcoat for the 3 of them. Each with a different symbol on the back, halo for James, wolf for Christian and crown for Tori. I then proceeded to enchant them with James in order to strengthen them against physical damage since both of the hides they were made from already gave them a great deal of magical protection. Everyone was pretty happy with their new gear which matched well with mine, even if my stuff was on another level in general. Everything was ready as the 15th ended. 142, ch 142 wolves to the slaughter. Sneaking out of the castle is simply a breeze for the 4 of us. I have about 5 different ways of getting out without anyone knowing and I'm going to let those stay a problem until later. It will be the last chance I give the Malfoy family before I simply erase them like the others. If they still push their pathetic excuse of a son down their path then they shall die like the rest. I don't care about how they could change, they've had over a decade to change and they still continue to poison the entirety of the UK with their stupidity. I will keep giving the pussy chances, but one needs to put their foot down at one point. For tonight's escapade however, we simply used the vanishing cabinet I moved to the Roar for the night and appeared into a secured room of my medical facility. I just had my faithful aide move the thing there for the night as well and no one would know. All we had to do was reach the place quietly and the 4 of us we so skilled that we each had our preferred method of near-perfect concealment, Christian had an interesting vine from somewhere in South America capable of bending light around itself to attract helpful creatures or hide from those who consume it and made a cloak from them. James created a metal band capable of achieving similar results as an invisibility cloak. Tori liked to make a potion giving you the ability to blend into the background like an overpowered chameleon, and I simply removed every possible trace of myself and made it impossible for anything's senses from registering me. Just a bit of fun and a small challenge amongst each other. We reached the room and the cabinet with no issues whatsoever, and dressed ourselves for the ambush. Each removed anything which would get in the way like school robes and equipped our protective gear. I activated my concealed gear with a simple thought whilst putting on my own basilisk/dragon hide coat. Although one couldn't see the metals protecting my arms, you could see my armored hand and legs. Now I feel like an actual Batlemage. I thought as I put on the mask James had prepared for me. My friends were also finished equipping their own gear, letting us simply walk into the cabinet one at a time to reach our destination. As soon as I exited the cabinet, Scott and Jerry were saluting and kneeling before me in that order. Is everything in order? I asked sternly as everything needs to be ready. Yes, boss. Everyone's in position and only the area you said you'd take charge of is remaining. Are you sure you want to take that on with only 4 of you though? He answered and asked carefully. I have at least equaled Dumbledore in power and skill, my friends are as good as our best, we will be enough. I responded with confidence as my friends puffed their chests out in pride. If you say so, boss. It's hard not to improve when you're teaching, so I'll believe it if they've had years of it. My aide replied with a chuckle. All they need is true experience to solidify their knowledge and training. My friend in the wolf mask is ahead of the others in that department due to his teacher, but more experience will aid him still. I said to get their heads back to reality. Everything good on your end, Jerry? Yes, my lord. I will not let this night end in failure. I will rip out that animal's heart and crush it in front of him. She replied in a voice so cold it sent chills to some of the guards. In all things a clear mind must prevail. Your emotions will drive you, but don't let them blind you. I do not want to lose you. Scott will drink and cry himself to oblivion if it happens. I replied in an effort to lighten the tension and the mood slightly. Boss, not now. The man in question whined at me in embarrassment. See. He's already being annoying. So come back in one piece, all right? You have a place to return to after all. I followed up with a chuckle as I ignored him. That I do, my lord. And after you shall grant my boon, yes. She said in response after I gentle looked towards the man. As promised, Jerry. I said with a nod to reaffirm my word. Now all of you head to your designated locations. You 3 will be with me, so follow. Word from our spies say our targets will arrive in 30 minutes. Check for anything or anyone not in their places in 20. We leave nothing to chance. Now go. I ordered as my ruler's aura naturally flowed out of me. Yes sir / my lord. All of them responded besides my friends as they quickly departed. So those are your aides then? Victoria said after everyone left. Yeah. Both of them are very skilled and have been of tremendous help for years now. I replied with a smile under my mask. They do look like they care for each other deeply, but the woman seems to hold herself back. Why? Asked James as he couldn't really understand without knowing them. Jerry's full name is Jerry Greyback. I simply answer with a sigh. Wait. Like Fenrir Greyback? The guy you planned all this to kill? You don't mean to tell me you're making her kill her own family? Exclaimed Christian in shock. On the contrary. She approached me in an effort to protect her people and hopefully kill her own father in exchange for servitude. It is time for me to give her freedom and closure, as well as honoring my promise. I answered my friend. And what are the additional promises you 2 talked about? Asked Tori as a result of some curiosity. I simply promised to do her a favor after her father had been taken care of. It is up to her to ask. I simply answered. If even his own daughter wants to rip his heart out, how monstrous is this Dementor fucker? Asked Christian in amazement. He is no monster. Simply a rabid dog that needs to be put down once and for all. Now let's get into position as well. I said as I started walking with my friends quickly following. We swiftly entered the area I marked out for myself and my friends. To put it simply, I decided to be the one blocking the path of their retreat. We are above the north entry gate where a fake set of doors we installed for them to demolish, and our job is to stop any who would try to escape when they realized only a slaughter was awaiting them. It will give my friends experience in dealing with desperate enemies whilst I make sure none slip past or harm them too much. If we used the goblin-made steel gate which had been further enchanted by me, then they wouldn't even be able to get in, so we made a fake wooden one for them to break and avoid suspicion by having an open gate with no guards. So what is the actual plan and what's our job? Asked Christian after we had settled into our position. Basically we will be the ones killing those trying to escape once things turn bad for them. Every other entrance is blocked, every resident has been moved to their designated areas. Every building has been sealed and warded as per defensive protocols, meaning no one can come in without a hell of a lot of magic. So this leaves this gate as the only place those running away will be able to exit the town from. You three will be first and I'll be back up for this OP, so go wild. I answered with a small smirk. Although I am hesitant to kill in cold blood, I do understand the fact that I need to do so at one point. Sighed James as he understood his role. Man up, buddy. These are literally the worst werewolves in Europe. They murder, cannibalize, rape and infect anyone they please. They are the sum of the worst filth in the world at the moment and are one of the reasons why people hate werewolves so much in the modern age. Said a very fired up Christian. Oh, stop being a Gryffindor right now. Just do your job so we don't need to have our arses whipped by Aiden on this. I'm so going to kill more with my new recipes than you with your outdated equipment. Teased Victoria as she poured water over Christian, only to then pour oil and light the fire again. Bring it. I'll show the little Slytherin how real men fight. And if you think this stuff is outdated then you haven't seen what it can really do in combat. He responded back with gusto. Alright you two, as much as I enjoy friendly competitions it's time to be quiet. I don't want any of those beasts to notice us so I'll be concealing everything I can as well. I interrupted with a chuckle as I waved my wand in a circle above my head once as my magic to effect to all but erase us from existence. No one could see, smell, feel, hear or taste us. It's almost like the Fidelius charm but people still remember us and it is only temporary. Took me a while to figure out this fun form of concealment but it's pretty overpowered since it stops even magical means of detection. And 20 minutes later, on the stroke of midnight as the full moon stood at its peak, the wild howls of the beasts were heard heading towards us. Fucking animals can't even do a stealth OP properly. This is just bullying at this point. But it's a good thing I put compulsion runes around the portcullis to make them rune towards the medical center. Don't want these animals running around all over the place trying to rape, eat, or turn anyone. I thought with an expression of disgust under my mask. Then they burst out from the forest a bit away from the entrance as a large pack, with a few noticeably larger werewolves at the front being led by one seemingly half a size larger than the rest. Looks like his lifestyle agrees with him at least. Was another thought which crossed my mind as I observed the werewolf we had long ago identified as Fenrir. His pack simply charged at the mildly enchanted doors and started to strike it physically with their inhuman strength and durability, even going so far as to ram the things with their bodies. And slowly cracks could be heard as the doors started giving way more and more, letting chunks fly off and holes open up for the beasts to grab onto and rip open further. Only lasting a few minutes as they finally break through and start running into the town towards their target. Grr. Follow. Let's end those fools. We are superior and we will end all in our path to conquest. First this so-called cure. Then we take whatever we want from these insults to our kind. Snarled the still transformed Greyback as he rallied his men and charges in the lead. Didn't know one could still speak in that form. I guess being in touch and so accepting of his animalistic side might have synchronized himself with lycanthropy and formed a sort of symbiotic relationship. It gives control and additional strength whilst he infects and acts like a beast. Weird and stupid. Hope no other fool becomes disillusioned after this and thinks that's the way to get control of his lycanthropy, not after I basically let anyone infected get vaccinated regularly for free when it gets fully approved worldwide. I thought once again as I analyzed the differences between Fenrir and other werewolves. Not even 5 minutes had passed before lights of all colors started lighting up the area ahead, signaling that ambush. Well, that's probably the prettiest slaughter we'll ever get to see. Christian suddenly said as he got up from the chair he was waiting on. True, but now she should get ready for our job. Agreed Victoria as she joined him to head downstairs. I'm still not truly comfortable with this, but I'll back you two up as best I can like always. James followed up as he joined our two friends. I did the opposite and headed up to get a better view of everything while keeping my magical senses on everything happening in the town. And when I mean the town, I mean the whole town. My senses grew in proportion with my magic and abilities. I could cover the entire town and know precisely what is happening in every nook and cranny. It is also massively easier on my brain without 2,000 people to keep track of as well. Under 200 is much more manageable after my practicing this with Hogwarts plus 700 as I gradually improved my performance. Too useful a skill to not develop properly in all. But with said senses I could already feel the first two deserters fleeing from the ambush and heading back here. I silently watched as my three friends readied themselves into their most solid three-man formation with Victoria and Christian attacking and James supporting. It is the one they use against me the most as well. The two werewolves suddenly appeared as they were desperately trying to flee from the forces behind them, only hesitating for a moment after seeing the trio in front of them before continuing their mad attempts at escaping death. The instant that happened my friends burst into action. James was in charge of immobilizing the two by firing twin Incarcerus in extremely fluid motions as they tangled the feet of the approaching beasts in two perfectly aimed shots, causing them to trip and tumble to the ground due to their momentum. Victoria decided to pin her target to the ground by taking a page from one of my favorites, Transfigurating Chains from the ground. And Christian used a devil's snare seed he brought and threw it at the tumbling werewolf he was targeting, cast a quick spell and made the plant grow at breakbeat pace as it landed on the beast and started to entangle and choke him. 2 for 1 as it slowly killed the struggling bastard. My lovely fiancé then pulled out a glass vial filled with a squirming purple fluid and lazily threw it on her target. As soon as the vial broke on her command, the liquid splashed all over the struggling werewolf, and quickly after howls and whines of extreme pain were heard as parts of him started to disappear wherever the liquid spread, apparently as it was eating him alive. Only when his head was gone and the body stopped squirming completely did she do a quick wand gesture did the purple liquid vanish, leaving a headless corpse with chunks missing in various areas. Soon after 4 more desperate werewolves ran in our direction, not even stopping when seeing the 2 corpses of their former comrades in front of them. All they saw was 3 people standing in front of them and not dying tonight. So they ran towards the only obstacles in their way with single-minded fervor. This time Christian began the play as he threw a moon dust grenade in front of the charging wolves, causing a sparkling cloud of silver dust to emerge in their path. As soon as they ran into it, however, the effect was almost immediate as they started coughing painfully as then ran and having to stumble to the ground in pain. Anyone could tell the silver dust was working extremely well on their lungs. At this moment 2 silver daggers flew out and struck the 2 wolves on the ground as they tried to breathe properly, hitting them right in the middle of their foreheads and up to the hilts. They then spun while still inside their skulls and then flew back in the direction they arrived, landing in the sheaths James had hidden on his legs. He got a few glances FFO our 2 friends for that little move. Christian decided to use another of his new toys and shoot a still heavily coughing werewolf with a few silver bolts from his enchanted crossbow. And let's just say the practice dummy only died after he was shot half a dozen times and become a unicorn at the moment of his death. Victoria transfigured 2 large stone hands to hold the last werewolf in the air by his arms and then started to throw a few concoctions at him while he screamed in pain as a result. One melted his legs until the bones had nothing holding it and dropped to the ground. Another started making all of his fur fall off wherever the liquid went. The third resulted in him having something which looked like seizures constantly. The next made him catch on fire and the fire was green as he fainted in pain from the fire which didn't seem to end. And the last one melted him into a black puddle in a matter of moments. Yeah, note to self, don't piss off the wifey without a foolproof method of detecting potions and poisons. After that only one last werewolf managed to come our way and I simply decided to make that one explode with a bolt of lighting from my wand since the battle seemed to have finished and all 3 of my friends had at least killed one. So with a quick jump and an arresto momentum I joined them on the ground. The 3 of you did fantastic in teamwork and execution. In sync on every move and not even one got remotely close enough to even have a chance at harming any of you. Now I've got to go meet up with my people. If you don't want to see the results you guys can wait for me at the cabinet. It shouldn't take too long. I said reassuringly as I knew this would be hard for them, James especially. Nah mate. Gotta see this through properly. Part of how our world is. Answered Christian with a rather laid-back manner. I will follow. I am to be your wife and I will not run away from any aspect of your life. My cute and scary fiancé said with determination. And I will see the results of the mission I took part of, even if it is against my nature. It is something I need to do. James finally said as determination flashed in his eyes. Very well, let's go. I simply gestured as I walked towards the ambush site. When we got there my people were already cleaning up the killing field. I could see explosion marks, parts of the ground gauged out, transfiguration leftovers, bloodstains, some bits of people, bodies unmoved, healers running around the wounded, men giving orders and my aides with an armless, snarling savage-looking man chained up and on his knees, which looked painful since his legs were broken too. Give me a report. I calmly said as I looked over the area. We have 12 lightly wounded with noting more than small scratches or abrasions. 1 mildly wounded with some blood loss. 3 severely wounded already moved to the emergency room we had prepared, mostly done by that monster on the floor since he took pieces off of them. No casualties and no expected ones since the healers guaranteed our severely wounded would make it. On their side, we have 43 of the counted 51 who assaulted and as you can see 44 if you count Fenrir over there. My trusty aide reported in all seriousness. Good. I am extremely relieved that none of our men or women had to go down because of that bastard. The remaining 7 tried to escape after deserting, none even made it near the gate and their remains await for the cleanup crew. I'll go visit the wounded to make sure no lasting damage remains soon enough. So why is he still alive by the way? I said calmly as I also questioned the current state of our primary target. Well, Jenny wanted to kill him in front of you for some reason. Really adamant about it. My slightly exasperated aide said. I can guess why, so let's get this over with then. I replied as I walked over to Jerry holding her father's chain. The man struggled as he wanted to stand to try and butt me like a rabid dog, but a quick stomp from his estranged daughter brought him enough pain to make him stay down. I am guessing you wanted to do this to prove yourself beyond any doubt, correct? I directly questioned with an authoritative tone. Yes, my lord. I will execute this animal leading the people to ruin for his twisted views and remove any doubts over my loyalty to you and your house. The savage beauty answered with fervor. Then show me. And claim your reward. I commanded regally as I started impassively at the scene. Without a word from her, she simply drew her goblin-made blade and cut the man's head from his neck in one smooth and precise motion, making him freeze for a second before it slowly fell to the ground and rolls near my feet. I simply stayed at the head of one of my targets and moved on as he was no longer a threat nor was he important. And now you claim the promise you requested? He asked with a raised eyebrow behind my mask. Yes, my lord. She enthusiastically replied. Then speak. If I can grant it, I will. I answered. I wish for the name you granted me to be my true identity in this world. I want the name he gave me and that he made me bear to be erased with him. She declared to my slight surprise, but I understood. Very well. I will make you name Jennifer be your name in everything from blood to magic. Your last name however shall not be the one I grant you, but the name Greyback shall be erased from you forever. I declared in an absolute tone. Master, why are you not giving me a family name? Was I not worthy? She desperately asked in a panic at my declaration. Ah! You misunderstand. The reason I am not granting you a family name is because it would be quite short-lived in my opinion. I said with a slight chuckle. I don't understand, master. Why would I not keep the name you give me? Jennifer asked in confusion. Because someone else will share his with you very soon if I guessed correctly, and it is one I am sure you would prefer above all else. I answer with a sly grin on my face as I point to Scott standing nearby with a now very red face, which was quickly matched by her own understanding of my meaning. I look forward to you introducing yourself to me properly in the future. But for now I will do my duties and finish up. The four of us must return before the morning after all. I said with a hearty laugh as I left to oversee the wounded, with Tori joining me and James and Christian helping with the clean-up. Overall I would say a near-perfect operation. Especially since only participated minimally. I think I might have been able to kill most of them myself, but my people and friends need to grow as well for the incoming battles. 143, ch 143 to the Ministry. The death of Fenrir and his diehard supporters officially removed the werewolf army from the equation. Only a bit more hunting of those left behind, and that was that. From what I remember, this means the vampires, dementors, and giants would be the biggest supporters outside of pure-blooded idiots. I can get it in all honesty, wizards have constantly tried to either enslave or eradicate any race they deem fit, without trying to truly work things out. Harder for beings like giants, who are naturally stupid, violent, and sometimes plainly rampage about, but vampires are generally quite intelligent and can be accommodated if the proper system is in place. Hell, I'm surprised other beings like centaurs and Velas don't join up sometimes. I think the reason is that they know Volta-Homo would turn on them in an instant as well. That's why the goblins stayed out of this nonsense, but they need to realize that they are still at risk even with their own army. It's actually pretty funny, since I now have a werewolf force, I'm in the final stages of having a proper Vela sanctuary built on one of my islands, I have a growing number of centaur tribes allied with me, and a rather large population of mer people residing in what has officially been called Atlan. My last reports told me 1834 werewolves in the village, 126 Velas on the clear for relocation list, 741 centaurs residing on the Herb Island, and a staggering 63,855 mer people of various tribes and species in Atlan, creating the largest functioning underwater city in their known history. So yeah, I think I've got more friends than that grey doorknob. I also received a report this morning, after everything was done and all my men had pulled out of the village. In it I was told that the entire place basically erupted into celebration at the death of Fenrir, and they decided to celebrate it as a yearly event. I could understand that since most of the inhabitants were turned into werewolves by either him or those following his twisted ideologies, so permission granted there. Even Remus was celebrating with some of his new friends and invited Sirius to join in the fun. It apparently brought out the old marauders in them, and some rather nifty bits of pranking magic were on display. Sounded like a good time in all honesty, but being a student comes with many restrictions, even if that student is a legitimate lord. Instead of partying with the wolves, and the dog, my friends and I gathered in the headmaster's office with Professor McGonagall to finally get registered as Animagi and have my early testing done at the same time. We all thought having the only registered animagus at Hogwarts would be perfect as our guide today. I honestly don't know if Dumbledore has done it, but I wouldn't really be surprised since he was also a transfiguration teacher and it can be a pretty useful ability. Snape is also a possibility. I remember a good amount of theories on him being something like a bat animagus. Other teachers are also a possibility, since apparently someone like Rita Skeeter succeeded. And although the possibility is extremely low, there has been proven cases of students learning it as well. The Marauders and ourselves being prime examples. Now, my early newts didn't mean I was going to graduate early or anything, it just means I finished most courses available at Hogwarts and that I would only be taking a few newt examinations at the end of the year. Getting to the ministry is just standard stuff, and all of us, besides James, have a good amount of experience in coming here. Christian comes with his parents a lot as they report their findings, discoveries, and activities to the Department of Magical Creatures, doing something they love and getting paid for it. Victoria has been involved in things like balls and dinners at the ministry since a very young age, something mother and myself have avoided since I am quite different from normal people and she hates the slimy gits who show up to these things. Leaving James to look around with a good deal of curiosity to understand the most he can from his own observations, even if the three of us have told him about how things run in this place. It does help that I have an entire spy network in every level of the ministry to tell me everything, while also receiving plenty of news from my allies in Wisengamot. My biggest allies are the Dowager Longbottom, Neville's grandmother. The Abbott family are basically another set of aunt and uncle who also side with many of my ideas. Sirius as the newly reinstated lord of the Black family likes how I am helping a lot people and sticking it to those Death Muncher families, and the Green Grass family which is more business than the others but agrees with many of my progressive ideas on how to actually make things better. I have many others on my side or more partial towards me, but these are less influential than the above. But all this was quite new to our Muggleborn friend so we let him take everything in as we went along. It was good to see the ministry had gotten rid of those annoying flying memos and owls flying all around the place, switching to my little creations. So many lucrative contracts from many different ministries really put a smile on anyone's faces. It also made the place at least a bit less chaotic. But honestly, it's like wizards want chaos in everything they do. The ministry is weirdly sectioned, the means of electing people or passing laws are ridiculous, any event involving them is a clusterfuck, they take the weirdest approaches to problems, and I just don't know where to begin on what the Minister of Magic is actually capable of doing when he's afraid of noble families, the Wisengamot, Dumbledore, any competent or wealthy witch/wizard, and is for some reason getting pegged by the most hated woman in this country, even more than Bellatrix Lestrange. It's all just a mess. Wait, no one is supposed to know about that last one. Probably doesn't help that Fudge supposedly has a wife and kid somewhere too. Meh, the image is just awful, but it is some of the best blackmail I have on both annoyances. Pretty sure that's why we had to go to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement just to get registered, the clusterfuck, not the pegging. It's like they didn't have better shit to do than monitoring less than a dozen people so they don't misuse an ability they spent a lot of time and effort learning. I might have listened to Mother ranting on the stupidity of our laws, government and minister a few too many times. We all made it to the DMLE without any issues, even if a lot of women were pointing and whispering when they saw me, which made us walk a bit faster. What I found was a rather nice surprise as we approached the reception desk. A head of bubblegum pink hair. Tonks. How has the future pink head of Aurors been? I happily said to the young lady in front of us. Aiden? Is that you? The shocked pink head asked. Of course it's me. That's hurtful you know, not recognizing your friend after he helped you pass your tests. Was I only a tool for you? I asked in mock hurt. Har har. Very funny you prat. But seriously what happened? Your eyes and hair are different now. Are you sure you aren't a metamorphagus? She replied as she looked at me with curiosity. Nah. Just some changes with my magic and whatnot. But you deserve a little shock for never visiting. Every time I'm on break you say you're off somewhere hunting bastards down and always find an excuse to not come over. Getting kinda annoying when one of your friends acts like they're avoiding you. I mean I do send you letters and even then I get more info from Mother than from you. So not cool. I answered after getting my nagging out. That's not true. Has it been that long? She asked with hesitation after wanting to defend herself. It's been since you graduated that we hung out together Tonks. It took us wanting to register as animagus for me to see you and that's by coincidence while you're working. So yeah, been a while since I saw you. I answered with a sigh of disappointment at the first friend I made in school. Wait you're all animagi? She nearly shouted in shock once again. Yeah, we all worked on it together. I got a mountain lion, Tori has a lioness, James is a dove and Christian got a wolf. And we all know what the professor is. I answered with a bit of a grin at the end. Nice to see you again Nymph. Been a while. I also haven't forgotten I owe a bit of payback for that prank with the flobberworms in my bed. Christian said as he remembered a little incident from second year. Haha. Hey Chris. You're not still mad about that are you? It was just a prank. And wow, you got buff. You work out? She asked to try to deflect the conversation. I do. And train to fight a lot. So you want to go few rounds in a duel ring? He asked with a savage grin on his face, resulting in a nervous chuckle from Tonks. Oh leave the poor woman alone Christian. And as much as I would like to pay you back for Raincloud which ruined everyone's hair and makeup in third year, I do have a question for you NYM Fedora. Victoria intervened as she emphasized Tonks' hated first name. You know I hate when people call me that. She bemoaned in response. Yes. But you also made my Aiden sad so too bad. Now why are you working the reception desk when you should be an Auror? It's not like the ministry is missing quill pushers. Tori asked as she found the situation strange. Well I'm supposed to be finishing up my apprenticeship under Mad Eye this year, but he just ditched me here saying he had to do a favor for someone, and next thing I hear he's teaching at Hogwarts. So now I'm stuck on paper duty for a year since no one can take me with them. She answered as she deflated even more. That is rather strange. You'd think he could just take you with him and have you help out at least. That way he could still train you on school ground and he could teach. Commented James as he understood the situation. Wait, what? That's an option? Why didn't I think of that when I was trying to convince him? She asked in dismay as a dark aura of depression now leaked from her. That is enough tomfoolery from all of you. Miss Tonks, I would like the forms to register a person as an animagus. The 4 of you are to fill it out and then Mr. Bones will be going for his newts as requested. McGonagall strictly said as she interrupted us. Yes ma'am. Everyone said in unison, even Tonks as she still had the conditioning from her years at Hogwarts. The registration was rather straightforward. Fill out a few forms, transform in front of an official who will check for any discrepancies in your body, have any distinguishing features recorded, a few minor things and you're done. Britain now had 4 new registered animagi to boast about. Which they really shouldn't do in front of anyone from Africa since they have a really large number of animagi. Bragging in front of American wizards would also be ill-advised since the native shamans are very good in the art as well. After that was done, we were now officially allowed to show off our animal sides as long as we didn't harm, freak out or mess with others in general. Also had to be careful in populated areas with predator forms like mine, Tory, and Christians since muggles don't react fondly to big animals capable of killing them. James will be able to go pretty much anywhere he wants though. My eagle form will also be good in most places, but I should be careful of those cunts hunt rarer animals for fun. Alrighty then. Everything is right and proper. You 4 are officially registered after the paperwork gets through. And what's this I heard earlier about newts? Tonks said as she sent the forms we just filled out through a vanishing box. I got super grades during my owls and offered early examination for my newts as a result. And since we're here I scheduled them for today. I answered with a light tone. Damn. So are you graduating after that or not? Knowing you, there's probably not much you are learning there for a while now. She followed up with a little whistle. Not graduating early. Going to do a few more at the same time as everyone else for the ones I didn't get an early pass for. I answered with a shake and a shrug. Good luck then, Aiden. Not like you need it since you helped me out with my newts in your 4th year. She said with a little smile on her face. I remember you freaking out on potions and herbology so bad. But thanks. And try not avoid me, it doesn't feel great you know. I said with a bit of a sad smile as we all got ready to head out for our next stop. Yeah, got it. CYA gang. She responded with some hesitation as we left and everyone said their goodbyes. 144, CH 144 Iestus Patronus. Passing my newts was simply a breeze, something any 4 of us could have done years ago and still achieve with ease. And now all that's left for me to do at Hogwarts is history of magic, astronomy, divination and care of magical creatures. And only divination leaves me uncertain about my ability to achieve outstanding with distinction within those. It is a subject where one either has it or you don't, and I don't, so I make for it by being the best I can in as many forms as possible. The only fun thing that happened was an agreement I brokered with the Department of Magical Education head, Griselda Marchbanks. I simply requested that if a student can achieve the new O++ I am responsible for creating during their newts, then they would be allowed to skip the apprenticeship necessary for a mastery title. The idea is that for someone to achieve the grade at this level, they should demonstrate abilities indicating that they are ready for such a title. That would be the bar set for the grade now and in the future. It took some convincing and a bit of back and forth between myself, Griselda and the department leaders, but they agreed that such a thing would be impossibly rare in general and that it would be a standardized requirement for a grade they had a lot of trouble with almost 2 years ago, so they agreed to have it added to the official grading system. It would certainly be extremely rare for it to be awarded, but I wanted this set up for myself and my friends. I firmly believe they have reached the requirements for mastery in their chosen fields, only needing to complete the necessary steps. And now I took away the most tedious part for us. It's not like any of us lack experience in our fields of interest anyway. Victoria and I have been helping out Madame Pomfrey for years and she's been rapidly amassing medical knowledge. James has been crafting enchanted gear at a prodigious level and has been involved in the production of my broom. Christian was apprenticed under Newt's commander, the authority on Magi zoology, and has been working on his Primal Island project with my people. And I have shown mastery of charms in my products, potions in the innovations I've released under my real name, for herbology it's my books, arithmancy for my mod spells and primer, my own rune language speaks for my skills there, a now registered animagus for transfiguration, my dueling and combat skills are approved by a former world champion, Horus and the head of the DMLE, enchanting with my products, healing with Poppy, and my Dada will be unquestionable once I release my new branch of magic almost designed to counter dark arts. We have the skills, proof, and the connections to get ourselves certified as masters. All that's left is to get it done. Before leaving the ministry though, I managed to make Tonks promise to hang out during the summer. I wanted to catch up and have some fun with my friend. She always was able to make me laugh when I was being too serious or had an idea for a prank to pull on someone with a stick too far up their own ass. She would hate how Percy ended up. He would probably become her exclusive target for a long time if she knew. It only took a few days to get my results since I was the only one taking any testing at this time of the year. And the results of my early testing were great. Ancient Rune, O++. Arithmancy, O++. Charms, O++. Defense against the Dark Arts, O++. Herbology, O++. Muggle Studies, O+. Potions, O++. Transfiguration, O++. I love my brain sometimes. I thought as I looked at me sweeping my results. This meant I was eligible for the masteries I had in mind. All of my O++s are targets, but I also qualify for the healing, warding, and dueling masteries on top of that due to my experience and grades. It also meant I was already eligible for almost any job in the ministry already. They couldn't give me a better grade than with O and in Muggle Studies for the simple reason that there is actually no mastery in the subject. Wizards are so dismissive of the subject that it's pathetic. I looked up Arthur Weasley's grades when I was preparing my plans and wanted to know the players in the upcoming war, and I found something so ridiculous I couldn't even laugh. The man never even took Muggle Studies. That's right, the man in charge of an entire department focusing on Muggles has never even studied the subject. Even if it's over 100 years out of date, learning at least some of it would build a kind of foundation to learn from. But no, the man just goes along with his idiocy. No wonder he doesn't know what a condom is and has never used one. I thought as I remembered my previous encounter in Diagonal Alley. With everything taken care of until the last task, I began to work on my side projects and helping my friends in theirs. Victoria's projects were the most known ones in the wizarding world. Her two major projects involved her new treatment method for people like the Longbottoms, who've suffered from brain damage due to a myriad of causes, and the release of her book on a new age of healing. The first is being achieved by demonstrating her amalgamation of current healer knowledge, my personal creations, modern medicine, and her inventions. The trial has been ongoing since New Year and the couple has been showing a drastic increase in brain activity and their memory retention has been steadily returning to normal levels. It was giving the healers hope of new possibilities as each day shows some kind of improvement. Victoria has even received a letter from the Dowager Longbottom expressing her sincere and heartfelt thanks for her efforts and the results they have shown. Neville also come to see the two of us and gave Tori a tear-filled hug as the kid kept thanking her, which led to a very funny-faced fiancé being unsure of how to deal with such emotional physical contact and simply patting the guy on the back until he calmed down. She pretty much made the Longbottom family lifelong allies at this point and she didn't even finish curing them yet. And I have no doubt she will succeed. She's actually gotten permission to go to St. Mungo's to monitor their progress a few times a week in order to make sure everything was going well. She understood that a theoretical cure is just that, and until clinical data proves it, one must be careful. Our estimated prediction for the two to return to full capabilities is this summer, but they will need extensive psychotherapy and rehabilitation due to the stress the event caused, as well as the need to catch them up on the last decade. We decided to hold back on the book until the official version of my new magic is generally accepted and proven to work. We want to wait so no one does stupid shit without understanding my magic and tries to heal others by following the steps badly and ruin her work's reputation in the process. But his success with the Longbottom couple will be more than enough to establish her name. James was actually starting something pretty revolutionary as well. See, even if we are magical guys aiming to reach the peak in our fields, we're both a bit nerdy. We sometimes try to recreate things we've seen in movies or comics of the Muggle world using magic. I am not ashamed to say it was a bit fun to mimic the Force and that it was an inspiration for my physical boosting alongside Chi. Well, my friend is more on the sci-fi side and has decided to create a freaking robot using some modern robotics, his own enchanting and crafting skills, and my binary rune system he's mastered. Now, it isn't a true robot. The thing would be closer to an automaton from his designs. It would be a humanoid mechanical and crafted being capable of moving and acting based off of its programming. He wants to make things capable of helping him when he's crafting, and his idea led to the possibility of bringing automation to the wizarding world. That is something we are still discussing the pros and cons of though. But all this will be after he passes his final tests to become a master smith this summer. So we've actually been brainstorming and writing down the runes the thing would need to work as intended. I am also making sure we don't get anywhere close to an AI. I know there are good AIs like R2, Vision, EDI and a few others, but way too many dangerous ones pop up. So unless we accidentally create one, I'm gonna try to avoid that problem. Christian has been focusing on his project with Mr. Scamander and Hagrid as they make the island of their dreams come true bit by bit. But it will take a few years to get everything done proper and have a true ecosystem going on in their magical version of the Savage Land. It is a very ambitious project designed to protect many species and encourage reproduction. My friend has also been writing his own book on new methods of getting materials from magical creatures like unicorn horns, acromantula silk, Scylla scales, dragon blood, and even got a piece of lithofold somehow. And he's also going to be introducing his and his family's herbology discoveries, making it a good read for naturists all around. All three of my friends were making their preparations to show witches and wizards everywhere that they are more than just freshly graduated wizards. They are experts and soon to be masters of their arts. They are strong, smart, and capable of steamrolling most wizards in magic and connections. I'm proud to see how far they've come. Now on to my life since we returned from the ministry. At school I was getting my affairs in order mainly. I was giving Cedric a crash course of pretty much anything that came to his mind and an intensive training in combat and magical creatures. He seemed to have a passion towards the latter, which he said he acquired from hearing about his father's job in the ministry. Amos though was too proud of his son and always pushed him to go for the best, meaning minister, and wouldn't listen properly when Ced wanted to talk about his own dreams. That resulted in some tension between the two. So I did my best to give some advice on having a proper and confident talk with his father. Helped him plan out what he could do with his passion and how he could live a happy life with it. I even got Christian involved to have talks together. It helped him a lot since it's going to be his last year next year, and he needed to really think about this stuff. I've also been helping Luna improve in many areas in the hopes she can take over the exchange after Cedric graduates as well. She would be perfect for the role in my opinion. The dueling club presidents were also being put through the ringer. I didn't want the club to become a joke after I left, so I made sure to break bad habits now and bump up their skills and arsenals. Members pitted and envied the 4 kids in near equal measures. I also taught them how to maintain the club properly by getting new equipment, where to get repairs, how to get funds, knowing club rules and how to use them, and general organization. They were only nearing the end of their 4th years, but they had the potential to be very dangerous inside and out of the ring. Hannah was a little spitfire when she fought, not afraid to take hits and dish them out. Padma had a very wide array of spells she can choose from to not let her foes guess what came next and showed her ability to link them properly. Ron had a very good sense for danger and well-developed body and reflexes, allowing for great dodging capabilities as well as a very solid style based on the maximum usage of set number of spells. Daphne was like a duelist which came out of a book, perfect form and execution, with great knowledge on spells all around. They were still diamonds in the rough, but after a few more years and some proper experience, they will shine brightly. The most exciting thing for me was that I had finally completed my Patroness project, Aestus Patronus. It basically translates to just patron. You know, just as in a just person. This particular spell took so long to finish for 2 reasons. The concept behind it was difficult to quantify and things just kept coming up. The second is pretty easy to understand. I have a hidden network to manage, my lordship to maintain, other projects to complete, my friends to help, the Triwizard Tournament stuff to deal with, stuff to do in secret, appointments, training, and then I have classes to attend to even if I'm better than the teachers. So even within few extra hours thanks to my not-so-legal time turner, it's hard to manage. My first reason was derived from the fact that the Patroness charm is heavily reliant on emotions and the person casting it, making it difficult to truly understand how it could be translated to arithmancy properly. And even after figuring it out I had to find another to fuel the spell while still retaining its abilities and then boosting them. Not easy on any level, and that's without mentioning any of the 100 other annoying parts of creating/upgrading any spell. The end result was something which could be classified as an offensive spell for my white magic. Let's first talk about the requirements for the spell. The emotional fuel needed to activate the spell on top of magical energy is still very much present, meaning that even if a caster doesn't have the necessary magic to cast a full Patroness properly, the emotions can empower it to that state. That's actually my theory on how students are able to learn a spell beyond the Hogwarts curriculum in the canon, the fact that positive emotions are just as much a fuel for the spell as magic. My solution to the fuel was to change it to a more solid one. Something which would be more solid when you need to attack and defend against dark creatures. So I picked the desire to protect. The need people have to protect those dear to them. Wanting to protect what you yourself have lost already. As long as a strong desire to protect is there, the spell will be able to form. Now, the spell has other requirements obviously. This is a white spell, hence the caster's core needs to be free of dark magic influence or taint. The amount of magic necessary however can vary greatly depending on how strong the emotions used are. If strong enough, I estimate a mid to late first stage should be able to cast a fully corporal Aestus Patroness. The spell's effects are generally the same as a regular Patroness, but has much strong offensive and defensive capabilities than its progenitor. My new version has the ability actually to tank dark magic until a certain point, it depending on the strength of the caster. This means if someone like Canon Harry learnt this, he could at most block a few strong curses, whilst I could tank the unforgivables with mine. Its offensive abilities are made from a combination of the purifying and destruction aspects found in Phoenix Fire. This means that by carefully structuring the intent of the spell and the aspects of true Phoenix Fire, I created a patroness with the ability to erase dark magic, dark creatures, and thoroughly tainted dark wizards. I don't mean cancel it out either, I mean erase from existence. It matters not if the being should be considered immortal because it is akin to being burnt by an immortal flame itself. It matters not if one is a dementor, lethofold or ancient vampire, they would turn to naught but ash in front of a fully powered Aestus patroness. Voldemort would still survive since fragments of his soul are still out there, but that should be the only exception so far. And as a side effect, it can make people feel safe and protected when it is around you, much like how a regular patroness would calm or make others happy. There are two obvious differences from the original patroness to tell when casted. The first is the color changing from the pale silvery light to a solid golden one. The second would be the shape. If someone has something like a dog or cat as a Praetonus, the Aestus version would be something like a wolf or panther. It basically gives a more powerful version of your inner animal spirit represented by your patroness. It's something people can use to get a feel for their animagus transformation, so there is a powerful link found in their forms. That means there now exists a spell which people can use to truly kill dementors. And someone like me could kill a horde using the pulsing energy a powerful patroness can emit. This means I've effectively become capable of taking on vampires and dementors from Voldemort's army, leaving wizards and giants as threats since he already lost the werewolves. He even lost some of his lieutenants without knowing it yet. 145, ch 145 Third task. The announcement of what the third task would entail was straightforward as can be. They asked the 4 champions to meet near the Quidditch pitch and showed us the growing maze they were setting up within it. The sight of something defacing the pitch caused Victor to twitch, but he held in any comments. Harry was just trying to figure out how he would be able to get past this task and maybe win since he was in second place. Fleur had a very serious expression on, thinking about what they could meet when running around the growing labyrinth and how to deal with the living greenery itself. It was as simple as whoever reaches the cup at the center gets full 50 automatically and everyone else will get scored like the previous task. The scoring will generally be harsher on those who haven't reached the cup obviously, but everyone still has a chance to win. To prepare, Fleur, Victor and Harry began training both magically and physically. This was a task fairly well suited for Victor due to his athletic abilities and combat training. His challenge may come if he encounters a being like a Sphinx, testing his intellectual abilities. He was a pretty good guy and a solid soldier type, but he was more of an action man than a thinker. He was throwing himself into combat training with Christian and upping his own exercise routine in the hopes of being able to either beat or bypass any obstacle in his way. Fleur decided to train up her physical abilities under James and my advice, trying to train her stamina and speed. She was also theorizing hundreds of possible traps and obstacles which could be found during the task. Her Vila training alongside Gabrielle was coming along swimmingly as well, both girls becoming more and more synchronized with their bloodline. Fleur now radiated a natural charm and grace far beyond anything she was able to accomplish before coming, gaining the ability to restrict her aura completely or let it engulf those in her presence like a fog. Her charms have gotten a great boost in strength and fluidity, with her illusions and fire becoming deadly weapons after her training. Little Gabrielle just appeared infinitely cuter, leaving pretty much everyone wanting to pamper or protect her, and started learning how to use her natural gifts even if we couldn't really teach her much magic due to her age. Harry was the one who needed the most help. I've made sure he was successful academically even if he's somewhere in the top 5 for his year, so he does now a nice enough repertoire of spells. I've also taught him useful spells from outside the standard curriculum and schooled him various uses of spells he already knew in addition to making him learn mod spells for when he was in real battle. I've made sure he was very fit and his Quidditch training helped in that endeavor, and even Ron helped him keep in shape as he started working out in the morning as well. The last month was making sure he was in good shape for the trial and helping him come up with solutions using his known spells for pretty much anything he could encounter. Academically I would place him at about OWL level, meaning he should be able to take his exams and get good scores in them, but I would put his combat abilities around a new 7th year level so far. He is very determined to learn and having me and Sirius actively teaching him how to fight properly has helped him a lot in that department. If I looked at it objectively and removed myself from the equation, I believe Fleur would be the favorite for this task. She has shown tremendous growth in physical, magical, and mental capabilities, allowing her to be the best suited for the various traps and obstacles we are likely to find in the maze. She is quick, flexible, and skilled, allowing her to not be shackled down by only one train of thoughts. And a little birdie told me that a certain enchanting enthusiast was seen snogging a certain French champion a few times during the last 2 months. That was something that gave me a good laugh and let me give my friend a congratulatory pat on the back. Happy to hear my friend getting such a girl. With everyone doing their best to prepare and hoping to win this prestigious tournament, the day came and now we all stood in the waiting area. The 4 of us could hear the crowd cheering and Bagman going through his announcements of the rules, current scores, what the task entails and the glory the final winner will acquire. May the best champion win. It's been fun getting to know everyone and I'm glad we can all be friends even if we are competitors. I say as I look at the nervous trio. It has certainly been a very good year for me as well. I cannot thank you enough for all your help and for introducing me to such wonderful people. Fleur happily replied as some tension leaves her body. You are all honorable. I look forward to finishing this with you all. Victor added with a stoic expression. I may not have wanted to be in the tournament, but I'm glad I met you too and that you didn't look down on me for my age. I wish everyone the best of luck. Harry said with a bright smile while thinking of how the year went so far. Aiden Bones. It's time for you head out. Harry Potter will be called afterward, following with Victor Krum and Fleur Delacour. A ministry official announced as I confidently walked toward the exit of the waiting area. Bone chance. Good luck. I simply smiled and nodded to their well wishes as I walked to the thunderous cheers and applause. As Champion Bones demonstrated his skills and abilities, he is the first in the rankings and will have the advantage of entering the maze first. Now on your mark. Get set. Go. Declared Bagman. I decided to show off a little, so with a sprint which left grooves into the grass under my feet, I bolted towards the entrance of the maze. But before I could reach it, I jumped high into the air and transformed mid-jump into my mountain lion form, causing the entire audience to gasp at the display. And with a graceful landing, I ran much faster than before and disappeared from sight as I heard Ludo snap out of his stupor. Absolutely incredible. It would seem the oldest Hogwarts champion is a full-fledged animagus. And I have just been told by Headmaster Dumbledore that he is fully registered in the Ministry and only requested such information wasn't announced. This means he holds an enormous advantage in speed and agility with his large feline form. That really made the Hogwarts and British witches and wizards present cheer loudly for their first champion's performance. But yet, there is a reason why the emergence of 4 young animagi hasn't been reported on or appeared anywhere yet. It's because no one knows due to a few laws which can guarantee the privacy of purebloods and their vassals. Tori and I are firmly into the first, with James and Christian easily being said to be the second on paper as trusted friends of a lower class. Add a little money here and there, Mother making sure the people who needed to know about us in case a crime happens with an animagus keeping their mouths shut for a few months and me convincing the papers I owned that the dramatic reveal at the final task would make a much better article, and you've got a temporary secret for wow factor and no floods of students asking the 4 of us to transform all the time. I saw only positive results in keeping it a secret. It had been a while since I really sprinted in this form though. The feeling of my powerful limbs beating the ground, my claws digging into the earth, the wind in my fur, my heartbeat drumming at an accelerated rate and the flexibility I demonstrate on sharp turns, it's just addicting. I ran through the labyrinth with ease, jumping over pits and traps, dodged the maze itself attempting to entangle me, or hidden creatures too slow to stop me. It's not surprising really, a normal mountain lion can run at about 80 km per hour, then you have a magically empowered one, with the ability to use magic to create small air platforms under his paws for sharp turns off of walls and voila! You have one of the fastest animals on the planet capable of running on walls and bolting past anything in his way with the aid of his enhanced body and sped-up brain to keep up. Making my way through the maze wasn't very hard since I knew where I had to go in general. I could feel the magic of the cup through the ambient restrictions of the hedges. A Portkaya has a very distinctive signature in its magic, the ability to move through space isn't something easily hidden against those who are masters in the field. But I wasn't here to win this tournament in all honesty. My goals were numerous when it came to the Triwizard Tournament, but winning never mattered to me. I wanted to establish my strength first and capabilities as a lord. A man capable of subduing a dragon and skilled enough to manipulate flames and water alike with great ease. A man of elegance and poise on the dance floor or battlefield. Someone capable of forming connections with people from around the world and unbiased when it comes to helping others. These qualities are far more important to me than being called the winner of badly organized and mostly rigged competition. So when I reached the cup at the center of the maze, I did not reach for it. I hid. I wanted to make sure Voldemort came back properly. This wasn't about keeping the canon anymore. Everything I did lead up to him finally coming back. And I need him to come back and claim his allies. I need him to make all those twisted and entitled bigots and inbreed assholes come out of their holes. I wanted him to make the cancers of the wizarding world expose themselves en masse and of their own will. Only then will I be able to cut everything out properly. I can't continue to quietly eliminate people. The method isn't sustainable in the long run and too many things could go wrong. I was able to get away with manipulating the underworld and reducing their numbers, but there are too many and it would eventually lead back to me. I couldn't assassinate more Death Munchkins or their supporters because someone would eventually try to investigate everything. I needed a proper war to eradicate the other side. Britain needed a clean slate in general. The blood mania present in everything from laws to jobs is ridiculous. Our development is almost in reverse compared to most of the world. Officials are bribed, blackmailed and threatened without any backlash on any side. Our means of electing a minister are pathetic. The Wizengamot is a hole filled with senile fools stuck in the past. The people don't decide shit and are instead simply guided to believe whatever people tell them. Things need to change. I will obviously do everything I can to save as many people as I could obviously. I have safe houses spread out across Europe, some in Africa, a number in Asia, some being built in Canada and Australia. Fortress has been preparing for wartime since its creation. I have my people keeping an eye on everything in the ministry itself. Scott informed me that the village I planned for in the Skellig Islands has already begun construction after we found all the people we needed. It's going to be a heavily fortified location for any Muggleborn and their families in the UK to relocate to if things really go bad. The place is to be located within a carved-out section of the island, reinforced by very skilled goblin mining and construction experts, having chosen them because of the Goblin Nation being subterranean for millennia and their expertise in building underground spaces is unmatched. We have artificial lights, water sources, food production, places to work, a school and hospital, plenty of houses and expanded living spaces for entire families. Everything will be accounted for and the people manning it have already been chosen, trained and vetted. Fully self-sustaining environment for anyone who's either know about the magical world. We even have extreme security measures already in place. We don't bring anyone directly to the island, only through a series of guarded port keys can you reach it. We have Thief's Downfall prepared to remove any disguises and spells on a person to make sure no one sneaks in. The place will be under Fidelius and unplottable. A security force will be present at all times. And the place will be as warded as Hogwarts after I've linked it to the ley line running under it. Anyone who wants to fight will be welcome to obviously, after training anyway, but I doubt many will be willing to do so sadly. The only thing left is to have everything properly built and the estimate after getting everyone to sign a contract of secrecy is 1.5 years. I've already hired people to enchant and ward the buildings as they are built, giving them a strict set of orders for what they have to do even if they are confused as to why such a place is being built. But everyone's getting paid properly so they don't really care that much. The place will be a proper wizard settlement after everything is done too, so I think it's not too crazy. I mean, how can the government think building a place like this is not easier to keep secret than making all those idiots live in Muggle society? This is so much easier. I can even take a page from Hogwarts and bewitch the underground ceiling to look like the sky outside and it wouldn't even be that hard. We can even make it rain or snow with ease, so why not? But as I was thinking about my plans for the future, my 3 fellow champions were now fighting to reach the cup. Unfortunately it seemed that Crouch Jr. was still strong enough to overpower Crumb using the Imperious Curse and managed to take Fleur out by surprise. That's the only way I could see him beating her so quickly. She already had high chances of beating him in his peak condition at this point and a man under Imperious would be much easier to fight in general. I then saw a red spark being shot through the sky to announce someone in need of assistance, which sucks for Fleur since she's been trying really hard you know. I'll have to tell her everything was pretty much rigged since the word go. Or better yet I'll have James explain things to her as he comforts her. Oh yes, I think I know which one I prefer. I thought with a smile as I waited for Harry to come for the cup. I also checked on the two-way mirror I had some of my men place in the cemetery of Little Hangleton, making sure everything was happening properly and I wouldn't port KM myself in the wrong place. I am very prepared for what is to come and I make sure to check when it comes to canon knowledge. Things can always change. It was good to see the boiling cauldron, the 3 shadows and what seemed to be a bundled-up infant. Everything being on track. But finally I see a slightly ragged Harry arrive at the center of the maze, looking very relieved that the cup was still there and happy he could actually win the tournament. He was of course oblivious to my concealed presence near the walls of the maze, happily reaching for the cup and disappearing as soon as he had a firm grasp on the thing. Now all that's left is to wait for that monochromatic reject to gain his body back and I can go have fun. I said as I removed my concealment and observed the mirror in my hand. 146, CH 146 he's back. It was interesting watching this stuff happen in real life. There were minor changes due my actions of course, the biggest was the presence the Crabbe and Goyle Sr. They were supposed to appear after being summoned alongside Lucius, not Sr., Avery and McNair, but it looks like they've really been aiding their lord alongside Wormtail. Avery and McNair were already dead and the rest were those with children currently in Hogwarts, hence they weren't on the assassination list I gave Jennifer. It's disappointing that I won't get to see the overgrown child throw a tantrum when he realizes a good amount of his lieutenants just disappeared. But I was watching everything as it was described besides the little differences. Fortunately there was no dead Cedric. Fate, destiny, or whatever God didn't feel it was important enough to have that happen for almost no reason at this moment. Harry was still forced to give blood though and that's why I didn't key his blood into the Bones house. But that does remind me that I should create some new runes to help protect Grimmauld Place. I like the chant for a Dark Lord revival ritual though, very fitting. Bone of the Father, unknowingly given, you will renew your son. Flesh of the servant, willingly given, you will revive your master. Blood of the enemy, forcibly taken, you will resurrect your foe. Always felt weird it was in English when older languages would offer a much better effect, but when your options are Pettigrew, Goyle, or Crabbe you have to make things easier to not have it blow up in your face. Speaking of faces. The man really has no nose or body hair. I mean, I always called him an egg and had the image in my head, but seeing it is another thing. The man has no nose, no eyebrows, hair, facial hair, grayish skin, red eyes, on the skinny side, and he's rubbing his head like it's a freaking crystal ball. How fucked up do you have to be to turn from fairly attractive and nice hair to that? He just keeps trying to escape death so much that he would sacrifice even his humanity for it. He cares not for allies, servants, his own goals or himself even, only his life and power matter. As long as he can live he will sacrifice pretty much anything. And here come the only two free Death Eaters I know have the dark mark, are willing to come at the moment and aren't in Azkaban. Some ranting about loyalty from Voldy-Doldy-Doo, some groveling from Lucius as always, Wormtail getting a new hand, Harry just watching as all this happens and two lumbering idiots standing in the background not doing anything. I just gotta wonder why Mother never asked Harry to pass the memory of the night after his claims. I know for a fact that the woman would take the words of the boy who lived in Albus many names Dumbledore even if she disagreed with him on many topics. One stands to gain nothing from saying the Dork Lord returned and the other could lose everything, while both are famous for their fight against him. The only way I could see her not doing it is if the minister somehow blocked her completely or buried her in other work. Oh, it seems like Moldy wants to prove that the 60-year-old Dark Lord is better than the 14-year-old halfway through his schooling. Still as pathetic a mentality as ever, but I think that's enough. No need for Harry to suffer through this any longer than necessary. So with that thought I activated the portkey I had hidden as the elastic holding my hair together and off I went. Feeling the familiar tugging around the belly button, I landed expertly and heard two things, Crucio and screaming. Without further ado I simply used my wand to bring Harry to my side, getting him out of the casting of the unforgivable and startling everyone with my sudden appearance. Now, it isn't very nice for someone of the older generation to bully the younger one. Where is your pride? I said in a jovial tone as pretty much everyone was frozen at my words. Aiden? Harry asked in confusion as he was getting over the pain. Hey Harry. Guessing you weren't having a fun time with this crappy thriller ripoff. I'll give them points for actually being in a graveyard, but honestly, did you have to insult the king of pop by not having a nose? Have some respect. I say aloud to the great confusion of pretty much everyone present. Yeah, wait a second. Why are you here? We've got to go. That's Voldemort. The kid said in response as the situation came back to him. Yet I can see that since he has no nose, hair, or sense of fashion. I mean, look at him, he looks like an egg that went bad. How can anyone take him seriously? He looks like he fucked up a ritual and transfiguration at once and then decided to roll with it. I mockingly answered as my insults snapped the idiots out of their stupors. How dare you insult me? I am Voldemort. The most powerful wizard in history. I will not be insulted by a child. Avada Kedavra. He shouted with a point of his wand. With a slight shift in my stance and raise of my arm, the spell just went through my robe and harmlessly flew away from me. Wow, you still suck. Did you being stuck to Quirrell worsen your aim or something? Or was it the decade hiding under a rock? I mocked once again as I saw veins becoming more apparent on his hairless noggin. I remember you now. The silver-haired child who gave me headache-inducing amounts of homework whenever it was assigned. You alone took away hours of my time which I could have used to obtain the stone in return. I could have saved years of my time if it wasn't for you. The increasingly veiny egg angrily spat at me. You did deserve it. Did you have to fill the room with so much garlic? Do you know how annoying it was to get that smell out of my everything? And that stupid stutter? It was so fucking annoying to listen that performance you two had called acting. Jumping at every sound, not understanding how real stutter works, not teaching anything, and that stupidity you pulled with the troll. All of it was too annoying to ignore. I berated with a justified look on my face. You knew Quirrell was possessed by Voldemort? Harry asked in shock at the revelation. Yup. Had a talk with the headmaster about letting the moron loose in the school. Not the best idea, but he was so closely monitored that it was better to let him think he wasn't. I answered with a smile as I mocked the hairless one with my eyes. You. Avada Kedavra. Voldy shouted in rage as his little minions backed away slightly, afraid of getting caught in their lord's little temper tantrum. With a little jump to the side and a silent push of Harry, the spell once again flew away without hitting anyone. Do you seriously not know any other spells beyond the Unforgivables? You've got no class unless it's Dumbledore, is that it? Pretty insulting. But let's do it like you did with Harry, a proper duel. I said with a cat-like smile on my face at this point. It actually took a moment before everyone's brain had caught up to what I just said. You are challenging me to a duel? An incredulous Voldemort asked, most likely because aside of the headmaster no one dared to do so. Yup. I, Lord Aiden Michael Bones, head of Most Noble of Bones, challenge you, someone whose real name or descent is unknown but claims to be the heir of Slytherin, to a duel. You said you wanted the niceties and now you have them. Shall we bow? I regally declared as I also mocked the fact that these so-called noble purebloods are following someone they actually don't have a clue about. You have no right to challenge the Dark Lord, boy. Know your place, you half-blood. Spat out Lucius as he tried to endear himself. Oh, please be quiet, you imbecilic baboon. From what I just said, who exactly has the higher grounds when it comes to those pure blood ideals you lot always blabber on about? The legitimate and recognized lord of a noble house with 300 years of history in this country, or the man who simply appeared out of nowhere, called himself the heir of Slytherin and has no actual titles to back it up? I would also be worrying about your own situations instead of trying to kiss his ass right now, Lucy. I could have sent you to Azkaban whenever I wanted before. Imagine what I could do with the memory of tonight's events. How much could I make you dance with it, do you think? Last time I made you vomit blood, this time I might give you a full-on heart attack. I countered with a manic smile on my face as he became so pale it was like he was turned into a vampire. Enough of this nonsense. You challenged and insulted me, boy. Let me show you why little half-bloods like you should bow to their betters, said the seething walking tombstone reject as rage was lacing his voice. The declaration made his little followers quiet and move behind their lord as we would now duel. Harry, they're going to be distracted when this starts. I want you to grab the cup when you have the chance and head back to Hogwarts and tell the headmaster what happened. I can more than handle myself and I've got about 4 different ways of escaping if things go south for me, so don't hesitate, all right? I ordered the kid with a whisper before walking to my own position, forcing him to reluctantly nod. Good, I'll see you in a bit and don't you worry. I am much stronger than you think. And now I stood in front of the most feared man in Britain. A madman who simply wants to lord over others and achieve a twisted form of immortality due to his stupid fears and conclusions on life he had as a kid. I need to hone myself properly. Not many chances to have a fight I can let myself go so much. I thought as I prepared. Since my 3rd maturation, the only person who can offer a meaty enough challenge is Albus, but he is older and tired, even if he is still powerful. We've agreed to simply have him give advice on certain spells, tips gained from experience or feedback on projects I was working on, but we didn't duel against one another. The headmaster needed all the strength he could muster for the times ahead and we both knew it. It was a sad fact for the both of us, but that was life. The man has been alive for over 110 years, fought through 2 wars and has suffered a lot of hardship. He's ready to let go and has been very happy to find someone capable of holding down the fort after he passes, even if we don't share the same ideologies. But now I have Voldemort in pretty much all his glory, goaded into a duel, and I can't let that opportunity pass. It is a great way to understand the peak of this world and my own strength. I don't have my gear, he has a few supporters, but only Lucius has some degree of skills and I have to make sure Harry doesn't get hit by stray spells or sneak attacks. On the other hand, I can easily escape in a number of ways. My white magic could decimate these assholes completely tainted by dark magic, I can block their favorite spell and they have no clue about my real strength. So all in all I think I'll do good, I thought as I analyzed the situation quickly and decided on a plan to use classic spells and skills instead of my originals. Then let's begin, shall we? I say to the twisted man in front of me as I activate my mind acceleration. You shall kneel at my feet and beg for death as I break you and the leftovers of your house. He hissed at me in response. Auntie would bend you over and discipline you like a naughty child. I replied with a smirk, causing him to attack first. I knew everything the man knew about dark magic, so identifying what he shot at me wasn't difficult, but his speed was certainly a mild surprise. He moved much faster than his body indicates it should and I felt no magic actively improving his body like I was. My guess was that he undertook rituals to strengthen his body and that was related to what happened to me back then. But this was only a mild surprise. Bone-crushing hex aimed at my left arm was deflected using the offhand technique duelers often used by creating a small but solid protego in their hand to deflect a spell. Following that was a crucio, which I made a small rock jump in the path off and making it explode. Chained in quick succession was the blood-boiling curse, which I deflected into his inner twisting hex, then blocking a withering curse, ending with a blasting curse I deflected into the middle of our dueling space to create a momentary obstruction. I decided on a modified cutting charm, a very powerful and heavy one as my opening move, resulting in the ground it traveled over to have a visible slash under it as it traveled, chaining up with the piercing hex directly where my first spell was blocked to cause cracks in the protective spell used, and then a bomb Arda Maxima to shatter it completely and forcing poor Tom to take a step back. He was shocked his defense was so quickly broken through, but I didn't give him time to recover that easily. My next chain began as I fired a quick Flipendo Expelliarmus Stupefy combo at such speed they nearly came at the same time, causing the Great Lord to dodge basics dueling spells in a hurry. I then used Minor Transfiguration to soften the ground under his feet and turn it to mud, making his footing very unstable for a man with no shoes on apparently. I wanted to keep my rhythm going, but he knew that would end well and was getting mad that such elementary spell work was causing him trouble, so he shot out a blasting curse in retaliation, forcing me to defend against it directly and stopping my flow. His counter-offensive then turned brutal and subtle. He began with Expulso, which was resisted by my already present shield, but I was forced to dodge when he shot a killing curse as a follow-up. What surprised me was that I then felt a wave of force push me back slightly during my dodge, putting me a bit off balance when I saw a disintegration curse heading my way. I immediately understood that the doorknob used wandless magic to throw me off as I saw his upraised hand, hoping it would be enough to hit me with that nasty little curse. Too bad I simply used my momentum to dodge the third spell with a spin to the opposite direction and fired a Glacis Tria as a response and added my own push to Voldy's left leg to break his balance. Unfortunately the old man was very experienced, pushing back using his own wandless abilities and deflecting the incoming spell with relative ease before shooting a Crucio my way and forcing me to dodge again. It was at this point that a sense of rhythm began between the two of us as we slung spells, hexes, and curses at each other while sneakily attacking with wandless magic in the middle of it all, causing our audience to lose itself in the display of skill and power. "Harry, go now!" I suddenly shouted as the kid remembered what he was supposed to do and oxyoded the cup to himself before disappearing. Voldy wanted to stop him or order his minions to do so, but it was too late and he couldn't stop defending against my attacks or he could lose as well. "You should not have gotten in the way of my will, meddlesome boy. Now I will personally make sure you suffer through pain beyond your imagination." He venomously spat at me in rage. "How? By making me look like you," I said in response as he felt rage once again, not noticing that we were looking into each other's eyes and not realizing how powerful of a Legilimon I was. The result was that I now had the advantage of knowing what spells he was going to use before he finished casting them. So for the next few exchanges I began to overwhelm him using the severing, stunning and disarming charms, mixing Petrificus Totalis and Bombardas into the mix as well, almost disarming him and leaving a nasty gash on his chest. Too bad he realized the problem very quickly and looked away from my shining blue eyes. "You dare look into my mind? I will not take this insult lightly, you blasted son of a mudblood." He ranted once again, but it seemed like he was going to kick things up a notch. He began throwing Transfiguration into the mix by making the Reaper statues used to restrain Harry previously, attack me with its scythe. Something I just fixed by making the thing a pile of sand and using that to counter as I blocked his sight and spells as it rushed towards him relentlessly. His solution was to raise the mud I had created to engulf the sand and force it down to the ground. He then conjured a few knives and shot them at me at great speed. Easily fixed by transfiguring them into ferrets and letting them flop to the ground and running away. "I grow tired of wasting my time against a half-blood like you. Now burn!" he declared as he pointed his wand and summoned the most aggressive magical flames known to wizard kind, Fiend Fire. My response was simple. Water. Lots and lots of water. A ridiculous amount of water. Which I kept conjuring and controlling as I shaped a rapidly expanding wall of the stuff. I could feel the cursed fire almost smashing itself against its natural enemy in blind rage. I then began fighting against the barely controlled flame Voldy cunt had summoned. The two opposite forces of nature clashing as steam was continually created from the fight. The flames were aggressively trying to break the water, while my water ensnared and suffocated it in response. But I could feel the flow of magic in my body, the way it wanted to go and the way the spell could improve by following the magic itself and responding to my intent. The result was a massive increase in the amount of water I could produce and my rapidly increasing dominance over the Fiend Fire. But I wasn't paying attention to that in the moment. The feeling was more important. The feeling of following the flow of magic wanting to responded to my intent and how it would achieve that through me. I was almost in a trance as I controlled the water to then smother the flame and crash towards the source. The feeling of so much magic going through me was fascinating to say the least, but I managed to rein in my losing grip on myself. I could not lose myself in the euphoric feeling of such power. And so I consciously made the water ram into the man desperately trying to stop the ragging tide coming towards him, but failing to do more than freezing, vanishing, or controlling a small fraction of the massive amount water. The end results were devastating. The cemetery in front of me was completely ruined, the Death Eaters swept away in the waves and Voldemort stood there panting and soaking wet as he glared at me. But this wasn't easy on me either, a spell of that magnitude took a lot of magic and my own reserves were running low after that stunt. "Well, I think we can call this one a draw. I've got other stuff to do, so I'll be on my way. CYA. I said with a jovial smile and activated my elastic once again, only to feel the familiar tugging. You see, the target of the Portkaya isn't a place, it's the cup itself. A clever manipulation of special targeting that I am very proud of in fact. The elastic will be basically useless after today of course, but this opens many possibilities in the future. But as I was thinking about my little creation, what I gained from the fight and continued to dust off my cloths, I realized something as I focused on my surroundings. What's everyone gawking at? I asked the entire crowd looking at me with weird looks. Aiden, you're alive. A sudden voice shouted out, recognizing Harry as he came forward. Of course I'm alive. Why in the hell wouldn't I be? I asked as I looked at him in confusion. Because you were fighting Voldemort. He answered back loudly, making a lot of people flinch. Oh that. Me dying was never much of a possibility, but from the looks on a lot of people's faces and the minister turning purple and white, I think it would be better to have this discussion somewhere private. Don't you agree, Headmaster? I respond as I look at the concerned-looking elder who was shielding the two of us from the crowd now. A splendid idea, Mr. Bones. Cornelius, I am sure we can get everything sorted out in the castle. He nodded in agreement as he hinted at the minister to not make a scene right this moment, or not a bigger one than he was making before I arrived. You can take my office, Albus. It's close, private and secure. No one's getting in when you're talking. A visibly twitchy or moody offered. Thank you, Alastair. Now if everyone will follow me. I am sure the officials in charge will be handling the situation here well while we get to the bottom of things. The headmaster said as he led all the important people to the castle. Time for the final act, my student years. I thought as I followed along with a small smile on my face. 147, ch 147 dealing with Junior. I have to admit that Barty knows how to imitate the paranoia of Moody very well and use it to his advantage. His office is filled with detection and protection spells, stopping anyone from entering the room and much less searching it. The magical eye allows him to be constantly aware of his surroundings, and Moody's known twitchiness helps make Barty trying to not be spotted or followed a lot easier. Moody would certainly want to be actively involved in the security of the tasks, hence it would be child's play to mess with certain aspects of it. Dumbledore's trust also gave him the freedom to almost do as he pleased in the name of educating or protecting the students if proper reasoning was in place. And Moody's reputation and past would generally put kids from families on the light or neutral sides of politics at ease, making most of the student body have a great amount of trust in him. All these tricks and psychological manipulations made people subconsciously overlook the idiosyncrasies. The unhealthy obsession on curses and mainly the unforgivables, especially when he knows how exposure to the imperious and subsequent failure to repel it naturally will make it easier for the target to succumb in the future. The constant drinking from his flask of polyjuice potion, something he would need to either brew or have brought in. Then the assortment of broken detection devices in his office, something the paranoid man would never tolerate since he would either replace or repair them immediately as to not get caught off guard. And now here we all stood, in the office filled with broken devices. Dumbledore was trying to calm Harry while Moody wanted the details of the event as his fervor grew the more he heard. It was interesting seeing Grumpy Grandpa and Sage Grandpa doing two very different approaches to get the same information out of a kid. You two do know that there's a pensieve upstairs that we can use to see Harry's memories of events, right? I said with some amusement as I decided to interrupt the questioning. Right you are, Aiden. Alastair, I leave our two young champions in your care. I will be back shortly. The headmaster said as he quickly departed, leaving only myself, Harry and Moody. It didn't take long for little Barty to start getting excited again. He knew I wasn't pressured nor did I look emotional, so he focused on Harry. So he forgave them, did he? The ones who returned. He finally asked with visible anger, something which Harry most likely thought was because of the Death Eaters but in the wrong way. He was angry. And disappointed. But he said to serve him for the amount of years they weren't there in exchange. Replied Harry as he remembered the cowering purebloods. Those sad excuses for the scarred man started before I interrupted. Professor, I hate to interrupt, but isn't it about time for you to take your hourly potion? Wouldn't want to lose its effects now, would we? Was what I said in a light-hearted tone of voice while shaking a certain hip flask I wandlessly pickpocketed. Right. Forgot in the excitement. Thanks, lad. He curtly replied as he reached out to take the flask I held out for him. No problem, Professor. Wouldn't want you to forget your polyjuice potion. It looks like it would hurt a lot to transform back from Moody. I said back to him with a gentle smile which didn't reach my eyes, making his widen in response. What are you talking about, boy? Do you know what you are suggesting right now? He growled dangerously at me as his body tensed. I certainly do, Professor. I mean, I understand some people not being happy with their looks, but you must be truly hideous if you thought Mad-Eye Moody was attractive enough to suffer through the required transformations. You have my deepest condolences. I say with a serious tone and face. What did you say? He asked as his eye narrowed and his voice became very cold. I meant no offense, Professor Crouch. Everyone has their problems in life and I try not to judge others on superficial details. I'm just worried about the pain you'll go through by transforming continuously. I answered in a worried tone. What are you talking about, Aiden? Why did you call him Professor Crouch? He's Moody, the guy who caught half the people in Azkaban. Asked the now very confused Harry. Nope, that is not Alastair Moody. That man is in the chest in the corner over there. Our professor this year was Barty Crouch Jr. He had very good grades in Hogwarts and I am not surprised he could become such a well-liked teacher. Too bad he's basically the male version of Bellatrix Lestrange. But I really do. Overbearing expectations, no familial love from his father, living life as he was told, constantly being oppressed, and then a man promising power, freedom, a chance to make his own name known appears and gives him the sweetest of temptations. Of course he would follow and offer his loyalty. I explain aloud as Moody shows expressions of anger and longing. That's why he's the one who put your name in the goblet, the man who arranged for you to be in that graveyard tonight and is most likely also responsible for Victor attacking you and Fleur. The poor kid stood there in dismay at the revelation, torn between me usually telling him things straight up and his interactions with the man. I knew you were too smart. Dumbledore is far too trusting to see it, but you I knew you would be dangerous, especially after how you overpowered my Imperius. Moody ominously said as I noticed his subtle movements. That was very fun. But since you mentioned my intelligence, why do you think I've just been talking to a person I know is a Death Eater, after having Dumbledore leave, with Harry Potter, and still not do anything when I can see his obvious attempts at getting ready to attack? I asked in amusement as I observed the man. It doesn't matter. In a few moments both of you will lie dead as offering for my lord, and I will return at his side as his most loyal servant. He fanatically said, finally dropping the whole charade and letting his facial tic resurface. Then I suggest you hurry. I mockingly told the man. And why is that? He asked as his face became cold once again. Because you still haven't taken your polyjuice potion. I answered with a devilish smile. That very moment he realized his mistake. You see, I have been keeping a very close eye on the man, making sure I knew exactly when he would take his potions, and I made sure to keep a proper timer going in my head. I know every angle of that potion, every little effect and minor changes that vary from person to person. So calculating how long a potion allowing Barty to transform into Moody would last was simply child's play. And now comes the end of my timer. The man's body began to shake uncontrollably, pain shooting throughout his body as he gasped. He tried to grab for the flask still in my hand, but I simply turned it to ash using my flames with my smile still on my face. He then began to panic as he looked for more polyjuice potion. I decided to use this as a chance to quietly disarm him. First was Moody's staff, then his wand, and lastly Junior's own wand. All acquired using quick and easy wandless magic while the man was desperately trying to now remove the prosthetics he had to wear. With a loud thunk, the fake leg fell on the floor and the man began to desperately claw at the magical eye, really wanting to remove it before his actual eye starts to come back and get squashed because something is already there. Must not be a very pleasant sensation. But he succeeded in ripping off the eye and throwing it away to twitch on the floor. I looked over at Harry while this was happening and his face showed shock and horror as he saw the man violently start transform back into his true form. The missing leg was growing back, you could see his skull shift under his skin, the shaggy hair changing, his nose forming properly, his entire body squirming as it wanted to be back to its proper form, and the missing eye gradually returning as grunts of pain came out of the man's mouth. The process finally finished and left us with a man in his mid-30s with pale skin, freckles on his face and a mop of straw-colored hair covered his eyes as he hung his head. Well, you aren't exactly handsome, but it's still better than Moody, Professor. But glad to finally meet you properly, Bartmuse Crouch Jr. Previously thought to have died in Azkaban, devoted Death Eater, son of the now presumed dead head of international relations Bartmuse Crouch Sr. and one of the people responsible for the death of my parents, my subsequent kidnapping and the torture to the point of insanity of Lord and Lady Longbottom. You're now the second supposed to be dead Death Eater I've had the pleasure of capturing in the last year. I said as I introduced the man using my polite smile and proper manners. I was not introducing him to Harry, but to the small group of people who seemed to have decided to follow after Dumbledore as he returned. Good timing too. What preposterous things are you saying? Crouch Jr. died in Azkaban almost 12 years ago. Sputtered Fudge as he made his appearance and usual stupid comment. Not very difficult to find out the truth of the matter in all honesty. You just have to use the people whose job it is to verify this stuff instead of acting like an idiot and denying everything beforehand. I simply said in a neutral voice as I spared the man a single glance. It seems like Junior noticed since he decided that it was his chance to make a move towards Harry. Now, we'll have none of that. I said as I simply immobilized the man with a dismissive wand gesture, leaving a very startled Harry to look between the crazy man and myself. Please remain seated at all times. I added with a second gesture, making Barty shoot towards the wooden chair he shot out of and conjuring chains to hold down each of his limbs before releasing the spell which immobilized him. Thanks Aiden. Harry said as he caught up to what just happened. No problem Harry. Now why don't you come over here and stand with myself, Professors Dumbledore and McGonagall, and the Minister. I respond as I motion him over. He quickly decides to follow the advice as he joins our little group. Now Aiden, I do believe an explanation is in order, don't you? The headmaster said with a slightly serious tone. It's rather simple, headmaster. That man has impersonated Alastor Moody via polyjuice potion since this summer, and he was the one responsible for Harry being in the tournament and the changing of the cup's porting location. If you look on his inner arm, then I am positive you will find the dark mark, and in that chest over there will be the real Alastor Moody. I explained in response to his request very straightforwardly. You can't be serious. Dumbledore, you can't seriously believe whatever a student is telling. Fudge said as he talked without using his brain again. Minister. My absolute and frigid voice resounded as magic pressured the entire room. The bumbling idiot turned white as a ghost, McGonagall's eyes widened in shock, Dumbledore raised his eyebrow as he wondered what I would do next, and Harry was very stunned at the tone of voice he had never heard me speak in before. Yes. Fudge managed to stutter out. You are talking to a lord right now. One with vast sums of money and influence. How do you think I will use them when you insult and dismiss me twice? I ask as my aura starts to intertwine with the magic I was unleashing. I. He tries to answer as he looks around for someone to bail him out of this situation. I simply described events as I have come to understand them through evidence and reasoning. I've also said you can confirm the man's identity by simply calling for the right people instead of acting inept, and just told you the most seasoned and known aura in our country is locked in a chest and no one is taking him out or even confirming my statement. So why are you dismissing my words? I ask the now sweating man as I pressure him. Tha, that is. I didn't. The panicking man still couldn't answer without anyone pulling his strings. Now Aiden, I do believe the minister regrets his poor choice of words. Let us verify your claims and investigate everything properly. The headmaster said as he came to the man's rescue. That was all I asked for. I reply with a slight nod as I release the pressure I was exuding, leaving Fudge gasping for air, Harry letting out a breath of some air he was holding in, and the deputy headmistress to sigh in relief. Things went rather quickly without the idiot saying something stupid every time someone talked. Dumbledore quickly confirmed both my statements and sent McGonagall to get Poppy over here. He also asked her to get Snape afterwards, wanting to interrogate Junior as quickly as possible. The minister felt ignored and humiliated after being put down by me, so he quickly left. But I had a quick look into his mind to know what he was generally thinking about. Unsurprisingly, it had to do with covering up the scandal of someone escaping Azkaban again and worrying about how people whose money he took would react to this. And as he left to either go order some people ineptly like always, Snape arrived with his usual sneer. It seemed the headmaster wanted to hear the whole story via use of truth potions and have Harry understand his whole situation. So just like canon they began doing so, but I decided to take my leave. Aiden, where are you going? Asked the headmaster as he noticed my intent. I already know pretty much everything, staying would just be redundant and I would prefer to go reassure others and explain the situation properly to my friends and the student body in general. I am still head boy, you know. I explained as I excused myself. That, and I want to contact my network to see if they're still going to do that. It'll give me so much dirt and I don't want things to change. I thought as I left Moody's office. I quickly concealed myself and activated my private vanishing box linking to my spy mistress. I need a report on ministry movements and our people, making sure they catch everything happening right now. Make sure to pay close attention to the toad. I wrote as the message vanished. The order has been sent. I shall be able to give you the information in a few moments, sir. The reply said after only a few moments. I continued walking under concealment as I made my way through the empty corridors. The buffoon returned and is both freaking out and angry. Apparently a scandal is on the cusp of happening and he was humiliated during his trip to Hogwarts. Since he is foolish, he is only ranting and hasn't thought about what to do. Ah, it seems the toad has promised to handle everything. She is apparently heading to the Department of Mysteries. I finally reached the path towards the Quidditch pitch when the message I was waiting for came. Sir, she ordered for Dementors to go apprehend someone at Hogwarts. Without permission from Dumbledore. She gave authorization for the kiss. I want copies of the order, the forms needed for that and everything that was said from the minister's office to the order. After that, make sure no one knows we have those things. This information will be very important within the next year. I can't let the war start yet. The snakes haven't gathered. Some of the worst ones are still in Azkaban. The Dementors need to be removed as well. I want and need Voldemort to amass his followers. And then erase them all. I will do everything I can to make sure Harry isn't under fire like in that stupid 5th year canon. I'll work subtly through Mother to strengthen and prepare the DMLE for what is to come, while I weaken corruption in the ministry by having my own people whisper in Fudge and Umbridge's ears. This will spark the gathering of power in the shadows for both sides, while mine is already everywhere and ready to strike. I am sorry if this hurts or scares you for a short time, Harry, but Crouch Jr. needs to die. For my vengeance and my goals. And what better way than through the most horrifying method known to wizard kind? I thought as I removed my concealment and made my way to the crowd ahead of me, putting on a calm smile while I clear my mind. Ah, and here come the Dementors. 148, CH 148, a meeting for the summer. One of my main targets was finally dead and no one could possibly know it was all orchestrated. It was liberating. I don't enjoy killing, but I do not shy away from it. And that man deserved his fate. In the meantime, I was handling very sacred, nervous, and excitable students as they bombarded me with questions about what Harry claimed. I had to quiet everybody down a bit forcefully and say that the headmaster would explain everything after he had all the facts within the next few days. Also had to get people back to their dorms with the help of all the teachers and prefects, while getting officials and guests out in an orderly fashion. That was the really annoying part, since most adult wizards are demanding, entitled and look down on students still in Hogwarts usually. So I got the teachers to deal with all those idiots. Felt like I was dealing with a bunch of Karens as they screamed for my manager. At least I got a good idea of who is competent from the foreign delegations through this debacle and who's a waste of time. But even domestic officials are having it tough right now. Bartmew's Crouch is dead and now a lot of suspicion will fall on Percy since he's been following his supposed orders for months now. Bagman just ran away from a bunch of people he's in debt to or had bets with. One of the headmasters disappeared since he's now going to try and hide to save his life, a pointless effort since he has the dark mark and Voldy can follow that anywhere on this planet. One of the champions was put under an unforgivable. Someone messed with the cup. Our domestic headmaster was busy investigating everything. And our minister went away to sulk and throw a tantrum like a child instead of handling this whole debacle. Really shows how the tournament was a great success, doesn't it? It took 2 hours to get everyone who's not a student or teacher out and everyone else in their common rooms. I felt like I was doing Dumbledore's job this entire time. Looks like my job wasn't done since I was called for a meeting in the headmaster's office that very night. And when I arrived I saw Dumbledore, McGonagall and Moody waiting for me. You called headmaster? I simply asked with a slightly raised eyebrow. Yes, Aiden. After confirming what happened with the unfortunate Barty Crouch, Jr., Alastor, and Harry, we must now decide how to handle things. Voldemort is back and he will not take kindly to you interfering or Harry escaping from his grasp. So we thought best to include you in these discussions. You also have valuable ideas in these types of situation which I would be curious to hear. The elderly wizard explained. Glad to be included. I say with a small smile before looking at the scarred man standing next to the headmaster. It has been some time, Mr. Moody. Too bad it wasn't really you who was teaching Dada this year and that all this had to happen. But for all it's worth I am happy to see you aren't that worse for wear. Humph. Been a while, brat. Been hearing a lot of things about you. Amelia also seems to brag quite a bit about you after a few good shots of fire whiskey. Been good? He gruffly asked as his magical eye twitched around. Everything's been good. Even got engaged. But it still annoys me that you never accepted our invitations for Christmas supper. I answered with a bit of light nagging. Never know who could have sent those letters. Gotta have constant vigilance. He responded sharply. I don't think that counts when Mother invited you directly. I say to the man with a questioning look. Could be a disguised wizard trying to catch me off guard. He replied with another paranoid excuse. Fine, fine. If you're so determined to not come, don't. But I'm telling you now that you're pretty much welcome to come for Christmas supper anytime. You did reunite our family after all. I dismissively said in response as I just gave him a permanent invitation. That way you can decide to come to our actual house whenever you feel no one will attack you. Something I doubt you will ever think, but the offer is there. Now shall we begin our discussion, headmaster? Of course. Now I asked you three here to talk about how we should approach today's events. Voldemort is back, of that I have no doubt. But as we've seen, the minister will not want to admit to this and will most likely try to bury the fact and whoever wishes to support it. He began to say as he laid down the situation. Probably already started to act. No way that Dementor was here by accident. Someone in the ministry sent it here to silence Junior. Moody said as he added his piece. You can't be serious, Alastor. To go so far. McGonagall said in response as she thought of the implication behind someone at the ministry using the dark creatures as a hit squad. I am of the same belief, Minerva. Such an event was not an accident. Solemnly replied Dumbledore. That means someone was covering up the situation. Without Crouch we have no actual evidence behind our claims. They'll dismiss Harry as a delusional child or as if he is trying to make himself famous again by saying the man he is famed to have defeated has returned. They'll say that the headmaster is going senile. They'll completely dismiss Mr. Moody as him being extremely paranoid and seeing Death Eaters in every shadow. Professor McGonagall would be said to just be following whatever you would say, headmaster. Her reputation as one of your hands is far too prevalent. And I am the only other actual witness to everything that happened. I add on as I predict the ministry's actions to try and bury the thought of their worst fear returning. A bunch of cowards and bureaucrats. They'll probably do a smear campaign. Agreed Moody with a scowl. I can't help but notice you didn't mention yourself in your predictions, Aiden. Why is that? The headmaster asked with some curiosity. Because it can go a few ways for me. You all have existing reputations and the people know where you stand. I am an unstable factor. Someone who both sides would like on their side. You would like for me to support your claims, while the minister would dread me not supporting his. I am the nephew of Amelia Bones, a recognized lord of a noble family, the leader of a growing political group, a very wealthy business owner, a powerful wizard and a known academic and inventor. To attack me directly would give the other side a tremendous ally, something anyone would desperately try to stop, hence I am the least likely to be targeted until I choose my own stance. I answered as I explained my thoughts on my own situation. And why would you not want to publicly announce Voldemort's return? Asked the headmaster curiously as I saw a surprised McGonagall and a now tense Moody. To limit the actions the minister can take. I answered with a sly smile on my face. Having a neutral party would be helpful. Dumbledore said with a small smile as he stroked his beard in thought. What do you mean, Albus? McGonagall asked, not really understanding the conversation. Aiden, if you could. He simply answered as he threw the ball to my court. It's pretty simple, Professor. My presence as a strong undecided party would limit the possible actions both sides can take, but would be a lot worse for the Ministry side. He won't be able to do anything monumentally stupid or reckless as long as I am there to act as a reminder of his position. Me not choosing a side would mean he can't act against me or my aunt, letting us prepare for Voldemort's next move without him being able to do anything. In the meantime, the headmaster can prepare his old order and his contacts in secret. The only real problem for your side is that you won't be able to do anything publicly, but I'm sure it won't be much of an issue. The worst that can really happen, as long as I stay neutral, is the Prophet saying a bunch of slander since the Ministry still owns 49% of it and can order it do so by using a few stupid laws. It might threaten the headmaster's position as Chief Warlock or Supreme Mugwump, but that's only if the general public listens. I explained as a look of understanding dawns on the witch. Yes, young Aiden is suggesting using himself to force Minister Fudge to pay attention to him and not focus solely on us. A good way to gain time to maneuver and prepare for Voldemort. Unfortunately, he will also have time to gain allies as well and prepare. Dumbledore said as he brought up the issue of the actual enemy. They would be doing so as we fought against the Ministry at every step anyway. Me going to your side would just make Fudge's actions even more damaging as he would most likely ruin any form of defense we could muster. I reply as I can easily imagine the man getting rid of everyone he thinks is against him while he also listens to the people actively plotting to kill him and take over the Ministry. He's right. Fudge and the Toad won't care about anything except having power if they are pushed too far. Agreed Moody as he grumbled about the two idiots. Then I do believe we know what you shall be doing, Aiden. I will push for the Minister and others to act publicly while you and Amelia do everything you can to prepare in secret. I will also gather people for the order again and start preparing a few other things. Alastair, I will need you to check with your contacts. Minerva, I will need you to take over much of my duties as headmaster for the summer. Dumbledore said as he ordered his trusted allies. Before we end this meeting, headmaster, I have one last thing to talk about. I say before everyone starts working on their tasks. And that would be? He asked as he looked at me questioningly. It's about Harry. He shouldn't go back to the Muggles. I answered with a serious look on my face. But now that Voldemort is back, it is the safest place for him. The elderly man countered. Not anymore, headmaster. Not after tonight. I replied with a shake of my head. An explanation, please. He said as he wanted to know my reasoning. Voldemort is no longer vulnerable against the protection his mother gave him. He now carries Harry's blood within him. Meaning that if he finds the house, Harry is done. I answered gravely as it makes McGonagall pale and realization hits her. Your thoughts? The headmaster then asks the two. Too risky to stay there anymore. Potter needs to be somewhere actually secure. Moody answered in a growl. I never wanted to leave the poor boy with those horrid Muggles in the first place, Albus. If it is more dangerous leaving him there, then we must do something. Was McGonagall's determined answer. I understand, but we must make sure he will be safe. Said Dumbledore as he acknowledged everyone's opinion on the matter. I have 3 options for Harry's situation. The first is him staying with Sirius at the Black family house. I've been informed he would be formally taking the lordship since his mother never actually had the right to take that away from him, his grandfather Arcturus only giving the position to Regulus Black because Sirius was acting like an immature child and did not kick him out of the family. The place is extremely well protected. I plan to add a few things as well. It has been properly renovated and cleaned, and Harry gets to be with someone who actually treats him like family and can train him up. The second is that he can stay with me and my own family. He's like a little brother to me, a good friend of Susan's, and my aunt likes him too. You know my strength, headmaster, as well as the defenses I can set up. He can be well protected and I can tutor and train him during the summer as well. The last viable option would be for you to take care of him this summer, headmaster. Either at your home or at Hogwarts, the kid would be more than safe for now. You can teach him what he needs to know about Voldemort and prepare him for what is to come. It might also do him some good to learn some other things directly from you. I said as I gave my opinion on the matter. I will not be able to care for Harry as he will require. Especially this summer. I will be far too busy preparing for what is to come. Dumbledore sadly replied as he rejected his taking in of Harry. Then how about we ask for Harry's opinion on the matter? We should also involve Sirius as he is his guardian, but I can guess what he would want. My personal recommendation would be a slight mix of the first 2 options. Harry lives with Sirius after we reinforce the house's defenses, and he can come to me for lessons or relaxation. It won't do him any good to keep him cooped up all the time, so a proper explanation will have to be given to the kid, and at least a few outings with myself as a guard would do wonders for him as well. Him having friends visit would make sure he's okay with everything as well. I am sure we can have Ron, Hermione, and Neville come in secret with ease. I responded as I wanted Harry to have the best summer he could get, even in his messed up life. You think we can afford to make Potter comfortable? He's probably going to be one of the biggest targets. Aggressively growled Moody as he glared at me. Alastair, young Aiden has already more than matched me in terms of magical energy, his knowledge and creativity are astounding, only leaving him lacking some experience to have him surpass me completely. Him protecting Harry personally would be even better than myself doing so. Interjected Dumbledore as he calmed the man. Are you telling the truth, Albus? I know Mr. Bones is beyond gifted, but to have reached such strength? Asked McGonagall as she doubted the statement. He reached his third maturation last summer and has been growing stronger as he became more accustomed to the changes it brings. Even now I feel he is in the cusp of another great change. He reassured her as he only shared a bit of information. Humph. Then I'll go and start what I have to do, Albus. I can already guess what Black and Potter will decide. Moody declared as he went for the fireplace and disappeared in a flash of green fire. I will go and deal with my lions. They must be getting rather impatient by now. McGonagall said as she excused herself. I'm guessing you will address everyone soon about today's events, Headmaster. I stated after they had left. Yes. I will be making my own stance on events clear tomorrow. Don't want to make student lost before their exams. I will also have to take care of the Durmstrang students since Igor fled after his mark activated. I am not sure how Maxime will act, but I have a favor to ask of her and hope to be able to talk to her before she leaves. I will also arrange for Harry and Sirius to be here after exams are done. And before I forget, here is your permission slip to go to the Ministry for your masteries. He said as he handed me the form I had submitted last month. Thank you. I hope everything works out well for you, Headmaster. This country will need its defenders very soon. I said as I took the slip and excused myself. 149, ch 149 Masteries. Like Dumbledore said, he organized a school-wide assembly the very next day to announce what was found. The entire Great Hall was filled with students, nervous and restless after yesterday's events. But they all quieted down when they saw the elderly man walk up to the podium. Yesterday, a day which was to be celebrated, has now become a day for grim reminders of the problems our times are tackling. This tournament was meant to encourage the forming of relations between our excellent young wizards and witches and foster and promote magical understanding between one another. But the actions of a few in the shadows have changed things. We have found troubling truths about the events which had occurred. The Ministry would like for each of us to ignore the signs and the dangers coming at our doors, to believe the world is safe and that nothing can harm you. But it is not fair to decide the truth for others. It should not be permissible to have the events which will impact you, hidden by those too afraid to face them. And that is why I stand before all of you here today. To announce that Voldemort has truly returned. That caused nearly everyone listening to gasp and start talking amongst themselves due to the very direct declaration by the Dumbledore, but he continued to speak and people listened. He and his servants used the tournament to get to young Mr. Potter and try to kill him upon his return. Many will try to run from this dark and terrible truth. To ignore the turbulent currents and repeating acts of a decade and a half ago. Voldemort and his men are keen to sow discord amongst us. To divide us and make us fear him once again. And it is natural to feel afraid. To fear what so many do. But it is also an opportunity, for each and every one of us, to show the world true acts of courage and kindness in the face of that fear. This is why it is more important than ever to hold on to these bonds we forge between each other and remember that although we come from different places and speak in different tongues, our hearts beat as one. It is through these bonds we share that we can free ourselves from the shadows trying to worm themselves into our hearts. It is through these bonds that we can find a guiding light in front of what we think is too dark to face. And so never forget the strength which each and every one of you hold within yourselves. Because it only takes one brave spark to start the flames which can banish the shadows. And with that, the man finished his speech and let everyone return to their own devices. Only time will tell if the students would act as the canon. Unfortunately there is no martyr to rally behind this time. No one died as a result of my interference, making events less impactful for students in general. It's obviously a good thing that Cedric is alive and well, but I will have to keep an eye on how things develop from there. I could already see many Slytherin students having smug looks on their faces. They couldn't possibly understand what it's really like to be under Voldemort. They think it's all about putting people they've been taught are inferior down, but their parents conveniently forget the torture or death their so-called lord will give them at any moment he wishes. They don't understand that he doesn't care about your status or your blood at all. Annoying him means death. Disappointment means death. Wanting to quit means death. Not obeying his every order means death. And they can't even fathom the fact that he gave you an impossible task or tell you to kill your parents, after which you would have to do it or die. That's why it's so frustrating to watch all these young idiots ready to throw their lives away because they were taught to hate. Told they were somehow better. They were never taught true responsibilities of lordship. Never were they told the whole truth. They only see the glamorous surface they were told about. Luckily I was able to have proper talks with the entirety of the Ravenclaw house and I had James and Susan capable of talking with the Puffs. For my house, logic and reason were the best ways to get things across. A solid, fact-based breakdown of events to help them understand what happened and what they can do about. Although some of them were still skeptical and weren't ready to face the most feared man in the last 50 years, the rest were thinking about what to do and how this will affect them. For kids of pure-blood families, my advice was simple. The major thing to do was convince their parents and family of what is to come and make sure they start preparing properly. Activate and fortify their homes' wards and defenses. Have them put pressure on the ministry to act or properly fund the Aurors at least. Form alliances with other houses in order to have people to aid you in a crisis. Half-bloods were a bit trickier. Some had ancestry with older houses which could possibly aid them during troubled times, but others had only a generation or two of magical blood in them. My general advice was for them to not stay in places without any other wizards around. To also try to have their parents pressure the ministry in general, because even they have to listen to the people or fudge would be fucked. For Muggleborns, I already had places to protect them, but I didn't want to reveal my secrets to the public yet, so I gave them the means to contact Scott for help in securing themselves and their families. Unfortunately, their voices just didn't matter in the wizarding world, so them trying to put pressure on the ministry wouldn't as effective if others didn't pitch in as well, but I am still encouraged them to try. They were simple solutions, but all I could really give them at the moment. No one outside of a few know my real strength, and personal promises of protection would be seen as unreliable since I'm too young, even if I am a monstrous student. James informed me that too many within the Puffs had doubts, even with Dumbledore saying the twit is back, those not wanting to believe it were convincing their groups of friends to not do so as well. It was basically a circle of people blindly following the blind. Only a few from each year was willing to believe in the worst to come and try to prepare for it at least, instead of sticking their heads in the sand and hoping no one sees them. I knew the Lions were going to pick one side and then just stick to it. Way too stubborn, and that'll be Harry's problem in all honesty. Even I don't want to have to deal with all those bull-headed teenagers, because they'll believe whatever and stick with it until it's either true or blows up in their faces. And the stupid members of the Snakes are acting like this is the best thing ever, while people like Tori and Daphne are rallying the actually cunning people of that house and formulating plans to survive what is coming. It was actually a pleasant change of pace to have exams happening after everything that happened this. My final exams as a Hogwarts student. I had less than most students for sure, but my mastery tests would more than make for it. Each test will be overseen by 3 certified masters of the field, require the applicant to present the needed level of proficiency in the field to be a master and show original research fit for the title. So it's kinda like a doctorate, except that depending on the field something might explode. Good thing I was overprepared for my masteries. No explosions make the judges happy. So here I stood in front of 3 aged masters for the potion mastery. So you're the punk who believes he can be a potion master before even being out of Hogwarts? A grumpy Tommy Lee Jones looking master said after he read my file. Yes, I am. I answered calmly. And why should we consider a snot-nosed brat like you to even be capable of being a potions master? He then asked with narrowed. I publish a certified book detailing the improvements of 59 existing potions and a complete list of changes which occur depending on what kind of improvement is done. I've had 14 potions accepted into Breaking Ground's specialty list. I am the one who created the werewolf suppressant, which has gained approval from 8 different magical ministries. And finally, I forced Severus Snape to give me outstanding with distinction in every work I've handed in since my first year. I replied with confidence. And why should that brat giving you good grades matter here? It is known that he heavily favors his house. He dismissively replied as he tried to find something to make me nervous with. Because I wasn't in Slytherin. I answered with a calm smile as I looked at them. Well then, you might be worth something after all then. He finally admitted with a cough. After that I was asked to show my research paper and brew a variety of difficult potions which can be done in a short amount of time. They couldn't find a single fault and even had to ask for clarifications on various actions and written directions during my tests. That was the most time-consuming mastery simply because one has to brew many potions perfectly after defending your research. The next one on my schedule was herbology. The first part of any mastery is pretty much the same for each one, theoretical knowledge test and research defense. The second part is the practical application. For that I took the master's panel to the Bones family garden I had created with Susan, and let's just say that they just didn't want to leave after noticing the supposedly impossible to grow plants everywhere. Mother isn't really interested, so she never really knew about the insane stuff I was growing which would make any herbologist cream their pants, so it was nice getting such a reaction from masters. The next day was probably my most magically taxing one, having charms and transfiguration masteries back to back. The practical test for the former involved the casting of dozens of charms, with questions following various applications of each one. After that I could cast my own original spell, which was my Aestus Patronus. If they think a full-bodied Patronus was difficult, then my advanced version designed to take the spell even further was beyond them. They couldn't believe the strength of the spell, and when they heard it had the ability to kill a Dementor they were gobsmacked. The transfiguration testing was a bit easier overall since I was a registered animagus, already showing the ability and knowledge need to achieve a high level in the art. What really secured my spot was when I transfigured a statue into a very realistic dragon with defensive runes built into it to make very hard to take down. The following day was different since they decided to mix my runes and wards exams due to their intrinsically linked nature. The testing revolves around using runes on specific objects to achieve the required results, but I went about 3 steps further using my own rune language and created objects they would need a month of careful work in minutes. One of the judges almost fainted because he felt like he wasted his life. So that's how it feels like to be one of those monstrous prodigies in Wuxia novels. I thought with a smile as I watched the judges. The warding test was pretty fun. I made a ward with a ward, within a ward, within ward, with the only thought in my mind being wardception. Then I created an interconnected system capable of stopping pretty much anyone that wasn't keyed in to enter or notice the protected area. And I finished with my house elf blocking ward, something which got mixed responses since wizards look down on them too much and only a few would realize that this is the only method in existence right now which can stop any random elf from coming and going as they please. My next masteries were to be in arithmancy and healing. The arithmancy masters didn't even test me when I got there. They immediately took out my books on the subject and began asking me question after question on my thought process and minute details they couldn't figure out from just the book themselves. It was more like I was the master during this one and they loved being able to see all the modified spell theory in action as I began casting the spells and explaining how each section of the math changed what aspects of the spells. For the healing one, I was taken to St. Mungo's and spent the rest of the day dealing with emergency, long-term care, and minor patients, while also doing a few check UPS and some potion prescriptions. Let's just say the matrons were really surprised when the few long-term care patients I was assigned started becoming not so long-term after I had a proper look at them. They even made me stay an extra 3 hours to check patients they had given up hopes on curing. Unfortunately, I am not capable of curing everyone. If it is a physical problem, then I am confident in healing pretty much anything. Missing limbs? I can grow those back. Certain parts are paralyzed? I can get a paraplegic to walk again. But insanity, mental deficiencies, memory tampering and degradation aren't my area of expertise. Good thing I have a wifey which is probably the best in the world when it comes to the brain and is very determined to be a healer. Needless to say, it was a tiring day, but I knew I passed for sure. It was also fulfilling talking with curious people and helping others. But my last day was supposed to be the most physically demanding, defense against the dark arts and dueling. Those testing me for Dada weren't exactly nice either. They decided to throw me into a gauntlet of traps, creatures, and even a few dark wizards they brought out from Azkaban for a bit. They even had smirks on their faces when a Dementor was let loose against me. It was satisfying to see the look of absolute shock when I killed it right then and there. The test would be very challenging for pretty much all wizards, but I was just better on all fronts, so it wasn't a particular problem. It did make me work up a sweat though, and I was wondering if I should make something similar but harder to train in the future. Didn't even have to show them Protego Sanctum. My final practical test, the one for my dueling mastery, was a simulation of how a tournament would function but on fast forward. I would fight progressively stronger duelers one after another until I reached the champion, which was one of the masters. Only the master lasted more than 10 moves. He stood in front of me for 12. The performance shocked them, and then they remembered I went through another mastery test before this and got downright nervous about the amount of power and skill I had. But I was happy to be able to finish the mastery tests I wished to undertake and do the newts for history of magic, care of magical creatures, divination, and astronomy. I think I can safely say I got the most out of Hogwarts and more than finished my education. 150, ch 150 graduation. My time as a student was ending and it was time to officially pass down my roles to those I had chosen. Passing the torch to Cedric was very straightforward. I had been preparing him and he had already been taking the lead for the last 2 months. He showed great openness and patience, as well as understanding in dealing with others. He was also well liked among pretty much every house, made it clear as to why so many felt it when he died in canon. It made me believe he was the right choice. We also started readying Luna a bit after talking to her about being the next person to manage the exchange. She was unsure due to her young age and her difficulties with social setting, but we've been helping her out in those departments. The Claws know that Christian and I are fond of the girl, so no one dared bully her from that point on, and we made sure they understood why. Our time as leaders of the house helped shape the open-mindedness of others a lot, making them remember that to learn one must be willing to do more than just memorized information or read books. Learning needs a broad and open mind to properly do. Knowledge doesn't stop in books and needs to be added to in order to make it more complete. That is what a true scholar is. A person who had studied a subject and keeps on walking the path laid by those of the past and adds his own findings about the world to continue building on its foundations. Although the kids inheriting the dueling club were still a bit uncertain, it was mainly due to taking over a role they have never experienced before. Once they get the ball rolling, they'll be fine. I made sure to show them everything they would need to know. The older students understand why they'll be taking over and will be helping monitor things, and Professor Flitwick was more than willing to help the kids along. My house's Ms. Paddle was nervous but determined. I had helped her gain the support of our house to help her feel more secure in her position by having her beat a 7th-year student in a one-on-one for that. Using some spell modifications I helped her cook up. Brainy and skilled to win the house. Hannah was more than covered by the loyalty of her house and even more so with my very protective little sister who can probably kick most graduating students' asses. Ron won the respect of a lot of people by getting trained by Christian and Crumb during this year and never giving up when he was beaten. The kid could take a beating and stand up. He was showing a lot of similarities with my wolfish friend as a dueler and was very protective of the club and its members. And I mean all of its members, even Slytherins. He's grown a lot during his time and I think he'd make a damn good Auror if he could get the necessary grades. Daphne was basically a mini Tori most of the time and I know for a fact that she idolizes her. That's why I had my lovely fiancé help her out and taught her like I would Victoria. She is the most confident amongst the three but I had to temper her so she doesn't come off as controlling or too cold. Besides that, no one in her house dares try to mess with the Ice Queen, especially after she was trained by the Queen of Slytherin. That's just asking for trouble and those idiots know what my girl is capable of. We've also said our goodbyes to our guests from Bose Batons and Durmstrang. Fleur and Gabrielle were very thankful for all the help with dealing with their heritage and magic, giving lots of cheek kisses and hugs. There was also a very emotional goodbye for now between James and Fleur, with promises of the two meeting this summer, which was less than a week away. Victor gave Christian and I firm handshakes and bro hugs, saying he would remember our friendship. He and Christian also had their own kind of emotional goodbye. No summer plans though. The last thing I really did before I was graduating was have the meeting with Harry, Sirius, and Dumbledore. Flashback to the meeting. And that is why I have asked for the both of you here today. Dumbledore said as he finished explaining our discussion at the beginning of the month. So I don't have to go back? I can live with Sirius like we talked about? Asked a very emotional Harry. Yeah, no way in hell am I letting you go back now that the hairless cunt can bypass your mother's protection. I said to confirm the kids' questions. And I won't be a burden. He asked Sirius this time as he looked hopeful. Of course you won't, pup. As much as I hate the damn paperwork, I did become Lord Black and that means a ridiculous amount of money. I've got the house done proper and it's one of the most heavily defended building in Britain. Sirius reassured Harry as he gave him a warm look. Aiden and I will also be making sure no one can hurt either of you as well. Reassured the headmaster. Then of course I'd go with you. Harry finally said with a really excited smile. Alright, but I do have to give you warnings on how things will go this summer, Harry. I interrupted as I got serious. What do you mean? He questioned as he noticed my tone. Yeah? What does he mean, Dumbledore? Followed up Sirius. Precaution, Sirius. We cannot risk young Harry coming to harm and so we must warn him of what we shall do. Answered the headmaster as he gave me a look to explain. You won't be allowed out this summer, Harry, far too dangerous now that Voldy Snake and his carpet munchers are back. To keep you safe we have to make sure you can't be easily targeted. The headmaster and I agreed that if you really need to go out, we can arrange a date with me escorting you for your safety. The reason being that the headmaster and myself are the only wizards capable of stopping the noseless git and he will be too busy dealing with all the political nonsense that is going to start due to the minister denying reality. Besides that, we can also arrange for your friends to come visit, but it will have to be secretive. The Weasleys already agreed to our plans and so have the Longbottoms, only the Grangers haven't been talked with yet. So it will be restrictive and you might feel like you are being babied, but we just don't want you to die, alright? I explained as best I could about what was going to happen and what we've organized to not make his summer miserable. I understand. You're worried Voldemort will want to kill me and that walking around will be too dangerous. At least I'll be with Sirius, that's already 100 times better than before. Harry said with a serious face. I am glad I've helped him not be so emotional as his canon counterpart. Proper explanations and inclusion do wonders. I thought with a smile. But what do you mean Professor Dumbledore will be dealing with a lot of politics? He asked with a worried expression. Well, my boy, we have predicted that Cornelius would decide to begin a smear campaign against anyone publicly claiming the return of Voldemort, and from what people have told me we were right. We have hence decided that I would be the most vocal about such things to make him focus on me while Aiden works in secret to prepare the Aurors, effectively removing his attention from you. This means I will be keeping my distance from you in public so that he can focus solely on me and not drag you into this mess, Harry. Explained the headmaster as the kid had a troubled look on his face. I've got the full might of House Black, do you want me to throw it around, Dumbledore? Suddenly asked Sirius. Not at this moment, Sirius, thank you. Answered the bearded man with a shake of his head. Actually I can think of a few things Sirius could do to help us against the super bigots. I spoke up, getting both of their attentions. Another clever idea, Aiden. Dumbledore asked with a raised eyebrow. Let me hear it, kid. I know you've got quite the brain so I think this will be good. Sirius said with some expectations. The idea revolves around the three Black sisters, Andromeda, Narcissa, and Bellatrix. Each need to have some things happen to mess with possible plans of the Dork Lord. The Blacks have enough say and money to get a seat on the board of governors of Hogwarts, and I think Andromeda would be perfect for the job. She'll be able to make sure no one tries to mess with things alongside myself and Dowager Longbottom. Having an experienced potion mistress and healer such as herself will also be crucial in what is to come. And all you have to do is bring her back into the family, since it was the stuff you hate about the Blacks that got her kicked out anyway. It will also help her daughter's career to be a Black, and it will help convince her. The second goal is to remove the possibility of their side getting their hands on the Black family, so time to remove the possibility of the Malfoys getting involved. Kick out Narcissa and Draco from the family line and voila! You can also cancel the marriage contract between the two houses to mess with them if you want. The third is to remove a source of financing. I've no doubt they will break out the Death Eaters in Azkaban and gain the Dementors, so let's make those people less useful. Bellatrix currently has millions from the family in her vaults, quick her out and all that disappears. You can also cancel her contract and she'll probably kill the Lestrange brothers, since I've heard she hates them a lot. So in the end, weakened politically, economically and socially, while gaining more allies and strengthening our hold onto Hogwarts. I said as I finished my explanation. Damn kid! Was all Sirius was able to say in response. That would certainly mess with a few things. Agreed Dumbledore. Wait, you're related to Malfoy and Bellatrix? Asked a shocked Harry. Yeah, cousins. But I remember Andy, bringing her back would be great. She's the only other one to dump all those crazies. And I'm sure dear cousin Bella and Sissy would make the best faces when they realize all this. I am so in. Sirius said as he looked at me with a grin. End of flashback. Gonna be some fun reactions when Voldy learns that one of his Horcruxes is going to be in a place we'll have easy access to. I thought as I remembered my little plan while sitting in the Great Hall along with my entire year. Today marks the end of another year at Hogwarts. A very different year, full of excitement, new friendships, danger, daring and of growth. But we all stand here, as we do every year, better than the last, to celebrate everyone's achievements and to bid farewell to our graduating class. 7 years have come and gone for those of you leaving us. 7 years of walking down these halls, learning from professors, making friends, mastering magic, finding yourselves and preparing for the future. And now all of you stand as witches and wizards Hogwarts is proud to have taught. Today is the day all of you step into the world and begin your journeys wherever they might lead you. But please never forget the values our school embodies. Never give in to fear and forget to be kind. Never forget the value of hard work and dismiss the gift of loyalty. Never lose sight of your goals nor forget the use of cunningness. And never trap yourself in the ideas of others and forget your own brilliance. You are all the future of the wizarding world, and I look forward to hearing what each and every one of you can accomplish. The headmaster finished as all of the graduating 7th years threw the pointy formal hats we were wearing into the air as we cheered. With the usual farewell feast, goodbyes to our juniors and friends, we took our trunks and left the castle we had spent our time growing up in. As tradition for every graduate, we left Hogwarts as we first came to it, by boat. So with my friends and fiancé, we watched the familiar castle as we moved further away from it. We're finally done, hey? Christian said with a lot of emotions in his voice. Yes, our time here has come to an end. Confirms James as he also keeps his eyes firmly locked on the castle. A lot changed since we first rode these boats. Added Tori as she wistfully spoke. These were the purest times in our lives, and I will never forget the memories we've made in this place. I said with a warm smile as I reminisce. Hey, remember that time when James created that squirting puzzle that got loose into the girls' dorms? Christian suddenly said with a smirk. Yeah, they were real pissed until he fixed everything and made them enchanted styling scissors. I said with a chuckle. What about when Tori hung all the little noble Slytherins from their knickers in the Great Hall for annoying her? I then said, getting chuckles from both guys. Oh yeah? What about the time Mr. Perfect made Snape's entire wardrobe turn pink? She countered with her own smirk. Haha. That was brilliant, and he still thinks it was the twins. Christian said as he burst out laughing. Let's not forget the time Christian wanted to crossbreed that Bubotuber and Devil Snare and made that puss-squirting monstrosity. James said with his own smirk. I remember that. Professor Sprout was almost acting like Hagrid with a new creature while Professor McGonagall was furious about getting squirted. Victoria exclaimed at the memory. Really didn't think I'd have to deal with that when I became friends with that kid who got shunned. I say with a chuckle. Didn't think I'd have to deal with getting beaten left and right for the next few years by becoming your friend either. He countered with his grin. Or get drilled on countless spells. Added James. Or have to drink all those weird concoctions he came up with. Tori said as she threw in her own jab. Oh please, you made everyone drink way more concoctions than I have. I replied with an eye roll. Right, forgot you three were my precious testers. She said in response with a small smile. Those were pretty bad sometimes, Victoria, but you know what? I wouldn't change even those memories for the world. James said with a warm smile. Yeah, as much as having to deal with Snape almost made me snap or how boring Binns was, it was a blast with you three. Agreed Christian as he looked back. These were the most meaningful years of my life. They'll forever be a part of me. Determinedly added Tori. We all came a long way together in the last 7 years. From scared, lonely and eccentric kids, to strong, confident and skilled young adults. I know we can take on the world after our time together here. So let's make sure others can have such memories in this place, because these are the memories we will always hold dear. I said in response to their words, getting determined nods from each of my friends as we disembarked our boat and started walking. And with one last look back towards where the castle stood, I spoke with sincerity as we were about to board the train one last time. Goodbye Hogwarts. Thank you for everything and I hope to see you soon.